In a world invaded by games, one begins with extraordinary dual talents of the highest caliber. Talent 1. Infinite summoning. Summoning skills incur no cost, possess no cooldown, and the number of summoned entities is limitless. Talent 2. Soul restitution. Upon the demise of each summoned entity, its soul returns to the summoner, granting the summoner rewards including attributes, skills, talents, duration, and persistence. Oh, it seems some peculiar attributes have inadvertently mixed in. Chen Ge. As long as I allow my summoned entities to perish, I can continuously grow stronger. Once I become powerful, I can push through effortlessly, and when I encounter resistance, I will continue to sacrifice my summons. Good heavens, an infinite cycle of sacrificing summoned entities for power. A perfect loop. Many years later, when a certain demon god, having traversed countless summoned entities with great difficulty, finally delivered a lethal strike from behind Chen Ge, the one. Demon god. 1 point of damage? Am I facing a summoner whose defenses are impenetrable? A summoner whose retaliation can extinguish my life with a mere point of damage? Is this what you would call a fragile summoner? Chen Ge, apologies. My damage reflection multiplier is rather exorbitant, but my other attributes surpass even that. A fragile summoner is weak? Forgive me. A single basic attack from me might very well spell your doom. Let's see who dares to claim that a fragile summoner is the most worthless combat profession. Chapter 1. The Awakening Ceremony of Professions in the Longxia Empire, Jiangnan Province, Tianhe City. On the playground of Tianhe No. 1 High School. Esteemed classmates. I shall speak a few words this. The bald principal of Tianhe No. 1 High School passionately addresses the audience from the stage. Before him, a dozen dazzling arrays shimmer with resplendent light. Meanwhile, the graduating class of this year's seniors on the playground murmurs among themselves, whispering anxiously. I'm so nervous. The awakening ceremony is about to commence, yet I feel utterly unprepared. I'm equally anxious. If I awaken as a farmer, gardener, or tailor, any of those mundane professions, my father would surely break my legs when I return home. What should I do? A farmer isn't necessarily a worthless profession. I recall that there's a farmer on the junior leaderboard who can dispatch elite monsters of the same level with a single swing of his hoe. That's a pay-to-win tycoon. His family is among the wealthiest in the empire, and who knows how many resources were poured into him. If you awaken as a farmer, do you think your father will invest in training you as a combat profession? Well, if it were me, I'd probably end up working on a farm. I envy those geniuses who can autonomously awaken early. The child from my neighbor's house, just a freshman, awakened autonomously a few days ago as a rare profession, a thunder mage, and was directly admitted to the prestigious Hucking Academy in the imperial capital, Baidu. Let me awaken as a combat profession. I don't even need a rare profession. An ordinary warrior or mage would suffice. Even a mediocre talent would be acceptable. Oh heavens, I beseech you. I don't even require a combat profession. If I could awaken as a priest or healer, I would be satisfied. Just please, anything but a summoner. Yes, anything but a summoner. That worthless profession. I heard the Empire's richest man has a grandson who is a summoner, currently stuck at level 29, unable to pass the level 30 breakthrough dungeon, unable to level up, effectively rendered useless, despite his family pouring billions into him. The summoner, which is nominally a combat profession, is, in reality, inferior to even a lifestyle profession. At least a lifestyle profession can work for a living. And summoners are the most worthless profession. Even the wealthiest families in the empire cannot salvage them. Stop talking. The more you speak, the more anxious I become. I feel my legs shaking. I need to pee. Amidst the crowd, Chen Ge remains unfazed, seemingly impervious to the pressure of this pivotal moment in life. Chen Ge has traversed into this world for 18 years. To him, the so-called awakening of professions in this game-invaded world is akin to choosing a major after the college entrance examination in his previous life. The difference lies in the fact that selecting a major was a blind choice due to ignorance, whereas the awakening of a profession is an uncontrollable fate left to the whims of destiny. The mindset he honed over years of examinations in his past life has rendered Chen Ge as steady as a rock. He even contemplates pulling out some sunflower seeds to munch on while awaiting the bald principal's conclusion before the commencement of the awakening ceremony. A hint of regret flickers across Chen Ge's face. Regrettable. Had I known the bald principal would be speaking, I should have purchased some sunflower seeds from that snack shop on the corner last night. I heard the owner is a snack sage. Chen Ge has fully comprehended the intricacies of this game-invaded world. The awakening of professions is fundamentally categorized into 3 major types: combat, support, and lifestyle professions. Upon reaching the age of 18, which coincides with their senior year, individuals can partake in the awakening ceremony to become professionals. Some prodigies, however, autonomously awaken as professionals even before reaching adulthood. Unfortunately, despite being a time traveler, Chen Ge is not one of those preternatural prodigies who awaken autonomously. Even the legendary golden finger typical of time travelers has yet to manifest. He must patiently await the annual awakening ceremony, regarding the discussions about the summoner profession with indifference. As a diligent scholar who has consistently dominated the theoretical examinations at Tiana No. 1 High School, Chen Ge is naturally aware of the summoner profession's reputation. It is a perilous profession, far more treacherous than the biochemical and material sciences of his previous life. Nevertheless, Chen Ge remains unconcerned. With the plethora of professions available, the probability of him awakening as a summoner is exceedingly low. The odds are even lower than winning a lottery jackpot. As he listens to the impassioned speech from the stage, which has only just begun recounting the history of Tiana No. 1 High School and the bald principal's contributions, it is likely that it will drag on for an hour or two. Chen Ge decides to narrow his eyes and take a brief nap. 2.5 hours later. Then I shall conclude my brief remarks here. Now I declare, the career awakening ceremony for the graduating class of Tiana No. 1 High School this year is now commencing. At last, the bald principal Su Weiman, appearing somewhat reluctant to end, set down the microphone in his hand. Immediately, a teacher beside him seized the microphone. We are grateful for Principal Su's splendid speech. Next, students whose names are called shall sequentially enter the awakening formation. Lu Xing, Xia Shui, Xia Yu, Xia Bing. As the teacher called out names, one by one, the students stepped forward with anxious strides into the more than 10 small career awakening formations. Within the formations, radiant light shimmered. Soon, the results of the first batch of career awakenings were revealed. Amidst the brilliance of the formation, diverse totems began to rise above the heads of the students. Warrior. I have awakened the warrior profession. Ha ha. My talent is heavy strike. Why am I a tailor? Clothing production talent? I do not want this. I desire combat profession. I'm a healer with the enhanced medicinal effects talent. Although it is not the combat profession I anticipated, it is considered an auxiliary profession, thankfully not one related to daily life. My profession is puppeteer, haha. At least I am not a summoner. Each successful awakened professional eagerly glimpsed their personal data panels. Those who awakened combat professions were filled with joy, while those who awakened life professions wore expressions of despair. As the previous batch of successful awakeners exited the formation, yet another group of seniors was called upon to enter the formation and discover their careers. Soon, it was time for Chen Ge's class to take their turn. The voice of the teacher on stage resonated. Wang Bo, Yang Jinwei, Chen Ge, Li Yun. Upon hearing his name called, Chen Ge stepped out from the class lineup and made his way towards the career awakening formation. Suddenly, he felt a gaze fixed upon him. Chen Ge turned his head to glance. To his surprise, it was the class beauty, Yang Jinwei, glaring at him with a provocative expression. Having always been overshadowed by him in theoretical class grades, the perennial second place student Yang Jinwei had long harbored a grudge against him. She consistently sought to compare her achievements with his, yet she could never surpass him in any subject. Among all the examinations at Tiana No. 1 High School, while the third place may be uncertain, the first place is undoubtedly Chen Ge, and the second place is certainly Yang Jinwei. This truth was known by all the students and teachers of the senior class at Tiana No. 1 High School. The moment Chen Ge caught sight of Yang Jinwei's expression, he realized she intended to compete with him in the career awakening today. Chen Ge paid no heed to this childish game of comparison. Noticing his indifference, Yang Jinwei was instantly infuriated. Chen Ge, do not be so smug. I will not lose to you today. Chapter 2. The extraordinary dual talent. Upon hearing Yang Jinwei's fierce proclamation, Chen Ge nonchalantly waved his hand in response. After all, he had become entirely immune to such fierce yet endearing remarks, having encountered them countless times before. As Chen Ge entered the professional awakening array along with his cohort, the array once again surged with dazzling energy. Simultaneously, on the podium, Su Weiman, the principal of Tianhe No. 1 High School, along with several other school leaders, perked up with renewed interest. It was finally Chen Ge and Yang Jinwei's turn. These two students, who had long dominated the top rankings in every subject since their enrollment, were yet to reveal what professions they would awaken to. Although it was commonly accepted that theoretical exam results did not solely dictate the outcome of one's professional awakening, outstanding performance in theory suggested strong learning capabilities and, consequently, a likelihood of awakening rare or even unique legendary professions. Wasn't Yang Jinwei a scion of the Yang family? If memory served correctly, in recent years, all the descendants of the Yang family had awakened combat professions, hadn't they? Indeed. And the number of rare professions awakened by the Yang family had approached 30, showcasing the terrifying potency of their bloodline. Yet, the student named Chen Ge was said to be an orphan, lacking the formidable lineage that Yang Jinwei possessed. Compared to Chen Ge, I was far more intrigued by what profession Yang Jinwei might awaken. As the school leaders on the podium engaged in their discussion, countless students on the playground turned their attention toward Yang Jinwei and Chen Ge. The renown of these two academic powerhouses was well known among the entire senior class of Tiana No. 1 High School, as well as students from the first and second years. Look, that boy in the center, the most handsome one, is Chen Ge. Yang Jinwei is so beautiful. They're not only good-looking, but also exceptionally talented. I'm so envious. What does being handsome matter? What does academic prowess amount to? It all boils down to the profession one awakens. If Chen Ge ends up awakening a mediocre profession, let us see how he continues to show off. I think you're just jealous of my Gugu. Don't you know that those with excellent academic results have a higher probability of awakening rare professions? Exactly. Jealous people, step aside and let me watch my Gugu. Shoo, quiet down. The profession totem is manifesting. Quick, look at what profession totem is above Gugu's head. Yu. It seems like the totem above her head is that of a mage. Within the professional awakening array, as the ethereal image of the profession totem appeared above Chen Ge's head, his personal data panel also emerged. The moment he laid eyes on the data panel, despair washed over him. What the hell? A pitiful profession summoner? Name, Chen Ge, level, 0, 0. Profession, summoner, health, 90. Energy, 170. Magic energy for magic professions, internal energy for martial arts, spiritual energy for cultivation classes. Collectively referred to as energy value. Physique, 9. Physical strength. Mental, 17. Mental strength. Attack, 10. Defense, 7. Critical hits, lifesteal, counterattacks, status effects, resistances, elemental amplification. Immunity are briefly omitted. Talent, awakening, skills, empty, equipment, empty, summoning space, 0-1, storage space, empty, before Chen Ge could fully succumb to despair. The next moment revealed the awakening talent skill. Talent, infinite summon, unique. The despair etched on Chen Ge's face instantly transformed into unbridled joy. A unique level talent skill? What the hell? I feel like my summoner profession might still have a chance. Hastily, he delved into the details of the talent skill. Infinite summon, unique summoning skills incur no cost, have no cooldown, and the number of summoned entities is limitless. In mere words, this description catapulted Chen Ge from the depths of despair back to the heights of elation. Why is summoner considered a pitiful profession? As a top student, Chen Ge was acutely aware of the inherent flaws associated with the summoner profession. This was due to the fact that releasing summoning skills required materials corresponding to the creatures being summoned. Furthermore, the cooldown period for skills was lengthy. The casting speed was excruciatingly slow, and the cap on the number of summoned entities was quite low. To enhance skill proficiency and upgrade skills also demanded substantial resources and time. Moreover, summoners were notoriously fragile. Additionally, since summoned entities inherited a portion of the summoner's attributes, this resulted in inherently low attributes for the summoned beings. These myriad shortcomings collectively rendered the summoner profession a pitiful one, beyond salvaging even through monetary investment. However, the infinite summon talent flawlessly resolved the three core deficiencies: the resource consumption pitfall, the excessive cooldown time, and the limited number of summons. The summoner was poised to soar under my command. If individual summoned entities lack strength, then I shall summon an endless tide. Employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers could indeed carve a niche for summoners among combat professions. As Chen Ge reveled in thoughts of how his infinite summon talent would vindicate the summoner's reputation, suddenly, his personal attribute panel flickered. To his astonishment, a new talent skill appeared in his talent section. Talent, infinite summon, unique, soul sanctuary, unique. What the hell? A dual talent? And both are unique level talents? What is happening? It stated in textbooks that each professional awakens only one talent? Could it be because I'm a transmigrator? Can a soul from another world also awaken a talent? Chen Ge had no time to ponder further and hastily clicked to examine the second talent. Soul Sanctuary, unique, a special soul trait, allowing the summoner to become the resting place for the souls of summoned beings. Each time a summoned entity perishes, its soul returns to the summoner, granting rewards and attributes, skills, talents, durability, and duration. It seems I've stumbled upon some peculiar attributes, but that is not important. What matters is that this soul sanctuary talent appears to resolve the inherent vulnerabilities of the summoner profession, such as low attributes inherited by summoned entities. No wonder my golden finger didn't arrive for 18 years. It turns out this is my golden finger. Chen Ge was so exhilarated that his body trembled slightly. Calm down. I must compose myself. Quickly adjusting his mindset, Chen Ge sought to regain his composure, refusing to let the overwhelming euphoria of his extraordinary dual talent cloud his judgment. Time. What I require now is not resources, not equipment, and not even the slight attributes gained from leveling up. What I lack the most is time. Time for my extraordinary dual talent to manifest its potential. Chapter 3. Strange Phenomenon. Unique level legendary profession. After coming to terms with the fact that time was his only scarcity, Chen Ge gazed at his new personal attribute panel. Name, Chen Ge. Level, 0, 0. Profession, Soul Summoner. Health, 90. Energy, 170. Physique, 9. Mental, 17. Attack, 10. Defense, 7. Talent, Infinite Summon, unique. Soul Sanctuary, unique. Skills, empty. Equipment, empty. Summoning space, infinite. Storage space, empty, his profession had shifted from summoner to soul summoner, and the limit on the number of summoning spaces had transformed into an infinite symbol. The expression on Chen Ge's face had returned to one of tranquility. I should now be considered a unique level legendary professional. The phenomenon in the heavens and earth triggered by my talent awakening should soon manifest, shouldn't it? The so-called rare professions and unique level legendary professions are ultimately determined by their talents. As Chen Ge's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, he braced himself for the extraordinary events that were about to unfold. On the playground, all eyes were drawn to the manifestation of the summoner totem above Chen Ge's head, causing an uproar among the crowd. A summoner? How could it be that Gugu awakened as a summoner? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could my Gugu be the most useless profession, a summoner? This must be a joke. A blatant falsehood. My heavens. How could Chen Ge's awakened profession be the most worthless one, a summoner? This is too much. Is this really the top student? Long reigning at the pinnacle of academic excellence, awakening to the abysmal profession of summoner? Is this it? What a laugh. Chen Ge's diehard fans. Your Gugu is utterly finished. At the podium on the playground, the faces of the school leaders from Tianhe No. 1 High School were equally clouded with dismay. The summoner totem indicated that Chen Ge's prospects were entirely bleak. Who would have expected that a genius student, consistently achieving full marks in theoretical classes, would awaken as a summoner? This is unprecedented in the entire Longxia Empire. Look over there at Yang Jinhua. It's a mage totem, and there's an anomaly. An unusual phenomenon has appeared in her awakening array. The emergence of a talent anomaly indicates that Yang Jinhua is at least a rare-level mage. No one on the podium paid any further attention to Chen Ge's awakening. They were all fixated on the awakening array where Yang Jinhua stood. The profession awakening typically produces a corresponding totem shadow, and if the talent awakening is of rare level or above, it manifests an extraordinary phenomenon. The more extravagant the phenomenon, the rarer and more powerful the corresponding talent, potentially indicating a unique legendary talent. At this moment, within the profession awakening array surrounding Yang Jinhua, beams of colorful light shot skyward, instantly breaking through the confines of the awakening array. The radiant colors enveloped Yang Jinhua entirely, and those luminous rays continued to spread outward, engulfing the surroundings and soaring into the sky. The entire heavens above Tianhe No. 1 High School became saturated with these vibrant hues, showcasing an endless array of colors under the sunlight. The bald principal, Su Weiman, was now flushed with excitement, leaping up in astonishment. An anomaly has shattered the awakening array. A phenomenon of heaven and earth. This is a phenomenon of heaven and earth. A unique legendary profession talent. Yang Jinhua possesses a unique legendary profession talent. Our Tianhe No. 1 High School has produced a legendary profession. Under my leadership as principal, we have achieved this. Su Weiman was so thrilled that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. This was his accomplishment. At the graduation awakening ceremony next year, his speech would surely expand by thousands of words. It would likely take more than 2.5 hours to deliver. However, the second-year students gathered on the playground remained oblivious to the magnitude of this momentous event. Su Weiman was not the only one exhilarated. Other school leaders and all present students shared in the excitement. The colorful radiance continued to expand, enveloping everyone on the playground. Students felt the vibrant light, which seemed almost alive, wrapping around them, leaving them in a state of stupor and astonishment. A phenomenon of heaven and earth. Yang Jinhua is incredibly powerful. Moreover, she belongs to the battle class, the most formidable mage profession, combined with a unique legendary talent. How terrifying is that? Wow. Our Tianhe No. 1 High School is destined to gain fame across the entire empire. A unique legendary profession is exceedingly rare at awakening ceremonies throughout the Longxia Empire. It's astonishing that one has emerged in our school. The prestigious institutions on the professional academy rankings, such as Huqing Academy, the Imperial Capital Academy, and Fudan Academy, will likely be clamoring to recruit from our Tianhe city this year. Does anyone recognize the phenomenon of Yang Jinhua? Is it the only recorded unique legendary talent? It seems somewhat familiar, but I can't quite recall. I remember. It's the elemental body talent, documented in the history textbooks of professional practitioners. A century ago, during the initial invasion of game monsters, a legendary practitioner manifested this very phenomenon. Unfortunately, that powerful predecessor perished many years ago, which is why the elemental body talent has been awakened by Yang Jinhua. I also recall the elemental mage, mastery over all elements, rivaling the might of deities. The predecessor from a century ago was referred to as the elemental mage by the world. Yang Jinhua, the elemental mage. Yang Jinhua, the elemental mage. On the playground, throngs of people began to chant the title of the elemental mage in fervor. Meanwhile, the commotion surrounding this phenomenon attracted the attention of several family heads from prominent clans in Tianhe City. Figures soared through the air, appearing at the podium of Tianhe No. 1 High School, their faces filled with astonishment. Among them was Yang Chonghu, the head of the Yang family, and also the city lord of Tianhe City. who beamed with joy upon recognizing his daughter at the center of the phenomenon. "Excuse me, everyone. Ha ha ha, this is my daughter. Ha ha. The next candidate for the head of the Yang family. Ha ha ha. I suppose your attempts to recruit this genius will be in vain. Ha ha." In just a few words, Yang Chong, whose laughter lasted several times longer than his speech, his smile uncontainable. The faces of the other family heads were as gloomy as storm clouds. However, in that very instant, the phenomenon of heaven and earth shifted. The vibrant colors in the sky seemed to pause, as if disturbed by some unseen force. Following this, countless shadowy figures surged forth from a nearby profession awakening array, blotting out the sky. Chapter 4. The faces of the phenomenon of heaven and earth. Another phenomenon of heaven and earth. Who is it? The bald principal, Su Weiman, widened his eyes in disbelief, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. Two phenomena of heaven and earth. Two legendary practitioners. This year, Tiana No. 1 High School is going to be sensational. As the principal, he felt dizzy with excitement. Regaining his composure, trembling with exhilaration, Su Weiman's expression turned incredulous as he traced the source of the monstrous shadows filling the sky. It was from the awakening array adjacent to Yang Jinhua. Chen Ge. Upon realizing the source of the monstrous shadows, Su Weiman was left utterly dumbfounded. His complexion became a tapestry of emotions. Was he excited? Absolutely. This was a phenomenon of heaven and earth, indicating the emergence of a unique legendary practitioner. He had not misjudged. A student who excelled in theoretical subjects would certainly awaken a formidable talent. However, Su Weiman recalled that Chen Ge had awakened as a summoner. The most abysmal profession, a summoner. The most useless profession in the Longxia Empire, one that even the wealthiest families could not redeem. The feeling was akin to visiting a foot massage parlor only to be confronted by a robust girl whose facial hair was denser than your own beard. And before you could request a switch, she had already taken your foot in hand. Yet, you soon discovered her skills were astonishingly superior. What would you do in such a situation? Su Weiman was experiencing a similarly uncomfortable sensation, neither excited nor saddened. But the family heads from Tianhe City were unaware of this. They had come to Tianhe No. 1 High School upon witnessing Yang Jinhua's elemental body talent triggering the phenomenon of heaven and earth, hoping to recruit the talented practitioner. They had not seen the totem of the profession that had previously awakened. Now, they resembled hungry wolves that had caught the scent of blood, their eyes glinting with greed. With the phenomenon of heaven and earth as assurance, even support or lifestyle professions would possess immense cultivation value. Old Su, what is the situation with this student? Old Su, don't be dazed. Introduce us to this handsome lad. The display of this phenomenon is nothing short of remarkable. It rivals that of Old Yang's daughter. Old Su, speak up. Is this student not the offspring of any prominent family? I have reserved him for the Zhang family. Everyone, please show some respect. My family will undoubtedly offer generous rewards afterward. Old Zhang, your shamelessness knows no bounds. That student may not even share your surname. So what right does your family have to make reservations? Precisely. We must consider the student's own disposition. Once his awakening ceremony concludes, let's all proceed together, each relying on our own merits to compete. Aren't we all heads of our families? Surely. We are not so juvenile as to believe that such a prodigious professional can be tethered to any single household. His future undoubtedly lies far beyond our humble Tianhe City. I propose we go together, without contention, simply to forge a benevolent connection with this exceptionally gifted student. I perceive that this young man possesses a remarkable bearing. He might be quite compatible with my daughter. Yeah? Blast it. Yang, you wretched cur. How dare you? This is outrageous. As the heads of families at the podium pursued Su Weiman for updates on Chen Ge's situation, all the students in the playground were left bewildered. Their scalps tingled. A legendary level summoner? What on earth is this? Is it powerful or worthless? What is happening? Does anyone know what's going on? Has Chen Ge awakened a legendary level talent? This cosmic anomaly, oh my goodness. I can hardly believe it. A summoner awakening a legendary talent? This is sheer waste. That legendary talent would be far more beneficial in my hands. Do you think Chen Ge's legendary talent could transform his summoner profession into a formidable combat vocation? Impossible. The inherent flaws of the summoner profession are manifold. No matter how potent his legendary talent, can it possibly compensate for all its shortcomings? Do Chen Ge's fervent admirers truly believe they have a chance now? In the history of over 100 years since the invasion of the game, there have been summoners who awakened legendary talents, yet they were all deemed worthless. This is utterly laughable. A legendary summoner? Is he not still a pathetic summoner? Surely. No one believes that a chocolate-flavored defense is anything other than a defense? Surely not. Although Chen Ge did manifest a cosmic anomaly that broke through the awakening array, the overwhelming majority of voices in the playground continued to mock him mercilessly. Chen Ge, who typically excelled academically and was quite handsome, only suffered from a somewhat lacking family background. Yet he had always been regarded as the undisputed heartthrob of nearly all the girls at Tianhe First High School. Naturally, there were many who harbored grievances against him. Now that they witnessed him awaken the most derided summoner profession, those who resented him seized the opportunity to strike. The heads of families at the podium, all formidable professionals in their own right, could hear the derisive chatter from the playground. Coupled with Su Weiman's momentarily dazed and somewhat bitter expression, they gradually began to grasp the reality of the situation. A summoner? This student, who sparked a cosmic anomaly, awakened as a summoner? This cannot be. Several heads of families incredulously inquired of Su Weiman, who could only nod in resignation, tacitly confirming their fears. In an instant, expressions of profound disappointment flickered across the faces of the heads of families. A summoner. It is an insatiable pit of resource consumption, and what's worse, the return on investment is exceedingly low, with virtually no combat prowess. To place a summoner in a complete combat team as a support tool would render him obsolete. Even in labor, summoners are outclassed by specialized vocational practitioners. Thus, there is no investment value to be found. The previous fervor to recruit Chen Ge evaporated in an instant. As if nothing had occurred, each turned to other topics, even growing disinterested in Chen Ge's name. Their true faces were laid bare before all. Yet, the cosmic anomaly would not dissipate so swiftly. On the contrary, such powerful anomalies tend to linger. Yang Jinyue's anomaly continued to radiate a kaleidoscope of colors, each hue representing a different magical element. Meanwhile, from Chen Ge emanated an ever-expanding array of terrifying monsters. Within a mere minute or two, the phantasmal forms of these creatures had amassed to blot out the sun itself. The various forms of monsters floated in the air, some brandishing claws, others roaring skyward, while some exhaled terrifying flames and frost. The monstrous apparitions seemed almost alive. Chapter 5. The Cosmic Anomalies Clash. Chen Ge's anomaly appeared tremendously spectacular, clearly indicating that his talent was exceptionally formidable. The bald principal sighed deeply, lamenting the turn of events. Chen Ge had been one of his most promising students this year, only to awaken as a summoner. Well, summoners are one thing. He could consider it a setback in the student's life, and as the old principal, it would be entirely unproblematic to assist him in finding a decent job to make ends meet. Yet, he had to manifest an anomaly, a top-tier cosmic anomaly at that, and one with such a vast coverage area, even surpassing Yang Jinyue's. Chen Ge's anomaly showed no signs of abating. It was expanding, threatening to shroud the entire Tianhe city. My heart aches. Su Weiman felt his heart bleeding. Such an anomaly, if it had belonged to any other combat profession or even a support role, would be the mark of an unparalleled genius, a once-in-a-century talent. After all, the invasion of the game has only lasted a little over 100 years. Had Chen Ge been a mage, warrior, martial artist, puppeteer, gunslinger, priest, cultivator, or ranger, he would have easily ranked among the top 100 in the annals of professional history. For mages, warriors, martial artists, and cultivators, these powerful professions, he could have even broken into the top 10. Alas, he is but a summoner. Su Weiman's remaining strands of hair seemed to shed further, leaving his scalp gleaming ever more prominently. Many shared his sentiments, including Chen Ge's former admirers. Yet, more were those who reveled in his misfortune, mocking him. The more magnificent Chen Ge's cosmic anomaly appeared, the more they delighted in the fact that he was a summoner, the most disdained of all professions. Just then, amidst the dazzling array of colors, a colossal dragon-like apparition roared in silent fury, suddenly extending its massive claw and striking violently at the void before it. No one anticipated this. The colorful light was abruptly torn apart by the claw's force. This unforeseen spectacle left countless faces filled with terror. The cosmic anomalies were clashing? This had never occurred in history. Although cosmic anomalies rarely appeared, instances of two manifesting in the same location had occurred before. Historical records indicate that their anomalies do not interfere with one another, and they gradually subside without conflict. Students in the playground gasped as they witnessed this. What? The cosmic anomalies are clashing? Crushed? Yang Jinyue's anomaly was torn apart by the dragon apparition? Oh my goodness. Chen Ge's anomaly has breached Yang Jinyue's. Can cosmic anomalies attack one another? Does any scholar know? Is there any mention of this in our textbooks? No. I consistently score full marks in history. I can assure you that such a situation has never occurred in history. Cosmic anomalies cannot possibly interfere with one another. But it happened. Behold, look at that colossal dragon. Does it not resemble the image of the level 90 raid boss from the tome? Indeed. I had not noticed it until you mentioned it, and not just this dragon. Within Chen Ge's celestial phenomenon, there are several spectral beasts whose silhouettes appear quite familiar, as if they are catalogued within the monster compendium. Quickly observe. Not only is that dragon assaulting Yang Jinyue's celestial manifestation, but from that direction, several bear-like phantoms have also commenced their attack. Over there, those humanoid monstrosities are attacking as well. Goodness, did it just consume it? I believe I saw a phantom of a monster tear apart Yang Jinyue's celestial phenomenon and devour it whole. I witnessed it too. It truly consumed it. And I even saw its jaws moving as if chewing. The playground erupted in uproar, while the conflict between the two celestial phenomena in the sky intensified. To call it a conflict, however, would be a misnomer. It was an overwhelming devastation. The phantoms of the fiends began to violently shred the vibrant light surrounding them, voraciously consuming the radiant hues. On the podium, The school leaders and the heads of noble families were rendered utterly bewildered. This unprecedented spectacle left their minds in disarray. Ultimately, it was Yang Chonghu who first regained his composure. The phantoms attacking were directed at his daughter's celestial manifestation, who knew how this interference might adversely affect her innate talents. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew forth an exaggerated long blade, ablaze with fierce flames. As the Lord of Tianhe City and a level 51 practitioner, he was also a rare bloodfire warrior. He unleashed a skill towards the dragon phantom above, slashing fiercely. Flame-cleaving strike, a blade of fire surged skyward. Yet, in his haste to protect his daughter, Yang Chonghu neglected the fact that celestial phenomena are impervious to any form of attack. The fiery blade, unsurprisingly, passed through the myriad manifestations, dissipating into the air upon reaching its maximum range. Yang Chonghu's strike failed to reach the celestial fiends. However, in the heavens, countless phantoms seemed to sense the attack. The movement of the dragon phantom, which had been tearing through the colorful light, abruptly halted for a moment. Its head lowered slightly, and its lantern-like, gigantic eyes fixated sharply on the ground. The gazes of the other fiendish phantoms followed suit, all turning towards him. In that instant, Yang Chonghu was ensnared by innumerable stares. Feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, he sensed the terrifying pressure and intense murderous intent emanating from those pairs of eyes. In that moment, he felt like a mere ant provoking a deity, one that could easily crush him beneath its heel. The heads of the noble families and the leaders of Tianhe No one shared his trepidation. Every heart raced as they sensed the imminent approach of death. How is this possible? How can this be? Su Weiman trembled violently, stuttering as he spoke. The celestial phenomenon has intertwined with reality? That dragon phantom, those fiendish phantoms, they sense the attack? They are watching the physical realm? This cannot be. The celestial phenomenon is merely a manifestation of powerful talent awakening. How could they possibly possess consciousness? This defies logic. Although Su Weiman, as the principal of Tianhe No. 1, did not match Yang Chonghu's prowess, his theoretical knowledge was unparalleled among those present. Yet, at this moment, he was utterly shocked, feeling as if his long-held worldview had been shattered. Chapter 6. The reverence of all spirits. The myriad phantoms drifting in the sky appeared as if they were truly alive. Su Weiman was certain that the near-death experience he had just encountered was not an illusion. They were warning him. They were instilling fear. They truly possessed autonomous awareness. Fortunately, those phantoms did not launch a genuine attack. Perhaps they were incapable of interfering with reality. Su Weiman's astonishment left the heads of the noble families beside him in a state of shock as well. Though they were not experts in theoretical studies, as practitioners, they possessed some knowledge regarding celestial phenomena. Under Su Weiman's prompt, they too began to grasp the situation, though disbelief was etched upon their faces. After all, the notion that celestial phenomena possessed autonomous consciousness was utterly astonishing. Old Su, do you think it's possible that the celestial phenomenon itself has a collective scene of gazing downward? Indeed, it coincided perfectly with old Yang's attack skill. After all, summoner celestial phenomena are quite rare. We have never witnessed such a scene before. It could have just been a coincidence. Yes. I too believe it to be mere coincidence. After all, old Yang's attack passed through it, reinforcing the likelihood that celestial phenomena cannot interact with reality. This is quite a coincidence indeed. Celestial phenomena. I recall that decades ago, it was concluded by experts in this field that celestial phenomena are merely the light and shadow effects resulting from energy fluctuations during talent awakening. Perhaps our past understanding of celestial phenomena was flawed. In recent years, a new theory has emerged suggesting they could be some form of energy entity. Yet the current situation shows they might possess consciousness? This is preposterous. Wait, look, what are those fiendish phantoms doing? In mere minutes, Yang Jinyue's celestial phenomenon had been utterly obliterated and consumed by the countless monstrous phantoms. At this moment, these fiendish phantoms ceased to regard Yang Chonghu, who had just attacked them, and instead, all their attention converged upon a single point, the location of Chen Ge within the array. All the fiendish phantoms were fixated on Chen Ge himself, who stood amidst the formation. Before anyone could react, all the phantoms in the sky suddenly knelt in unison before Chen Ge. In that instant, it felt as though innumerable subjects were bowing to their sovereign. Countless devotees were prostrating before their deity. And Chen Ge, he was their revered king. He was their worshipped god. After this reverent act, the sky full of fiendish phantoms transformed into streams of miniature light, all soaring towards Chen Ge. The moment these streams touched Chen Ge's body, they vanished, as if merging into him. In the blink of an eye, the streams completely disappeared. The playground of Tianhe No. 1 returned to its previous state of sunshine and tranquility, devoid of clouds. Yet, within the hearts of all who witnessed this scene, a tempest of emotions surged, especially on the podium, the heads of noble families and school leaders. Upon witnessing this spectacle, if the earlier gaze of the phantoms that had intimidated Yang Chonghu might have been dismissed as an illusion, a mere coincidence of the celestial phenomenon, now, no one doubted any longer that Chen Ge's celestial phenomenon truly possessed autonomous consciousness. Chen Ge's celestial phenomenon was alive. No, It was far more than merely alive. A typical celestial phenomenon is merely a light and shadow effect, gradually fading away over time, dissipating into the air. Yet, Chen Ge's celestial phenomenon not only did not dissipate, but returned entirely to his being. This was an unprecedented occurrence in over a century of gaming history. All eyes turned towards Chen Ge within the awakening array, their gazes wide with astonishment. They uttered incomprehensible sounds, yet no words emerged. Beside Chen Ge, Yang Jinhua also gazed intently in his direction, her expression utterly dazed, her mouth unconsciously forming an O shape. She watched helplessly as her own manifestation of the world was violently torn apart and devoured by Chen Ge's. This left an indelible shadow on her tender heart. Chen Ge, he is once again looming over her. Failing the exam was one thing. Even with the awakening of her profession, the manifestations of the world, which should have remained unperturbed, were crushed and completely consumed. Though it did not inflict any substantial harm upon her, it was a profound insult. How unfair. She felt the urge to cry. Tears cascaded down Yang Jinua's beautiful eyes like pearls slipping from a broken string. Why is this happening? It is too much to bear. She had not seen Chen Ge's awakened totem for the summoner profession. At that time, she was too engrossed in her own awakening, focusing solely on her personal attribute panel. Thus, her heart was filled only with grievance. Had she known that Chen Ge had awakened as a pit summoner, her sorrow might have transformed into sympathy instead. On the playground, the once boisterous students fell into a profound silence. The fierce, murderous gazes of the monstrous apparitions had left everyone dumbfounded. Coupled with the shocking scene of the myriad spirits bowing, all had momentarily forgotten about Chen Ge's awakening as a pit summoner. Still reeling from the impact of the recent manifestation, only Chen Ge, standing within the awakening array, remained remarkably composed. He likely had some inkling about his manifestation, probably connected to his second talent, Soul's Rest. Those monstrous phantoms were likely more than mere illusions. They could very well be souls. However, this secret was one Chen Ge would keep to himself. After straightening his school uniform, Chen Ge calmly stepped out of the awakening array. His awakening ceremony was complete. And naturally, he had to make way for the next group of students awaiting their turn. Teacher, it's time to call in the next batch for the awakening ceremony. Chen Ge kindly reminded the teacher in charge of the roll call. After all, he had always maintained the image of a good student. The next group. Zhou Shu, the teacher, who was responsible for the roll call, snapped out of his daze and continued to call names hesitantly. The voice transmitted through the microphone and speaker instantly roused all the dazed individuals on the playground. In an instant, the playground erupted into a clamor once more. The gazes of all turned from stupor to shock as they regarded Chen Ge. Satisfied, Chen Ge nodded and offered an encouraging look to the teacher conducting the roll call. Without me, Tiana No. 1 High School would be in disarray. Sigh. What will happen to this school after my graduation? He lamented. Chapter 7. After completing the awakening ceremony, Chen Ge intended to head straight home. Although he possessed extraordinary dual talents, he currently lacked any combat prowess. To unleash the effects of these two talents, he first needed to learn a summoning-related skill. As for summoning skills, they could be easily purchased at any shop. Considering that the pit summoner profession corresponded to skills priced like cabbages, this was not a matter of concern at all. However, given the exaggerated manifestation that had just occurred during his talent awakening, it was likely that the balding old Su, the principal Su Weiman, would come looking for him to inquire about the situation. Moreover, old Su had always placed great importance on him and cared for him. He undoubtedly held high hopes for Chen Ge's awakened profession, and now, seeing him awaken as a pit summoner, his heart would surely be shattered. Sigh. He would have to console old Su and provide him with some psychological support. Truly, without me, Tiana No. 1 High School would be in disarray. Chen Ge wore a worried expression. A sideways glance revealed a small tail following him. Yang Jinua's delicate face still bore the marks of grievance, her eyes glistening with tears as she followed closely behind, looking conflicted and hesitant to speak. Chen Ge couldn't help but chuckle. This girl resembled a student who, after finishing an exam, wanted to ask about her score but was too afraid to do so. She wanted to know if she had outperformed Chen Ge but dreaded the blow of hearing his score. At this moment, it was evident she was eager to inquire about her awakening profession. It seemed that during her own awakening, she had been so focused on herself that she had not heard the murmurs of the crowd surrounding the playground. Still following? If she keeps this up, she might as well come home with me, Chen Ge said with a light laugh to Yang Jinhua. A faint blush flashed across Yang Jinua's exquisite, fair face. Why you are a summoner? Huh. I awakened as a summoner. This time, you lost. Chen Ge, without any hesitation, chose to directly reveal his awakened profession to Yang Jinhua, hoping to lift her spirits a bit. After all, once his extraordinary dual talents began to manifest their effects, Yang Jinhua would forever remain beneath him, with no chance of rising again. I am truly a good person. This world would surely fall apart without me. Chen Ge waved his hand dismissively. However, Yang Jinhua was instantly struck as if by lightning. She looked at Chen Ge in disbelief, seemingly trying to confirm whether he was teasing her. After all, He had played such tricks before during exam results, claiming he hadn't performed well despite scoring full marks. Faced with Chen Ge's confirming nod, her eyes suddenly filled with panic and fear. She opened her mouth, wanting to reconfirm whether Chen Ge was joking with her. An anxious old Su was already sprinting towards them. Chen Ge, don't head home just yet. Although the summoner profession has significant flaws, the manifestation produced by your talent is incredibly strong. There might be a chance to compensate for some of the shortcomings of the summoner profession. Several specialized teachers from the school are here, along with the heads of several prominent families from Tiana City. They will help me explore a suitable career development direction for you. Chen Ge had been waiting for old Su's arrival. Hearing Su Weiman's words, he felt a surge of gratitude. Perhaps it was the overwhelming strength of his talent's manifestation, but Su Weiman had indeed placed significant importance on him all along. Most importantly, see, old Su even calls me Brother Chen. Without me, Tiana No. 1 High School would truly be in disarray. Chen Ge did not disappoint Su Weiman's earnest efforts and followed him towards the podium. Behind Chen Ge, Yang Jinyue's complexion instantly turned ashen. Upon hearing Su Weiman's words, she finally realized that Chen Ge was not joking with her this time. Despite having awakened a mage profession, which was stronger than Chen Ge's summoner, she felt no joy in finally having surpassed him. Her emotions were unrelated to any competitive spirit. She merely empathized with Chen Ge's current predicament. From being the once gifted student who excelled in every subject to now awakening as the most useless profession, the summoner, how heart-wrenching must it be for him? Yet he had just been smiling and joking with her. Yang Jinyue felt a sharp pang in her chest, a sensation akin to heartbreak. Regaining her senses, she hurriedly chased after the podium. At that moment, among the crowd of onlookers on the playground, the mockery and ridicule regarding Chen Ge's awakening as a summoner resurfaced. The earlier shock from Chen Ge's manifestation had only intensified the dark thoughts within these individuals. This time, Yang Jinyue finally heard it. Her running footsteps abruptly halted as she turned to glare at everyone gathered by the playground, her gaze icy. All of you shut up. Yang Jinyue herself was unsure why she had halted to shout that phrase. She simply felt a sense of relief after her outburst. Turning around, she resumed following the figures of Chen Ge and Su Weiman. Her sudden roar startled the onlooking students into silence. After all, Yang Jinyue was a mage, a legendary elemental sorceress with a unique talent of cosmic significance, and the daughter of the Lord of Tianhe City. No one dared to offend her openly. The resentment that brewed within the crowd was directed solely at Chen Ge, who they cursed silently, though none had the audacity to voice their thoughts. However, Chen Ge himself was completely uninterested in these buzzing insects that merely flitted about. When faced with bothersome flies, one either swats them dead or, if swatting is inconvenient, the best course of action is to ignore them until an opportunity arises to strike. On the podium, Su Weiman introduced Chen Ge to the heads of various prestigious families one by one. Chen Ge responded with polite greetings. The family heads offered no scornful remarks. However, their cold demeanor spoke volumes. Regardless of Chen Ge's formidable talent, he remained a summoner at the end of the day. Over the course of more than a century since the game invasion, there had been a handful of legendary summoners with cosmic talents. Yet all had proven to be utterly inept. Thus, the family heads present had little faith in Chen Ge's future potential. Only Yang Chenghu, the head of the Yang family, cast a glance at his daughter Yang Jinyue, who had just roared in anger. Upon looking at Chen Ge, Yang Chenghu's expression bore hints of suppressed fury, his eyes glinting with an inexplicable danger. Chen Ge, however, remained unfazed, indifferent to their scrutinizing gazes. Chapter 8. One cannot conceal the intent to strike. Chen Ge felt a surge of gratitude towards old Su. Despite knowing that he had awakened as a pit summoner, old Su had not given up on him. He was putting himself on the line to advocate for Chen Ge's chances. Although Chen Ge did not require such opportunities, he appreciated old Su's efforts. Chen Ge, please share your talent and skills with us, Su Weiman urged, rubbing his hands together, clearly anxious. A professional's innate abilities should remain their most guarded secret. Yet, Chen Ge felt no discomfort at Su Weiman's request. He understood that it came from a place of goodwill. In contrast, a dispassionate individual might dismiss a summoner as worthless without a second thought. Nevertheless, while he felt moved, Chen Ge knew that he could not reveal everything about his abilities. At the very least, he could not divulge his second talent. The talent known as Soul's Rest was far too terrifying. Once exposed, it could lead to one of two outcomes, either being pursued and excessively invested in, or being eliminated preemptively. There were no other possibilities. Chen Ge believed that those who would seek to eliminate him would be more numerous while he was still weak. As for his first talent, infinite summoning, if he required the support of these prominent families, he could mention it to elevate his perceived value and secure some investment. Yet, Chen Ge was acutely aware that he needed no resources. All he sought was time, the time necessary for his dual divine talents to manifest their full potential. My talent is infinite summoning, which allows summoning skills to have no cooldown, and the number of summoned entities is limitless. Chen Ge opted to disclose only a portion of his abilities, specifically those that would be easily discovered later, rendering concealment pointless. It was clear that once he engaged in combat, others would notice his summoning skill's lack of cooldown and the unrestricted number of summoned creatures. This revelation was primarily for old Su's benefit, intended to somewhat reassure him. Upon hearing Chen Ge's words, Su Weiman's eyes sparkled, his face flushing with excitement. Yang Jinhue, who had been frowning, suddenly brightened. The heads of the noble families also began to exhibit thoughtful expressions. Are you certain? No cooldown on your skills? Limitless summoning? Is that really the case? Su Weiman grasped Chen Ge's arm, his face alight with enthusiasm. Before Chen Ge could confirm, Su Weiman excitedly began to answer his own questions. Yes. When you awakened, there were cosmic phenomena, and the sky was filled with shadows of various monsters. You have no limits on the number of summoned entities. The greatest limitation for summoners is the cap on the number of creatures they can summon. But that is not an issue for you. Furthermore, the absence of cooldown on your summoning skills resolves the slow progression of summoner abilities. This is magnificent. Truly magnificent. With this, your summoner is practically defying fate. You will not pale in comparison to mages. Su Weiman continuously lavished praise upon Chen Ge, his gaze darting toward the family heads. Chen Ge could easily discern Su Weiman's intentions. The old man was attempting to leverage his own reputation to secure financial backing for Chen Ge, addressing the issue of resource consumption. However, these noble families were not foolish. Even if the summoner's limitations on the number of summoned entities were removed, and their skills had no cooldown, the resource consumption for summoning materials remained insatiable. Summoners were inherently fragile, and the summoned creatures inherited only a fraction of the summoner's attributes, still rendering them ineffective. With those resources, one could easily nurture ordinary mages or warriors, who would effortlessly outclass a summoner. While the heads of the families might offer some minimal support out of respect for Su Weiman, Chen Ge had no interest in it. He saw no need to owe old Su a favor. Old Su, enough. You're exaggerating. It's not as formidable as you claim. The slow casting speed of summoner skills remains an issue. Moreover, while the skills may have no cooldown, the consumption of summoning materials will only become a bottomless pit. And let us not forget the inherent fragility of summoners. Chen Ge bluntly pointed out the summoner's weaknesses. A collective gasp echoed around them. While they had seen ruthless individuals before, they had never encountered someone so brutally honest in exposing their own shortcomings. Su Weiman's expression froze, beads of sweat forming on his balding head. He shot a fierce glare at Chen Ge, the intent to strike concealed in his eyes. All right, so this is how it's going to be? I'm here, sacrificing my dignity to hype you up, and you go and undermine me? Yet, Su Weiman quickly grasped Chen Ge's rationale. If the family heads were to offer any support, it would create a debt of gratitude that would need to be repaid later. Chen Ge, being considerate, was unwilling to let Su Weiman tarnish his reputation in front of others, thus intentionally undermining the situation. Su Weiman felt a warm surge in his heart. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, fine, come with me to the school's resource warehouse. I'll get you some supplies. Wait, old Su. We can't misappropriate public property. The warmth that had flooded Su Weiman's heart vanished instantly. Shut up. I'll reimburse it myself later. Oh, you're paying? Why didn't you say so? In that case, I'll need scrolls for all summoner skills, and 1,000 of each corresponding material. Silence. Don't force me to smack you in front of the entire school. Old Su was a good man, though perhaps not sufficiently shrewd. Chen Ge contemplated. If old Su were truly to strike him at present, it seems I truly cannot resist. I can only awkwardly remain silent. Perhaps I should wait until my abilities are sufficient before returning to assist old Su in adjusting his mindset. In the school warehouse, Su Weiman handed Chen Ge a skill scroll and a bag filled with what resembled dried, greenish mucus, instructing him to take it. This is the beginner summoner skill, Summon Slime. And within this bag, there are 100 pieces of slime fragments. Although the summoner profession has its shortcomings, your talent is far from weak. In fact, it could be deemed quite formidable. There remains a substantial opportunity for you to become a powerful professional. So do not give up. With only half a month until the vocational academy admissions, you must strive to reach level 10. If you find your materials insufficient or require anything else, please inform me. As long as you can conquer the personal breakthrough instance and attain level 10 before the admissions exam, demonstrating your potential, I will swallow my pride and ensure you gain entry into the vocational academy for your studies. This time, Chen Ge did not refuse again. Over the years, he had already accumulated considerable debt to old Su, and what difference would it make to owe a little more? With the summoning scroll in hand, Chen Ge promptly chose to learn the skill. Chapter 9. Summoning Slime. Old Su had returned to the playground to continue presiding over the vocational awakening ceremony. Chen Ge had initially planned to purchase this summoning skill himself, but with old Su gifting it to him, he saved a significant amount of time. Thus, he decided not to rush home. Instead, he resolved to find a place to experiment with the effects of his extraordinary dual talents. Enhancing his abilities as quickly as possible was undoubtedly paramount. After some contemplation, given that all the high school students were gathered at the playground, the small grove on the school grounds would be the most undisturbed location. Soon, he arrived at the grove, which was typically populated by pairs of wild ducks, but now devoid of any. Chen Ge began to examine the skill he had just learned. Summon Slime. Level 0, Proficiency 0. Consumes 1 slime fragment, 10 energy points. Summons 1 slime inheriting all of the summoner's attributes at 10 to assist in battle. With a maximum of 10 slimes existing simultaneously. Skill cooldown, 30 minutes. From the description, it was evident that summoning skills were rather subpar. Not only did casting the skill require a consumption of his own energy, but it also necessitated the corresponding biological fragments of the creature to be summoned. The so-called fragments were indeed remnants of flesh. For instance, the bag old Su had given Chen Ge contained what appeared to be shriveled, greenish slime fragments. Furthermore, these fragments could not be just any piece of body. They had to be the specific portions imbued with energy from the slime's corpse. And not every wild slime would yield them. Ironically, these materials also had uses in alchemy and potion making them rather costly. Just that bag of the lowest grade slime fragments Su had given him was worth nearly half a month's salary. Typically, a summoner, even after leveling up and learning powerful summoning skills, would find themselves financially devastated if the required materials were rare. After spending their fortune to summon a creature, they could easily find it dispatched by an adversary in an instant. To whom could they voice their grievances? There would be no tears left to shed. Currently, Chen Ge found himself unperturbed by such concerns. Raising his hand, he began to inscribe a summoning circle midair, adhering to the skill's requirements. After a full half-minute, he finally completed the summoning array for the slime. The slow casting speed of summoning skills was an unavoidable issue. The summoning array shimmered with radiant light. And in the next moment, a creature, approximately 30 centimeters tall and resembling a blob, emerged from the circle. Plop! It fell unceremoniously to the ground and splattered into a puddle. Did it lose health? What the hell? I just summoned it. It was barely over a meter high, and it lost 2 health points from that fall. Chen Ge was left utterly dumbfounded. A glance revealed the creature's attribute panel appearing before him. Slime, Chen Ge. Level 0, Health 7, Energy 17, Constitution 1, Mental 2, Attack 1, Defense 1. Upon witnessing these disheartening stats, Chen Ge's lips twitched uncontrollably. This was my summoned beast. There is indeed a reason summoners are considered a pitiful profession. Accounting for the deducted 2 health points, its original health was 9. With both attack and defense barely at 1 point, even I, as a fragile summoner, possessed 10 attack points and could squash this creature with a single slap. No. If I stood just a bit higher, it could very well manage to kill itself by falling. When confronted with mages or other combat professions, this creature might merely serve to annoy the enemy. Even Chen Ge, the summoner himself, felt embarrassed. On the ground, the slime's body had reformed into a blob, its round, beady eyes gazing vacantly at Chen Ge. Its gaze was imbued with an air of wisdom. Chen Ge, exasperated, slapped his forehead and gently prodded the slime with his toe. Huh? Did it lose health again? I merely nudged it with my toe. Chen Ge was left stunned. He had only known from textbooks that the summoner profession was a pitfall, but he never imagined it to be this absurdly disadvantageous. Fortunately, I do not expect this creature to assist me in battle. I only need it to perish. Contemplating his soul requiem talent, Chen Ge felt a modicum of relief. Subsequently, he lifted his foot and stomped down on the blob of slime. Squish! It felt akin to stepping on fresh, warm dung. 6. With his impressive 10 attack points, Chen Ge effortlessly obliterated the slime. The creature's body exploded on the spot, and a glimmer of light shot toward Chen Ge's chest, vanishing within. A prompt appeared before him. Slime's soul returns. Gained 1 attack. Chen Ge's eyes brightened instantly. It worked. Killing my own summoned beast still activates Soul Requiem with unlimited summoning. The skill can be cast without cost or cooldown. Summon Slime only requires roughly half a minute of casting time. This implies that I can summon 2 slimes per minute, which totals 120 slimes in an hour. This is still under the condition of the skill being at level 0. Even considering the time it takes to eliminate the slimes, I can at least gain 100 points of attribute bonuses in an hour. I am uncertain, however, how likely the bonuses will enhance my primary attributes, such as Constitution and Mental. Even if the attributes were to misalign, it would not matter greatly. All attributes displayed on the panel, including effects regarding hits, resistances, elemental enhancements, and immunities, will ultimately prove valuable. Moreover, as the professional level increases, these attributes will exert an even greater influence on combat power. The more Chen Ge contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Are the summoned beasts too weak? Is that a problem? No, it is an advantage. The weaker they are, the faster they perish. The quicker I gain attribute bonuses, I need not even lift a finger to kill the slimes. I can simply summon them from a higher vantage point and let them fall to their doom. Should they survive the fall, it matters not. I can have them attack each other, for my summoning quantity is limitless. Slime, please, just act like a person, with a plan in mind. Chen Ge promptly sought a relatively sturdy tree in the grove. It seemed he had indeed chosen the right place. Ignoring the signs of wild ducks battling beneath the tree, Chen Ge swiftly climbed up. Approximately 2 stories high, the incantation for the summoning circle began to take form. With a sudden crack, the second slime fell directly to the ground, vanishing into a box. Slime's soul returned. Gained a food capacity of 1. What? How could there be such an enhancement? Staring at the second prompt, Chen Ge was utterly bewildered. Never mind. It seems I must summon more slimes to their demise in order to acquire the desired legitimate attribute enhancements. With a resolute gaze, Chen Ge continued inscribing the summoning circle with unwavering speed, even attempting to draw it with both hands simultaneously. Chapter 10, Qualification for the Practitioner Academy Entrance Examination. Regrettably, Chen Ge's endeavor of ambidextrous summoning did not come to fruition. Brain, simple. I've got this. Hands, huh? What? What's going on? His left and right hands each had their own intentions, causing the summoning circle to collapse repeatedly. He would need to find time to practice this casting technique properly. However, even without ambidexterity, Chen Ge's summoning speed was not negligible. One by one, slimes dropped as if someone were perched on a tree branch, defecating every half minute. Slime's soul returned. Gained 1 health point. Slime's soul returned. Gained 1 resistance to dizziness. Slime's soul returned. Gained a cooldown reduction of 1 for the summon slime skill. A cooldown for the summon slime skill? Goodness. I completely overlooked the cooldown. You throw this at me? What a waste of my half minute. Slime's soul returned. Obtained Yang Jinue's original flavor panties 1. Slime's soul returned. Gained a physical damage amplification of 1. Oh, it seems some peculiar prompt information has mixed in. Chen Ge quickly glanced at the panel. What the Yang Jinue's original flavor? As a virtuous gentleman, why would you present me with this? This soul return talent can yield such items? Where is it? Where is it? After a thorough search, Chen Ge finally located it in his personal panel storage space. Every practitioner awakens with an approximately 1 cubic meter storage space, which bursts forth with all its contents upon death. At this moment, besides the bag of 100 slime fragments given by Old Sue, there was an additional item. A small, exquisite pair of cartoon-patterned panties adorned with lace. Goodness. If Yang Jinue were to discover this, it would be impossible to explain. With a mere thought, the panties instantly appeared in his hand, and he contemplated discarding them. But then, he reconsidered. Leaving Yang Jinue's belongings in the grove wouldn't be proper. It seems I must find an opportunity to return this item to its rightful owner. With another thought, he returned the panties to the storage space. His demeanor unflustered as he resumed squatting on the tree branch, summoning slimes to their demise. At the same time, on the playground, Yang Jinue was being pulled by Yang Chonghu to a corner of the podium for questioning. Yeah, what is your relationship with that Chen Ge? Huh, Dad? What are you talking about? I have nothing with Chen Ge, nothing at all. Please don't say that. We are merely classmates. His academic performance is exceptional, always scoring full marks across all subjects, consistently ranking first in our school. Principal Su also holds Chen Ge in high regard. Yang Chonghu's expression darkened immediately. I haven't said anything yet. His daughter was already flustered. What was she so anxious about? All right, stop. I understand that you and Chen Ge are classmates. Yang Chonghu hastily interrupted his daughter's explanation, sensing that if she continued, she might rave about Chen Ge's virtues for 3 days and nights without pause. But what the father sought to hear was not this. Interrupting his daughter, Yang Jinue's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet her father's gaze. Ahem. Yeah. I merely wish to remind you that Chen Ge has awakened as a summoner, while you have awakened as the singular legendary profession of elemental god. You are destined for elite institutions like the Imperial City Academy and Hucking Academy, whereas Chen Ge. Yang Chonghu did not continue, but his meaning was abundantly clear. He understood that overly harsh words might provoke rebellion in his daughter, so he merely presented an objective analysis of the pros and cons. Upon hearing her father's words, Yang Jinue's complexion turned ashen. I am just classmates with Chen Ge. His talent is also uniquely legendary, with infinite summoning. He mentioned wanting to attend school in the Imperial City. Yang Jinue's voice momentarily surged with excitement, only to gradually fade into despondency. Yes, the summoner profession. As an academic prodigy, Yang Jinue was well aware that historically, no summoner had ever entered those top-tier institutions. The admission requirements for practitioner academies stipulate that practitioners must reach level 10 within the 2-week period from the awakening ceremony to the national entrance examination. Historically, no summoner has managed to achieve this feat in such a short time. Practitioners must conquer personal breakthrough dungeons to progress from level 9 to 10, from 19 to 20, and from 29 to 30. Each leap from 9 to 10 requires navigating a breakthrough dungeon. In these dungeons, no equipment or items can be utilized, nor can any assistance be rendered by others. Even the effects of potions or talismans used before entering the dungeon are completely dispelled upon entry. Only one's own strength can be relied upon to challenge the dungeon. Only after successfully completing the corresponding breakthrough dungeon can a practitioner's level continue to rise. While there is no limit on the number of attempts in the breakthrough dungeon, the Practitioner Academy's entrance examination is time-restricted. Failing to reach level 10 within 2 weeks is deemed a failure to meet the admission criteria, thus disqualifying one from participating in the entrance examination. Typically, Practitioners who lose their qualification remain ineligible for admission to practitioner academies forever. Yang Jinhua fell silent, even with her confidence in Chen Ge's infinite summoning talent. She harbored no faith that he could conquer the breakthrough dungeon and reach level 10 within the allotted time. Previously, she would even willingly team up with Chen Ge to level up from level 9, but the breakthrough dungeon from 9 to 10 could only be tackled alone. No one could assist him. Otherwise, the grandson of the wealthiest family in the Longxia Empire, who was also a summoner, would not have remained stuck at level 29 for so many years. At that moment, Yang Jinyue's phone rang. Checking her phone, she saw it was a message from her mother. Feeling disheartened, she answered the call lethargically. Hello? Yeah, it's Mom. After your shower last night, did you place your clothes in the laundry basket? I just washed your clothes and noticed that your panties are missing. Did you leave them somewhere else? Or did you wear them again? Huh. Yang Jinyue was utterly taken aback, just as she was concerned about whether Chen Ge would be able to clear the breakthrough dungeon. She exclaimed, Mom, how could I wear them again? I put them in the laundry basket. Please look for them again. All right, then I'll search again. How strange. Where could they have gone? Could they have been stolen? That seems unlikely. After hanging up the phone, Yang Jinyue did not dwell on the matter. Chapter 11. Into the Grove. Beat Chen Ge. Avenge. In the grove, Chen Ge had been squatting on the tree branch for 2 hours. His legs had gone numb. Before him, the virtual panel displayed a long string of prompt messages. Slime's soul returned. Gained a critical hit rate of 1. Slime's soul returned. Gained a summoning creature form of 1. Slime's soul returned. Gained a playful outfit of 1. Slime's soul returned. Gained a constitution of 1. Slime's soul returned. Gained a slime fragment of 1. Slime's soul returned. Gained a hemostatic herb, medicinal material, of 1. Slime's soul returned. Gained cooking oil of 1. The soul return is indeed remarkable. Indeed, one can encounter all manner of phenomena. Chen Ge directly scrutinized his personal attributes. Name, Chen Ge, level, 00, class, soul summoner, health, 122, energy, 189, physique, 11, spirit, 18, attack, 26, defense, 11, talents, infinite summoning, unique. Soul's abode, unique. Skill, summon slime, proficiency level 0, 62. Equipment, none, summoning space, 0, storage space, in a span of 2 hours. He had utilized the summon slime skill 236 times. The few missed attempts were due to his legs cramping from prolonged squatting and a couple of wasted minutes adjusting his position on a tree branch. Not a single slime summoned was stored in his summoning space. All were transformed into enhancements to his attributes. Remarkably, Chen Ge observed that the gaze of the slime he summoned appeared significantly clearer. Its little green eyes conveyed a certain melancholic beauty. Nevertheless, the gains were commendable. His health, energy, physique, spirit, attack, and defense had all seen modest improvements. Furthermore, there were increases in attributes such as resistance to dizziness, accuracy of freezing effects, enhancement of earth elemental damage, and immunity to lightning elemental damage. Even more astonishingly, Chen Ge's storage space had accumulated several pounds of rice, flour, and oil, alongside a few sets of alluring attire that would make anyone blush upon mere sight. Leaping from the tree, Chen Ge landed amidst a thick layer of slime residue that coated the ground beneath, producing a squelching sound with every step, reminiscent of stepping in something unpleasant. The milky white slime was abundant enough to prevent any passerby from misinterpreting the scene as a fierce battle. After all, the volume produced in combat could not possibly match this. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, no junior students would dare to venture here for practical discussions. With a slight tilt of his ear, Chen Ge sighed softly, catching sounds from the playground. It appeared the class awakening ceremony was nearing its conclusion. Next, he needed to summon 100 slimes to appease old Sue. After all, he couldn't return the slime fragments given to him, lest it cause old Sue distress. Chen Ge resumed casting the summon slime skill. Just then, at the edge of the grove, a sneaky figure lurked behind a tree, peering into the thicket. Soon, 2 other similarly stealthy figures joined him. Where's Chen Ge? Are you certain he remains in the woods? Absolutely. I saw him enter. After receiving something from Principal Sue, he headed straight for the grove. I've been keeping watch here and haven't seen him come out. He must still be inside. Huh, that brat Chen Ge is having a rough time. He probably awakened as a summoner and is now sobbing his heart out in the woods. Hey, I suggest we corner Chen Ge in the grove and give him a good thrashing. Do you think Principal Sue will punish us? After all, he holds Chen Ge in high regard. High regard, my foot. My father sits on the school board. That Sue fellow is just a principal. If he dares to punish us, I'll have my dad convene the board to replace him. But remember last time we ambushed Chen Ge? He turned the tables and beat us up. Principal Sue punished us then too, and you promised to have your dad replace him, but that didn't happen. That was in the past. Chen Ge was a top student, essential for the school's reputation. Now, it's different. He awakened as a worthless summoner, with no chance of passing the entrance exam for the vocational academy. Sue won't help him anymore. We're just here to settle the score. If we don't take our revenge for the 3 years he made us feel inferior, we may never get another chance. We're all aspiring vocationalists. and Chen Ge is unlikely to qualify for the vocational academy entrance exam. Wait, what if we can't beat him? He aces every combat class. And last time we couldn't even win 3 against 1. Why are you being such a coward? I just gave you a warrior's heavy strike skill scroll to learn. We're all skilled vocationalists now. A warrior, a martial artist, and a rogue. What is there to fear from a useless summoner like Chen Ge? Exactly. Let us go teach Chen Ge a lesson. Revenge. Revenge. Charge into the grove. Teach Chen Ge a lesson. Revenge. The 3 figures surged forward into the woods, filled with bravado. Meanwhile, within the grove, Chen Ge sensed something amiss, something significant. He had successfully summoned the 100 slimes intended for Old Su, perfectly arranged in a 10 by 10 formation on a clear patch of ground. However, therein lay the problem. Among the 100 slimes, one exhibited an unusual state of mind. The other slimes, with their little green eyes, brimmed with curiosity about the new world and environment, their bodies proudly standing tall. Yet, the one closest to him was an anomaly. Its little green eyes were clouded with a profound sense of despair, its body slumped lifelessly, resembling a true embodiment of defeat. As Chen Ge's gaze met that of the peculiar slime, he felt an overwhelming sense of deep resentment and apathy emanating from its eyes. What on earth was happening? Chen Ge was bewildered. Why did one of the slimes he summoned seem to be malfunctioning? It appeared that a defect of the summoner class was indeed the low intelligence of summoned creatures, rendering them difficult to command in battle. Some summoned entities exhibited a lack of fighting spirit, fearing for their lives. Although summoned creatures could not disobey their summoner's commands, instances of them slacking off in battle had been noted. But this anthropomorphic emotion, what on earth? This slime, could it be? Chen Ge suddenly conceived an outrageous possibility. Chapter 12, The Slime King. Could it be that the slimes I summoned are always the same one? Soulless abode. Could it be that its soul is repeatedly summoned by me, retaining memories from previous summonings? No wonder. No wonder I had previously observed slimes struggling during the summoning process. After that, I never saw them struggle again. At this realization, a chill ran down Chen Ge's spine. That was a cycle of repeated deaths, a total of 236 times. Falling from a height of 5 to 6 meters like a lump of despair, Chen Ge could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. How brutal. Wait, does this mean that the slimes I summon are trainable? Other summoners sacrifice slime fragments in the summoning array, resulting in different slimes each time. Thus, training would be futile. Should one die, the next summoning would yield a different creature. But I am different. I summon using its soul. Once summoned, its soul returns to me upon death and can be repeatedly summoned. Moreover, the next summoning would likely prioritize summoning the slime that had already been within me, potentially in the order of their demise. In an instant, the flicker of guilt that had gripped Chen Ge vanished, replaced by a burgeoning excitement. If my hypothesis holds true, then as my attributes grow stronger, so too will the inherited attributes of the slimes. In addition to the combat experience garnered through training, slimes are not merely destined for demise. They can indeed be utilized in battle. Coupled with my infinite summoning ability, the army of slimes shall sweep everything away. Hiss. Goodness. My slimes are about to defy the heavens. Initially, Chen Ge believed that during his lower levels, he would have to rely on soul resurgence to enhance his attributes, subsequently slaying monsters to level up. He thought that to depend on summoned beasts for combat, he would need to elevate his level and acquire advanced summoning skills. After all, this was the typical progression for other summoners in the early stages. However, it now appears that his planned strategy of infinite cannon fodder might come to fruition sooner than anticipated. You. Yes, you. From now on, your name shall be 236. Chen Ge seized the despondent, listless slime and held it aloft. Its soft, bouncy body quivered in his grasp. You shall be the leader of all my slimes. You will be their king, the Slime King. Go to the summoning space and lead them in combat training. As Chen Ge spoke, he showcased his newly appointed Slime King to all the slimes, before promptly transferring the 100 slimes into the summoning space. This summoning space resembles a unique realm, entirely desolate, specifically designed for summoners to gather their summoned creatures. Within this space, summoned beings are immune to all harm and gradually recover from injuries. Upon being cast into this realm, the slimes were utterly bewildered. Their already limited intellect caused them to collectively explode in confusion. Huh, why has this human summoned us? What the heck? Did he mention something about training for battle? How do we train? We are slimes, not warriors. Wait, look at that slime in the center. It seems the human has declared it our king. Yes, the human has even bestowed upon it the name 236. That sounds like a grand name. We have a king? Then why think? We shall simply obey the king's commands. Indeed, let us heed the king's orders. Command us, O king. Surrounded by adoring slimes, 236 was still in a state of confusion. Its meager intellect struggled to comprehend the intentions of the human who repeatedly summoned and tossed it aside. Training? Combat. In the next moment, 236 experienced an epiphany. So that is what battle entails. Slime brethren, let us train for combat under our king. Meanwhile, Chen Ge continued his summoning fervently. Summon. Relentlessly summon. An infinite influx of slimes. First, I must summon enough slime souls. As long as I possess a sufficient number of slimes, whether I send them to their demise or train them to form an army, it will be inconsequential. Naturally, the immediate priority remains to have them perish, for the foundation of my own strength lies in the feedback from their demise. However, the method of achieving this must be refined. Merely tossing them to their deaths is devoid of meaning. It is preferable to have them perish in batches during combat, thereby accumulating some combat experience. While slimes may not possess much intellect, the more they are slain, the more they will inevitably gain a semblance of battle acumen. Chen Ge continued to inscribe the summoning array, sending each summoned slime into his summoning space. Whether the summoned slimes met their end swiftly or slowly bore no significance to him. As long as they ultimately perished, his attribute enhancement would remain intact. Previously, he had ventured into the woods primarily considering the matter of the slimes' corpses, having decided to summon and stockpile them for later mass demise. There was no longer a need to linger in the woods. It would be just as effective to return home to summon, later. He could venture into the wilderness to seek monsters for them to perish against, conveniently leveling up in the process. As he continued to practice casting spells with both hands, he contemplated the potential of mastering simultaneous casting techniques. If he could achieve this, his summoning speed would double, and the rewards from the slime's demise would also multiply. Thus, Chen Ge remained steadfast in his pursuit of dual-handed casting as he made his way out of the woods. However, just as he was nearing the edge of the grove, he suddenly encountered three familiar figures blocking his path: Jin Yao, Zhang Wenlong, and Zhang Wenhu. They were indeed classmates, but Chen Ge's relationship with them was far from amicable. Jin Yao's father was a member of the school board, while the Zhang brothers were merely Jin Yao's sycophants. Jin Yao had long harbored an infatuation for Yang Jinhua, yet she paid him no mind, instead pursuing Chen Ge in a relentless quest to outperform him academically. This animosity led Jin Yao to frequently ambush Chen Ge, only to be met with retaliation and subsequently reported to the teachers, resulting in both a beating and a reprimand for him. Now, it seemed these three had come to confront him in the woods. Chen Ge raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of amusement dancing upon his features. Chapter 13. Could it be that he truly is a genius? Upon recognizing Chen Ge, the trio also noted his presence. Chen Ge, we meet again. When adversaries cross paths, a hint of venom colored Jin Yao's expression. Yet, Chen Ge remained unfazed, grinning mischievously. What is this? Are you three feeling restless again? Longing for the days when I had you pinned to the ground? If memory serves, it was merely 3 days ago that I last laid you low. Truly, 3 days without a beating leads to a roof being raised, does it not? You. Chen Ge's jab struck a nerve, causing Jin Yao's face to flush crimson. However, he quickly regained his composure. Chen Ge, stop pretending. Do you think you will still receive special treatment from Su Tuho as before? What does it matter how good your grades are? You've awakened as a worthless summoner, haven't you? Just think. If today we three brothers give you a good thrashing, will Su Tuho still come to your aid? Jin Yao declared triumphantly. In that moment, Chen Ge grasped the situation. It appeared Jin Yao had discerned his awakening as a summoner and felt emboldened. Seeing Chen Ge's silence only bolstered Jin Yao's confidence. By the way, I forgot to mention, the three of us have awakened as an assassin, warrior, and martial artist, respectively. I even made a special trip home to learn my first skill and equipped it to Xiaolong and Xiaohu as well. Given your prowess in combat classes, do you truly believe you can best us three who have already acquired skills? Even if you kneel and beg for mercy today, it will be of no use. Jin Yao, declare this. Jin Yao fixed a challenging gaze on Chen Ge, while his two lackeys wore smug grins. Observing their delight, Chen Ge, too, found amusement in the situation. Let us begin to redefine the summoner class, starting with the three of you. Really? I find that hard to believe. The calmness Chen Ge exuded only served to perplex Jin Yao and his cohorts. The three exchanged frantic glances, their confidence wavering. Why is he not afraid of us? Did he not awaken as a worthless summoner? With such assurance, could we possibly be unable to defeat him? What are we afraid of? Let us not forget that we three are now all professional fighters. Moreover, we are practitioners who have already learned a skill. Yao Ge. I perceive something amiss in Chen Ge's gaze. Perhaps we should withdraw for the time being? Indeed, Yao Ge, although we possess skills, we have only just awakened our professions and stand at level 0, rendering our physical attributes and qualities no different from those of a summoner. Damn it. Why are you two so cowardly? At last, Chen Ge could no longer contain himself. What is wrong with the three of you? Were you not here to confront me? How dare you exchange such nauseating glances in my presence? Hey, stop staring at each other, or your eyes might just pop out. If you wish to engage in that sort of behavior, take it home. Otherwise, shall I allow you to traverse through the grove with your insides spilled out? Chen Ge's words instantaneously frightened the three into hastily distancing themselves from one another. Jin Yao's complexion turned a vivid shade of crimson. You, do not speak recklessly. I am not a homosexual. Xiaolong, Xiaohu, follow me. Let us teach him a lesson. With that, Jin Yao charged headlong at Chen Ge. Observing their leader's boldness, his two subordinates, albeit apprehensive about Chen Ge, steeled themselves and followed suit. Yet, As Chen Ge beheld the trio's advance, a smile graced his lips. They came at the perfect moment. In the midst of his words, Chen Ge waved his hand, summoning forth every single slime from the summoning space. A summoner can instantly call upon their summoned beasts, which had been gathered in the summoning space, along with the few slimes he had summoned earlier. Over 100 slimes materialized before Chen Ge. What the hell? Jin Yao, leading the charge, inadvertently stepped on one of the slimes. A notification indicating damage floated above the slime's head. The slime, inheriting Chen Ge's 10 health points, now boasted 13. Moreover, its defensive capabilities had slightly improved. To Jin Yao's astonishment, he did not obliterate the slime with his foot. Instead, he found himself sliding forward, forced into a splits position. Ah, my. The excruciating pain caused Jin Yao to double over, collapsing to the ground while clutching himself in agony. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Ge was momentarily rendered speechless. He had intended to utilize Jin Yao and his companions to test the combat effectiveness of the slime horde. Unexpectedly, Jin Yao's blunder revealed a novel application for the slimes. They could burrow beneath the feet of adversaries, disrupting their movements. A viable combat strategy indeed. At that moment, the slimes, summoned by Chen Ge, emitted a chorus of excited chirps. Among them was number 236, being elevated by several slimes, which allowed it to stand taller than the others. It was elated, for its master had just tasked it with training the slime horde for battle, and now it had been summoned. What did this signify? It indicated that its training had pleased its master. The master had summoned it to assess its training results. All slimes, our master has summoned us once more. It is time to showcase our training achievements. Although we have only trained for a few minutes, we now possess formidable combat prowess to aid our master in vanquishing foes. Does everyone have confidence? Yes. Each and every one of you. Declare your confidence. Yes. 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 In an instant, all the slimes were stirred by 230 SIXS enthusiasm, shouting fervently. Excellent. Every slime shall remember what I, your king, have proclaimed. We are immortal. Our master has granted us eternal life. What we must do is fight as we have been trained. The slimes became even more fervent, writhing and howling with determination. Chen Ge quickly spotted the slime he had named 236, now crowned as the Slime King. At that moment, all traces of despondency had vanished from 236. The entire mass of slimes was filled with fervor, rallying in a manner akin to a passionate defense. Regrettably, Chen Ge could not comprehend the slime's language and was unaware of what 236 was proclaiming to the others. If memory serves, I summoned them into the space merely 5 minutes ago, thought Chen Ge, somewhat baffled. What transpired in such a short span? Could it be due to my designation of it as the Slime King? With purpose, even slimes exhibit zeal. But what accounts for the collective exuberance of all the slimes? Is it possible that it is indeed a prodigy? A natural-born ruler of slimes, fortuitously summoned by me first? And by mere coincidence, it suffered 236 deaths, inadvertently earning the title of Slime King? Chapter 14. The slimes I summoned seemed to have gained intelligence. Chen Ge was utterly bewildered by the display of enthusiasm from the slimes he had summoned. Jin Yao, having regained his composure, was struck with disbelief upon discerning the multitude of slimes before him. How could there be so many slimes? In the next moment, a realization dawned on him. He looked up at Chen Ge, incredulity etched on his face. You summoned these? This is impossible. Behind Jin Yao, his companions Zhang Wenlong and Zhang Wenhu rushed over to assist their fallen leader, their expressions mirroring his astonishment at the sight of the over 100 slimes. Chen Ge had already mastered the summoner's level 0 skill, summoning slimes? Incredible. How could his skill be so potent? Summoning over 100 slimes at once? This defies logic. With a slap to the back of his companion's head, Jin Yao, suppressing the pain from his earlier injury, exclaimed, Summon what? You should have been studying diligently instead of slumming it with me and making me look foolish. He had not even cast the summoning array. These slimes were released from the summoning space. Huh, released from the summoning space? Yao Ge, I recall that a summoner's level 0 summoning space can only accommodate a single summon creature, right? How does Chen Ge possess so many? Jin Yao's expression froze. You ask me? How would I know? It must be his innate talent. It has to be the effect of that talent skill that caused a disturbance in the heavens and earth. Yao Ge, should we still confront him? He possesses so many slimes. Shall we retreat? Seeing his companions falter once more, Jin Yao's frustration boiled over. Here we go again. Each time we confront Chen Ge, it is always his two subordinates' cowardice that leads to his victory over us. Silence. Why flee? Let us attack him, even if he has a plethora of slimes. They are still worthless. Slimes lack offensive capabilities, and Chen Ge remains a fragile summoner. We can simply rush in and deal with him directly. Upon overhearing the trio's banter, Chen Ge could only shake his head in disbelief. After 3 years of taking a beating, they still hadn't learned a thing. Very well. I shall reluctantly teach you another lesson before graduation, to impart some wisdom upon you. The trio rekindled their resolve to confront Chen Ge once more. Meanwhile, the slimes, inspired by 230 SIXS impassioned speech, were already brimming with enthusiasm. With a fervent cacophony of chirps, 236 charged toward Jin Yao, who had just been assisted to his feet by his companions. Its sizable form bounced with vigor. Finally, 236 reached Jin Yao, and before he could comprehend the slime's intentions, 236 leapt into the air and landed squarely upon Jin Yao's head. This was the essence of combat it had gleaned from experiencing 236 deaths. The master had trained it 236 times for a reason. Regrettably, there is no time to ascend the tree and leap down, for it would undoubtedly yield a more impressive effect. A hint of regret flickered within 236's heart. Slowly, it drifted forth from the crown of Jin Yao's head. With exuberance, 236 shouted to all its subjects, "Behold, my fellow slimes. I shall perform but once. This is the magnificent combat technique imparted to me by my great master. A technique I have practiced relentlessly with my very life a total of 236 times. Now, replicate my demonstration. Pay heed to your posture and angle. Ensure your rear is aimed at the enemy's head. Fear not death. Our master has bestowed upon us the gift of immortality." Before 236 could finish its proclamation, a fist had already crashed into its rear, emerging from its head, utterly obliterating its form. Viscous fluids splattered in all directions. In the aftermath of its rupture, it slowly drifted away, marking a swift demise, revealing a furious Jin Yao, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression dark as night. He was affronted, having suffered a mere point of damage from a slime perched upon his face. Jin Yao's composure shattered completely. "Chen Ge, how dare you humiliate me? I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. You will beg for mercy beneath my might." Jin Yao's face was a mask of rage. He believed this was a deliberate affront from Chen Ge, while other summoners' slimes were merely blobs of gelatinous matter. Obediently obeying orders to slowly waddle and bump against the enemy's ankles, Chen Ge's slime was an oddity, audaciously leaping to deliver a blow with its rear. Who would believe this was not a calculated maneuver by Chen Ge, intentionally summoning a slime to leap onto his own face, a creature resembling a mere blob, was the utmost humiliation. Chen Ge himself was taken aback. My slime possesses such a skill? This was not mentioned in the textbooks. Is this an offensive ability or a taunting one? Its damage is merely 1 point, yet it does not incur the effect of a taunt. Just as 236 was obliterated by Jin Yao's fist, all the slimes present fell eerily silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Countless beady green eyes turned to Chen Ge, as if anticipating something. This left Chen Ge utterly perplexed. What is happening? What are you all waiting for? He realized he could not comprehend the behavior of the slimes he had summoned. For years, he had learned that slimes possessed an intelligence inferior even to that of insects. All of it had been a lie. The slimes he summoned seemed to have developed some semblance of intellect, although it felt as though this intellect was somewhat misdirected. Never mind. I cannot fathom what these blobs are thinking. I shall summon your king to lead you. Chen Ge promptly initiated the summon slime skill, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The soul of the slime summoned would undoubtedly be 236. The trio of Jin Yao finally regained their wits, witnessing Chen Ge employing the summoning skill. Attack. Annihilate those slimes. The cooldown for the summoning skill is half an hour. If we eradicate his slimes, he will be rendered powerless, and we can easily subdue this fragile summoner. While Jin Yao spoke, he attempted to advance and eliminate the slimes. However, as he took a step, he felt a sudden pang of pain return, causing him to clutch his legs in distress. "Ah, ouch. Xiaolong, Xiaohu, you two go first. Eliminate his slimes while I recover." The brothers Zhang Wenlong and Zhang Wenhui exchanged anxious glances at their leader's predicament, but reluctantly released Jin Yao to prepare for battle. In that brief moment, Chen Ge had inscribed the summoning array. A slime leaped forth from the array, its face resembling that of a blob, evoking an illusion of complete control. Chapter 15. Minimal damage. Maximum insult. 236 emerged from the summoning array as if returning triumphant, exuding an uncanny aura of authority. Upon its arrival, it immediately bellowed, "My beloved subjects, the master has granted me resurrection. I have returned." In that instant, all the slimes erupted into frenzied chaos, emitting sharp cries. Giggling. Their enormous, writhing bodies resembled blobs in an ecstatic display. The king did not deceive us. We are immortal. Our master has granted us eternal life. Our souls are indestructible. Long live the slime race. Long live our king. Long live our master. Under 230SAXS leadership, the slimes issued a synchronized, piercing chorus, casting fervent gazes toward Chen Ge. The scene in the small grove turned bizarre. Although Chen Ge could not comprehend the words of these blob-like slimes, he could sense their peculiar admiration for him through their eyes. Nevertheless, the enthusiasm for battle emanating from his summoned beings was ultimately a positive sign. Chen Ge, unconcerned about delving deeper into their sentiments, simply commanded all slimes to attack Jin Yao and his companions. The sudden fervor of the slimes, spurred by 236's resurrection, startled Jin Yao and his companions. As all the slimes abruptly turned their gaze toward the trio, their hearts raced and their legs felt weak. "No, Yao Yao. I'm a bit frightened. I'm I need to urinate. Jin Yao gulped audibly, panic rising within him as he faced the onslaught of numerous slimes. The humiliation from moments earlier, when a slime had ridden his face, was still fresh in his memory. The prospect of being overwhelmed by hundreds of slimes was terrifying. Chen Ge. He summoned his courage to shout at Chen Ge. I suddenly remembered I have pressing matters to attend to. My mother requested that I return home promptly after the awakening ceremony for dinner. I shall let you off this time. Before Jin Yao could finish his blustery proclamation, the horde of slimes commenced their wild leaping. Behind them, Chen Ge smirked coldly. Now you wish to return home for dinner? Too late. Now that you're here, I cannot let you leave without a proper welcome. As Chen Ge's words fell, the slimes leaped high, aiming their rear ends at Jin Yao and his companions' heads. The small grove erupted into chaos, filled with the cacophony of slimes' various cries. The blobs descended upon Jin Yao and his companions. Don't come any closer. Quick, use your skills. Eliminate the slimes. There are too many. I can't take it anymore. They're in my mouth. Yuck. The trio found themselves in a comically dire situation, besieged by slimes. Though some slimes were obliterated by Jin Yao and his companions, as slimes were truly weak, the trio could easily dispatch them with minimal effort. With each slime that perished, the feedback from Soul's return delighted Chen Ge immensely. Slime's soul returned. Obtained taunt effect hit 1, Slime's soul returned. Obtained slime fragment 1, Slime's soul returned. Obtained sponge-like blood flow speed 1, Slime's soul returned. This is indeed the correct way to unlock the 2 divine level talents, infinite summoning and soul's rest. On ordinary days, one should summon a plethora of slimes to stockpile, then send them to their demise in bulk. Chen Ge was immensely pleased with this outcome. As the slimes perished, he continuously summoned more. The newly summoned slimes bore a different gaze, one that was even more fervent than before. They leapt into the fray with reckless abandon, displaying an audacity that was almost alarming. Chen Ge was taken aback by this display. He was uncertain of the strength of his slimes. Yet one thing was clear. His summoned slime skill, influenced by the soul's rest talent, had long transcended the abilities of other summoners. The slimes he summoned had transformed into wild stallions, charging forth in bizarre directions, even as he learned other summoning skills in the future. Unpredictable and absurd changes would undoubtedly ensue. The slime's frontal assaults posed minimal threat to Jin Yao and his companions, as they were merely met with the damage indicator of 111 hovering above their heads. Yet, while the damage was negligible, the humiliation was palpable. Gradually, they lost their ability to resist, becoming increasingly submerged beneath the onslaught of slimes. Their cries of despair faded into silence. Chen Ge hastily called off the slimes that had mounted them. If he did not intervene, they might truly be smothered to death. This was Tianhe City. After all, such a scene could not lead to fatalities, lest the Enforcement Bureau come knocking. Following the game's invasion, certain regions around the globe became designated as safe zones, where monsters would no longer respawn. Humanity gradually relinquished the city areas overtaken by monsters, opting instead to establish new settlements within these safe havens. Thus, human societal order was re-established, with the Enforcement Bureau serving as a crucial organization for maintaining order in human cities. Chen Ge currently lacked the strength to confront the professionals of the Enforcement Bureau directly. As the swarm of slimes dispersed, Jin Yao and his companions appeared thoroughly disheveled. Their clothing in tatters and adorned with glistening strands of milky slime, remnants of the slime's exploded forms. As they realized the slimes had finally ceased, they collectively exhaled in relief, having thought they were about to be crushed under the slime's weight. Their health bars had nearly run dry. After awakening as professionals, they had each approximately 100 health points. Yet the relentless assaults had reduced Jin Yao to single digits. The thought of such a demise was utterly unacceptable to them. How humiliating. Chen Ge approached from behind the swarm of slimes, inquiring, "So, how do you find my hospitality today?" The three were immediately gripped by terror. Compared to the past 3 years of high school where they had repeatedly cornered Chen Ge only to be soundly defeated, the psychological trauma inflicted today had shattered their morale. It was likely that for the rest of their lives, the mere sight of Chen Ge or slimes would evoke memories of the events that transpired in the grove today. Which respectable person carries such things around? Chen Ge remarked, noticing their silence. It seems I have not provided satisfactory entertainment for my 3 brothers. Observing their lack of response, he feigned difficulty, as if contemplating summoning the slimes once more, which sent them into a panic. They shook their heads vigorously, disregarding their recent physical torment as they helped each other to their feet, repeatedly apologizing to Chen Ge. No, we're satisfied. We were wrong. We know our mistakes. Please, Chen Ge, spare us. Chen Ge displayed a conflicted expression. So easily letting you go? Wouldn't that imply I'm too lenient? What if others follow your example and harass me as well? I would be utterly exasperated if you come at me again. Should I simply spend my days beating you up instead of living a normal life? The trio was momentarily taken aback. How could this possibly mean that he would beat them daily? They dared not voice their thoughts. No, that won't happen. We absolutely will not trouble you again. Jin Yao insisted. We swear before you, if we bother you again, we will be dogs. Jin Yao, swear that if I ever provoke you again, I shall not be human. While Jin Yao swore this, he secretly vowed to exact revenge for the humiliation he had suffered today. He resolved that if the opportunity arose, he would surely return the favor by splattering Chen Ge with slimes. After all, as a summoner, his prospects were bleak. Despite Chen Ge's formidable talent and his ability to summon vast numbers of slimes, he was merely a foster child without the financial means to support his summoning profession. In contrast, Jin Yao, an assassin with a father who was one of the board members at Tiana No. 1 High School, had ample resources for training, making it only a matter of time before he surpassed Chen Ge. When that day came, who would still care for the vows made today? However, Chen Ge merely shook his head lightly, his gaze deep and penetrating, as if he could see through Jin Yao's thoughts. That intense stare sent shivers down their spines. Jin Yao, feeling the pressure, hurriedly sought to defuse the situation. Chen Ge, tell us, what must we do for you to let us go? We will comply. Yet Chen Ge did not rush to respond. Instead, he surveyed the trio, his eyes darting back and forth before a playful smile crept across his face. Your verbal assurances are nothing but empty promises. I wouldn't trust a single word of them. I require something tangible. Here's what we'll do. I'll make it easy for you. Just change into these outfits, and I'll snap a few photos, and then you can leave. As he spoke, Chen Ge waved his hand, causing the surrounding slimes to retreat a distance, encircling the trio within a designated area. Then, with another wave, a neatly arranged set of 3 provocative outfits appeared before them. Come now, you 3, obediently change into these clothes so I can take some pictures. And then I will let you go. This is a reward from Soul's Rest. Chen Ge found it perplexing that, despite being an upstanding individual, the rewards from the Soul's Return were nothing but provocative items like original underwear from Yang Jinhua and enticing outfits. But it was not his concern. Perhaps the slime souls were at fault. Indeed, such items were a waste if left unused. And now they could serve as a fitting opportunity for Jin Yao and his companions. Upon realizing what Chen Ge had produced, the trio's faces flushed crimson. Chen Ge, this is too much. I won't wear that. Just continue beating us. Absolutely not. I will never wear such clothing for you to take pictures. You can forget it. I'd rather die here, crushed by your slimes, than wear that for even a second. I want to even touch it. Among them, Jin Yao was the most agitated. In his fervor, a large question mark emerged in his mind. Wait, which respectable person carries this around? Furthermore, didn't we just awaken as professionals? Why can you pull 3 sets of outfits out of your storage space? Do you carry them around with you all the time? And not more, not less. Exactly 3 sets? For 3 people? There are exactly 3 of us. And for the past 3 years we've always been the ones blocking your path. Every time we tried, you just pinned us to the ground and crushed us without effort. Damn, in no way were these prepared for us. Has Chen Ge been eyeing us for a long time? And we even came to him ourselves that's like walking straight into a tigeress den. The more they thought about it, the paler the 3 of them became. Right, that must be it. For the entire 3 years of high school, Yang Jinhua had been clinging to Chen Ge every day. Anyone could tell she liked him, yet Chen Ge never confessed to her. So why was that? Could it be Jin Yao and the other 2 completely panicked? The expressions on their faces became even more terrified than when a slime had been sitting on their faces earlier. They desperately shifted from lying face down to lying on their backs, guarding their rear like their lives depended on it. Chen Ge, calm down. What are you trying to do? I'm telling you, this isn't right. Chen Ge, don't act rashly. Don't. I'm not that kind of person. Chen Ge, you'll never have me. Never. Hearing their sudden terrified nonsense, Chen Ge was stunned for a moment. Then he realized what they were thinking. Black lines instantly appeared across his forehead. What the hell are these idiots talking about? You're not that kind of person, and I am. I'd rather go after Yang Jinhua. Why would I want you guys? Take a look in the mirror first. Chen Ge's face darkened as he glared at them. Shut up, all of you. I have 0 interest in you. Do what I said. If anyone says one more word, I'll break all 3 of his legs. Chen Ge shouted, and the slimes around him roared at Jin Yao and the others as well. The 3 were so frightened they didn't dare speak again. Now, change into the outfits. I'll take some photos. After that, I'm leaving. After confirming that Chen Ge really didn't seem interested in them, they finally picked up the outfits and slowly began changing. With Chen Ge's threat of breaking their legs hanging over them, they no longer dared refuse. For some reason, though, while putting them on, the 3 of them felt a strange little excitement deep inside. Chapter 17, Need to speed up the slime's suicide efficiency. Hey, don't cover your faces. Show them. Yes. Zhang Wenlong, stretch your hand forward a bit and put it around Jin Yao's waist. Zhang Wenhu, stand behind Jin Yao. Hold it. That pose is perfect. Zhang Wenhu, push your waist forward a bit. Professional. You even know to sit on Jin Yao. Damn. Jin Yao. Are you seriously getting excited? From the grove came all sorts of strange noises. Finally, Chen Ge finished taking photos and recording videos of the 3 of them. The beastly outburst they feared never happened. Instead, Jin Yao seemed to be the one showing signs of losing control. Chen Ge carefully checked the photos he had taken. Every picture clearly showed the 3 of them, their faces visible and their awkward poses exactly as instructed. Only then did he put his phone away in satisfaction. Not bad. Since you cooperated so well, I'll let today's ambush slide. Chen Ge waved his hand generously. Heh, I really am a good person. He recalled the slimes guarding the area back into his summoning space and left the grove without looking back. On the way out, he also picked up the clothes the three had taken off earlier. I gave you clothes. You give me clothes. Seems fair, right? Inside the grove, Jin Yao, Zhang Wenlong, and Zhang Wenhu were still tangled together in awkward poses, staring at each other. Brother Yao, your finger is poking me, let go. Hurry up and let go. Brother Yao, don't push my head. It's going into my mouth. MMPH. Hiss. Your teeth bit me. Don't bite so hard, damn it. After a long while, the three finally untangled themselves, but they were dressed extremely lightly. Each of them covered their vital parts with their hands and hurriedly searched for the clothes they had taken off. Where are my clothes? Where are the ones I changed out of? Brother Yao, I think Chen Ge took them. I saw him pick them up when he left. Damn it, Chen Ge. That is too much. You saw him take them and didn't he stop him? I didn't he dare from that day on. The three developed the good habit of always keeping spare clothes in their storage spaces. Although the Zhang brothers prepared normal clothes, Jin Yao prepared something else. Outside the grove, Chen Ge happened to run into a teacher passing nearby. Being a caring student, he immediately spoke up. Teacher, I just saw 3 students inside the grove. They're barely wearing anything. I'm worried they might catch a cold. You should go check. 3 people? The teacher looked shocked. The morals of society are declining. In broad daylight, 3 students in the woods together? If this gets out, Tiana No. 1 High School will lose all face. The teacher immediately rushed toward the grove. Watching the teacher's back disappear into the trees, Chen Ge casually took the clothes from his storage space and tossed them by the roadside. Soon, a furious shout came from inside the grove. What are you doing? Which class are you from? What on earth are you wearing? And all 3 of you are boys. Trying to run? I'm a level 29 archer. If I let you escape today, I'll quit being a teacher. Judging from the increasingly shocked tone of his voice, the scene he witnessed must have been extremely stimulating. Chen Ge was also a bit surprised. They didn't take the outfits off? Even running naked would be better than wearing those. Could it be they didn't want to take them off? Had they developed some strange new preferences? Yikes, better stay away from them in the future. Chen Ge nodded to himself, convinced of his guess, then left the school with a smile of someone who had done a good deed anonymously. This time, the gains were quite good. During the fight with Jin Yao and the others, more than 30 slimes had died. That meant more than 30 soul feedback bonuses. About half of them were attribute boosts. The slimes that died had already been resummoned while Chen Ge was taking photos and drawing summoning circles. Now his status panel looked like this. Name, Chen Ge level, 0 class, Soul Summoner HP, 124 energy, 189 constitution, 11 spirit, 18 attack, 29 defense, 12 talent. Infinite summoning, unique, Soul Sanctuary, unique, skill, summon slime, proficiency, LV. 079, equipment, none summoning space, 126 slime. Chen Ge, level, 0 HP, 15 energy, 19 constitution, 2 spirit, 2 attack, 3 defense, 2. Even the slime stats had improved slightly. Still trash. Completely trash. But improvement meant hope. And the slimes seemed to be growing brains. They now knew how to fight as a group and charge fearlessly. With more than 100 slimes charging together, even the mandatory 1-point damage could pile up enough to kill any opponent of the same level. If he kept summoning more as the number of slimes reached a staggering 1,000, and then 10,000, with my attributes unbound by levels and capable of infinite growth, the slimes would dynamically inherit a portion of my attributes. If my attributes were to grow to 10 times that of other practitioners of the same level, each of my slimes would be equivalent to a practitioner of equal rank. The mere thought sends a shiver down my spine. Chen Ge felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation for his future. I must hasten the efficiency of my slimes and their demise. Tonight, I shall forego sleep and summon slimes throughout the night. Tomorrow, I shall venture forth from the city to grind monsters and, in the process, allow my slimes to perish. The practitioner entrance examination in half a month? Qualification for admission to the vocational academy? Merely reaching level 10. Is that truly challenging? It is utterly devoid of difficulty. Moreover, those vocational academies, even the esteemed Hucking Academy of the Longxia Empire, offer little assistance in enhancing my strength. With a divine dual talent in my possession, all I require is time to achieve comprehensive improvement in my abilities. Were it not for the fact that many dungeons and secret realms are monopolized by those vocational academies, and my obligation to assist my grandmother in locating that foolish Lin Yu, I would scoff at the idea of participating in the practitioner entrance examination in half a month. Reflecting on my grandmother and that foolish Lin Yu, Chen Ge's expression softened instantly. Although I am a transmigrator, I arrived in this world as an abandoned infant left by the roadside. At that time, the biting cold almost made me the first transmigrator in history to freeze to death after my arrival. Fortunately, my grandmother found me, granting me a second chance at life. Subsequently, she raised me. Lin Yu is also one of the children adopted by my grandmother. Chapter 18. From now on, I shall be the one to support this household. My grandmother has adopted 3 children in total. In this era of monstrous invasions, the number of orphans left behind after practitioners face unforeseen circumstances is alarmingly high. Among the 3 children, I am the eldest, sharing my grandmother's surname, Chen. The other 2, both girls, are younger than me, 1 year younger, named Lin Yuyu, who was also rescued by my grandmother. When she was found, she possessed a jade pendant engraved with the character Lin, prompting my grandmother to name her Lin Yuyu. Last year, at the age of 16, Lin Yuyu awakened as a practitioner and was subsequently admitted to Hucking Academy through special recruitment. However, just 2 months after she left for Hucking Academy, we suddenly lost contact with her. Yet, each response from the academy reassured my grandmother that Lin Yuyu was doing well and was engaged in a special mission, making it inconvenient for her to contact home. Given Lin Yuyu's gentle nature and her deep filial piety towards my grandmother, it was inconceivable that she would sever communication under such circumstances. I too believe that Lin Yuyu would not act in such a manner. Furthermore, what sort of special mission would require a student to be engaged for nearly a year without conclusion? There must be some hidden truth behind this. I silently vowed that once I became a practitioner, I would uncover the reasons behind her disappearance for the sake of my grandmother, who raised me with such love. The other girl, 3 years my junior, is named Tang Qianqian. Interestingly, Tang Qianqian was found by me at my grandmother's doorstep, having been deliberately abandoned there, accompanied by a letter expressing intent and a sum of money. My grandmother, with her kind heart, took her in. Lost in thought, I realized I had returned home. Located at the base of the city wall in Tiana City, this area is the most impoverished, akin to a refugee camp. Our home is a modest earthen structure, measuring no more than 5 meters in length and width, consisting of a single floor. This is my grandmother's dwelling. Over the past 18 years, I have often contemplated using my knowledge as a transmigrator to improve my grandmother's life. However, this world is plagued by monster invasions, where all adults are practitioners engaged in various professions, from the officials of the city lord's office to those sweeping the streets, farming, or engaging in labor. All are practitioners of their respective trades. As a minor who has yet to become a practitioner, I find myself utterly powerless in this world. For 18 years, I have been compelled to study diligently, absorbing all knowledge related to practitioners and monsters, eagerly awaiting the awakening ceremony. Upon pushing open the door, a vibrant figure immediately leaped towards me, her limbs skillfully wrapping around my body. Brother, you're back. How is it? What profession did you awaken to? Are you strong? Can you earn money? Is it easy to find a job? Will you be able to find a wife? Can you afford the bride price? I chuckled helplessly, catching the girl as she threatened to tumble down. The familiar scent of her youth filled the air, and I felt the undeniable presence of her developing form against my chest. Qianqian, you're already 15. Stop jumping on me. At my words, Tang Qianqian pouted, her face a picture of grievance. So what? You're my brother. Are you saying I've gained weight? You weren't like this before. Chen Ge, you've changed. You don't like your adorable sister anymore. If you dare to complain about me today, you'll kick me out tomorrow. Grandma, Chen Ge is complaining about me. Hurry. Scold him. Little Ge is back. Qianqian, stop pestering your brother. Come eat. My grandmother, accustomed to the bickering between the siblings, brought the prepared dishes to the table, her face radiating warmth as she watched us. I, with a resigned expression, grasped Tang Qianqian's shoulders and gently peeled her off me, tossing her onto the ground with a soft thud. Unperturbed, she happily got up and took her seat at the dining table. The meal consisted of 2 simple home-cooked dishes, with a little extra meat today to celebrate my awakening ceremony. As we sat down to eat, Tang Qianqian chattered incessantly. This morning, I saw a rare celestial phenomenon. Moreover, 2 types of phenomena overlapped. It was so spectacular. Did our school produce 2 legendary practitioners this year? What are their professions? Are they impressive? Do you know anyone who awakened to a legendary profession? Can you get me an autograph? Once they become famous, I can sell it for a fortune. Tang Qianqian is also a student at Tiana No. 1 Middle School, currently in her 3rd year of junior high. Every year on this day, the high school seniors undergo their awakening ceremony, and the school grants a day off to the junior high students to prevent any unforeseen incidents. It is evident that the celestial phenomenon triggered by me and Yang Jinwei this morning was visible even on the outskirts of Tiana City. Such phenomena are exceedingly rare, and it is likely that the entire city is abuzz with discussions about it today. Observing this money-minded chatterbox, I cleared my throat. Want an autograph? Go fetch some paper and a pen. I'll sign for you. How many do you want? Humph. Your signature isn't worth anything. You're not a legendary practitioner. Are you? Don't tell me you. As I spoke, Tang Qianqian suddenly froze, her expression transforming into a blend of shock, disbelief, and a myriad of complex emotions. I calmly picked up a piece of food and nodded to confirm her suspicions. Indeed, I am one of them. My grandmother, equally astonished, set down her bowl and chopsticks, her aged face reflecting sheer surprise. Tang Qianqian, forgetting her meal, dashed towards the corner where I kept my old books and notebooks. No way. I must cut out every name you've ever written. Once you become famous and rank among the practitioners, these signatures will fetch a great price. We could purchase a spacious house in the city, allowing our dear mother-in-law to forego her daily toil for meager earnings. Ha ha. We are destined for prosperity. Chen Ge immediately rolled his eyes in irritation. Tang Qianqian, your vision is rather limited. Is this all you aspire to? Your brother is already a legendary professional. Do I truly need to earn a paltry sum from selling autographs? Our mother-in-law will no longer need to work for a living starting tomorrow, and soon enough. That grand house in the city will be ours. Think bigger. From now on, it is I who shall support this family. Upon hearing this, Tang Qianqian's excitement soared. She dashed forward to embrace Chen Ge's neck, showering his face with fervent kisses. Hey, you've splattered saliva all over my face. What the heck? You still have food in your mouth and are smearing it on my face. Tang Qianqian, have you become quite mischievous? Chen Ge had no choice but to gently pry the girl off him. As the initial excitement subsided, a trace of worry crept onto both their faces. Chen Ge understood that they were likely thinking of Lin Yuyu. After awakening her legendary profession, Lin Yuyu was expedited to the prestigious Hucking Academy, only to subsequently vanish without a trace. Chapter 19. An all-night summoning of slimes. Chen Ge, you aren't akin to that ungrateful Lin Yuyu, are you? Before Tang Qianqian could finish her sentence, their mother-in-law interjected with a gentle reprimand. Qianqian, your sister Yuyu must have her own reasons. The faculty at the academy mentioned she is on a special mission and cannot contact her family. You must not speak ill of your sister. A flicker of stubbornness crossed their mother-in-law's aged face. She knew the personalities of the 3 children she had raised all too well. She could not believe that Lin Yuyu, whom she had nurtured since childhood, would turn out to be ungrateful. Tang Qianqian dared not contradict her mother-in-law, only muttering softly in protest. Humph, she isn't even my sister. She hasn't contacted us in a year. I see her soaring to new heights and looking down on us. I do not consider her my sister at all. Qianqian. Chen Ge reached out to pat Tang Qianqian's head, eliciting a disdainful look from the girl. Brother will find Yuyu and ensure she comes to explain herself. Moreover, mother, Yuyu and you will always be my family. This fact will never change, no matter the circumstances. Tang Qianqian's mood finally brightened a bit. In Chen Ge's eyes, Tang Qianqian was merely a prideful little girl, severely lacking in self-assurance. Her emotions were fleeting, easily swayed by a simple promise that could uplift her spirits for quite some time. The 3 resumed their meal, tacitly avoiding any further discussion of Lin Yuyu. Tang Qianqian reverted to her usual chatter about money. Brother, have you truly awakened your legendary profession? Why hasn't the bald old Su come to our home? He used to visit every time you topped the exams, bringing you scholarship awards. You should summon bald old Su to our doorstep tomorrow and show those judgmental gossips next door that they ought to think twice before speaking ill of our family. Brother, your legendary profession must be impressive, right? Can you solo dungeons? I heard those gold farming teams earn a fortune from dungeon runs. While I have awakened a legendary talent, my profession is that of a summoner. Chen Ge's quiet declaration abruptly interrupted Tang Qianqian's enthusiastic daydreaming. What? Both their mother-in-law and Tang Qianqian were taken aback. Upon hearing Chen Ge's profession, they both instinctively sighed in relief. Compared to the perilous nature of combat-oriented professions, awakening as a summoner was undeniably safer. Tang Qianqian became even more exuberant. Being a summoner is just fine. Brother, why not become a star instead? It's safer than diving into dungeons, and you could earn more. Plus, you're quite handsome. Several girls in our class fancy you. As a legendary professional star, you'd surely attract a legion of naive admirers, allowing me to manage your career and profit from your used items. Even without a response, Tang Qianqian could carry on a conversation effortlessly, her words flowing without a hint of awkward silence. However, her focus on earning money to improve their lives and alleviate their mother-in-law's burdens remained a predominant theme. After dinner, with Tang Qianqian needing to attend school the next day, the family retired early. After several attempts to dissuade Tang Qianqian from snuggling into his blankets, who even feigned innocence, Chen Ge thought to himself that the girl was increasingly unruly. Once they were all asleep, he quietly rose and ventured outside. His plan to summon slimes throughout the night had been meticulously prepared, to avoid disturbing their mother-in-law and Tang Qianqian. He had to wait until they were sound asleep before stepping out to summon. Checking the time, it was still not even 8 o'clock in the evening. There were 10 hours until dawn and the city gates opened. Chen Ge intended to take the slimes he summoned overnight and venture out to face demise as soon as the gates opened at 6 in the morning. With a 10-hour night, subtracting time for restroom breaks and rest, he estimated he could summon slimes for about 9 hours. That equated to 540 minutes. If he could summon 2 slimes per minute, he could potentially summon approximately 1,080 slimes overnight. Adding to the over 100 slimes already in his summoning space would yield an impressive total, potentially doubling his attributes. Considering that his summon slime skill had reached a proficiency of 79, it was on the verge of leveling up. After approximately half an hour, or at most 40 minutes, his summon slime skill would reach level 1. At that level, he would be able to summon 2 slimes at once. Tonight, he could summon over 2,000 slimes. As Chen Ge calculated, he searched the filthy refugee camp for a suitable spot where he could unleash his skills without disturbing anyone. It also needed to be close enough to return home for breakfast in the morning. Ah, this will do. Chen Ge found a vacant area not far from home and began to inscribe the summoning array. Of course, he still needed to practice the technique of casting spells with both hands simultaneously. Mastering this technique would significantly increase the number of slimes he could summon tonight, potentially raising their numbers to over 3,000 or even 4,000. Chen Ge's eyes sparkled with determination. How great would be the attribute boosts from sacrificing all those slimes? The inhabitants of the refugee camp were barely scraping by, fighting for survival, and would need to rise early for work the next day. Thus, there would be little chance of disturbances during the night. After more than half an hour, just as Chen Ge had anticipated, his Summon Slime skill leveled up. Summon Slime. Level 1, Proficiency 0. Consumes 2 slime fragments, 20 energy points. Summons 2 slimes inheriting all your attributes of 12 to assist in combat, with a maximum of 12 slimes existing simultaneously. Skill cooldown time, 27 minutes. The summoning quantity increased by 1, and the inheritable attributes rose by 2. The consumption doubled, and the cooldown time decreased, while the simultaneous existence limit increased by 2. However, with my infinite summon, these changes have no bearing on me. Chen Ge continued to inscribe the summoning array without a hint of hesitation due to the skill upgrade. Like the levels of a profession, skill levels become increasingly difficult to upgrade as one progresses. Both experience and proficiency requirements expand exponentially with each level attained. Chen Ge discovered that to reach level 1 of Summon Slime, approximately 30 uses of the skill were required for each proficiency point. Fortunately, the use of skills incurred no cost for him. Otherwise, the sheer expense of the materials for slime fragments would be an insurmountable burden. The night passed swiftly, and before long, dawn began to break. Chen Ge glanced at his attribute panel. Summoning space, 3,687. Chapter 20. Amidst the crowd, a familiar bald head counted the previous 100 slimes. A total of 3,687 slimes. This was the fruit of a night's labor after mastering the ability to cast spells with both hands simultaneously. Indeed, for a scholar like Chen Ge, dual casting was not an arduous task. Had he not begun mastering this skill a bit late, he might have managed to summon 4,000 slimes last night. Nevertheless, he felt quite satisfied with the current count of 3,687. Strolling leisurely back home, he found his grandmother already up, preparing breakfast for the siblings. The lazy Tang Qianqian was still cocooned in her blankets, soundly asleep. His grandmother moved about the kitchen quietly, reluctant to disturb her, hoping to let her sleep a while longer. Chen Ge had a habit of rising early for morning runs. Seeing him return, his grandmother was not surprised. She hurriedly set down her cooking utensils and retrieved a cloth bag from the rice jar. "Little Ge, take this money. I've heard that being a summoner requires a lot of funds. Don't listen to those who say that the summoner profession is not worthwhile. I believe that achievements in any vocation come from one's own efforts. You've awakened a legendary talent, so you must never entertain thoughts of giving up. Do not worry about the finances. If you find yourself short, just tell me, and I will find a way." She pressed the bag into Chen Ge's hands. Chen Ge looked at the bag, realizing it likely contained his grandmother's lifetime savings, around 1,000 coins. Since the monster invasion, the previous currency had become obsolete, and now energy crystals obtained from slaying monsters were in use. His grandmother, unable to hunt monsters herself, had painstakingly saved every coin in that bag through a lifetime of toil to support 3 children. How could Chen Ge bear to accept it? Moreover, his grandmother, living on the fringes of society, knew little about the summoner profession. She had merely heard others claim it lacked prospects, but had no understanding of the specifics. In her simplistic view, hard work equated to success. Seeing the hopeful expression on his grandmother's face, Chen Ge felt a pang of emotion. Although he had declared that he would support the family in the future, he had yet to earn any money. It was no wonder his grandmother continued to worry about him. If he did not possess the extraordinary talents of infinite summoning and soul rest, she would undoubtedly face countless hardships to support him, the seemingly useless summoner. Fortunately, he had his exceptional dual talents. He vowed to ensure his grandmother would enjoy a better life in the future. Moreover, he had heard that certain high-level dungeons and secret realms yielded rare items capable of restoring health and extending life for ordinary people. In his heart, Chen Ge silently pledged that, despite being a transmigrant, he would never forget his grandmother's nurturing kindness. He took a few energy crystals from the bag and neatly repackaged the rest, hiding it back beneath the rice jar. "Grandma, you needn't worry about money. I've awakened a legendary profession, and Principal Su has already provided me with some support. I'll take 50 energy crystals. They will last me a long while. You should keep the rest, and I'll ask for more if I need it." Chen Ge fabricated a kind-hearted lie. Upon hearing that he had taken some money and mentioned Principal Su's assistance, a look of relief spread across his grandmother's face. "All right, I'll keep this money for you then. Principal Su is a good man. He often brings us supplies. Don't worry, Grandma. I will remember his kindness." Chen Ge helped his grandmother prepare breakfast, using the provisions from his soul rest storage space, which he attributed to old Su's generosity. Once Tang Qianqian woke up, the family enjoyed breakfast together. Afterward, Tang Qianqian went to school, and his grandmother left for her odd jobs. Chen Ge set off toward the city gate, preparing to leave the city. He also needed to earn some money under a reasonable pretext quickly, so that his grandmother would no longer have to work. At the southern city gate of Tianhe City, the gates had opened, and a long line of professionals awaited registration to exit the city. Many of them were this year's high school seniors, eager to level up by slaying monsters during this time before the upcoming vocational academy entrance examinations in 2 weeks. Only by reaching level 10 could they qualify to participate in the examination. As soon as Chen Ge arrived, he noticed someone waving at him from the front of the queue. "Chen Ge, over here. I knew you wouldn't give up. This is fantastic." Following the voice, he saw a towering figure excitedly beckoning him. It was Wang Taizhu, his desk mate and close friend, one of the few boys at Tianhe No. One high school who bore him no ill will. Chen Ge's notorious charm often attracted the fervent pursuit of girls, making him a rival to all the boys from middle to high school. He understood that their animosity stemmed from jealousy over his talents and looks. Seeing Wang Taizhu brought a smile to Chen Ge's face. It seemed he wouldn't have to wait in line after all. "Taizhu, perfect timing. Let me cut in." Chen Ge seamlessly slipped in behind Wang Taizhu. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly spotted a familiar bald head in the crowd. "Old Su, what is he doing here?" Chen Ge was taken aback. "Didn't you see the announcement in the group last night? This year's graduating vocational students who wish to participate in the entrance examination are gathering at the city gate for a unified expedition to level up." Wang Taizhu promptly explained. Chen Ge was momentarily stunned. There is such a thing? He had been so engrossed in summoning slimes through the night that he hadn't paid attention to his phone. Pulling out his device, he found the class group chat had already reached 999 messages, and he couldn't be bothered to scroll through them. However, observing the current situation, Chen Ge realized that not only was Su Weiman present, but several principals and school leaders from various high schools in Tianhe City had also arrived. Even the city lord Yang Chenghu was personally in attendance. Clearly, this year, the school leaders and the Tianhe City lord placed unprecedented importance on the entrance examination. A moment of contemplation led Chen Ge to understand. In previous years, such an event would not have been so grand. Students would typically find their own ways to level up and strive for the examination qualification. Yet this year was different. 2 legendary professions had emerged during the awakening ceremony, Yang Jinwei and himself. Naturally, his own summoner status was merely supplementary. The spotlight was on Yang Jinwei's legendary elemental mage. The prestigious academies would surely send recruiters to Tianhe City, prompting local schools to heighten their focus, hoping to showcase their students to impress those recruiters. Chapter 21. My academic genius seems off. This year, we've organized a team of teachers from various schools. On this journey of slaying monsters and leveling up, let us provide each other with unwavering support. It is crucial for everyone to lend a helping hand and foster unity and camaraderie. Our dedicated teaching team will also venture into the wilderness to hone everyone's practical skills and uphold the esteemed traditions of our Tianhe City students. Amidst the crowd, Su Weiman, who was addressing all the students of Tianhe No. 1 High School, caught sight of Chen Ge. A gratifying smile immediately spread across his face. Indeed, he had not misjudged Chen Ge. Rather than succumbing to despair upon awakening as a summoner, he chose to participate in the school's organized monster slaying and leveling event. Seizing a brief pause in his speech, Su Weiman cast an encouraging glance at Chen Ge. Recalling his grandmother's advice to remember Su's kindness, Chen Ge responded with a smile, signaling, "I remember you." Su Weiman was momentarily taken aback, his speech stumbling slightly. This is unexpected. Is there something amiss with my top student's gaze? Did I err in my earlier remarks? That cannot be. I prepared this speech late into the night and proofread it multiple times. Yet, the peculiarity in his top student's expression suggested otherwise. Other school leaders exchanged puzzled looks. What was happening with Su? Why did his motivational speech falter? Had he not memorized his notes? But the script was right in his hands. He ought to continue and rally the students' spirits. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Su Weiman's balding forehead. A straight A student would not err. Surely, it must be a slip on his part. Anxiously, he hurriedly concluded his address, fearing that the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make, leading to embarrassment. Reluctantly, he tucked away his speech notes and handed the microphone to another teacher, lamenting the fact that he had not even finished the introduction of his prepared speech. What a shame. Chen Ge, too, was taken aback. Had Su changed his demeanor? Was today's speech unusually brief? How curious. The mobilization meeting for slaying monsters outside the city progressed with remarkable speed and efficiency. Soon, the responsible teachers began to organize the students into teams based on their professions. I am a mage, having learned Fireball, ensuring solid damage output. Is there a tank profession to bear the brunt of the monsters? Healing Priest, with a talent boost that can achieve 30 points of healing, seeking a party. Attack-enhancing Array Mage, searching for a high-damage team. Gunner with talent, a pinnacle of single-target output. Invite me to your group. I'm an archer with Ice Arrow at level 0, versatile in offense and support. 3 damage dealers, 1 tank. And a healer. Either a priest or a medic will do. No support, just raw damage. The city gate buzzed with lively activity. It was evident that damage-dealing professions were in high demand. Among the damage dealers, the legendary profession elemental mage Yang Jinhua was particularly swarmed. Yang, I am a rare class bulwark guardian. My defense is formidable. Let me team up with you for protection. Yeah, invite me. I have a level 0 skill specifically learned for elemental amplification, just to assist you. Yang Jinhua, I am a rare class mana apothecary, skilled in enhancing potion effects, capable of boosting the efficacy of your energy restoration potions by 10, ensuring you won't worry about energy shortage while unleashing your skills. One by one, they desperately showcased their professional advantages, vying for Yang Jinhua's favor. However, she remained utterly unfazed by their flattery, seemingly deaf to their pleas as her gaze searched the crowd. Upon spotting Chen Ge, her face lit up momentarily, only to darken again. The throng surrounding Chen Ge was no less than that encircling her. Among the professionals around Yang Jinhua were a few girls genuinely aiming to bolster their strength, while the group encircling Chen Ge consisted entirely of girls. Not a single boy in sight. Gidge, let me team up with you. I am a warrior, immensely strong, capable of aiding you in slaying monsters. Gidge, I have substantial healing power. Team me up, and I'll support you. Gidge, my family runs real estate in Tiana City. If you team with me, I can have my father provide you with the materials you need as a summoner. Gidge, I am the richest in Tiana City. Come home with me. Slaying monsters is too perilous. You mustn't go. Even Chen Ge felt a shiver down his spine. Were they truly seeking to join his team? Were they merely after his physical allure? Ugh, how base. Hey. You can say what you wish, but don't go touching me. In resignation, Chen Ge pulled Wang Taizhu in front of him, using his tall figure as a barrier against unwelcome advances. Each time, Chen Ge utilized Wang Taizhu as a shield. The latter beamed with joy, unable to suppress a grin that stretched from ear to ear. Chen Ge even suspected that the reason this big oaf maintained such a close relationship with him was likely due to this very reason. Nearby, the boys watched this scene with envy, grinding their teeth in frustration. That scoundrel Chen Ge, awakened as a useless summoner, yet he still attracts so many girls. And he isn't even grateful for it? Why? Is it merely because of his looks? Yang Jinhua was equally incensed. These brazen girls were utterly outrageous. With determined strides, she marched toward Chen Ge, flanked by Wang Taizhu, effectively shielding him. Chen Ge is already on my team. You should be about your business. Don't linger here. Big sister, I am here too. I am a rare class shield guardian, capable of helping you and Chen Ge withstand monsters. Wang Taizhu seized the moment to interject. Casting a discreet glance at Chen Ge felt utterly speechless. Yang Jinhua's cheeks flushed, yet she didn't refute Wang Taizhu's address. My close friend is a medic. We shall form a team of 4 without needing anyone else. Now it was Yang Chonghu's turn to grind his teeth in frustration. Calm down. The summoner profession has no future. Once my Jinhua goes to the capital academy, she will gradually distance herself from this Chen Ge, he fervently reminded himself. Chen Ge felt a flicker of gratitude towards Yang Jinhua and Wang Taizhu for their willingness to team up with him. After all, he was merely a waste of a summoner. It was already commendable that they did not kick him while he was down. Chen Ge understood very well that Wang Taizhu and Yang Jinhua were trying to help him level up. Otherwise, with their professions, why would they be concerned about such trivial matters as forming a team? Not to mention Yang Jinhua, the elemental mage. Wang Taizhu Shield Guardian was also among the elite ranks of tank professions, easily securing a core position in any team. However, he had initially been unaware that the school would organize a unified action. His original plan was to venture out alone and eliminate the over 3,000 slimes in his summoning space. In Chapter 22, a brainy yet not overly clever decision was made. Altering plans was out of the question. The 687 slimes still needed to perish, and they needed to do so swiftly. Indeed, as a summoner, such indulgence towards his summoned beasts was only natural. However, if he insisted on going out alone, Old Su would likely not permit him to venture forth. After all, he was just a fragile summoner. Going out into the wilderness alone was nearly tantamount to suicide. Chen Ge cast a glance at the gleaming bald head of Old Su, who was busy reviewing his speech. Feeling somewhat helpless, he mused that Old Su would surely intercept him with a lecture. Convincing Old Su would be a hassle. It would be far simpler to team up with Wang Taizhu and Yang Jinhua to venture out, and then part ways to act independently later. Beside them, Yang Jinhua had already assembled her team and sent a group invitation to Chen Ge. To her delight, Chen Ge accepted without hesitation, eliciting a radiant smile from her. She had initially feared that his pride might deter him from joining forces with others in pursuit of advancement, and had even prepared words of persuasion for when he would decline. However, it appeared that such efforts were unnecessary. Yang Jinhua subsequently recruited Wang Taizhu and her close friend Zhu Ling into the team, thereby solidifying their quartet. Indeed, not far away, Old Su was meticulously reviewing his speech. Upon noticing the configuration of Chen Ge's team, a look of reassurance spread across his face. With Yang Jinhua, Zhu Ling, and Wang Taizhu in the mix, Chen Ge's ascent was virtually assured. As for the subsequent challenge of breaking through from level 9 to level 10, that would depend solely on Chen Ge's own capabilities. Nevertheless, Su Weimin held unwavering confidence in him. Amidst the clamor and chaos, the grouping of all students was completed, and they began the unified registration to exit the city. The teachers assigned to escort them followed suit. Upon the city walls, heads of various schools, authorities, and officials from the Lord's office all watched as this cohort of students departed. Anticipation filled the hearts of all present, as this represented a monumental opportunity for Tiana City. The phenomena from the two celestial events heralded great prospects. Not only would recruitment officers from prestigious institutions be present, but it was likely that high-ranking officials from the Longxia Empire would also make an appearance in Tiana City. Should this graduating class achieve notable results, it would be a triumph shared by all those in attendance, compelling them to take it seriously. Indeed, this year, we are fortunate to bask in the glory of Lord Yang's daughter, remarked one leader with a sigh of admiration. She is a remarkable daughter indeed. Let us hope these children put forth their utmost effort. There are numerous rare professions awakening this year. Perhaps one of them will catch the eye of a top-tier institution and be recruited, which would elevate Tianhe City's reputation among surrounding cities, bringing in more resources. Last month, we were allocated only one slot for the new secret realm in the imperial capital. Had Miss Yang emerged last year, we might have secured an additional 1 or 2 slots. Speaking of which, didn't we have a self-awakened legendary profession in Tianhe City last year? The one who was specially recruited by Hucking Academy? You must be referring to that girl, Lin Yu, correct? Interestingly, she is also the sister of this year's other legendary profession, Chen Ge. It's peculiar, isn't it? Despite having a legendary profession emerge from Tianhe City, there has been no acknowledgement from above, as if it never happened. This year, Chen Ge is also a legendary profession. This brother-sister duo is quite remarkable. Alas, while Chen Ge is indeed a legendary profession, he belongs to the least valuable class of summoners. I just saw that boy Chen Ge. He is quite handsome and seems to be teaming up with Miss Yang to exit the city. Hearing the discussions around him, Yang Chenghu's expression darkened. How unfortunate that people would bring up such topics. Noticing the Lord's displeasure, those nearby quickly shifted the conversation. Alright, everyone, let us focus on the video broadcast instead. Pay attention to whether there are any exceptional talents this year. When the admissions officers from those institutions arrive, we can proactively recommend them. Before them stood massive screens, displaying countless live feeds of the students exiting the city. The teachers escorting the students had the additional task of broadcasting their performances throughout the journey. Clearly, this year, Tianhe City was placing unprecedented emphasis on the recruitment of professional academies. Naturally, the team comprising Yang Jingyue and Chen Ge was the focal point of the broadcast, with multiple angles captured, indicating that several teachers were accompanying them for protection. As they exited the city, Chen Ge immediately noticed the teachers trailing behind, all conspicuously armed with recording devices. He couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. It appeared that the leaders of Tianhe City were keen to observe the students' combat performances, which might hinder his own capabilities. Nevertheless, he decided to summon 100 slimes to test the waters, perfectly correlating with the number of slime fragments Old Su had provided him the previous day. It would serve as a fitting acknowledgement of Old Su's assistance. Leading the charge was the Slime King, designated as 236. Upon its appearance, the entire mass of slimes erupted in excitement, chattering and rallying the others. Form ranks. Form ranks. All slimes heed my command. Assemble in the battle formation as trained. Our master has once again summoned us. This is our supreme honor, a chance to repay our master for the gift of immortality. Let the slime race rise to greatness once more. The night's combat training had proven remarkably effective. Under the guidance of 236, the other 99 slimes exhibited an unexpected intelligence, swiftly spreading out to encircle Chen Ge. They indeed formed a semblance of a formation, albeit with all of them facing inward. Chen Ge recognized that these slimes had mimicked the arrangement he had devised while photographing Jin Yao and the others in the grove the previous day. They possessed a modicum of intelligence, but it was hardly significant. Yet, even this slight intelligence left Chen Ge's 3 teammates astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Wow, Chen Ge, you can summon this many slimes? Is your legendary talent truly that outrageous? Moreover, I noticed that while others' summoned slimes appear rather dull-witted, yours seem almost sentient. Wang Taizhu was left utterly speechless. Such a multitude of slimes. Zhu Ling murmured instinctively. Only Yang Jingyue maintained a composure that was markedly more serene. She had learned of Chen Ge's exceptional talent yesterday. His summoning capacity was limitless. However, the slimes forming a circle around him still surprised her. Yet, her astonishment quickly transformed into delight, for the more formidable Chen Ge became, the happier she felt. The slime's actions were simultaneously broadcasted to Tianhe City via the teacher's lenses, leaving the gathered leaders in awe. What is happening? How can Chen Ge summon such a multitude of slimes? If I recall correctly, a summoner's level 0 summoning space can only accommodate a single entity, yes? Even if he has increased his summoning capacity. I remember that the summoning skill for slimes has its own limit, allowing only 10 or 12 to exist simultaneously. Many leaders who had not been present at the vocational awakening ceremony at Tianhe No. 1 High School were now left in utter disbelief. Among the crowd, A bald-headed figure stepped forward, surveying the onlookers with a hint of disdain. Ah, are you all so ignorant? What you speak of pertains to ordinary summoners. Our Chen Ge from Tiana No. 1 has awakened a professional talent known as infinite summoning. Do you grasp the meaning of infinite? It signifies no numerical limits. If not for the restrictions of the slime fragments in his possession, he could summon even more. Having made his point, old Su retreated back into the crowd, eliciting a chorus of eye rolls from those around him. Damn it, this old coot has really shown off. Noticing their reactions, Su Weiman silently added, "This 100 slimes was funded by me. I spent more than half a month's salary to procure them from the school's storeroom. I returned home to my wife's complaints and was forced to endure 2 rounds of household chores last night. My back almost gave out trying to placate her. Such is the burden I bear for my academic prodigy. If I don't show off, who will? Wait, look over there. What is the slime summoned by Chen Ge doing? Huh, is it just my imagination, or does it seem like his slimes are systematically spreading outwards? You are not mistaken. His slimes are indeed dispersing of their own accord, forming a surrounding circle. Incredible. Is it truly possible for slimes to exhibit such obedience? I recall that the slimes of other summoners lacked any semblance of intelligence, often crashing into obstacles and meeting their demise even when ordered to engage in battle. The crux of the matter is not merely about obedience. It is that slimes are fundamentally incapable of being commanded. Could it be that the sheer number of slimes he has summoned has resulted in a collective effect? Speaking of which, slimes do appear to be social creatures. Is there anyone knowledgeable about such creatures who can enlighten us? It seems implausible that anyone would study such a rudimentary monster as a slime. Have you noticed that among his slimes, there appears to be one that acts like a leader? Could it be that this leadership enables the slimes to display a modicum of intelligence? Why is the encirclement of his slimes directed inward? Shouldn't they be facing outward to engage in combat? I have indeed overestimated the intellect of slimes. It appears that this semblance of order is merely a consequence of the sufficient number of slimes summoned by Chen Ge, with the presence of a slime leader contributing to this minor display of organization. I nearly thought for a moment that these slimes had gained some intelligence. It seems that even with a legendary talent at the highest tier, the summoner profession remains somewhat lacking. After all, the inherent low intelligence of the summoned creatures and their meager attributes present significant limitations. Moreover, the requirement for summoners to utilize summoning skills to clear the breakthrough instance from level 9 to 10 is another substantial challenge. Within Tiana City, the leaders were engaged in fervent discussions. Outside the city, Chen Ge was unable to detach himself from the group due to the teachers following him and broadcasting the events live. Thus, he could only proceed alongside Yang Jinwei and the others for the time being. The team soon arrived at a monster gathering point, which happened to be a congregation of slimes. Level 0 monsters. It seems that slimes are the safest option for adventurers. Moreover, the minimum equipment requirements for weapons and armor are all level 1. Adventurers can only equip qualifying gear once they reach level 1, even in a party. If the level gap exceeds 5 levels, the experience points allocated to lower level members would diminish drastically to almost negligible amounts. A level 0 adventurer possesses only a single skill in their skill bar, which naturally increases by 1 each time an adventurer reaches a level ending in 0 or 5. Alternatively, additional skill slots can be unlocked through rare items, but such items are exceedingly scarce, precious, and costly, making them unaffordable for the average person, who would hesitate to use them even if acquired. Thus, a typical level 0 adventurer currently has no equipment and only a singular skill, likely unable to contend even against a level 1 monster. Consequently, defeating slimes serves as the optimal choice for early level advancement. There appear to be around 20 slimes. How shall we proceed with their elimination? Yang Jinwei inquired with a glance directed at Chen Ge. Chen Ge, rather than hastily responding, silently observed the slimes ahead. Adventurers can gather information about monsters simply by gazing at them for 3 seconds. The greater the level disparity between the adventurer and the monster, the less information is revealed. Conversely, regarding interactions between adventurers, unless one has chosen to publicly share certain information, others cannot glean even the most basic details, such as level or profession. After staring at the slimes for 3 seconds, a panel of information appeared before Chen Ge. Slime. Level 0. Health 80. Energy 60. Constitution 8. Mentality 6. Attack 7. Defense 3. These wild slimes possess attributes that are several times greater than those of the slimes he summoned. Moreover, his summoned slimes' attributes have already been enhanced by soul resurgence. If it were the slimes summoned by other summoners, the disparity would be even more pronounced. It could be said that the summoner profession truly deserves its reputation as a trap profession. Chen Ge pondered briefly. Let us defeat these slimes together. Let us allow Tai Zhu and Zhu Ling to showcase their skills a bit more. The teachers behind us are live streaming. I suspect that the leaders in the city will be watching our performance. Chen Ge himself did not require any display of prowess. Furthermore, given the live broadcast, it was not suitable for his slimes to perish. Hence, he decided to grant more opportunities for performance to Wang Tai Zhu and Zhu Ling. Yang Jinwei had no objections to this. Tai Zhu, go. Engage the monsters. Chen Ge commanded. Wang Taizhu rushed forward. He was a tank-type guardian, and his level 0 skill was one of the standard skills for the tank profession, provocation. Standing before the group of slimes, he let out a howl akin to a wolf's. The effect of the provocation skill instantly enveloped all the wild slimes. All the slimes began to squirm towards Wang Taizhu, intent on using their bodies to crush him. However, the slimes moved at a sluggish pace, and with an attack power of only around 7, they could not breach Wang Taizhu's defenses. Even if he were to receive an attack, it would merely inflict 1 point of force damage. Zhu Ling had ample time to heal Wang Taizhu's health. After Wang Taizhu and Zhu Ling demonstrated their skills in monster aggro, tanking, positioning, and timing of skill releases, Chen Ge and Yang Jinhua finally commenced their assault on the monsters. Chapter 24, Wealthy Lady. Hungry. Food. Before Chen Ge could issue an attack command for the 236 slime, Yang Jinhua had already made her move. As an elemental mage, her skills significantly amplified elemental damage across all spell types. Coupled with her father's resources as the city lord, her level 0 skills naturally aimed for maximum output. In less than a second, Yang Jinhua completed the casting motion. A cascade of vibrant light shot forth from her hand, targeting the group of wild slimes. Elemental impact. The elemental impact leapt from one slime to another. 37, 32, 29. It bounced a total of 7 times, with each instance of damage diminishing. Although it did not achieve a one-hit kill, the damage dealt was considerable. Based on the damage output, Chen Ge estimated that the first target hit probably sustained around 400 points of damage. Additionally, elemental impact could inflict 7 segments of damage when targeting a single entity. Against a single target, it could potentially deal around 200 points of damage, sufficient to eliminate any similarly leveled tank-type adventurer without elemental resistance. Such was its terrifying power. Truly, the daughter of the city lord is remarkable. What wealth she possesses. Elemental impact, a skill that combines high damage output for both single and area attacks, importantly, is available at level 0. The market price for skill scrolls of this nature exceeds 100,000 crystal coins. The rarity of such scrolls means that even those with wealth cannot easily procure them. In stark contrast, Chen Ge's Summon Slime skill is considered a low-grade skill, often deemed overpriced at merely 10 crystal coins. Chen Ge felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward. Wealthy lady. Hungry. Food. Yet, he refrained, knowing that Lord Yang Chonghu, the city lord, would undoubtedly be watching the live broadcast. He might very well rush out of the city and strike him down. The scene of Yang Jinhua unleashing her skill was broadcasted live, immediately causing an uproar within Tiana City. Miss Yang's level 0 skill is actually elemental impact. Even City Lord Yang could acquire such a skill. How enviable. Last time, I attempted to purchase this elemental impact skill for my son, scouring the entirety of Tiana City to no avail. Miss Yang, the future is bright. Congratulations to City Lord Yang. What a joyous occasion. If my little rascal could exhibit even a fraction of Miss Yang's prowess, I would awaken each morning with a smile. Indeed, City Lord Yang has been blessed with a remarkable daughter. Amidst the praises showered upon Yang Chonghu, a voice emerged from the crowd, somewhat balding. Ahem. Yang Jinhua is also a student of Tianhe No. 1 High School, and her performance is truly deserving of her consistent second place ranking among the city's 8 high schools. Our school begins enrollment right after the conclusion of each academic term, boasting a robust faculty and exemplary teaching quality, as everyone has witnessed. For those interested in enrolling their children at Tianhe No. 1 High School, do not let this opportunity slip by. As Su Weiman's words left his lips, an immediate uproar ensued from the other 7 high school principals. What the heck? Old Su, you're utterly shameless. Damn it, Su the Bald. Come. Let us settle this one-on-one. Your school is disgracefully competitive. Is this how you poach students? Damn. Su the Bald, you truly lack shame. This is your school's achievement? This stems from the child's own remarkable talent. Su Weiman remained unfazed by the envious tirades of the principals. After all, it was merely a matter of seizing opportunities to profit. By the way, this year, our Tianhe City hosts the only 2 legendary professions, both within Tianhe No. 1 High School. Everyone, keep watching. Next, we have the slimes summoned by Chen Ge, who has consistently secured first place in the city's inter-high school examinations. Instantly, all attention returned to the live broadcast. Curiosity filled the air regarding Chen Ge, the legendary summoner, especially after he had just summoned 100 slimes. Expectations soared. Upon witnessing Yang Jinhua make her move, Chen Ge commanded 236 to attack. Kill. 236 excitedly chattered. Slimes. Here we come. The Master's orders have arrived. It's time for our slime clan to shine. Each of us must showcase the fruits of last night's training. Follow me. Charge. All the slimes echoed 230 SIXS enthusiasm, rushing towards the wild slimes. In their fervor, some tripped over their fellow slimes and fell in a heap, yet their zeal for battle remained unshaken. Chen Ge observed that, compared to the last time, this batch of slimes demonstrated considerably better organization during their collective charge. It seemed 230 SIXS training had exceeded expectations. They had even learned to form ranks. As they neared the wild slimes, 236 leapt high into the air, followed by the lined-up slimes, creating a wave-like leap. With a thud, 236 collided forcefully with a wild slime's head, which merely quivered in response, displaying a damage indicator of 1. Meanwhile, 236 shattered upon impact, slowly reforming its body. Despite its fragmented state, its spirited roar did not cease. Chen Ge facepalmed in exasperation. Indeed, they were utterly incapable of breaking through defenses. Despite being slimes, the disparity was quite pronounced. Nevertheless, we have plenty of slimes. The slime C tactic. In the next moment, countless slimes sprang into the air like raindrops. Each slime aimed its posterior at a wild slime. 236, having just reassembled, defiantly leapt once more. At that moment, the entire arena was filled with slimes soaring in all directions. Damage values began to flood the screen. Although each attack only inflicted a minimal damage of 1 point, the sheer volume of slimes made a significant impact. Moreover, under 230SIX's leadership, Chen Ge's slimes focused their fire on a single enemy. While the wild slimes floundered about chaotically like headless flies, many of the wild slimes were still fixated on Wang Taizhu, completely ignoring 236 and its kin. In such a scenario, with each slime contributing a single blow, they could easily overwhelm a wild slime. In the blink of an eye, several wild slimes had been dispatched by the slime's relentless onslaught. Were these truly slimes? They fought in formation and coordinated their attacks to eliminate foes in a heartbeat. When had slimes become so intelligent? Wang Taizhu, astonished, momentarily neglected his positioning and was struck multiple times by the wild slimes. Behind him, Zhu Ling stared blankly at the scene. It indeed appeared that the slimes summoned by Chen Ge possessed a remarkably low attack power of only 1 point. While the wild slime's attack power could not possibly be so weak, Chen Ge's expression darkened at Zhu Ling's words. Ahem, dear Zhu, such remarks are quite disheartening. Chapter 25. I still have over 3,000 such slimes. Yang Jinwe's expression was no better as she stood there, stunned. The slimes summoned by a summoner could exhibit such tactics? This was not mentioned in any textbook. Could it be that I am a false scholar? And that summoners are not the most inept profession after all? Her second elemental impact was still poised for launch. But the nature of professional attacks does not allow for mutual immunity among teammates. Evasion relies solely on individual skill. In this chaotic scenario, Yang Jinwe lacked the confidence to evade Chen Ge's slimes. This was indeed a flaw of the summoner profession. Directing summoned creatures precisely is challenging, and their erratic movements often disrupt teammates' actions. At this moment, there were only about 20 wild slimes remaining, and nearly half had already fallen. Meanwhile, Chen Ge commanded a full 100 slimes, effectively blocking all gaps. Yang Jinwe feared that if she unleashed her elemental impact, she might not only fail to eliminate the wild slimes, but inadvertently eliminate Chen Ge's slimes instead. Furthermore, on the data panels of the 4 participants, notifications rolled in. Slime killed. Experience gained. 1. Slime killed. Experience gained. 1. The experience gain was minimal, and leveling up as a professional is already quite arduous, especially with 4 participants sharing the experience. In a fleeting moment, Chen Ge's slimes had entirely dispatched the remaining wild slimes, regrouping to form a surrounding formation. The entire spectacle was broadcast live back to Tiana City, leaving the local leaders in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Ladies and gentlemen, surely, it cannot merely be my imagination. Do Chen Ge's slimes truly possess intelligence? You are not mistaken. This is indeed somewhat outrageous. His slimes not only exhibit intelligence, but also employ a wheel battle strategy. Observe how those slimes line up to attack the same target. Their synchronization remarkably seamless. It appears as though they have undergone organized training. However, it is widely acknowledged that summoned creatures do not retain memories from previous summons. Training is fundamentally impossible. How has he achieved this? Could it be that the summoner profession, long regarded as a pitfall, is beginning to rise under Chen Ge's command? Impossible. The summoner profession is laden with numerous flaws. It has no advantages, only shortcomings. Even if Chen Ge has compensated for the limitations regarding the number of summoned creatures, along with the difficulty of commanding them in battle, many other unresolved issues remain. Indeed, I share the sentiment that the summoner profession cannot easily ascend. Allow me to cite several of its inherent flaws. For instance, what about the issue of resource consumption for summoning skills? Moreover, the combat capability of summoned creatures is notably inadequate, as you all must have witnessed. Chen Ge's slimes are unable to penetrate defenses, inflicting merely 1 point of force damage, given that summoned entities inherit only a fraction of the summoner's attributes. When facing elite-level monsters, or above, one can expect them to possess area of effect high damage abilities. A single skill could lead to the annihilation of your summoned creatures, severely hampering their combat effectiveness. Additionally, a significant drawback of this profession is its inability to form parties. An excess of summoned creatures can even become a liability, making them susceptible to friendly fire. Surely, he cannot tackle dungeons or secret realms single-handedly, can he? Alas, it appears that even with the singular legendary talent, the shortcomings of the summoner class remain irreparable. As the crowd discussed, the initial excitement gradually succumbed to reason. Even Su Weiman, who had unwavering faith in Chen Ge, found himself unable to counter the concerns raised regarding the summoner. He could only fretfully seek solutions for Chen Ge's dilemmas. In the wilderness, Chen Ge and his companions had completed the battlefield cleanup, collecting merely a few slime fragments from the carcasses of wild slimes. When Chen Ge glanced at his haul, he noted that his experience points had only increased by 2, and only 5 or 6 of his slimes had perished, yielding minimal attribute feedback. The efficiency of their demise was utterly insufficient. This was the result of deliberately controlling the number of slimes he summoned. Had he released them all, he might have instantly obliterated the wild slimes, with none of his own surviving. This outcome was entirely contrary to his interests. Chen Ge cast a resigned glance back at the teachers following him, tasked with both protection and live streaming. These educators were all at least level 20, and he was significantly slower than them. Should he stray from the group, he would undoubtedly be caught up with, continuing the broadcast. Thus, attempting to have his slimes perish would prove quite inconvenient. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Chen Ge resolved that he would first focus on leveling up. He would seek out higher-level monsters, allowing him to level up while simultaneously sacrificing some slimes. Once he gained sufficient speed benefits, he would devise a plan to break free from the teacher's watchful gaze. Resolute, Chen Ge promptly proposed to the others, "Everyone, the experience from slimes is far too low. I suggest we seek out higher-level monsters." Upon hearing his suggestion, Yang Jinhue and the others readily agreed, recognizing that given their team's strength, it was unnecessary to squander time battling level 0 slimes. The group swiftly turned and ventured deeper into the wilderness. As for Chen Ge, he had initially intended to keep the fact that summoning skills required no material consumption somewhat concealed. However, it now seemed there was little need for such discretion. With the teachers streaming the entire encounter, he could not possibly refrain from using his skills indefinitely. Revealing this information might be advantageous. My soul's rest can serve to better obscure my true capabilities. By employing an open secret, I can mask a more significant, genuine secret. While others believe they have discerned my hidden talent for summoning skills without consumption, they would assume they have seen through my ruse, allowing my true potential to remain concealed. At least in the early stages, Chen Ge was keen to keep this talent under wraps to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Others would merely perceive his summoned creatures as stronger than usual, unaware of the underlying reasons. Henceforth, he would be known as the summoner with an unlimited number of summoned entities. Thus, Chen Ge resolved to cease his pretense. I will lay my cards on the table. I possess over 3,000 slimes with intelligence. In the next moment, he summoned every single slime from his summoning space. Simultaneously, he began casting spells with both hands to conjure even more slimes. In an instant, the area within a 20-meter radius was filled with the figures of Chen Ge's slimes. Over 3,000 slimes emerged, sending 236 into a frenzy. The entire slime clan mobilized, and their master continued to summon reinforcements. This was going to be monumental. 236 immediately leaped to a higher vantage point, chattering excitedly, organizing all the slimes into groups and formations. Chapter 26. The summoner is about to rise in Chen Ge's hands. The emergence of all of Chen Ge's slimes transformed Yang Jinhue and her companions into mere background figures, enveloped by layers upon layers of slimes, rendering them unable to find footing, let alone maneuver in battle. The three stood in utter astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, speechless. Observing their expressions, Chen Ge raised his gaze toward the sky and, in a quiet voice, remarked, I initially sought to interact with you as an ordinary summoner. Yet I was met with estrangement. Very well, I shall no longer feign modesty. I am, in fact, the most formidable summoner. Wang Taizhu finally regained his composure. As Chen Ge's close friend, witnessing his power brought him immense joy. Wow, old Chen, why didn't you mention how incredible you were sooner? I thought you were struggling to level up. Had I known you possessed such prowess, I would have gladly clung to your coattails. Great master, lead me to greatness. Wang Taizhu unabashedly squatted down, clinging to Chen Ge's leg. Meanwhile, Yang Jinue's expression was complex. I've lost. Once again, I have lost. I believe that after awakening the elemental archmage class, I would finally surpass Chen Ge. Yet, I never anticipated that he would turn this seemingly mundane summoner class into something so extraordinary. I am aware of your talent, with summoning skills that have no cooldown and an unlimited summoning space. But does summoning truly require no material? What kind of summoner can conjure such a multitude of slimes overnight? In Tianhe City, the prominent figures who were watching the live stream were equally bewildered, their mouths agape in astonishment, unable to close them. Finally, someone reacted. Is this truly within the capabilities of a summoner? How can the number of slimes be so vast? Just yesterday, I was drawn to the celestial phenomena at Tianhe No. 1 High School, and according to Chen Ge himself, his talent skills allow for infinite summoning, with summoning skills having no cooldown and an unlimited number of summoned entities. Theoretically, if he had enough slime fragments, He could have summoned around 2,000 slimes through an all-nighter. However, judging by the quantity of slimes surrounding him, it appears to exceed 2,000, perhaps over 3,000, nearing 4,000. If we consider that he leveled his summoning skill to level 1 last night, wasn't it said that Chen Ge's family circumstances were quite dire? Where did he acquire the funds to purchase so many slime fragments? Wow, look, he has casting spells with both hands. Chen Ge has actually mastered dual casting. Unbelievable. This is indeed dual casting. I, a level 33 mage, have yet to grasp such a technique. As a level 39 priest, I still struggle with dual casting, often making mistakes. Mastering dual casting requires a divided focus. It is exceedingly challenging. Is this the distinction between a legendary talent and those of us with ordinary gifts? Wait. His summoning array seems to have summoned 2 slimes without consuming any slime fragments. His talent skill. This kid, he held back yesterday and didn't he reveal the whole truth? His summoning skills require no materials at all. This boy is quite clever in keeping a trump card hidden. However, it seems he has not concealed it well, as it has been exposed. Haha, this Chen Ge, after all, is still a child, unable to keep secrets in his heart. With such a formidable talent, it's only natural that he would feel compelled to showcase it. I have a premonition. The summoner class may indeed rise through Chen Ge's prowess. The leaders of Tianhe City were all stirred with excitement, completely overturning their previous skepticism towards Chen Ge. As a resident of Tianhe City, if Chen Ge could indeed lead the summoner profession to rise, it would suffice for him to possess only a modicum of combat strength. The current leaders, having all contributed to this endeavor, would bask in the glory of such a success, paving the way for their own promotions. Among the crowd, Su Weiman, stroking his bald head, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Just yesterday, he had handed Chen Ge 100 slime fragments without a hint of refusal. That represented a significant portion of his salary for over half a month. It had led to a night of being coerced by his wife to complete assignments twice, leaving his kidneys aching. Yet, a flicker of joy ignited within him. As the principal of Tianhe No. 1 High School, if Chen Ge truly managed to transform the summoner profession's weaknesses, he would be the one to garner the most credit. In the wilderness, under Chen Ge's command, the Slime Legion marched in orderly formation, delving deeper into the wilds. Along the way, they encountered scattered monsters, all of which were swiftly dispatched by a flurry of slimes. Wang Taizhu gleefully scoured for loot, though there was little of value to be found. After all, they were merely low-level monsters, yielding only fragments of materials and a handful of crystal coins. As for equipment, rare items, or skill scrolls, none were to be found. Meanwhile, Yang Jinhua felt utterly dejected, her small head swirling with confusion. They had intended to elevate Chen Ge's level, yet it seemed he was the one leading the 3 of them to advancement. She too was a legendary class practitioner, yet here she was, relegated to a mere cheerleader shouting 666. What had gone awry? As the party pressed deeper into the wilderness, they encountered level 1 frenzied giant rats, level 2 red-eyed rabbits, and level 3 twisted trants, all of which fell before the relentless advance of over 3,000 slimes. The monsters failed to withstand the onslaught. With a force damage of 1 point, each slime leaping forward inflicted damage in the thousands. No creature could endure the concentrated fire of the slime army. Kill frenzied giant rat. Gain 2 experience. Kill red-eyed rabbit. Gain 3 experience. Kill twisted trant. Gain 5 experience. The experience notifications rolled in continuously. In less than half a day's time, all members of Chen Ge's team had reached level 1. Chen Ge, however, was indifferent to levels. His primary concern lay in the number of slimes lost. After their relentless push, over 500 slimes had perished. Slime's soul returns. Gain 1 health point. Slime's soul returns. Gain 1 wealthy woman's joy ball. Slime's soul returns. Gain 1 energy point per second. Slime's soul returns. Gain 1 length. Slime's soul returns. Gain 1 storage space. Gazing at the lengthy feedback from the talent of soul return, Chen Ge quietly opened his storage space to find a steel ball resting within, setting aside the basic enhancements to health and other attributes. What was this wealthy woman's joy ball? And what of length 1? Was this truly coercing him into a life of dependency? Chen Ge declared resolutely that he would rather starve than resort to such a fate. Chapter 27. The pack of windwolves. Though Chen Ge's slimes had suffered losses of over 500, the total count of slimes under his command remained unchanged. With his summoning speed, he could conjure 4 slimes every 30 seconds. Not only did he replenish the fallen, but the total number of slimes surged to 4,000. The efficiency of their sacrifice was still lacking. Slimes fell more slowly than he could summon them. This simply would not do. It seemed imperative to find a way to venture deeper into the wilderness in search of higher-level monsters. However, the outskirts near the city still had signal. Should he delve into the depths of the wilderness, he would be cut off, facing a mixed array of monsters, some potentially at levels 10 or 20. His current strength was insufficient to confront such formidable foes head-on. The danger was too great. If he encountered a powerful creature, he might not even have the chance to call for help. Should he embark on this perilous journey into the signal-less wilderness, or maintain his current pace and gradually build his strength? At that moment, a howl pierced the air from afar. A wolf's howl. Windwolves. This was unmistakably a windwolf. It sounded almost identical to the recordings played by their professor in the monster classification class. One must admit, the top student was indeed remarkable. Yang Jinhua instantly identified the source of the howl. Wang Tieju's imposing figure trembled slightly, fear etched across his face. The windwolves spoken of by the teacher were monsters of at least level 5, known for their incredible speed and pack mentality, roaming the depths of the wilderness. The professor had mentioned that even a pack of level 5 windwolves would spell certain doom for any team of practitioners below level 10. There had even been numerous incidents where teams of practitioners above level 10 had been annihilated by these packs. Beside them, Zhu Ling turned pale. How could windwolves appear near Tianhe City? What should they do? Should they seek help from their teachers? As Zhu Ling spoke, she turned to call out to the instructors following behind. Yang Jinhua shared the same thought. Yet, casting a glance at the composed Chen Ge, who was fixated on the depths of the wilderness, she pondered, why was he so unfazed? No, she could not allow herself to be outdone. Quickly, she grasped Zhu Ling's arm, urging her to reconsider. We can't rush to seek help when we haven't even laid eyes on the windwolves yet. That would be too disgraceful. Logically, Tianhe City's guard team conducted monthly patrols around the city. Should such a highly dangerous creature as the windwolf be spotted, it would undoubtedly be reported and eradicated at the earliest opportunity. They decided to wait and listen for any further howls, hoping this might just be a lone windwolf. Perhaps one cast out from its pack. Before Yang Jinhua could finish her thought, more howls echoed from all directions of the wilderness, responding to the earlier cry. The expressions of Yang Jinhua, Wang Taizhu, and Zhu Ling shifted dramatically. Chen Ge, being equally astute, recognized the sound as belonging to windwolves. Furthermore, he discerned that the initial howl was that of the pack's alpha, calling its subordinates to begin their hunt. The subtle frequency differences in the calls were not part of textbook knowledge, yet Chen Ge had meticulously studied such nuances. After all, having traversed for 18 years without a golden finger, he had to rely solely on his own diligence. It could be said that he had researched every potentially dangerous aspect for which he could find information. The howl of the alpha indicated that at least one elite-level monster was present, possibly accompanied by several enhanced creatures stronger than the average. Chen Ge's heart was a tumult of emotions. On one hand, encountering the windwolf pack was fortuitous, as they typically numbered between 20 to 30. With over 4,000 slimes capable of intelligent coordination, he felt they stood a chance. Moreover, the formidable combat prowess of the windwolves could make the demise of his slimes more efficient. Yet, the threat posed by the windwolves to ordinary practitioners was immense. The leaders back in Tianhe City might very well call for an immediate halt. Chen Ge glanced back at the 3 teachers who had been closely following him, and indeed, they were now gazing earnestly into the depths of the wilderness. A radiant shimmer enveloped them as their equipment began to materialize. In a non-combat state, a professional's gear can be concealed, but once they enter combat mode, all their equipment becomes visible. With Yang Jinhua, the daughter of the city lord, present, these 3 teachers could not possibly allow her to face any danger. They were clearly preparing to take action. Meanwhile, in Tianhe City, the news of a pack of windwolves sent shockwaves through the assembly. How could a pack of windwolves appear near Tianhe City? Exclaimed one principal in disbelief. The gathered leaders erupted into chaos, questioning the situation. What happened? Didn't the guard patrol complete their rounds in the wilderness this month? How could such a dangerous creature emerge? The windwolves are far beyond the capabilities of those newly awakened students. Quickly, instruct the teachers to bring all students back to the city. We must immediately dispatch the guard to eradicate the windwolves before they jeopardize the children's leveling up. Indeed, we cannot afford to delay the children's progression. They only have half a month to level up. If this continues, the number of students reaching level 10 before the examinations at the vocational academy this year will likely plummet. Yang Chenghu's expression darkened. His precious daughter was out there in the wilderness. However, as the city lord, he knew well that the guard's patrol duties had been carried out as scheduled this month. Furthermore, given that it was the annual awakening ceremony, newly awakened professional students would venture out to hunt monsters and level up, necessitating more meticulous patrols than usual. All excessively dangerous monsters would be eliminated in advance. The appearance of a highly dangerous creature like the windwolves was simply inconceivable. Moreover, according to their habits, they rarely ventured near human settlements. The emergence of a windwolf pack in the wilderness outside Tianhe City could likely be attributed to some other cause. Yang Chenghu promptly summoned the commander of the guard to his side. Immediately take your men out of the city and eliminate this pack of windwolves. We must ensure that no students suffer casualties. Furthermore, the sudden proximity of the windwolves to Tianhe City is rather suspect. I fear there may be unforeseen developments in the wilderness. Send a few professionals with stealth skills, assassins, rangers, and rogues, to investigate the situation deeper into the wilderness. I will contact the surrounding cities to coordinate an investigation. Chapter 28. How dare a fragile summoner do this? Yang Chenghu swiftly issued a series of orders as the city lord. Simultaneously, he instructed the teachers guarding the students in the wilderness, who were helping them level up. to immediately escort all students back to the city to avoid the windwolves. Upon hearing Yang Chenghu's command to withdraw all students, everyone present breathed a collective sigh of relief and began to observe the students' reactions. That girl is quite impressive. She remains calm and is assisting the teacher in organizing her peers to retreat back to the city. The boy on screen 73 is also commendable. He is carrying a frightened classmate back to safety. What about the boy on screen 56? He abandoned his teammates and ran away first? Which school does he belong to? Let us blacklist him. Oh, isn't that the son from the Wang family, who's south in real estate in our city? That child from the Li family is performing well. What are those fools on screen 127 thinking? They're fleeing while dragging back the corpses of 4 or 5 red-eyed rabbits. In moments of extreme danger, one can truly gauge the combat prowess of a professional. If anyone exhibits exceptional performance, we could capture clips of the live broadcast to recommend them to admission officers from prestigious academies. Who knows, they might even receive special admission. This could significantly enhance our school's acceptance rate into top-tier institutions. As the leaders and principals watched the live broadcast, they suddenly made a new observation. Look, what is that boy doing? He is continuously casting the summon slime skill. Goodness, it seems he intends to venture deeper into the wilderness. Has he lost his mind? There is a pack of windwolves out there. Is he courting death? How dare a fragile summoner act so recklessly? Old Su, quick, look at that Chen Ge from your school. Has he ever shown signs of abnormality? In the crowd, Su Weimin felt a wave of frustration. Do you think a child who has consistently achieved perfect scores from elementary through high school for 12 years is mentally unstable? If he were, wouldn't that imply everyone else is a fool? And how does your intelligence compare to Chen Ge's during your school years? Su Weimin's retort left everyone's faces darkened. Damn it, old Su has a point. The name of Chen Ge resonated throughout Tiana City. As principals had once fervently competed for his enrollment during transitions from elementary to junior high and from junior high to high school. Now, they had inadvertently insulted themselves in their casual remarks. Seeing his old colleagues speechless, old Su felt a surge of satisfaction. Still not convinced. This is the strength that comes from having a top student. If you can't comprehend it, it's your own issue. Old Su firmly believed this. In front of his peers, he maintained his stance. From what I know of Chen Ge, he wouldn't act without reason. If you fail to understand his actions, it simply reflects your own limitations, just as you couldn't achieve perfect scores during your studies. The expressions of the surrounding leaders and principals darkened further. That is painful. Su, someone retorted. Old Su, care to enlighten us on what you think this Chen Ge is trying to do? Oh, I cannot decipher his intentions either. But I trust our top student. How could you not understand? You are just pretending. In the wilderness, Chen Ge was not as enigmatic as old Su suggested. He genuinely intended to venture deeper. He needed to ascertain the level of the windwolves first. Chen Ge had meticulously calculated in his mind. If the number of windwolves was fewer than 20 and their levels were at 5 or 6, as long as they were not level 7 or above, considering his enhanced attributes and those of the windwolves, he would not be in significant danger. Even if the battle turned unfavorable, he could safely retreat, especially if he could find a favorable terrain. Even if the windwolves were 1 or 2 levels higher, he might still be able to contend with them. Of course, risks existed. If, upon encountering the windwolves, he discovered they were all level 10 or above, he would likely have to flee in a panic. If they were over level 20, there would be no escape. He would simply await his demise. Despite the inherent dangers, what profession does not encounter peril? Thus, Chen Ge resolved to seek advantageous terrain from which he could either launch an attack or retreat without issue. Noticing Chen Ge's movements, the 3 accompanying teachers became increasingly anxious. Chen Ge, what are you planning to do? The city lord has commanded that all students must return to the city at once. The command to escort Yang Jingyue and Chen Ge back to the city was a special reminder from the city lord. These 2 are the sole legendary professionals of this year in Tiana City. Although Chen Ge is a summoner, his potential has garnered significant recognition, especially given the profound implications he may have for the future of the summoning profession. Yang Jingyue, on the other hand, is the city lord's daughter and the legendary elemental mage, renowned as the strongest among mages. Should anything happen to either of them, the responsibility would weigh heavily on their 3 instructors, an unbearable burden. Upon hearing their instructor's voice, Yang Jingyue, along with Wang Taizhu and Zhu Ling, who were preparing to return, glanced over. Whoa, Chen Ge, you don't seriously intend to hunt the windwolves, do you? You're amazing, Chen Ge. I'm not going back either. I'll stick with you. I feel like I can take a hit now. Wang Taizhu exclaimed excitedly, clapping his shield with a loud bang. After leveling up to level 1, Yang Jingyue, Wang Taizhu, and Zhu Ling had equipped themselves with some level 1 gear from their storage spaces. Of course, the attributes provided by such equipment were exceedingly limited, more symbolic than functional. Only Chen Ge remained unequipped, devoid of any gear. Yang Jingyue had prepared a few pieces of level 1 summoner gear for him, but Chen Ge refused them outright. He wanted his slime to perish in battle. Equipping gear to boost attributes would only make it less likely to meet its demise. Chen Ge, the windwolves are extremely dangerous. We should head back now. Once the guard squad has cleared the area, we can venture out again to level up. Zhu Ling urged with a worried expression. Meanwhile, Yang Jinyue gazed at Chen Ge, her expression shifting with uncertainty. I've lost. I've lost again. This guy is thinking about hunting windwolves, while I'm contemplating fleeing back to the city. I absolutely cannot lose to this infuriating fellow. In Tianhe City, a certain father experienced a moment of extreme anxiety. As Wang Taizhu followed Chen Ge, Yang Jinyue's expression revealed her inner conflict. Their three instructors broke into a cold sweat. If this young lady allowed her impulsiveness to lead her into combat with the windwolves, any mishap could cost them dearly, perhaps even their lives. Chen Ge, return to the city immediately. One instructor commanded, but Chen Ge ignored him, calculating the likelihood of being pursued if he dashed deeper into the wilderness. Among the three instructors, one was not actually a teacher but a professional sent by the city lord's office. The other two comprised a teacher from Tianhe, one high school and another from a different school. The instructor from the city lord's office and the other school's teacher were undoubtedly there to protect Yang Jinyue, showing little concern for the fate of an insignificant individual like him. The Tianhe number 1 teacher, Mr. Su, might be the only one tasked with ensuring his safety, which meant he might indeed pursue him. Just as Chen Ge prepared to sprint into the wild, a howl echoed through the wilderness. While the others dismissed it as the windwolves simply howling again, Chen Ge's expression changed dramatically. This howl was not the same as before. It was the howl of a wolf king, distinct from the previous ones. Most people would overlook this difference, perceiving the sounds as mere wolf howls, and even the more formidable professionals would likely fail to discern any distinction. Yet, Chen Ge was different. In his 18 years of traversing this world without any special abilities, his only recourse had been to thoroughly study the rules of this realm, particularly focusing on potential threats to his life. He had meticulously analyzed the characteristics of various monsters, their howls, and their attack methods. Chen Ge was absolutely certain he had not misheard. There was another windwolf king. Another pack of windwolves existed in the wilderness. Faced with 2 packs of windwolves, Chen Ge immediately abandoned any thoughts of venturing deeper into the wild. He was not foolish. He could take some risks, but not when the danger was overwhelming. Before he could voice his thoughts, a cacophony of howls erupted from all directions. The 3 instructors exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions turning grave. What's happening? Why are there so many wolf howls? They exclaimed, realizing the sheer number of windwolves was staggering. Chen Ge, quickly, return to the city, they urged, their faces etched with concern. With an overwhelming number of wolves, even they, seasoned professionals in their 20s and 30s, might struggle to protect the students. They needed to get back to Tianhe City immediately. Chen Ge's face turned pale. He recognized that these howls were not merely indicative of the windwolves' numbers. They were the howls of wolf kings. Every howl he had heard recently belonged to different windwolf kings. This meant that, at this very moment, countless packs of windwolves were mobilizing for a hunt outside Tianhe City. What on earth is going on? How could so many packs of windwolves suddenly appear? Is there a monster siege? Chen Ge's mind raced with this hypothesis. He had studied the history of monster invasions over the past century and knew of the countless cities that had suffered horrific disasters due to such events. Swarms of monsters had invaded previously safe zones, causing untold losses and claiming innumerable lives. In severe instances, entire cities had been razed to the ground, leaving no survivors. Yet, Chen Ge quickly regained his composure. This did not seem like a monster siege. The other monsters in the wilderness were behaving normally, while only the windwolves exhibited signs of unusual aggression. It was likely a singular pack's uprising, though the possibility of a monster siege could not be entirely dismissed. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ge summoned all his slimes back to the summoning space and turned to his 3 instructors. Instructors, quickly notify the city. All those howls were from wolf kings. I can distinguish their voices. There are at least 100 wolf kings in the wilderness, indicating that over 100 packs are suddenly displaying abnormal behavior. We cannot rule out the risk of a monster siege. Chen Ge shared all the information he had gathered without reservation, as it pertained directly to their lives. Moreover, his grandmother and Tang Qianqian were still in Tianhe City. If a windwolf riot were to occur, the consequences could be dire. Before he could finish speaking, the howls grew louder. These were the responses from the windwolves to the previous wolf king's calls, creating a continuous symphony of howls that enveloped the wilderness surrounding Tianhe City. The sounds even reached the city itself, causing considerable unrest among the populace. The leaders of Tianhe City, who were watching the live broadcast, also heard the overwhelming howls. What is happening? Why are there so many wolf howls? Could it be that a supersized pack of windwolves has wandered near Tianhe City? That is impossible. From the sound of it, this pack consists of at least 1,000 wolves. If such a vast and formidable pack of windwolves were to congregate around the urban vicinity, it would be inconceivable for the provincial government to remain oblivious. They would have long since dispatched the guard army to eradicate them and promptly report to the provincial authorities. The absence of a timely warning for Tianhe City regarding such a large-scale wolf pack is indeed anomalous. At that moment, a staff member responsible for monitoring the live feed interjected, "My lord, the esteemed Chen Ge from Tianhe No. 1 High School has relayed a warning through the accompanying teacher." All eyes swiftly turned towards the staff member. Just moments ago, There had been a discussion regarding Chen Ge's intellect, and now, with a warning from such a distinguished academic, there was a modicum of acceptance among the crowd. Yang Chenghu raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, what has our scholar proclaimed? My lord," he exclaimed. According to Chen Ge's assessment, the previous howls were all from different windwolf kings. The sounds currently echoing are responses from the windwolves within each pack to their respective kings. This implies that there may now be hundreds of windwolf packs surrounding Tiana City. Chen Ge deduces that a riot among the windwolf tribes is imminent. He even suggested the potentiality of a monster siege. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present turned grave, with many gasping in shock. Yang Chenghu was so taken aback that he stood up immediately. "A monster siege? What evidence does he have?" He shook his head. "No matter. Connect me to Chen Ge's team at once. I shall interrogate him personally." Chapter 30. The city gates exploded. Yang Chenghu dared not delay in the slightest regarding the prospect of a monster siege. The moment the communication was established, the leaders within Tiana City could hear the sounds of rapid footsteps and heavy breathing. Chen Ge and his group were retreating towards the city at the utmost speed. If a monster siege were indeed to occur, remaining outside would equate to certain doom. Before Yang Chenghu could pose a question, Chen Ge spoke first. He had anticipated the skepticism of the city's elite regarding his warning, understanding that he was merely a recent graduate. Were it not for the elderly citizens and Tang Chanqian within the city, he would hardly have bothered with these bureaucrats. "I can distinguish the differences among those howls. I can ascertain that there are at least over 100 packs of windwolves currently in the wilderness. I do not have the time to elaborate further. I recommend that the city's guard immediately assemble all practitioners and prepare for battle." Chen Ge was in a hurry to return to the city, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. There was no time to slowly explain matters to Yang Chenghu. With that, he tossed the communicator back to the accompanying practitioner from the Lord's office. His words effectively stifled any inquiry Yang Chenghu might have had. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. That was the Lord, after all. How could he speak so brusquely to him? Yang Jingyue was equally astonished, her jaw nearly dropping. More importantly, she could faintly hear Yang Chenghu's voice from the other end, seemingly issuing orders for the entire city to be on alert and to gather all combat personnel for immediate readiness. My father actually believed him? He didn't question anything further? Yang Jinyue's gaze towards Chen Ge transformed. He must be the first person in Tiana City brave enough to address my father in such a manner. Moreover, he commanded compliance, and my father actually adhered to it. Chen Ge is incredible. Yang Jinyue's mouth fell agape, completely overturning her previous perceptions of her father's authority. It was only when the wind from their rapid movement filled her mouth that she regained her senses. At this moment, Chen Ge had no inclination to dwell on Yang Jinyue's astonishment. His sense of unease intensified, as if everything was too coincidental. Just as his cohort of freshly awakened practitioners had ventured into the wilderness to hunt monsters and level up, such an incident occurred. More critically, this year, Tiana City had produced both himself and Yang Jinwei, the only two legendary practitioners of their caliber. What troubled Chen Ge further was his study of all recorded instances of monster sieges throughout history. Never had he encountered a situation where a singular race of monsters erupted in revolt while all other monsters in the vicinity remained undisturbed. With Chen Ge's current reservoir of knowledge, combined with these circumstances, the only plausible explanation for the ability to incite a singular race of monsters into riotous behavior was the Beastmaster profession. This formidable vocation, capable of forging contracts and controlling monsters, bore similarities to that of a summoner, yet wielded powers far surpassing those of a summoner. A Beastmaster could even contract elite and leader-class monsters, nurturing them to command entire tribes through the leadership of the contracted monsters. If a Beastmaster were indeed working behind the scenes, then the sudden upheaval of the Windwolf packs would be explicable. In this world, there exist organizations and forces, such as official city defenses, dedicated to resisting monster invasions and protecting civilians. Naturally, there also exist some deranged factions that perceive monster invasions as divine will. Hence, the instigator of this event was likely one of those foolish organizations. They were likely targeting both me and Yang Jinwei. Thus, it was certain that they possessed other means. They would not simply allow us to return safely to Tiana City. As Chen Ge sprinted, he discreetly glanced at the three practitioners forming a triangular formation around him, shielding him and their fellow students. He mentally prepared himself to summon the over 4,000 slimes from his summoning space to defend against any impending threats. Chen Ge could only hope that his suspicions were unfounded. Simultaneously, he continuously unleashed the summon slime skill. The slimes moved at a sluggish pace. Upon being summoned, they were immediately drawn back into the summoning space. He moved swiftly while simultaneously casting spells with both hands, showcasing an unparalleled level of combat skill for a magic-based profession. Within Tiana City, there were scarcely more than a handful of practitioners capable of proficiently executing such dual-handed spellcasting while on the move. At this moment, Chen Ge was solely focused on maximizing the number of slimes he could summon. However, no one seemed to notice the remarkable spellcasting techniques he exhibited. Everyone's attention was fixated on the relentless howls of wolves emanating from the wilderness and the potential impending monster siege. The howls had persisted for over half an hour without any sign of abating. Moreover, the proximity of the windwolf packs to Tiana City was becoming increasingly apparent. Chen Ge couldn't discern whether it was merely his imagination, but it seemed that the windwolf packs were in no hurry to begin their hunt. Rather, they appeared to be herding everyone towards Tiana City. As dusk approached, the sky darkened ominously. Traditionally, newly awakened practitioners would camp in the wilderness to hunt monsters and level up during the night. The surrounding wilds offered areas with communication signals, where monster levels were relatively low and thus safer. In previous years, graduates would not return to the city until they reached level 9 and maximized their experience. Racing against time to level up was crucial to prepare for the Practitioner Academy entrance examination in 2 weeks. Chen Ge and his companions had originally planned to camp in the wilderness as well. Additionally, their journey had been largely unhindered thanks to Chen Ge's slimes clearing the way, leaving their group quite distant from Tiana City. Returning to the city in a short time frame was entirely out of the question. Along the way, they had encountered numerous other student groups, as well as practitioners from various associations and mercenary groups hunting monsters for resources. Everyone had already received the warning from Tiana City and was desperately making their way back. The towering walls of Tiana City were now visible in the distance. Just when everyone believed they were about to safely return to the city, it was at that moment at the southern gate of Tiana City. A sudden burst of blinding fire erupted. Boom! A violent explosion resounded. The southern gate of Tiana City had been obliterated. All the students and accompanying teachers who were rushing towards Tiana City were momentarily stunned, frozen in the desolate wilderness. Chen Ge's complexion instantly darkened. It had begun. The enemy's backup plan was unfolding. They aimed to trap us in the wilderness. It was all but certain that this was directed at me and Yang Jinhua. However, considering my role as a summoner, it was more likely that their primary target was the elemental deity, Yang Jinhua. Chen Ge's unease intensified. His mind raced to summarize everything that had transpired that day. The enemy had orchestrated this with a clear plan. Likely initiated yesterday, when the awakening ceremony for Yang Jinhua and myself caused an anomaly in the heavens and earth. They had calculated the timing perfectly. First, they used the howling of the wind wolves to drive all students and wilderness adventurers back towards Tiana City. Then, just as the students were on the cusp of returning safely, they detonated the city gate, severing all avenues of escape. Their objective was to force everyone back to the vicinity of Tiana City, and their operatives were likely among those retreating adventurers. Chen Ge suddenly realized. The destruction of the city gate signaled that the true peril lay outside Tiana City. The enemy aimed not only to kill, but also to make a statement to Tiana City and the authorities. The wilderness. At this moment, the wilderness was the safest place to be. Chapter 31. I've long seen through you as an undercover agent. Chen Ge grasped the crux of the situation and hesitated no longer. Since the enemy intended to force people to the city gate before striking, he would not return to the city. After all, with the city gate now destroyed, reopening it would take considerable time. Returning would only render him a sitting duck outside. With nearly 5,000 slimes at his command, encountering 1 or 2 adventurers alone in the wilderness did not intimidate him. Conversely, being besieged by multiple adventurers at the city gate posed a far greater threat. As for the wind wolves in the wilderness, since they were likely being controlled by a beast master, they would not converge into a cohesive pack, taking advantage of their currently dispersed formation. If he could break through now, he would only face 1 or 2 groups of wind wolves. If he succeeded in breaching their ranks, the vast wilderness would become his domain. More importantly, drawing away a portion of the enemy would render Tiana City safer. This would ensure the safety of the elderly in the city and Tang Qianqian. However, if he simply fled into the wilderness, he would likely attract immediate attention. He needed to create chaos on site. Everyone needed to be in disarray. Only then could he make his escape, and even if the cultists lurking in the shadows spotted him, they would struggle to muster enough forces to pursue him. Chen Ge wagered that the enemy would not regard him, a summoner, as a significant threat. Yang Jinhua was their primary target. Resolute in his decision, Chen Ge quietly approached Yang Jinhua. Before departing, he felt compelled to warn her. After all, they were classmates. Moreover, it was her identity as the city lord's daughter that would help incite chaos among the crowd. Immediately contact your father. Inform him that these events are likely aimed at eliminating us both. Of course, I'm merely a summoner, so I might not warrant such a grand scheme for assassination. But you, as the elemental deity, are undoubtedly their main target. Upon hearing Chen Ge's words, Yang Jinhua's eyes widened with disbelief. Eliminate us? Why? Who? Who wants to kill us? Chen Ge gazed at her with exasperation, bemused by her naivety. With such a mindset, how could she call herself a top student? Always comparing herself to him, yet utterly oblivious. Because we are both legendary professions, we have undoubtedly made it onto the hit list of some anti-human cult organization. I just didn't expect them to act so swiftly. It's pointless to explain. You wouldn't comprehend anyway. Just do as I say. Have your father send someone to retrieve you immediately. Also, be wary of those adventurers fleeing with us towards the city. They could very well be assassins. Do not approach them lightly. As he spoke, out of the corner of his eye, Chen Ge noticed some adventurers dressed as mercenaries stealthily drawing closer to him. A cold glint flickered in Chen Ge's eyes as he surveyed the 3 accompanying teachers. The sky had darkened significantly. How could those individuals accurately pinpoint their location? It could only mean that there was a mole among them. Indeed, one of the 3 must be an undercover agent. However, the darkness had made visibility poor. The Tiana city walls were now out of sight. Likewise, those on the walls could not observe their situation. Their intent was not solely to kill, but also to send a message to the authorities of Tiana city. Thus, they would undoubtedly wait until they were closer to the city before making their move. Chen Ge patted Yang Jingyue again, continuing to whisper, "And those 3 have issues as well. I'll help you identify the mole. Just be cautious." With that, Chen Ge, observing Yang Jingyue's still bewildered expression, summoned 3 slimes and hurled them towards the 3 teachers. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Stop hiding. I've known all along that you are an undercover agent. You want to assassinate Yang Jingyue? Die." In an instant, all eyes turned to Chen Ge, including those of nearby adventurers fleeing in panic, particularly the 3 teachers, who turned just in time to see a mass of slimes hurtling towards their heads. "What the? Chen Ge's slimes? Why is he attacking me?" The trio was momentarily dumbfounded, hastily swatting the approaching slimes aside. The next moment, they heard Chen Ge's voice. The representative from the city lord's office and the teacher from Tiana No. 1 secondary school both paled. "What? Assassinate Yang Jingyue? Good heavens. This young lady must not come to harm. Otherwise, my life wouldn't suffice to make amends." The city lord's representative, a spellcaster, instantly appeared beside Yang Jingyue, conjuring a shimmering energy shield that enveloped her. Meanwhile, the teacher from Tiana No. 1 secondary school lightly tapped his sword against the shield. With a melee skill, he initiated a provocation. An invisible wave of energy radiated from him, expanding outward. Chen Ge, caught in the midst of it, felt a surge of anger rise within him. Just as he was about to retaliate, he was fortunate that the soul respite had granted him some resistance to provocation effects. The teacher's provocation seemed to have a low success rate. He only lost control for 2 seconds before regaining normalcy. Chen Ge was taken aback. "What the? An indiscriminate provocation? It doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. It just controls everyone together? This teacher sent by Old Su is something else." Chen Ge glanced around and noticed that more than half of those affected were in disarray. At the same time, the unfamiliar teacher from another school had already shaken off the provocation's influence. His expression shifted dramatically, his heart sinking. "Discovered? How is that possible? I was so well hidden, not a hint of abnormality the entire time. How could Chen Ge possibly uncover my identity?" However, now that he had been exposed, there was no point in saying anything. He needed to initiate his plans. Capture Yang Jingyue alive, and the organization's scheme could proceed smoothly. As for Chen Ge, this summoner's prowess surpassed all expectations. According to the organization's original plan, there was no need to concern themselves with this worthless summoner. However, after observing him throughout the day, it became evident that this young man harbored considerable potential. To preemptively thwart his future growth and its potential impact on the organization's grand designs, it would be prudent to eliminate him swiftly. He turned sharply towards the nearby crowd and bellowed, "Move. The plan has changed. Capture Yang Jingyue alive." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, employing a stealth skill characteristic of assassins. Among the crowd, the few professionals who had been stealthily approaching Chen Ge now ceased their concealment upon hearing the instructor's command, revealing their identities and charging towards Yang Jingyue. Chapter 32. Fortunately, Chen Ge's diverse skills illuminated the darkness of the night. The crowd finally regained their senses, erupting into a cacophony of noise. "Yang Jingyue? Isn't that the name of the Lord's daughter?" exclaimed one. "My goodness, someone's attempting to assassinate the Lord's daughter," cried another. "Brothers, arm yourselves to protect the Lord's daughter." "Damn it, who dares to stir trouble in our Tiana city?" shouted yet another. "The assassin targeting the Lord's daughter has gone invisible. Mages, cast illumination spells to break his concealment. That archer's also a killer. Quickly, take him down." The scene descended into chaos. Fortunately, Yang Chenghu had cultivated a respectable reputation in Tiana city over the years. Upon hearing that the target of the assassination was Yang Jingyue, numerous professionals spontaneously joined the ranks to protect her. Chen Ge observed that his aim of inciting chaos had been achieved and chose not to linger any longer. As for Yang Jinyue's safety, he felt no concern. She was already level 1, capable of utilizing equipment and items, and as the city lord, Yang Chenghu undoubtedly had provided her with life-saving tools. Moreover, Wang Taizhu and Zhu Ling held little value as assassination targets. As long as they did not act recklessly, they would remain unharmed. Chen Ge quietly retreated through the crowd, deciding to break through in the opposite direction. He intended to delve into the wilderness to enhance his strength. Previously, he refrained from excessively exploiting slimes due to the live-streaming footage, which would have been difficult to explain. Finding opportunities to utilize the method of making slimes eliminate each other to accumulate soul requiem had been elusive. Once he distanced himself from the live cameras, he would be free to unleash his full potential and rapidly enhance his abilities. Of course, he could not afford to sacrifice all 5,000 slimes. He needed to retain a sufficient quantity in the summoning space to adequately respond to various dangers in the wilderness. As Chen Ge slipped away from the main group, hastening into the depths of the wilderness under the cover of night, the atmosphere in Tianhe City grew increasingly grave. Half an hour prior, at the moment the city gate was blown apart, the city's leaders finally recognized that something was amiss. If it were merely a monster uprising, how could they have known to target the city gate? This was clearly a meticulously orchestrated assassination plot devised by a cult organization. What is the current situation outside the city? Have you identified the cause of the sudden upheaval among the windwolves? And what organization was responsible for the destruction of the city gate? What are their intentions? Are they targeting our Tianhe City? Or are they after the newly awakened legendary professionals, Jinwei and Chen Ge? Yang Chenghu's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with a fierce murderous intent. His daughter remained outside the city, likely the target of the enemy's operation. Yet, he could not leave the city. He had to stay and oversee the situation. If the enemy's objective was Tianhe City, his departure could lead to disaster should they infiltrate from within. City Lord, the communication signals outside have been disrupted. We cannot establish contact with the young lady. The city gate's destruction has completely sealed it off, and it will take at least 3 days to clear the blockage. However, we have dispatched personnel to circumvent through the east and west gates, but it may take a day to reach the southern wilderness. Thanks to Chen Ge's early warning, we had already sent some guards out before the signal was jammed, and they have been given rescue orders. Just then, another subordinate entered to report, City Lord. Multiple incidents of professional attacks have occurred within the city. The enforcement team is short-staffed and requests assistance from some of the guards. Yang Chenghu immediately grasped the situation. If the enemy's target was Tianhe City, their infiltrators would not have revealed themselves so soon. This was a coordinated effort. The unrest within the city was intended to distract Tianhe City's forces, preventing them from aiding the outside. Thus, it was evident that the newly awakened legendary professional this year was undoubtedly the enemy's objective. Head of the family, the young lady has sent a message through a communication talisman. A subordinate from the Yang family presented a talisman to Yang Chenghu. Despite the disrupted signals, certain communication devices remained unimpeded. Yang Chenghu swiftly took the talisman and examined its contents. The moment he read the message, his expression darkened even further, and his fury erupted. How outrageous. Look at how thoroughly you have been infiltrated. Yang Chenghu fumed, tossing the talisman to the leaders in the city lord's office. An undercover agent has infiltrated our school as a teacher, and you still have no clue who the enemy is? You useless lot. Are you all just feeding at the city lord's table? Investigate. Immediately. You have 1 hour. Regardless of the means, if you fail to gather sufficient information, you can forget about wearing your skins. The personnel from the city lord's office promptly set out to uncover the enemy's identity. The principals and family heads present began circulating Yang Jinyue's communication talisman. Their targets were Yang Jinwei and Chen Ge. An undercover agent had already infiltrated their schools as a teacher. This was utterly unconscionable. Fortunately, Chen Ge had detected the irregularities and exposed the infiltrator in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Once again, it was Chen Ge who identified the anomaly. He had even analyzed the wolf pack's numbers earlier. This young man, despite being a summoner, possessed remarkable analytical skills. If he were to pursue a career in intelligence work, he would undoubtedly have a bright future ahead. Could this be the distinction between a top scholar's intellect and that of ordinary individuals? According to Chen Ge's analysis, the motives of this group of lunatics were not merely to kill. They had plans to drive people outside the city gates to slaughter them. Was this not a blatant affront to our authority? Their intent was not only to kill, but also to demonstrate against us. This resembled the tactics of the Starlight Society, that notorious cult. The Starlight Society? A despicable organization composed of lunatics who worship monsters and advocate for the annihilation of humanity? My goodness, that insane organization? There had been no prior reports of their activities in our Jiangnan province. This was not a mere lack of activity. This was a clear indication that those madmen had been secretly infiltrating our Jiangnan province. The infiltrators had already embedded themselves in our schools. Those lunatics were capable of anything. We must swiftly identify and eradicate all individuals associated with the Starlight Society in our Tianhe City to prevent the spread of this cult. Chapter 33, Level 1 Summoner vs. Level 25 Assassin. In the wilderness outside the city, Chen Ge attracted little attention, effortlessly slipping away from the crowd. Under the cloak of night, he ventured deeper into the wilderness. Simultaneously, he continued summoning slimes. At this hour, every additional slime equated to an increase in strength. In the distance, the howls of wolves grew ever closer. Through the rudimentary calculation of sound localization, Chen Ge estimated that in approximately half an hour, he would encounter a pack of windwolves surrounding him. Currently, he had summoned 5,022 slimes within the spatial realm and anticipated the ability to conjure an additional 240 slimes within that time frame. Dealing with a horde of windwolves posed little challenge. Yet he remained wary of the presence of a beast master. Otherwise, the summoning of more windwolves could spell danger. As Chen Ge contemplated this, an ominous alert surged within him. A chilling sensation crept up his spine, signaling imminent peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the over 5,000 slimes from his spatial realm to barricade the area behind him, simultaneously throwing himself forward. In that very instant, a flash of icy light pierced the exact location where he had just been. Several crimson numbers indicating damage floated into view. 799, 801, 769. The cold gleam had pierced through 7 or 8 slimes, obliterating them instantaneously. Having tumbled to the ground, Chen Ge swiftly rolled aside and regained his footing, only to see several attribute feedback notifications from his soul's rest. There was no time to examine them closely. His focus was entirely on the assailant who had attempted to take his life. It was a skillful backstab, an assassin. Chen Ge was drenched in cold sweat. That was a close call. Had he delayed his fall by even half a second or postponed summoning the slimes, he might have succumbed to that dagger. Cursing inwardly, he acknowledged the vulnerability inherent to a summoner. He resolved to save up and purchase a life-saving skill at the earliest opportunity. Fortunately, his instinct had propelled him into action at the moment of danger, and the summoned slimes had slightly impeded the assassin's strike, allowing him to escape with his life. Now, he discerned the identity of the assassin. It was the previously unidentified instructor who had been part of his group. Why had he not remained to apprehend Yang Jinhua? Instead, he had come to pursue Chen Ge? A dark scowl crossed his face. What in the world was happening? Had exposing his identity incited the assassin's wrath? How petty. Impressive reflexes. To evade a level 25 assassin's backstab, you have something to be proud of. The assassin taunted, casually dispatching several slimes with a kick. He retreated a few steps and activated his stealth again, gradually fading from view. But you won't be so fortunate with the next strike. I had no intention of killing you, the useless summoner. Our target is only Yang Chenghu's daughter. Yet, here you are, foolishly seeking your own demise. You have only yourself to blame. Utilizing the cover of night, the stealth skill rendered him nearly invisible. Chen Ge observed as the figure vanished from sight. He stifled the impulse to command the slimes to swarm the assassin. The slimes were too slow. The level 25 assassin's speed far surpassed theirs. And they weren't mindless low-level creatures. Should he unleash the slimes, they would likely deal a brief amount of damage without killing him, allowing the assassin to retreat, which would only heighten the risk. Patience was essential. He needed to wait for an opportunity to ensnare the assassin with the slimes, leaving him no escape. If no opportunity arose, he would create one. Chen Ge promptly directed all his slimes to disperse around him in a circular formation. Being an assassin, the foe lacked ranged attacks. To eliminate him, the assassin would have to close the distance. Once within striking range, the assassin's attacks, nearing 800 points, could easily annihilate Chen Ge, the fragile summoner. However, this fragile summoner was not merely a soft target. He would not allow the assassin to evade his detection. Chen Ge manipulated the slimes, causing them to dart erratically around him. With over 5,000 slimes, they could indiscriminately cover an area with a radius exceeding 10 meters. Within this encircled space, Chen Ge continued summoning slimes while calling into the darkness. If you wish to kill Yang Jinhua, go ahead. Why seek me out? Moreover, you, a level 25 assassin, attempt to assassinate a level 1 summoner? That's hardly sporting. The night echoed only with the gurgling sounds of the slimes, devoid of any response. The assassin was more cautious than Chen Ge had anticipated. Perhaps after shadowing him for a day, the assassin had gained insight into his strategy of overwhelming with slimes. A level 25 assassin, instead of recklessly attacking a level 1 fragile summoner, resorted to stealth tactics. This was indeed a challenging predicament. Yet, Chen Ge remained unperturbed. The longer this dragged on, the more slimes he could summon, turning the odds in his favor. He refused to believe the assassin could hold back indefinitely. Even if the assassin refrained from action, he would pinpoint his location and encircle him, ensuring his demise. Hey, instructor, you're rather timid, aren't you? A level 25 assassin targeting a level 1 summoner, yet you resort to psychological warfare? Come on, which organization do you belong to? Share your organization's philosophy with me. Perhaps I might be persuaded to join you. Brother, why not leave your organization and collaborate with me? Together, we can elevate the summoner profession or establish a new organization to thrive. The assassin remained silent, and within the slime's coverage area, there was no sign of his presence. Chen Ge felt a twinge of frustration. It was evident that since the assassin had come to kill, he would not flee. After all, a level 25 assassin had no reason to retreat from a level 1 summoner. Nonetheless, Chen Ge was not merely engaging in idle chatter. Since the assassin refused to act, he would compel him to do so. Seizing the moment to speak, Chen Ge discreetly recalled some slimes back into the summoning space and gradually expanded the search radius of the remaining slimes. This tactic created gaps among the slimes, offering the assassin a pathway to approach while concealing the reduction in slime numbers. Moreover, it was common knowledge that slimes, being rather simple-minded creatures, frequently collided with one another, resulting in their demise and leaving behind puddles of liquid. A normal practitioner would hardly pay attention to the attributes of such low-level monsters. I refuse to believe you won't take the bait. Chen Ge's lips curled into a sly smile. Chapter 34. Want to escape? Too late. Finally, unable to contain himself. Was he about to strike? Chen Ge felt a surge of adrenaline as he had meticulously set the stage for the assassin. Within minutes, he noticed an anomaly behind him. The liquid from the slain slimes splattered as other slimes scurried about, and a portion of that liquid hovered about 30 to 40 centimeters above the ground. Oh. Despite your caution, your underestimation of the summoner profession and the slimes remains unavoidable. You see that the slimes have dispersed and are confident you can come to kill me without interference? You believe you now have the opportunity to strike? How naive. With this thought in mind, Chen Ge maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, feigning ignorance of the assassin's presence. Continuing to summon slimes, he remained vigilant, casting wary glances around him. Simultaneously, he discreetly retracted the slimes that had spread into the distance back into his summoning space, fully prepared. The moment the adversary launched an attack would signify their demise. In the darkness of night, the assassin was completely oblivious to the slime residue clinging to his pant leg. His opponent was merely a level 1 summoner. Had it not been for his cultivated habits of caution over the years, he would have recklessly charged through the slimes with his dagger. Therefore, upon witnessing Chen Ge expand the search range of his slimes, the gaps between them became apparent, allowing him to stealthily approach Chen Ge without any hindrance. After all, he was just a student, lacking in combat experience. The previous ambush that he narrowly evaded was likely just a stroke of luck. This time, he thought to himself, how will you escape? The assassin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. As a mentor accompanying Chen Ge, he had observed him closely throughout the day and clearly discerned that Chen Ge's previous monster slaying was merely a result of overwhelming numbers of slimes. Devoid of any real combat experience or skill, he harbored no concerns that this was a deliberate trap set by Chen Ge and thus grew impatient. This was his chance to eliminate Chen Ge. He needed to swiftly kill him and return to capture Yang Jinhua alive. The plan had been prematurely exposed, and the protective forces surrounding Yang Jinhua were significant. It would require considerable effort to deal with them. The assassin contemplated his next moves. Relying on the cover of night and his own invisibility, completely unguarded, perhaps even disdainful of any caution against a level 1 summoner. He made his way towards Chen Ge's back. However, he failed to notice the cold smirk that had crept onto Chen Ge's face, who was not merely aimlessly scanning his surroundings. Out of the corner of his eye, he had already locked onto the slime residue on the assassin's pant leg, pinpointing his location. As the assassin closed in, now merely 3 meters away, the distance was sufficient. Chen Ge abruptly turned to face the assassin's position. Finally arrived, have you? I almost thought you were patient and cautious enough to wait for the perfect moment to strike, he said with a light chuckle. The assassin froze momentarily at Chen Ge's sudden address. Had he been discovered? Or was it merely coincidence? Before he could react, Chen Ge raised his hand, and countless slimes materialized around him. Panic set in for the assassin. How did he discover me? When did he figure it out? How is this possible? My stealth as a level 25 assassin should never have been penetrated by a level 1 summoner. Moreover, how could there be so many slimes in his summoning space? Had he been concealing them? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. A slime had already plopped down onto him, and the damage indicator appeared above him. Despite being unable to break his defenses, the force damage was still a significant 1 point. However, his invisibility was shattered due to the attack. The assassin's face was now a mask of shock and confusion. In the next instant, slimes began raining down upon him. His expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned. This was a trap. The apparent vulnerability Chen Ge had shown was, in fact, a cleverly laid pitfall, and he had foolishly stepped right into it. He hastily raised his dagger, slaying a few slimes that descended upon him, attempting to escape the encirclement. However, for every few slimes he eliminated, countless others immediately surged forth to take their place, crashing down upon him relentlessly. The sheer number of slimes amassed made it impossible for him to move. Chen Ge further utilized his summoning space to teleport other slimes from a distance, surrounding the assassin completely with over 5,000 slimes. The continuous onslaught prevented him from re-entering his stealth state. Observing the expression on the assassin's face, Chen Ge couldn't help but chuckle. Why do you look so perplexed? Only now do you think of fleeing? It's too late. Watching the assassin struggle futilely beneath the overwhelming tide of slimes, he noted the rapid descent of the blood bar above him, marked with 11,111 upon entering combat. Chen Ge took a step back, cautious of a potential last-ditch counterattack. After all, he was a level 25 assassin, and his damage could still be formidable. Considering the assassin's bewildered expression and the fact that he was about to become the first person Chen Ge killed, he decided to offer an explanation. The gaps you saw among my slimes were intentional, designed to lure you into action. The slime residue that splattered onto your pant leg was merely a means to expose your whereabouts. Should you awaken to the assassin class in your next life, remember not to underestimate any target, even if they are merely a level 1 summoner. The assassin's face transformed into one of utter despair as he realized he could not free himself from the overwhelming assault of the slimes. Had he not fallen into this trap from the outset, he would have easily been able to clear away the slimes he could dispatch with ease, ultimately turning to slay Chen Ge. But now, trapped and lacking any area damage skills as an assassin, he despaired as he witnessed Chen Ge continue to summon slimes at a rate of 4 every half minute. He realized he had no hope left. His health bar plummeted swiftly. Wait, don't kill me. I'm with the Starlight Association. Chen Ge, I bear you no malice. Our target has always been Yang Jinhua. We have no enmity between us. The assassin began to plead for mercy, yet Chen Ge remained unmoved. The assassin's expression gradually turned fierce. Chen Ge, if you kill me, the Starlight Association will not let you go. They will surely avenge me. You cannot escape, nor can your family. Chapter 35, Soul Link. Damage transfer. The assassin was slain, crushed to death beneath the weight of the slimes. Following his first kill, Chen Ge felt no significant discomfort. Upon the assassin's demise, he was rewarded with a substantial loot drop. When a profession dies, all items within their storage space are released, collecting all that the assassin had dropped. He also stripped away the equipment adorning the assassin's body. All of it could be sold, and Chen Ge needed funds to provide a better life for his grandmother and Tang Qianqian, as well as to search for Lin Yuyu, which also required money. Counting his spoils, he found 12 for 127 crystal coins, 7 potions for restoring health and energy, 5 poison potions used by assassins, enough food and water for half a month, and several pieces of assassin gear, all of average quality, which he couldn't be bothered to examine in detail, planning to sell them upon returning to town. As for the other assorted items, such as clothing, he discarded those worthless trinkets. Although the assassin dropped a fair amount, the most valuable was undoubtedly his stash of 427 crystal coins. However, Chen Ge's gains extended beyond what the assassin had dropped. In this battle, despite it being a one-sided slaughter, the assassin had managed to kill over 600 slimes in his desperate struggle, coupled with the approximately 100 slimes Chen Ge had intentionally allowed to fight amongst themselves. The number of slain slimes has approached 800. The attributes reported by Soul Return have inundated the screen. Just moments ago, Chen Ge had no time to check them. But now he finally has the opportunity. Soul of Slime returned. Gained 1 health point. Soul of Slime returned. Gained 1 resistance to knockback effects. Soul of Slime returned. Gained 1 storage space. Soul of Slime returned. Gained 1 Balenciaga lettered high silk. Soul of Slime returned. Gained 1 skill slot expansion scroll. Soul of Slime returned. Gained 1 Soul Link skill scroll. Oh my goodness. A skill scroll has emerged. And a skill expansion scroll as well. Chen Ge's face instantly lit up with joy. The skill expansion scroll is considered one of the most coveted items. It is important to note that every 5 levels, a professional automatically acquires 1 skill slot. At level 0, upon awakening, 1 skill slot is granted. A level 10 professional has only 3 skill slots, a level 15 has 4, and a level 20 has 5. To acquire additional skill slots and learn more skills, there exists only one solution: the utilization of a skill expansion scroll, which allows a professional to gain an extra skill slot. In combat, this grants one an additional skill compared to other professionals of the same level. Do not underestimate this extra skill. Often, during critical moments, it can enhance one's overall skill synergy, leading to a multiplication of combat effectiveness by 2, 3, or even dozens of times. In the entire Dragon Summer Empire's professional item trading market, countless wealthy individuals are offering billions for skill expansion scrolls. Yet none are available for sale. Unless one is in dire need of substantial funds for survival, no one would part with their acquired skill expansion scroll. These scrolls are truly exquisite items with a price, but no market. Chen Ge found the skill expansion scroll in his storage space. Although he was short on funds, he was not foolish enough to sell it. Without any hesitation, he directly used the skill expansion scroll. Subsequently, he retrieved the skill he had just acquired from Soul Return. Soul Link, a name that carries the essence of the soul. It appears to be a skill well suited for me. Chen Ge gazed at the detailed description of the Soul Link skill scroll. Soul Link, level 0, proficiency 0. Consumes 5 energy points per second upon activation. Establishes a soul link with one's summoned creatures, beasts, zombies, or puppets. All damage inflicted upon oneself is transferred to the target of the soul link. The user receives no damage, while the soul link target bears 200 of the damage incurred. If the number of soul link targets exceeds 1, the damage is evenly distributed among all linked targets, with no limit on quantity. No skill cooldown time. The moment Chen Ge read this skill's detailed description, he was utterly astonished. A surge of intense joy washed over him. This is a skill that allows summoned creatures to share damage. Haha, this is simply splendid. Just when I was contemplating how to purchase a life-saving skill upon returning to town. Now, I can save my money to improve the living conditions for my grandmother and Qianqian. What is there to hesitate about? I must learn it. This skill is tailor-made for me. Although the damage borne by the summoned creatures is doubled, becoming 200 of the damage I would normally take. My number of summoned creatures is substantial. The soul link does not limit the number of linked targets. After averaging the damage, it essentially equates to no damage at all. Furthermore, this skill is not categorized as a summoning skill. Thus it cannot benefit from the consumption reduction of unlimited summoning. Nevertheless, it consumes 5 energy points per second upon activation, which conveniently matches my current energy recovery rate. It amounts to 0 consumption. Chen Ge promptly utilized the Soul Link skill scroll in his possession. He then examined his status panel, noting his attributes at this moment. Name, Chen Ge, level 114. Profession, Soul Summoner. Health points, 862. Energy points, 989. Constitution, 76. Mentality, 82. Attack, 103. Defense, 67. Talents, unlimited summoning, unique. Soul Return, unique. Skills, Summon Slime. Soul Link, equipment, none. Summoning space, 0. Summoned creatures not within the space do not occupy summoning capacity. Storage space, after this encounter with the assassin. The enhancement of his attributes has become Chen Ge's greatest reward. Both his health and energy points are nearing 1,000, rivaling the attribute panels of other professionals at levels 8 and 9, even without equipment or additional items. Yet, Chen Ge is merely at level 1. These fundamental attributes are not the core of his gains from this battle. The true essence lies in the various enhancements to hit rate, resistances, and other factors. His energy recovery now stands at 5 seconds, health recovery at 3 seconds, critical hit rate at 4, and critical hit resistance at 5. Various effects such as hit and resistance against abnormal conditions, as well as elemental damage boosts and immunities to fire, ice, and wind, have all been elevated to varying degrees of 25. At present, Chen Ge's low level and attributes do not fully reflect the potency of these enhancements. However, as his level rises and these attributes ascend to higher percentages, the true terror will manifest. Chapter 36. Annihilate those windwolf cubs. With the enhancement of Chen Ge's own attributes, the summoned slimes have also experienced considerable growth. Slime, Chen Ge, level 1, health points, 104. Energy points, 119. Constitution, 10. Mentality, 10. Attack, 13. Defense, 9. Although their capabilities have improved significantly, their combat power remains subpar. However, Chen Ge does not expect the slimes to possess extraordinary combat strength at this stage. Inflicting damage relies on overwhelming numbers, ensuring sufficient damage output. With the existence of this Soul Link skill, these slimes have now acquired an additional function. They serve as his mobile reservoir of health. Currently, with over 4,000 slimes still alive, each boasting 104 health points, it equates to over 400,000 health points for Chen Ge. Goodness. Calculating this, Chen Ge was astounded. With such health, who could possibly eliminate me in an instant? Even assuming the Soul Link incurs double damage, I still possess 200,000 health points. It turns out the true boss is me. Moreover, Chen Ge had just attempted to establish the Soul Link. Upon linking with the slimes, even when the slimes are retracted into the summoning space, the effect still remains active. This means that in urban settings, where it is inconvenient to release all summoned creatures, the damage transfer effect of the Soul Link continues to function. Furthermore, as his number of summoned creatures continues to increase in the future, at the very least, he will have no issues regarding his life safety. Wait, it cannot be said that there are absolutely no issues. Certain abnormal effects could render the skill ineffective, such as control skills possessing effects like banishment or sealing, which might forcibly nullify his Soul Link. However, once I enhance my resistance to banishment and sealing effects to 100 or even 10,000, it will be impossible for enemies specializing in control to bind me. If only I had possessed my current strength during the earlier encounter with that assassin, the need to devise complex traps would have been rendered unnecessary. Chen Ge reflected on the battle he had just faced. This can be considered the first life and death battle of Chen Ge's existence. Reflecting upon it now, a sense of trepidation washes over him. The adversary was merely an assassin, had it been another level 25 class with area attack skills. Defeating them would not have been so effortless. In fact, even against a level 15 mage. Any practitioner who had acquired area damage skills would have posed a formidable challenge to him with his prior abilities. The primary factor that enabled him to vanquish this assassin lay in the latter's underestimation of him as a level 1 summoner, which allowed his strategy to unfold flawlessly. However, the circumstances have changed. With the possession of the formidable skill, Soul Link, and an impressive 400,000 health points. Even if he stood idle and allowed the assassin to attack, it is likely that the assassin would perish from exhaustion before he could slay Chen Ge. Moreover, the assassin's final threat regarding his family struck a chord. His family represents Chen Ge's ultimate boundary. His grandmother and Tang Qianqian are the untouchable scales of his life. The Starlight Guild. Very well. I will ensure that you have no opportunity to trouble my family. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Chen Ge's eyes. But for now, the priority is to level up. Completing the first breakthrough dungeon to elevate his level to 10 is essential to qualify for the Vocational Academy entrance examination in half a month, after which he will return to confront the Starlight Guild. The optimal targets for experience grinding are the packs of windwolves encircling him in the wilderness. With his current strength, the small to medium-sized packs of wind wolves above level 10 posed little threat. Chen Ge swiftly gathered all slimes into the summoning space to hasten his journey. Simultaneously, he maintained the use of his skill, summoning new slimes at a rate of 4 every half minute. The moment the new slimes materialized, they were immediately integrated into the soul link and stored in the summoning space, moving deeper into the wilderness in the direction of the howls. Initially, Chen Ge intended to avoid the wind wolves, aiming to strengthen himself in the wilderness before hunting them. Now, however, that necessity has evaporated. The distance between them had already narrowed significantly. Soon, Chen Ge spotted dozens of pairs of glowing green eyes ahead in the night. As soon as he noticed the wind wolves, they too became aware of him. With a ferocious howl, the pack surged toward him. In an instant, Chen Ge summoned all his slimes from the summoning space, while simultaneously inspecting the attributes of the wind wolves. Wind wolf, level 10, health 900, energy 860. The difference in levels rendered the visible information limited, but that mattered little to Chen Ge. Knowing their level and health was sufficient. A mere level 10 wind wolf with only 900 health points was practically a gift of experience. Attack! Chen Ge commanded. Over 4,000 slimes erupted into excitement. As the king slime, 236 rallied his troops. Follow me, my subjects. Eliminate those wind wolf pups. Let the slime race regain its former glory. This is the honor bestowed upon us by our master. We are immortal. Long live the slime race. Long live our master. The slimes became frenzied. The fervor of battle ignited within each blob of slime. Charge! Long live the slime race. Long live our master. They roared in unison, fearlessly charging at the oncoming pack of wind wolves. Observing the night filled with slimes bursting with combat spirit, Chen Ge couldn't shake the feeling that 236 had undergone some subtle transformation, appearing slightly larger than the other slimes. Typically, slimes summoned by a normal summoner inherit a portion of their master's attributes, with each summoning fixed in their stats. Yet, what I summon has seemingly evolved into the essence of the slime itself. Could it be that 230's soul has grown stronger? Since their souls returned to me after death, do their enhancements persist? Chen Ge was astounded by his own speculation. Does this imply that my summoned creatures are not bound by fixed inherited attributes, but rather, akin to beasts of a beastmaster, can be nurtured and strengthened? While a beastmaster's creatures perish upon death, my summoned entities nurture souls, which are eternal. Thus the strength cultivated will endure. Incredible. I must verify this upon my return. If successful, my summoned entities could wield formidable combat prowess in advance. Chapter 37. Slime Legion vs. Wind Wolf Pack. While Chen Ge contemplated the feasibility of nurturing and enhancing the souls of slimes, the battle between the slime horde and the wind wolves had already commenced. In just one encounter, about 20 wind wolves charged, instantly slaying dozens of slimes. However, under the leadership of 236, the Slime Legion was undeterred by the loss. Instead, they leapt boldly into the fray, launching their gelatinous forms at the heads of the wind wolves. Moreover, with 236 continuously issuing commands, the 4,000 slimes astonishingly divided into 4 squads, each targeting a single wind wolf. Then, they unleashed a concentrated assault. The blood-red numbers indicating health depletion floated up in a dense cluster. In an instant, the health bars of the 4 targeted wind wolves plummeted to 0. The Slime Legion had effectively annihilated the 4 wind wolves in a single coordinated strike. Chen Ge also received experience points for the kills. Killed wind wolf. Gained 120 experience. 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 Leveling up was inherently challenging. Chen Ge had traversed a 9-level gap to acquire this modest amount of experience. His experience points rose from level 1 at 14 to level 1 at 30. At this rate, if he exterminated the entire pack of wind wolves, he would ascend to level 2. Achieving level 2 within a single day would position him among the elite in terms of leveling speed. Chen Ge was well aware of the difficulties of leveling up and was highly satisfied with his current rate. Conversely, the wind wolves were utterly bewildered. Their skirmish with the Slime Legion had begun with the loss of 20 of their own, while the slimes had only lost around 2. The casualty ratio for the wind wolves was tenfold that of the slimes. What in the world is this? Are these truly slimes? We are all monsters. Do the wind wolves not know what slimes are? When did these gooey blobs gain such combat prowess? And they are fearless? The Wind Wolf King, who was initially observing the battle alongside 2 trusted companions, let out a frantic howl. The 2 seemingly more robust wind wolves immediately joined the fray. Chen Ge glanced at the new arrivals. Speed-enhanced wind wolf. Level 10. Health 1200. Energy 1060. Strength-enhanced wind wolf. Level 10. Health 1500. Energy 960, as expected. These were monsters with enhanced attributes, stronger than the typical variety. Chen Ge was not taken by surprise. Generally speaking, the more prefixes a monster's name has, the more formidable it is. These 2 enhanced wind wolves possessed merely a single prefix each, indicating their limited strength. The summoning of slimes in Chen Ge's hands did not cease. He continued to bolster the combat power of his slime legion. It appeared that the Windwolf King was merely an elite-grade monster. Chen Ge cast his gaze toward the Windwolf King and focused for 3 seconds, during which information about the creature emerged in his sight. Elite Windwolf King, Lin Yan, level 11 health, 5,000. Energy, 2,600. Indeed, it was a creature with an owner. It seemed that the beast master controlling this pack of windwolves was this individual named Lin Yan. However, it appeared that Lin Yan was not nearby to control more than one Windwolf King. As expected, the elite Windwolf King was only level 11, suggesting that Lin Yan's own level was likely not high, probably not exceeding level 20. With such a level, he could command at most 4 or 5 packs of windwolves, insufficient to dominate the hundreds of packs now roaming the wilderness. It seemed that a considerable number of beast masters from the Starlight Guild would be deployed this time. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chen Ge's eyes. He thought, if I were to eliminate all these beast masters, the Starlight Guild would surely feel the loss. The resources expended to cultivate beast masters are not insignificant. Dare to threaten me? To use my family as leverage? I shall first annihilate your entire family. A glimmer of brutality and ruthlessness appeared in his gaze as he turned his attention back to the elite Windwolf King. Compared to the previously enhanced windwolves, its attributes had seen a significant increase, with its health soaring to 5,000. However, Chen Ge's level was too low to discern its attack, defense, and other attributes. Yet, for Chen Ge, these details were inconsequential. After all, the slimes were easily dispatched. What mattered was the opponent's health. Upon seeing the health value, Chen Ge concluded that this elite windwolf could be eliminated in just 2 concentrated assaults from the slimes. At that moment, the 2 enhanced windwolves had already plunged into the fray. Windwolves are inherently fast creatures, and the one with enhanced speed moved as if it were in a realm devoid of obstacles, swiftly dispatching dozens of slimes in the blink of an eye. However, the creature's intelligence was not high. It did not charge directly at Chen Ge, the summoner, but instead turned to continue its slaughter of other slimes. Chen Ge would not simply stand by and watch. In an instant, he summoned the slimes in the path of the speed-enhanced windwolf into the summoning space, causing the windwolf to miss its target entirely. Seizing the opportunity while it was still disoriented, Chen Ge released the slimes he had just summoned behind the speed-enhanced windwolf. Immediately, this group of slimes locked onto their new target and unleashed a barrage of attacks. The crimson numbers of damage, 1111, rose above its head, quickly reducing its health to half. Observing this, the elite Windwolf King could no longer remain calm, witnessing one of its powerful subordinates being swiftly reduced to half health. Meanwhile, the ordinary windwolves had suffered losses as well, with 3 more being obliterated by the Slime Legion commanded by 236. Chen Ge garnered another 360 experience points. Finally, the Windwolf King charged into the battle, its sights set on 236. It recognized that this slime was the leader of the group, just as it was the king of the Windwolves. If it could slay the Slime King, the disoriented Slime Legion would become akin to headless flies, easily slaughtered by its minions. However, just as the Windwolf King lunged toward 236, whoosh, 236 vanished without a trace. Chen Ge had intervened again, teleporting 236 to another location through the summoning space, just as the elite Windwolf King was about to strike. Chen Ge was in no hurry to eliminate the Windwolf King. He intended to first eradicate all its minions before dealing with the Wolf King itself. Chapter 38. The Elite Monster's Frenzy. The elite Windwolf King had missed its chance, but the Slime Legion's onslaught continued unabated. In that moment, they had dispatched another 4 ordinary windwolves. Chen Ge, utilizing the summoning space to manage his slimes, also succeeded in slaying the already wounded speed-enhanced windwolf. He even witnessed the speed-enhanced windwolf drop a piece of equipment and several crystal coins upon its death, but he was too preoccupied to collect them at that moment. He would inspect the battlefield once all the windwolves had been defeated. The windwolf pack had suffered significant losses, and the slimes had not emerged unscathed either, with casualties exceeding 1,000. With Chen Ge's continuous summoning, the total number of slimes had barely reached 3,000. Nevertheless, the fighting spirit of the Slime Legion remained high, even growing more frenzied. All the slimes were relentlessly leaping to smash the heads of the windwolves. In stark contrast, the remaining windwolves began to exhibit signs of panic. The last 7 or 8 windwolves, gripped by fear, tucked their tails and trembled, utterly devoid of any desire to fight. Although their intelligence was low, they had come to realize that they were no match for the slime horde. At that moment, their only instinct was to flee. But would Chen Ge allow them to escape? Having arrived, they were his experience points. Did they think they could escape with the experience that was rightfully his? Continuing to assist 236 in evading the elite Windwolf King, a few minutes later, the last of the windwolves fell to the concentrated fire of the Slime Legion, including the strength-enhanced windwolf. The remaining elite Windwolf King roared in fury, but it was bound by the commands of its beast master, which dictated that all must be driven to the walls of Tianhe City, preventing anyone from breaking free from the encirclement. confronted with the solitary elite Windwolf King and his own fewer than 3,000 slimes. Chen Ge's lips curled into a satisfied smile. His experience level had risen to level 98. Next came the task of eliminating the elite Windwolf King. A beast without a beastmaster to control, it would see its powers significantly diminished, becoming no different from ordinary wild monsters. However, considering that monsters of elite grade and higher could enter a rampage state once their health fell below a certain threshold, it was imperative to dispatch it swiftly, preventing it from entering that state. With a wave of his hand, Chen Ge recalled all the slimes back into the summoning space, leaving himself to confront the elite Windwolf King alone. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of all the slimes around it, the elite Windwolf King finally turned its ire toward the human who had not yet attacked it. Howling, it unleashed its terrifying speed and charged at Chen Ge. Yet, having observed the Windwolf King for some time, Chen Ge was well prepared for its velocity. Anticipating its trajectory, he merely took a half step back to the side, executing a slight maneuver that allowed him to evade the full-force assault of the elite Windwolf King. In truth, even if Chen Ge had not dodged, it would not have posed any issue. With Soul Link still tethered to over 2,800 slimes in the summoning space, he effectively possessed the equivalent of 280,000 health points. The elite Windwolf King could inflict a maximum of around 300 damage upon him. Considering the damage amplification from Soul Link, that would amount to merely 600 points of damage, which was still far less than the average damage of 1 point that could be absorbed by 2,800 slimes. For Chen Ge, the damage inflicted by the Windwolf King was merely a scratch, hardly worth considering. Though he remained unscathed, the pain was still palpable, and he had no desire to endure such unnecessary discomfort. Seizing the fleeting moment as the elite Wolf King brushed past him, Chen Ge took the opportunity to summon all the slimes from his summoning space, encircling the elite Windwolf King within their ranks. It was as if the Wolf King had willingly plunged into the heart of the Slime Legion's embrace. Unsurprisingly, several slimes launched their attacks on the encircled elite Windwolf King. The synergy between the slimes and Chen Ge, utilizing the summoning space to maneuver their tactics, had reached a commendable level of coordination. This could be regarded as the most significant advantage Chen Ge, as a soul summoner, possessed compared to other summoners. After a round of assaults, the elite Windwolf King found its health reduced to approximately half. Once the elite Windwolf King's offensive momentum had waned, it turned back, swiping its claws at the slimes nearby. Yet, the slimes before it vanished instantaneously, leaving the Wolf King to strike nothing but air. This miscalculation ignited a furious rage within the elite Windwolf King, its eyes turning crimson as it let out a thunderous roar. With a fierce howl, it lunged once more at Chen Ge. Anticipating the Wolf King's next move after witnessing its missed attack, Chen Ge executed a precise dodge, evading the elite Windwolf King's bite, and glanced at its health bar. Elite Windwolf King, Lin Yan, level 11 health, 29, 775,000. Energy, 22,002, 600. With 977 health remaining, it seemed that many of the slime's initial barrage had either missed or were retracted before they could strike. It would not be possible to take it down in this round. I must manage the health line. Chen Ge repeated his previous strategy. However, this time he summoned only 500 slimes. Following another round of slime assaults, the elite Windwolf King's health plummeted significantly. Health, 15,825,000. Seeing the elite Windwolf King's health, Chen Ge could not help but smile with satisfaction. As the elite Windwolf King turned again, intent on tearing apart the slimes that had been vexing it, it found that all the slimes had vanished once more. Its attack once again fell short, leaving it to endure the frustration of striking nothing. The elite Windwolf King's fury reached a boiling point. With a terrifying roar, it prepared to unleash its berserk skill, a trait inherent to elite-level monsters. However, the berserk skill could only be activated when health fell below 30, and it currently remained above that threshold. It was a mere 82 health points away from the required condition. Chen Ge observed the elite Windwolf King's enraged demeanor and merely smiled. Was it a joke to think that a top-tier scholar could be toyed with? With precise movements, he danced around, maintaining the elite monster's health just above the berserk threshold. Of course, the prerequisite for controlling an elite monster's health line was to ensure that, after managing it, one could eliminate its remaining health. Otherwise, the elite monster could still go berserk. Fortunately, Chen Ge possessed the ability to both manage the health line and obliterate the elite Windwolf King. As the elite Windwolf King attempted to activate its berserk skill but failed, Chen Ge seized the moment of its brief stillness. He summoned all 800 slimes from the summoning space once more. Attack! The elite Windwolf King's remaining 582 health points were swiftly depleted amidst the concentrated onslaught of the slimes. Chapter 39, Exploding Minions. As the elite Windwolf King met its demise, it erupted in a dazzling display of radiant light. The elite monster had indeed exploded. Chen Ge was filled with exhilaration. The essence of a Beastmaster's summoned creatures still lay in their nature as monsters. and defeating them yielded rewards akin to vanquishing ordinary wild beasts. Without a moment to lose, he hastily gathered all the spoils into his storage space. Recalling all the slimes back to the summoning realm, and set forth deeper into the wilderness, stepping into the night. He needed to vacate the area immediately. During the recent battle, he had lost around 500 slimes, now left with only 800. Should he encounter a pack of higher-level windwolves, he would undoubtedly face considerable trouble. Moreover, having slain the elite windwolf king, the beastmaster named Lin Yin would surely realize that one of his creatures had perished and would come to investigate. Chen Ge deemed it unnecessary to confront him directly. It was wiser to retreat temporarily, find a secluded spot, and quietly amass a slime army of over 10,000. Then, when he next encountered a pack of windwolves, he would be able to sweep through with ease. After traveling several kilometers, he found a small ravine where he halted to assess the gains from the recent battle against the windwolf pack. As expected, his level had risen to 2. The sacrifice of approximately 500 slimes had resulted in an average increase of around 5 points across various attributes. His health and energy had each risen by about 100 points, augmented by his physique and spirit. Additionally, attributes such as attack and defense had also seen corresponding increases of around 20 points. His critical hit rate stood at 10. With critical damage at 159, base critical damage being 150, while effects such as critical resistance, critical damage mitigation, damage penetration, damage reduction, lifesteal, counter damage, petrification, slow, freeze, burn, silence, knockback, sealing, and other abnormal status effects had their hit rates and resistance enhanced to around 10. Physical, metal, fire, wind, and poison damage amplifications and immunity rates had all also improved to approximately 10. Gazing upon his extraordinarily splendid attribute list, Chen Ge felt a surge of trepidation. If all these attributes were to be raised to 100, no, even 100 would not suffice. For instance, skills that included stun effects, when enhanced by certain professional specializations, could easily reach 200 with the right equipment and items. My resistance to effects must match the enemy's effect hit rate to achieve absolute immunity to abnormal states. There is still much room for improvement. The higher, the better. Eventually, I shall not require any additional skills to disperse negative states. I will become completely immune to all negative conditions. At that point, the enemy, believing they have stacked hundreds of effect hit rates, will be left bewildered when they find they cannot control me. After reviewing the enhancements to his attributes, Chen Ge turned his attention to the spoils in his storage space. A collection of items dropped by the windwolves. Ordinary windwolves did not yield much, but the windwolf king had dropped significantly more. A brief glance revealed. Crystal coins, 13, wolfskin fragments, 5, inferior physique enhancement potion, 1, summon windwolf, skill scroll 1, windwolf claw, 1, shield bash, skill scroll 1, goodness. 2 skill scrolls in total, 1 for summoning and another for shield combat. Chen Ge was astonished. It appeared that there were no attributes like luck in his panel. There seemed to be no mention of lucky traits from the sole feedback of the slimes either. Could there be hidden attributes? Although both skills were of the lowest grade and not worth much, the comparison to others who would grind for days on end without obtaining a scroll, or even receiving a scroll that was not to their liking, made Chen Ge feel exceedingly fortunate. Furthermore, the elite Windwolf King had yielded even more than just these. Within his storage space lay several pieces of equipment, a pair of boots, a set of bracers, and a dagger. Chen Ge immediately began inspecting the attributes of these 3 items. Boots of speed, level requirement, 10, spirit 2, movement speed 8, bracers of strength, level requirement, 10, constitution 5, attack 10, wolf fang dagger, level requirement, 10, attack 26, attack speed 2. The attributes of these 3 pieces of equipment are rather mundane, and they are all bound by level restrictions. Only practitioners of level 10 and above may don them. Upon a cursory glance, Chen Ge found himself devoid of interest. After all, as a soul summoner, he had no need for such gear. He decided to stash them away in his storage space, intending to sell them later. Selling off these items should net him around 3,000 crystal coins. The spoils of a single night would equate to the monthly wages of an average individual. It truly is lucrative for combat-ready practitioners. Chen Ge couldn't help but feel a pang of reflection. He thought of how tirelessly his grandmother had labored for years to save up about 1,000 crystal coins. If he could save up enough, he could purchase a home in the central district of Tiana City, sparing his grandmother from residing in the perilous slums near the city wall. The skill to summon wind wolves would be of no use to him either. He would sell that off as well. For now, his ability to summon slimes was more than sufficient. His life-saving skill, Soul Link, provided adequate protection, and as long as he had a sufficient number of slimes, inflicting damage would not pose a problem. Ironically, dealing effective damage was the more challenging aspect. His next skill should focus on enhancing the slime's ability to restrain or pursue enemies. Chen Ge had formed a rough outline in his mind regarding the future trajectory of his profession. However, at present, he needed to focus on summoning minions. Everything else was inconsequential. The sheer quantity of slimes was paramount. With both hands, Chen Ge began to cast the summoning array. His casting speed had improved somewhat. He could now complete a summoning of slimes in approximately 27 seconds. With a single casting of both hands, he could summon 4 slimes, excluding time for meals and rest. He could potentially summon around 500 slimes in a single day. Meanwhile, in a hastily constructed hut deep within the wilderness, a young man suddenly changed countenance. Trouble had arisen. One of the elite windwolf kings and his contracted beasts had gone missing. One of the beast contract skills had reverted to its initial state. The others present turned to him in astonishment. Lin Yan, what is going on? Did someone break through? That is impossible. Lin Yan replied. The windwolf kings I have contracted are all above level 10. Even those accompanying teachers, at best, possess strength in the 20s or 30s. They could not possibly take down an elite windwolf king. At most, they could force a breakthrough. But how could they silently annihilate a group of windwolves over level 10? What should we do? Should we continue to tighten the encirclement? Or send a portion of the windwolf pack to search for the one who broke out? Chapter 40. I must leave the city to bring him back. While the few beast masters of the Starry Sky Society in the wilderness were left in a state of confusion, Tianhe City was in an uproar. What? Chen Ge has gone missing? Su Weimin glared at Yang Chenghu with a grim expression. How could such a large person simply disappear? Wasn't he in the same team as Yang Jinhua? He was leveling up with her just a moment ago. Did your people from the city lord's mansion not look after Chen Ge while they were protecting Yang Jinhua? How could you be so indifferent? As the principal of the best high school in Tianhe City, Su Weimin had the confidence to pound the table in confrontation with the city lord, Yang Chenghu. Moreover, the missing individual was his most cherished and valued student, which explained Su Weimin's rising anxiety. Yang Chenghu, observing Su Weimin's agitation, chose not to dwell on the matter. Old Su, please, calm down. I understand your concern for that boy Chen Ge. However, according to the message from Jinhua, she saw Chen Ge leave on his own. After uncovering that undercover assassin lurking near Jinhua, he ventured deep into the wilderness alone. The assassin also vanished after entering stealth. Yang Chenghu attempted to reassure him, handing over the second message that Yang Jinhua had relayed. Su Weimin snatched the message from Yang Chenghu's hand and hastily examined the new information from Yang Jinhua. The message indicated that Chen Ge had disrupted the Starry Sky Society's plans by revealing the identity of the undercover assassin, which resulted in the exposure of some personnel. Thanks to the timely protection from a contracted practitioner and assistance from the civilian practitioners in the wilderness, as well as the guards dispatched by the city lord's mansion due to Chen Ge's prior warnings, the chaos instigated by Chen Ge had been quelled. The few members of the Starry Sky Society who had been exposed were either killed or captured. However, once order was restored and the captured assassins were being accounted for, it became apparent that the undercover operative, disguised as a teacher, was nowhere to be found. Yang Jinhua, recalling Chen Ge's previous intention to venture into the wilderness to hunt wind wolves for leveling, had been keeping a close watch on his movements out of concern for his safety. Naturally, she noticed when he ventured deep into the wilderness alone. Now, with the undercover operative also missing, it was evident that the operative had likely followed Chen Ge. Panic set in for Yang Jinhua as she wished to send the guards who had come to rescue her into the depths of the wilderness to save Chen Ge. However, the guards declined, stating they could only follow the orders of the city lord. Their duty was to remain by Yang Jinhua's side for protection, and it was unthinkable for them to venture into the wilderness to rescue someone deemed inconsequential. In her desperation, Yang Jinhua sent a second message to her father, the city lord, informing him of her safety and requesting that he command the guards stationed outside the city to venture into the wilderness to rescue Chen Ge. After reviewing the contents of the message, Su Weimin felt a headache coming on. How could that boy Chen Ge have willingly ventured deep into the wilderness? Su Weimin felt as though the last few resilient strands of hair on his balding head were about to be lost. This child was truly a source of constant worry. The depths of the wilderness still harbored over 100 windwolf packs. The members of the Starry Sky Society who had been exposed due to Chen Ge's actions were merely a fraction of their forces. The true intent behind the Starry Sky Society's assault on Tianhe City remained shrouded in mystery. While it appeared that the Starry Sky Society aimed to use the assassination of Yang Jinhua, a newly awakened legendary practitioner, as a demonstration against Tianhe City and the Longxia Empire, the sheer number of beast masters deployed and the presence of over 100 windwolf packs surrounding Tianhe City suggested that they had quietly infiltrated the city for years, planting numerous undercover agents. It was even possible that among the individuals present in the city lord's mansion, some were affiliated with the Starry Sky Society. The society's ambitions could not be underestimated. With the potential for a siege, assassination of the city lord, plunder, or massacre, the deranged faction of the Starry Sky Society, who viewed monsters as their masters and sought the annihilation of humanity, had engaged in countless horrific deeds over the years. Under such circumstances, the forces within Tianhe City could not be recklessly mobilized. Otherwise, the city could become vulnerable, falling directly into the trap set by the Starry Sky Society, with catastrophic consequences. Chen Ge had ventured into the wilderness alone. Was he courting death? He was merely a summoner with weak combat capabilities. How could he be so audacious? Even if Yang Chenghu, the lord of Tianhe City, and the most formidable level 51 blood warrior among its ranks, were to venture outside the city, he might find himself ensnared and unable to return. Moreover, the current situation indicates that the elusive assassin can almost certainly be confirmed as having trailed Chen Ge upon his departure. Given that Chen Ge has disrupted their plans, the lunatics of the Starlight Society will undoubtedly seek revenge. Su Weiman was immediately struck by a wave of anxiety. A summoner targeted by an assassin. He couldn't help but feel a profound sense of helplessness. After all, Chen Ge was merely a student, likely unaware of the Starlight Society's modus operandi and incapable of fathoming the deeper implications. As a newly awakened practitioner, his sole focus on rapid progression cannot be deemed a fault. No, I must personally venture outside the city. Su Weiman abruptly rose, intent on heading to the city gates. Old Su, wait, don't act impulsively. I understand your current feelings, Yang Chonghu interjected, restraining him. Simultaneously, the others present began to voice their concerns. Old Su, going out now won't save Chen Ge. It will only jeopardize your own safety. Think it through. A level 1 summoner is no match for an assassin in their 20s. You won't be able to save anyone, and furthermore, we are still unaware of the true intentions of those rascals from the Starlight Society. What if their aim is to dismantle the educational system in Tianhe City? As the principal of Tianhe No. 1 High School, recklessly leaving the city would only play into their hands. Old Su, you have watched this child grow up, having supported him since childhood. We all understand your feelings. Moreover, Lord Yang's daughter is still outside the city, and several of our esteemed families have graduates this year who are also outside. We must trust the guard team. As the crowd continued to persuade Su Weiman, a scout from the Lord's Manor arrived with the latest intelligence. My lord, scouts outside have reported unusual movements among the Windwolf pack. It appears someone has managed to break free from their encirclement. The Windwolf pack is tightening its formation, and a portion of the pack is detaching from the main group to pursue the escaped individual into the depths of the wilderness. Before the scout could finish detailing the information, Su Weiman's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. Chen Ge. It must be Chen Ge. He is alive. He has broken through. Those Windwolves are after him. This child, whom I have watched grow, is still alive. I must leave the city and bring him back. Chapter 41. Is it so difficult to acknowledge my brilliant student? Su Weiman was not the only one who felt a surge of excitement. Everyone present was taken aback. At this moment, someone has managed to escape? The Windwolf pack, which had been surrounding the city, is now splitting off to pursue the escaped individual into the wilderness? It seems that aside from Chen Ge, who previously ventured deep into the wild, there are no other possibilities. Although this is likely the case, disbelief lingered among the crowd. How could it be? Chen Ge is merely a level 1 practitioner, recognized as the weakest summoning class. How could he survive an assassination attempt by an assassin in their 20s? Moreover, in the cover of night, ideal for the stealthy profession of an assassin, and to escape? This implies he has at least navigated through an area blocked by the Windwolves. Even the lowest level 5 wolf pack would be a daunting challenge for warriors in their teens to confront head-on, wouldn't it? Could it be that Chen Ge fortuitously discovered a flaw in the encirclement of the Windwolves and stealthily escaped? If he had snuck away, the Beastmasters of the Starlight Society would not have detected him. Since he has been discovered, it is certain that he has engaged in combat with the Windwolves. How could this be possible? Do you think it's conceivable that Chen Ge was not the only one who ventured into the wilderness before dark? Perhaps some powerful practitioner also chose to break through? Someone suggested. Right. Let that young brother finish relaying the information. Is there any intel regarding the individual who broke through? With this reminder, the crowd gradually reigned in their astonishment, turning their attention towards the subordinate reporting the intelligence. The young man inwardly rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was they who interrupted his report, yet now they were urging him to continue. Were they toying with him? However, knowing he was in the presence of the city's dignitaries, he stifled his discontent and hastily resumed his report. After our personnel quelled the chaos surrounding Miss Yang Jinhua, we first discovered the corpse of the missing assassin. Not far from the chaotic scene outside the city walls, the body was in a horrific state, with nearly all soft tissues bruised and skeletal fractures evident. The assassin's storage space had been emptied, leaving only some change of clothes discarded beside the corpse. All equipment had been stripped away. The scene was littered with the remnants of slime liquefying after death, leading to the preliminary conclusion that a summoner was responsible. Gasp. The room was filled with a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. Given the evidence at the scene, it was evident that the battle had involved slimes, which could not possibly have been wild slimes. Clearly, it was the work of Chen Ge, the summoner. Yet, wasn't he the summoner the weakest combat profession? If memory serves, Chen Ge is only level 1. When did summoners become so astonishingly powerful to single-handedly take down a level 20 assassin? Moreover, it seemed that the assassin had been gradually worn down by damage. How terrifying. Did the assassin suddenly become foolish? Did he trip and stab himself with his own dagger, thereby granting Chen Ge an opportunity? Or did the assassin whimsically decide to experience the sensation of being tortured to death by slimes? Everyone's minds raced to patch together a plausible explanation for this absurd battle. Otherwise, The idea of a level 1 summoner defeating a level 20 assassin was unprecedented and utterly incomprehensible. The young man continued to report without interruption. Our scouts continued searching in that direction and found the site of the battle approximately 2 kilometers away. There, we discovered 26 windwolf corpses, nearly identical in condition to that of the earlier assassin. It appears that a medium-sized windwolf pack was annihilated. Preliminary estimates suggest that the pack consists of wolves around level 10, with the Wolf King likely being an elite monster. Strangely, however, there were no signs of the Wolf King having entered a berserk state. It is presumed that during the battle, the Wolf King was swiftly eliminated before reaching the critical health threshold. Similarly, the scene contained a substantial amount of slime remnants, estimated to number between 1,000 to 2,000. While the items dropped by the fallen wind wolves were collected, there were no traces of material harvesting from the wolf corpses, indicating that the combatants had limited time to tidy up after the battle before promptly vacating the area. Subsequently, we observed the wind wolf pack's encirclement beginning to accelerate its tightening, with some members detaching from the outer circle. Upon the young man's completion of the report, an eerie silence fell over the room. Only the sound of hurried, disordered breaths could be heard. While the initial shock of Chen Ge's counterattack against the assassin had left everyone reeling, they had managed to entertain various possibilities to rationalize the event. However, now, hearing that Chen Ge had also decimated a group of what appeared to be a medium-sized windwolf pack of level 10, nobody could contain their disbelief. Ahem, my lord. That is all the information we currently have, the subordinate timidly spoke, sensing the heavy silence in the room. He needed the lord's permission to leave and continue his work. In an instant, it was as though a powder keg had been ignited, and the room erupted in chaos. How is this possible? This is utterly ridiculous. It cannot be. You must have overlooked some crucial traces of battle. Surely, even a level 20 combat professional would stand no chance against a pack of level 10 windwolves, let alone achieve a counterkill or even annihilate the enemy. There is no way Chen Ge could have escaped alone. That is utterly impossible. By the way, did Yang Jinhua mention in her previous message if anyone else accompanied Chen Ge into the depths of the wilderness? Even if he is a legendary summoner. This is simply absurd. If it were another legendary class above level 10, I might be able to believe it a little, but he is merely a level 1 summoner. Or if you say this is the achievement of a fully equipped team of over level 10 composed entirely of rare classes, I could just about accept that. But Chen Ge is a level 1 summoner. Just as everyone felt their worldview was shattered, a gleaming bald head emerged from the crowd, excitement flushing his face. What is the matter, everyone? What is wrong with summoners? What is wrong with a level 1 summoner? What do these impossible claims mean? Is it so hard to acknowledge my academic overachiever's brilliance? Just moments ago, you were clamoring to bring Chen Ge back to the city. Now he is unperturbed. Having already surmised that Chen Ge's previously revealed talent skills must conceal even more significant information. But so what? Concealing one's inherent talent traits is, after all, fundamental to a professional's self-preservation. Su Weimin even regretted being overly concerned about Chen Ge earlier, prompting him to reveal his talent skills. Alas, indeed, my academic overachiever cannot be mistaken. Every decision he makes is correct, and I can only serve as a hindrance to my academic overachiever. Chapter 42. Kill. 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 The night swiftly passed, and before long, it was midday of the following day. In a small depression in the wilderness, Chen Ge had endured yet another sleepless night. Having gone 2 consecutive days without rest. Yet, far from feeling fatigued, he was brimming with vitality. Chen Ge was exceedingly pleased with the results of his all-nighter. The number of slimes had surpassed 10,000. With the acceleration in casting speed and dual-handed spellcasting, the Summon Slime skill had finally reached level 2 that morning. Summon Slime. Level 2, Proficiency 2. Consumes 3 slime fragments, 30 energy points. Summons 3 slimes inheriting all attributes of 14 to assist in battle, with a maximum of 18 slimes existing simultaneously. Skill cooldown time, 30 minutes. Thanks to the cost-free and cooldown-free summoning skill, Infinite Summon, Chen Ge could summon 6 slimes in just 27 seconds while in a dual-handed casting state. Moreover, the attributes inherited by the slimes had slightly increased. Chen Ge rose to his feet, patting his numb backside, and decided it was time to find something to eat to satiate his hunger. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all over 10,000 slimes from the summoning space. The 236 Slime King was increasingly resembling the real deal. Upon being summoned, several loyal followers immediately formed a platform with their bodies for it. The 236th then leaped onto the platform and began an enthusiastic rally to invigorate its underlings below. Chen Ge couldn't decipher its utterances, but he recalled that higher-level monsters could articulate human languages. Eventually, communication would be seamless. For now, he could still sense their fervent emotions, which didn't hinder him from issuing commands. Let us go. Into the mountains, let us hunt some game. With Chen Ge's command, over 10,000 slimes spread out in a radius of approximately 50 meters around him and surged towards the forest behind the depression. The wilderness was rife with monsters. These creatures, as long as they could be defeated and hunted, represented the finest nourishment. Although Chen Ge had some provisions stored, along with food feedback from Soul Rest, nothing could compare to the taste of freshly hunted game. In no time, various monsters of all levels in the forest faced dire consequences. Level 8 Enraged Wild Boars, Level 10 Ghost-Faced Pines, and Level 12 Shadow Leopards. Regardless of whether they were ordinary or enhanced creatures, any monster that dared to show its face was immediately overwhelmed by the slimes, resulting in instant annihilation. Witnessing his slime army effortlessly sweep away everything, Chen Ge felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His beloved slimes had finally proven themselves. It hadn't been easy. Chen Ge couldn't shake the feeling that the 236th Slime King appeared slightly larger compared to its nearby brethren. Yet, from the attributes panel of 236, there seemed to be no discernible difference from the other slimes. Previously, Chen Ge had considered nurturing the souls, but he currently lacked the means. However, if 236 were truly to exhibit changes, that would indeed be a positive development. First, I need to set up a barbecue pit. The taste of wild boar legs and leopard livers should be quite delightful. Chen Ge promptly retrieved the barbecue grill, cumin, and chili powder from his storage space. These items were all feedback from the Soul Rest talent skill. Chen Ge was beginning to find it perplexing what exactly this Soul Rest talent entailed. It not only included Yang Jinue's original panties and various intimate outfits, but also daily necessities, as anything existing in reality might appear in the feedback. Chen Ge's experience points began to skyrocket. Within half a day, after exterminating all the monsters in the surrounding forest, his level surged by 2. This rate of leveling up was among the most elite in the entire Longxia Empire. Furthermore, during the onslaught, some slimes had also perished, resulting in significant boosts to various attributes. Chen Ge's attributes now rivaled those of a typical level 15 professional, excluding equipment. When it came to combat capability, he far surpassed the average combat-oriented professional. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Ge noticed the sky darkening once again. Unbeknownst to him, night was swiftly approaching. He had no intention of staying up another night summoning slimes. He needed to find a sheltered place to rest. After all, tomorrow he would actively seek trouble with the Starlight Society, and battle was inevitable. Even if he didn't feel tired now, sleep was essential. He needed to rejuvenate and ensure he was in prime fighting condition. Chen Ge ordered several slimes to form a large waterbed and stationed others in the vicinity for vigilance. In truth, vigilance was somewhat redundant. Chen Ge had activated Soul Link continuously for 24 hours. With over 10,000 slimes, he essentially possessed more than 150,000 life points. Given that he was in the wilderness not far from Tiana City, where monster levels were relatively low, he had no concerns about danger, even if he lay there allowing those monsters to attack him. Let us not forget that the slimes inherited his life recovery speed of 14. Even if Chen Ge's health was currently recovering at a rate of just a few points per second, the slimes could inherit a recovery of 1 point per second. The damage shared through the Soul Link might even heal faster than natural recovery. Moreover, this entire area had already been thoroughly cleansed by the slime army. As Chen Ge reclined on the natural waterbed, he comfortably closed his eyes to sleep. Ah, bliss. Suddenly, a thunderous wolf howl echoed from not far outside the forest. Chen Ge sprang up from the slime waterbed, his expression filled with displeasure. The haunting howl that echoed throughout the forest was unmistakably that of the Windwolf King. It signified the creature's urgent discovery of prey, rallying its kin for the impending hunt. The sound reverberated close by, mere moments away from my position in the woods. In an instant, Chen Ge comprehended the situation. The Beastmasters of the Starlight Guild had pursued him. Of course, after an entire night. It was only natural for such relentless hunters, adept at tracking, to locate him. Yet, the timing was utterly excessive. Were they truly so inconsiderate as to disturb one's slumber? He had intended to delay his search for them until later. But since they could not exercise patience and had come knocking at his door, he would not hold back. Anyone roused from their slumber in such a manner could hardly suppress their murderous intent, especially after Chen Ge had endured 2 sleepless nights. His heart was now filled with a fierce desire for vengeance. Sleep eluded him entirely, and he commanded the vast waterbed formed by dozens of slimes beneath him to glide toward the edge of the forest. Seemingly invigorated by the aggressive howl, 236 became animated, lifted high by its loyal subordinates, and began to babble excitedly, rallying the others. My fellow slimes, our master's enemies have come seeking their demise. What shall we do? The slimes writhed in a frenzy, their voices rising in a cacophony. Kill, kill, kill. The enemy not only refuses to surrender, but dares to provoke us. What shall we do? Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 43. The Tactics of the Summoner Beyond the Forest. Lin Yin, accompanied by all his summoned beasts, had successfully traced the source of the Windwolf's tracking abilities to this very location. He understood that the individual who had broken through his encirclement and slain one of his elite Windwolves was now concealed within these woods. Acknowledging the adversary's capability to annihilate a pack of level 10 Windwolves, Lin Yin was cautious in his approach, swiftly laying out an ambush. His level had risen to 19, and he commanded 4 skills, all pertaining to beast contracting. Apart from the Windwolf King that Chen Ge had dispatched the previous night, he also commanded a pack of Windwolves and 2 even more formidable elite Berserk apes. While the Windwolf pack was significant, it was the elite Berserk apes that truly constituted Lin Yan's most potent beasts. He positioned his 2 Berserk apes outside the forest to set an ambush, meticulously devising a strategy to lure the opponent into his meticulously prepared traps. Crucially, even if he were not a match for his adversary, it was of no concern, for he was not alone. Lin Yan was acutely aware that the enemy capable of decimating his Windwolf pack was likely beyond his own strength. He was not the primary force sent by the Starlight Guild to engage in this battle. Rather, he was merely bait. The Starlight Guild had always employed overwhelming force to crush their enemies, ensuring that they had no chance of resurgence. Consequently, he was accompanied by an entire squad. This team, adept at monster hunting and leveling up, boasted a full complement of damage dealers, tanks, support, and healing roles. To prevent the enemy from fleeing at the first sight of them, he had instructed his companions to conceal their presence, exposing only himself to dispel any suspicion from the enemy. Casting a glance at his hidden comrades, Lin Yan's lips curled into a confident smile, as if everything were well within his grasp. He then commanded his Windwolf King to lead its pack into the forest to launch an assault. A chorus of howls erupted, signaling the wolves' charge into the hunt. At that moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the forest, strolling with an air of nonchalance. It was none other than Chen Ge. However, as he approached the forest's edge, Chen Ge summoned all his slimes back into his summoning space. He was still unaware of the nature of the approaching enemies and thus opted to keep some power in reserve, lest he inadvertently reveal his true combat capabilities and scare them away. Presently, he possessed great damage potential but lacked any means to restrain or pursue. If the enemy chose to flee, Chen Ge realized he would be utterly helpless. Thus, he resolved to employ this stratagem. First, to hold the enemy in place, then act. From a distance, he spotted Lin Yan standing alone at the forest's edge. A smile spread across Chen Ge's face. A member of the Starlight Guild? You must be Lin Yan. The wind wolves from before were your beasts, weren't they? At this moment, Chen Ge appeared entirely harmless, perhaps even frail. To Lin Yan, it seemed as though Chen Ge was taunting him, beckoning him to strike, proclaiming, "Come and kill me. I am weak." Yet Lin Yan restrained himself from succumbing to the impulse to unleash his 2 Berserk apes for a direct assault. He could not forget that this seemingly innocuous youth had previously annihilated an entire pack of his wind wolves. Moreover, he was still oblivious to the opponent's class and level. With his teammates lying in ambush, there was no need to foolishly take risks in what was otherwise a secure situation. Lin Yan issued a command to his Windwolf King, eliminate him. The Windwolf pack surged toward Chen Ge with deadly intent. Observing that the enemy was not taking the bait, Chen Ge could only shrug in resignation. He would have to deal with the Windwolf King first. Fixing his gaze upon the approaching leader of the pack, the information about the Windwolf King appeared before his eyes. Elite Windwolf King, Lin Yan. Level, 12. Health, 6,800. Energy, 2,900. Upon discerning the attributes of this Windwolf King, Chen Ge was instantly filled with indignation and amusement. Was this some form of insult to his intelligence? Did they consider him a fool? The previous level 11 Windwolf King had led a pack to its demise at his hands, and now they dared to send a group of level 12 Windwolves? How ludicrous. Were they truly digging a grave for him to leap into? There was no need for deliberation. It was evident that a trap awaited him. Attempting to outwit him? Very well. A smirk crept across Chen Ge's face as he turned and retreated back into the forest. You wish to ambush me? How fortuitous. I too am prepared to ensnare you. To think you would attempt to ensnare me with such a crude trap. If I were to fall for it, would it not reflect poorly on my intelligence? This was where they had erred. Those who commit such transgressions must face the consequences. On the other side, witnessing Chen Ge turn and flee, Lin Yan was utterly bewildered. Wait, did you not just annihilate an entire pack of windwolves? Why are you fleeing from a pack that has only leveled up by 1 level? Was he aware of their ambush? They had invested considerable effort in setting up this trap, only for him to squander it with a mere turn. Lin Yan felt as though he had suffered a tremendous blow, utterly demoralized, yet fearing that Chen Ge might truly escape. He hastily summoned his 2 Berserk apes to pursue Chen Ge's retreating figure into the forest. His companions behind him exchanged incredulous glances, bewildered that the enemy had not engaged but had instead turned tail and run. This had never crossed their minds. Reluctantly, they followed Lin Yan into the forest. Within the woods, Chen Ge sprinted swiftly, his eyes ablaze with a fervent battle spirit. He had no knowledge of how many foes had arrived. Currently, he commanded merely over 10,000 slimes, and their slow summoning speed meant he had to minimize their losses. A swift resolution was paramount. Sensing the elite Windwolf King's proximity drawing ever closer, he realized that the 12th level elite was slightly faster than his enhanced speed. It was only a matter of time before it caught up to him. However, the ordinary Windwolves of levels 10 and 11 cannot match my speed. I have already distanced myself from the Windwolf King. Chen Ge's figure suddenly came to a halt, This is the moment I've been waiting for. Transitioning from extreme motion to absolute stillness, and then back to extreme motion, was but a fleeting moment. Chen Ge had already turned and leapt towards the elite Windwolf King behind him. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the tactical approach of a summoner leading the charge. Bang! Chen Ge collided fiercely with the Windwolf King. A blood-red number of 699 floated ominously above the wolf's head. What the hell? I cannot penetrate its defenses. This is outrageous. Simultaneously, a crimson number of 699 appeared above Chen Ge's head. Did it just deal a critical hit to me? Is my 10 critical resistance merely a facade? This was merely ordinary collision damage. It seems the attack of this Windwolf King exceeds 400. The impact from the collision sent sharp pain coursing through Chen Ge's arms, prompting a string of curses. However, as long as his health did not reach 0, any damage sustained would be instantly restored. Moreover, with the Soul Link ability, even though Chen Ge incurred 699 points of damage, his health bar remained full. The damage was redistributed to the slimes residing in the summoning space, shared among the 699 slimes, each losing a single point of life. Seizing the opportunity presented by the collision, while the elite Windwolf King was still reeling, Chen Ge grasped the fur at the nape of its neck and vaulted onto its back. Haha, let us eliminate you first. A beastmaster, huh? Let us see how you fare without your beasts. In the next instant, with a wave of his hand, over 10,000 slimes appeared, launching a relentless assault on the elite Windwolf King. Chapter 44. I truly am a summoner. In an instant, the sky was filled with slimes, their behinds descending upon the elite Windwolf King's head. Countless blood-red damage numbers floated above the elite Windwolf King. It let out a mournful howl. A dazzling light erupted from its body. Chen Ge wasted no time, quickly collecting all the loot and retracting the slime army back into the summoning space. His figure vanished into the forest in an instant. In the span of mere seconds, from personally leading the charge, to summoning all the slimes to annihilate the Windwolf King, and then swiftly gathering the spoils and retreating, Chen Ge had effectively transformed the role of a summoner into that of a one-hit kill assassin. Just as Chen Ge's figure disappeared into the woods, the Windwolf pack, which had lagged behind, finally arrived. To their astonishment, they found their king lying motionless on the ground, lifeless. Without their king's dominion, the wolf pack erupted into chaos, igniting a fierce competition for the position of the new king. The forest echoed with low, menacing howls of wolves. Everything unfolded just as Chen Ge had envisioned in his swift combat strategy. With the king slain, the wolves naturally descended into a state of disarray, engaging in internal conflict until a new leader emerged to restore order. However, Lin Yin would undoubtedly be unable to regain control of the pack in such a short time. Even if a new wolf king were to emerge, the Beastmaster's contract skills would enter cooldown upon the death of their beasts, preventing him from summoning new ones in the immediate future. Yet, Chen Ge had not strayed far. Instead, he circled around, awaiting Lin Yin's arrival from behind. Haha, still hoping to ambush me? I wonder what your reaction will be when you see your beast slain and the wind wolves in disarray. As Chen Ge pondered this, Lin Yin appeared, accompanied by two immensely powerful ape-like beasts. The moment he stepped into the forest, he was immediately targeted by the wind wolves, who were now fiercely competing for the new king's position. At such a time, any external interference would be perceived as a threat to their pack. A cacophony of howls erupted from the wind wolf pack. Without hesitation, they abandoned their struggle for dominance and united in attacking Lin Yin and his two ferocious apes that had suddenly emerged from behind. As Lin Yin charged into the forest, he was greeted by the sight of the wind wolves in disarray. He was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Are the wind wolves fighting among themselves? Or have they fallen under some controlling skill? Could that young man possess a skill that induces chaos? In the next moment, as the wind wolves surged towards him in a frenzy, Lin Yin, who possessed an intimate understanding of their behavior, finally grasped the situation. This was a pack without a leader, vying for the position of a new king. Wait, the competition for the new king? What the hell? Where's my wind wolf king? Where is my contracted beast, the elite wind wolf king? My massive elite wind wolf king? Lin Yin felt an overwhelming dread wash over him. Had it not been for the two beastly apes instinctively protecting him from the onslaught of wind wolves, he might have been torn to shreds in that moment of shock. After the wind wolves dispersed, Lin Yin caught sight of the large, twisted form of the elite wind wolf king lying on the ground, appearing as though it had endured countless blunt force attacks, its body contorted in a peculiar position. It lay there in serene repose. That large mass looked somewhat familiar. Lin Yin hastily checked his skills. Instantly, disbelief washed over his face. The peacefully sleeping wind wolf before him is my contracted elite wind wolf king? Has my summoning skill reset? This is a level 12 elite wind wolf king. What the hell? It didn't even activate its unique berserk skill? It was defeated so easily? How did it happen? The opponent capable of vanquishing a level 12 elite monster. That seemingly new awakened high school student. Who on earth is he? An overwhelming fear surged within Lin Yin. He had yet to ascertain the enemy's profession, yet his own beast had been instantly killed. In an instant, a ludicrous hypothesis flashed through Lin Yan's mind. Among the newly awakened professionals in Tianhe City this year, there were 2 legendary professions that invoked anomalies in nature. Could that young man be Chen Ge? But didn't the information provided by the steward indicate that Chen Ge's awakened profession was that of a summoner? And that this operation against Tianhe City could disregard the world's most useless legendary profession? Yet, I previously saw that young man. He indeed appeared very young. Likely just a recent high school graduate. How could this be possible? In that fleeting moment, Lin Yan's 4 teammates caught up with him. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their minds momentarily short-circuited. They struggled to comprehend what was unfolding. Lin Yan, what on earth is going on? How did your windwolves end up fighting the apes? Did you lose track of the target? Are you trying to attract attention with this method? Will it even work? Hey, isn't that your windwolf lying on the ground? Did you let your apes kill it? What the hell? The act was so convincingly real. Your apes just killed another windwolf. All 4 teammates gazed at Lin Yan with peculiar expressions. Lin Yan's face darkened instantaneously. Am I out of my mind? Am I so idle that I would have my own beasts fight each other for amusement? And even kill my own beasts? My windwolf king has been slain. Annihilated. It didn't even have the chance to activate its berserk skill. The windwolves are out of control. Just as Lin Yan's explanation faded, his 4 teammates immediately grew alert. What? Your windwolf king was killed in an instant? What the hell? Is the target that formidable? Wait. Does that mean the opponent might still be nearby? Prepare for battle. Lin Yan, did you see what skills the enemy used? The opponent's profession and combat style. The captain among the 5 swiftly grasped the situation and issued a command. The camaraderie cultivated through long-term teamwork enabled them to immediately adopt a standard combat readiness posture. However, Lin Yan wore an expression of helplessness. I saw nothing. Upon entering, I discovered that the Windwolf King was already slain. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Lin Yan voiced his conjecture. Previously, I encountered someone quite young, likely a recent graduate who just participated in the awakening ceremony this year. To have effortlessly slain my Windwolf King, I now suspect that this individual is none other than Chen Ge, one of the 2 legendary professionals from Tianhe. One high school. What? Are you certain? Chen Ge? Which Chen Ge? Are you sure the target is this Chen Ge? Wasn't the intelligence report stating that Chen Ge is a summoner? It was said that we could eliminate him without concern if we encountered him. How could a summoner be so formidable? Is the information erroneous? Is Chen Ge not actually a summoner? Just as Lin Yan's 4 teammates wore expressions of disbelief, a faint voice suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. Ahem. I believe your intelligence is indeed accurate. I am truly a summoner. Chapter 45. Can a summoner fight like this? Upon hearing the voice, the 5 individuals swiftly turned their heads towards the thicket. They beheld Chen Ge seemingly attempting to prove his honesty by casting a summoning array. The array was nearing completion, and 3 gelatinous slimes leapt forth from it, wriggling their bodies as if mocking Lin Yan and his teammates. They were indeed summoners? The 5 wore incredulous expressions, yet the reality was undeniable. No other profession could possibly learn a summoning skill as seemingly useless as summon slime. This meant that the youth before them was genuinely Chen Ge. Furthermore, Chen Ge's profession was indeed that of a summoner. In an instant, the 5 felt as if their long-held beliefs had been shattered. How could a summoner possess the power to annihilate a level 12 elite Windwolf King? Thus, that night, the one who broke through the encirclement of the Windwolf pack was not just Chen Ge. There must have been others. But where were they now? They must be lying in ambush nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The 5 immediately became vigilant, scanning the surrounding woods for any signs of Chen Ge's potential allies. Chen Ge, bring out your companions. Don't hide. We've already discovered you. Huh? Peeking out while trying to ambush us? Your petty tricks have long been seen through. If you do not reveal yourselves, we shall eliminate Chen Ge first. The 5 formed a circle, backs against one another, their vigilant gazes sweeping through the nearby thickets in search of any signs of an ambush, inadvertently ignoring Chen Ge. Observing the 5's overly cautious demeanor, Chen Ge couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. He perceived a certain naive beauty in their foolishness. Having confirmed that the only pursuers from the Starlight Society were this one professional team, Chen Ge felt as steady as a rock. By scrutinizing the equipment worn by his opponents, he could deduce their professional configuration. Excluding Lin Yan, the Beastmaster, there was an archer, a priest, a shield warrior, and a mage. Based on conventional team compositions, it was likely that the mage was not an offensive type, but rather leaned towards supporting roles. Chen Ge quickly assessed the 5's professions. This could be slightly troublesome, but it's manageable. Just then, the archer among the 5 drew his bow, aiming it at Chen Ge while continuing to address the quiet forest. I will count to 3. If you do not come out, I will eliminate Chen Ge first. Chen Ge could no longer contain himself. Counting to 3? I'll show you what it means to count to 3. What is this? Do you look down upon summoners? With that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a resounding clap, over 10,000 slimes were summoned. The moment the multitude of slimes appeared, the faces of the 5 transformed dramatically. The sheer number of slimes was overwhelming. In the forest, as far as the eye could see, were swarms of slimes. The mage, the captain of the 5-person team, quickly reacted. Shield warrior, hold back these slimes. Priest, keep an eye on everyone's health. Be aware of the area covered by my aura skill. Beastmaster, lead the wolf pack over. Archer, target the summoner. The captain decisively commanded the battle. The 5-person team displayed remarkable combat experience and did not underestimate Chen Ge simply because he was a summoner. This was the Starlight Society's style, ruthless and resolute. Following the mage captain's orders, the 5 swiftly began to act in unison. 2 differently colored halos emerged beneath the mage's feet, covering a large area centered around him. Instantly, 2 layers of faint light enveloped his 4 teammates, indicating that the enhancement aura skill had been activated. With a fierce roar, the shield warrior radiated golden light. He then slammed his shield down, activating a group taunt skill that instantly redirected the slimes attacking his teammates back towards him. Meanwhile, the priest began to inscribe a magic circle, ready to unleash healing spells on his allies. The archer swiftly drew back his bowstring, aiming at Chen Ge, while the Beastmaster pointed at Chen Ge, commanding the 2 savage apes to lead the wolf pack over and eliminate him. Chen Ge smacked his lips slightly. This feels oddly like I am the boss and this team is here to defeat me? Considering his current health of over 150,000, he thought. Could it be that I truly am a boss? Suddenly, an arrow, glinting with a sharp light, shot toward Chen Ge's chest. The shock arrow? A skill from the archer that carried a stunning effect. Attempting to use a stun skill to control me right off the bat? Quite ambitious. But that was all. From the skill aura enveloping the arrow, Chen Ge instantly recognized the skill the archer had unleashed. However, he wasn't foolish enough to stand still and take the hit. He had already anticipated the trajectory of the arrow, merely sidestepping to evade the incoming shock arrow. To Chen Ge, the 5-member team was no more than that. The real threat lay with the 2 savage apes summoned by the Beastmaster, who were now charging towards him from either side. This compelled Chen Ge to leave most of the slimes to deal with the apes. On the other hand, the slimes had begun their assault on the shield warrior. Damage values of 1111 surged up, visibly depleting the shield warrior's health. His face paled instantly. I can't take it. Quickly, heal me. Fortunately, the priest behind him was well prepared. A healing spell promptly descended upon him, restoring his nearly depleted health back to around 90. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another wave of slimes leapt high into the air, ready to crash down upon their entire team. The 5 members were taken by surprise, completely unprepared for the sheer terror posed by slimes, often regarded as the weakest monsters, when their numbers reached a critical mass. Just the minimal force damage from each slime nearly overwhelmed a meat shield profession. Archer, use rain of arrows. Clear this horde of slimes first. Otherwise, we won't be able to fight. As long as he annihilates all of the slimes, that summoner will be rendered utterly impotent. The mage captain swiftly adjusted the combat strategy. Meanwhile, Chen Ge remained vigilant, observing the battlefield. The moment he witnessed the archers unleashing a rain of arrows into the sky. Before the arrows could even descend, whoosh. All the slimes vanished in an instant. This left the 5-member squad utterly bewildered, staring vacantly at Chen Ge. Can a summoner truly engage in combat like this? Is this not a form of cheating? This particular combat technique was not an invention of Chen Ge's. Other summoners also employed such tactics that leveraged the summoning space. However, the summoner class was often deemed a liability, so few would take the time to study the combat methods of such a profession. To most other classes, encountering a summoner was trivial. Oh, a fragile class with no damage output? I can simply rush in and eliminate him. Who would bother to concern themselves with the combat strategies of a summoner who could be dispatched with ease? As the rain of arrows missed its mark, on Chen Ge's end, 2 ferocious apes had already closed in on him. A cold smile crept onto Chen Ge's lips. Instead of retreating or evading, he boldly charged toward one of the elite ferocious apes. At the same moment, Chen Ge's field of vision revealed some attributes of the elite ferocious ape before him. Elite ferocious ape, Lin Yan. Level, 15 health, 8,200. Energy, 3,200. Upon seeing the elite ferocious ape's health, Chen Ge's grin widened. For him, monsters were categorized into 2 types. Those he could eliminate in an instant, and those he could not. How fortuitous. The elite ferocious ape before him belonged to the former category. He charged forward without hesitation, to the 5-member squad. It appeared as though Chen Ge had suddenly lost his mind after gathering all the slimes, recklessly seeking death by rushing headlong toward the elite ferocious ape. Indeed, Chen Ge's actions did seem perilously reckless. As he approached the elite ferocious ape, its massive paw was poised to strike his head. Yet Chen Ge showed no inclination to dodge. Instead, he accelerated, crashing directly into the embrace of the elite ferocious ape. Bang! A 1 floated above the ape's head, while a blood-red 756 appeared above Chen Ge. This scene left the 5-member squad utterly astounded. Just moments ago, after Chen Ge summoned the slimes, they had noted their level, 4. The level of the summoned creatures followed that of the summoner. This meant that Chen Ge was merely a level 4 summoner. to withstand the attack of a level 15 elite ferocious ape head-on? After receiving 756 points of damage, his health remained completely unaffected? How absurd. The five were internally reeling. What on earth is this summoner? To face an elite ferocious ape head-on, even I, an 18-level shield warrior, would not dare to be so reckless. Isn't the summoner the most pathetic of the fragile classes? How could he take the lead in the charge and still be alive? 756 damage. And his health bar hasn't budged. How robust must his health be? Was this not a tank class feigning to be a summoner just to toy with them? Just as the five were in a state of shock, Chen Ge began his counterattack. Over 10,000 slimes were summoned anew, instantly surrounding the elite ferocious ape. In the next moment, the five-member squad finally witnessed how that previous elite windwolf king was dispatched by a summoner. The overwhelming tide of slimes engulfed the elite ferocious ape. Despite its frenzied attempts to swat and kill hundreds of slimes, it ultimately could not escape the relentless onslaught. With a mournful cry, it collapsed, lifeless, without even having the chance to unleash its berserk skill after its health had plummeted. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, the five-member squad had yet to recover from their astonishment when the battle concluded. They could only watch as Chen Ge skillfully claimed all the spoils dropped by the elite ferocious ape, his movements as fluid and natural as if honed through countless repetitions. Simultaneously, the throng of slimes vanished without a trace, and Chen Ge's figure faded into the shadows of the forest. A single decisive strike, and he departed as if brushing off his clothes. A summoner had indeed manifested an uncanny resemblance to the combat style of an assassin. Yet, Chen Ge did not leave. Rather, having dispatched the elite ferocious ape, he was met by another elite ferocious ape and a horde of windwolves drawn into the fray. Chen Ge wished to avoid being bogged down in a protracted battle. His recent tactic of leading the charge as a summoner was precisely to prevent the slimes from facing 2 ferocious apes and the chaotic wolf pack simultaneously, which could result in significant losses. Although the demise of the slimes would yield soul feedback as a reward, which was advantageous for Chen Ge, it was now evidently not the time for such sacrifices. If too many slimes perished, his own damage output would plummet. There remained another elite ferocious ape and the five-member squad to contend with. Hence, preserving as many slimes as possible was paramount. Their numbers must not fall below 10,000. Glancing at his summoning space, he noted, summoning space, 10129. He had lost several hundred slimes in the process of exterminating the elite ferocious ape, but the numbers still held above 10,000. At this moment, the five-member squad from the Starry Sky Guild finally grasped the situation. This was no useless summoner. This was a monstrous amalgamation of tank, warrior, and assassin. They stood no chance. The mage captain's expression turned stern as he decisively issued the retreat command. Simultaneously, he resolved to report back to the overseer immediately. A large contingent must be dispatched to eliminate him. They could even postpone the plan for Tiana City. This summoner, Chen Ge, must be eradicated at once. Otherwise, should this bizarre summoner grow in strength, the Starry Sky Guild would face an unfathomable calamity. Having witnessed Chen Ge's astonishing health and his outrageous damage output in slaying the elite ferocious ape, the five had long since lost their will to fight. Upon hearing their captain's order to retreat, they hesitated not for a moment. The five swiftly transitioned into a retreat formation, hastily making their way out of the jungle. Seeing them attempt to flee, Chen Ge's expression stiffened. He was displeased. He had not left any means for pursuit or killing skills. Luring you into the jungle for combat was precisely to prevent you from escaping. How could you actually run? He had intended to methodically eliminate the remaining elite ferocious ape before dealing with the five-member squad, but now he could no longer afford to be slow. Disregarding the possibility that this might be a feigned retreat to set a trap, Chen Ge charged toward the five-member squad. Attempting to escape? Too late. There was no way he would allow them to slip away. Suddenly, the five-member squad was besieged by countless slimes emerging from the forest on all sides, raining down upon them. Shield warrior, hold the line. Priest, unleash the arrow rain. Quickly, Lin Yan. Let the remaining elite ferocious ape cover our retreat. As long as we escape, we shall assist you in re-establishing contracts with 4 elite-level monsters or higher. I unleash the ring of fire resistance to repel those slimes. Urging you to stay close behind me, commanded the frenzied leader of the mage class. At the cost of Lin Yan's final contracted beast, we barely managed to withstand Chen Ge's wave of attacks. However, when they regained their senses, they discovered that amidst the recent chaos, they had completely lost their way. Surrounded by an inky black forest, they could no longer discern which direction led back to their path. In the depths of the dark woods, Chen Ge's laughter echoed ominously. You cannot escape. Did you think I lured you into the forest for what? Of course, it is nighttime, making it exceedingly easy for you to lose your bearings. Ha! To the five-member squad, Chen Ge's laughter resounded like a terrifying dirge of doom. Chapter 47. The Onslaught. The Onslaught. Yet another onslaught. Hearing Chen Ge's laughter emanating from the shadows filled the five with profound dread and despair. Losing their way meant they could not escape this jungle, which could lead to their separation and, inevitably, their demise. Everyone, do not panic. Stay close to those beside you. as long as we remain united. Our professional composition is complete, and we stand a fair chance of withstanding his assaults. If we can gradually exhaust his slimes, he will be powerless against us. The mage captain rallied his comrades with fervor. Indeed, he is merely a summoner. How strong could he truly be? The team members, emboldened by their captain's words, began to encourage one another. Let us not forget, while he managed to fend off the elite feral apes, his attacks could not even breach their defenses. If he were truly formidable, he would have come to eliminate us himself. Fear not, he is merely posturing. Beware the onslaught of slimes. If we can endure and deplete his slimes, we shall emerge victorious. Upon hearing their captain's encouragement, the members of the 5-man squad regained some composure, exchanging words of motivation. In the darkness, Chen Ge smirked slightly. How astute they were. As a fragile summoner, his own capacity for offensive prowess was indeed non-existent. Yet, were they not overly confident? Previously, he had been reluctant to expend too many slimes to eliminate them, as he needed to ensure sufficient output to swiftly dispatch the 2 elite feral apes. Now that those threats had been neutralized, why should he conserve his slimes? Who granted them such audacious confidence? If there was any lingering concern for Chen Ge among the 5-member squad, it was the archer's rain of arrows, which could indiscriminately obliterate slimes. The tank's group taunt was also troublesome, with a current taunt resistance of merely 11, and the slimes inheriting a taunt resistance of 2. His low resistance would likely result in being taunted unavoidably. Then there was the mage captain's ring of fire resistance. While its damage was insufficient to annihilate slimes, it could push back the advancing slimes, preventing them from inflicting harm. As for the beast master, his beasts were all vanquished, rendering him utterly useless. And the priest? Her healing was mediocre, easily disregarded or eliminated first. Troublesome indeed. Yet, I possess ample strategies to deal with you. In the pitch blackness, you ought not to discern how many slimes I command. By sacrificing a portion of my slimes to bait your skills, Chen Ge's lips curled into a slight grin. 236. Execute a full-scale, staggered assault. Your skills must have cooldowns. As long as my slimes attack in waves, you can only manage one batch at a time. What will you do against the rest? This is the advantage of overwhelming numbers. Following Chen Ge's command, the legion of slimes sprang into action. Within the dark forest, countless chattering slimes began to align and organize. Soon thereafter, 236, the Slime King, let out a battle cry, and an overwhelming tide of slimes surged forth toward the 5-member Starlight Guild squad. In their current position, shrouded by the darkness and the forest's terrain, they could not discern how many slimes were charging at them, only witnessing a vast sea of slimes leaping towards them. Tank, initiate taunt. Do not allow him the chance to recall the slimes. The archer shouted. Quickly, rain of arrows to clear the field. Priest, monitor our health. The mage captain's eyes glimmered with determination as he directed his allies. Years of synchronized teamwork allowed the tank to instantly activate the taunt skill, drawing the ire of all advancing slimes towards himself. In that same moment, the arrows rained down from the sky. The mage captain's face illuminated with the glow of impending victory. They were indeed too young, unaware that summoned creatures under abnormal conditions cannot be recalled to the summoning space. This was a tactic against summoners that the mage captain had only just recalled. As the taunt effects enveloped the slimes, they did not retreat to evade the arrows, as they had previously done under Chen Ge's command. With a resounding crash, the arrows fell, unleashing a cascade of crimson damage numbers. 199, 202, 201, 187, 211, each dealing approximately 200 points of damage, while the slimes possessed merely over 150 health. In an instant, countless slimes were obliterated on the spot. A surge of exuberance swept over the Starlight Guild's members. We did it. We eliminated his slimes. Ha! Did you ever expect this? They exclaimed with elation. Yet, from the darkness came a faint, eerie chuckle. Oh, you have annihilated my slimes. Then what are these? As those words faded, a cacophony of chattering erupted, echoing through the woods like a tidal wave. Your skills must be on cooldown now, right? At least a 10-second vacuum for your strong control skills. What will you use to defend against my army of slimes? The faces of the Starlight Guild instantly paled. There are more? How could this be? In that moment, the second wave of slimes surged forth. Ring of fire resistance. The mage captain called out urgently, attempting to stave off this new wave of assault. However, the range of the spell was limited. While countless slimes were pushed back by the spell, an even greater number surged forth like a relentless tide. The priest hurriedly cast various shields and delayed healing upon her teammates, but it proved futile against the onslaught of the slime horde, accompanied by 5 terrified screams. The damage numbers soared, 1111. The shields shattered, and the healing could not keep pace with the plummeting health bars. Just as the 5 faced imminent annihilation, a flash of light soared into the sky from the heart of the slime onslaught, vanishing in an instant. The voice of the mage captain resonated from the chaos. Chen Ge, even if you slay us, you are doomed. Ha! I have already sent out a communication signal. All your information is now in the hands of the overseer. The Starlight Guild will hunt you to the ends of the earth. You are finished. As his voice faded into silence, the Starlight Guild's 5-member team was obliterated. Collecting the spoils, Chen Ge furrowed his brow. The communication talisman proved ineffective, leaving Chen Ge in a state of helplessness. Although the conflict between him and the Starlight Society was destined to be a life-or-death struggle, exposing himself so soon to their scrutiny was beyond his initial plans. Especially as he had yet to amass sufficient power, it was imperative that he swiftly enhance his strength. There were 3 methods available: recruit more soldiers, and once again, recruit more soldiers. Chapter 48, Abundant Gains. A surge in power. Chen Ge was not particularly concerned that the Starlight Society had targeted him prematurely. After all, it was an inevitable development. Even if they did not come looking for trouble, he would undoubtedly seek them out in due course. These considerations were not what preoccupied Chen Ge's mind at present. The most urgent task remained to bolster his forces. Chen Ge was acutely aware that all his strength stemmed from the 2 god-tier talents he had awakened. Thus, it was essential to amass a considerable number of soldiers to ensure his power. Coincidentally, the slimes in his possession had suffered significant losses under his deliberate guidance, with over half perishing. This did not even account for those killed by 2 elite savage apes previously. A staggering 3,000 slimes fell to the last barrage of arrows alone. Subsequently, Chen Ge continued to sacrifice the remaining slimes to the lingering pack of windwolves. When the number of slimes dwindled to 3,000, he commanded them to eliminate the remaining windwolves, finally leveling up to level 5. Upon gathering the spoils of war, Chen Ge discovered the immense rewards of this battle. Firstly, the items and resources obtained were quite substantial, including those dropped by several elite monsters and 5 Starlight Society practitioners whose storage spaces burst open upon their demise. The crystal coins alone amounted to over 100,000, with assorted materials valued at least 30 to 40,000. Additionally, there were several items that permanently increased the attributes of practitioners, along with a complete set of equipment for beastmasters, priests, shield warriors, archers, and support mages, among which were a few rare quality pieces. The quality of the equipment corresponded to the profession, categorized as ordinary, rare, or legendary. Legendary equipment provided terrifying attribute bonuses and various characteristics comparable to innate talents, making them exceedingly rare. Rare-grade equipment featured additional modifiers that bestowed significant bonuses to practitioners, making them highly valuable. Even ordinary rare equipment with low-level modifiers could easily fetch a price of 100,000. Chen Ge estimated that upon returning to the city and converting all these spoils into crystal coins, he would likely exceed 1 million. To amass such wealth in just 3 days was indeed a testament to the notion that to achieve prosperity, one must first become a powerful practitioner. Chen Ge could not help but exclaim in wonder. Most of this equipment required a level of at least 10, which he could not yet equip. Moreover, unless he acquired legendary equipment that synergized with his talents, he had no intention of donning rare or ordinary gear, as their attributes were insufficient and would hinder the efficiency of his slime sacrifices. However, there was no need to sell everything. He could retain a few useful pieces for Yang Jinyue, Wang Taizhu, and Zhu Ling, while providing some materials for Old Su. Chen Ge reflected. Known for his clear sense of loyalty and enmity, Chen Ge believed in repaying kindness with profound gratitude, while ensuring that those who bore him malice would face dire consequences. The Starlight Society had already found its way onto his kill list. The over 100,000 crystal coins were not even the greatest reward of the night. What truly satisfied Chen Ge was the significant enhancement of his attribute panel. Name, Chen Ge, level 5-1. Profession, Soul Summoner. Health, 2,362. Energy, 2089. Constitution, 172. Mentality, 157. Attack, 303. Defense, 233. Talents, Infinite Summoning, Unique. Soul Abode, Unique. Skills, Summon Slime, Soul Link, Empty. Equipment, Empty. Summon Space, 3,000. Storage Space, Empty, with the surge in his own attributes. The slimes that inherited some of Chen Ge's attributes also saw a marked improvement in their panel statistics. Slime, Chen Ge, level 5, health, 331. Energy, 293. Constitution, 25. Mentality, 22. Attack, 43. Defense, 33. Summon Slime, skill level 2. With the slime inheriting 14 of Chen Ge's attributes, its panel attributes had more than doubled, significantly enhancing its combat capability. The most notable enhancement was to Chen Ge himself. His attack had surpassed 300, comparable to the damage output of a level 20 warrior profession. His defense was on par with that of a level 20 tank profession. Even more alarming was that all his additional attributes, including critical hit, damage amplification, lifesteal, status effect accuracy, effect resistance, and elemental damage boosts, had also risen to around 20, more than doubling their previous values. Attributes of 20 in various supplementary aspects are crucial in combat. If Chen Ge were to rely solely on his own combat prowess, With his current attributes, even donning an entire set of ordinary equipment without a single rare piece would not place him at a disadvantage compared to any other combat profession, perhaps even rendering him stronger. Let us not forget, he was but a fragile summoner. Moreover, reaching level 5 had granted him a new skill slot. Lacking a suitable skill for the time being, he could only leave it empty for now. According to his skill system plan, there was no need to learn another summoning skill. The ability to summon slimes was sufficient for the moment. Should he choose to learn another summoning skill, it would have to be one capable of summoning flying monsters to compensate for his current lack of aerial combat capability. However, the summoning skills available at level 5 were predominantly for ground-based creatures. Chen Ge deemed it more prudent to acquire a control-type skill, or one that could significantly boost damage. For that, he would need to return to Tianhe City to procure a level 5 skill scroll. Additionally, at level 5, the first dungeon would become accessible. The entrance to the level 5 dungeon surrounding Tianhe City was not located to the south of the city. It was just the right time to return, rest, and catch up on sleep after 3 sleepless days. Then he would head out to grind dungeons, swiftly elevate his level to 9, and conquer the dungeon, thereby qualifying for the Practitioner Academy entrance examination. At that point, he would have ample time to leisurely deal with the Starlight Society. As thoughts of the Starlight Society crossed his mind, a fierce killing intent flickered in Chen Ge's eyes. He wondered how the Society's plans against Tianhe City were unfolding on the other side of the city wall. Calculating the time, there should be results by now, right? If the matter had not concluded, with his current strength, he ought to have the qualifications to intervene. Yes? The scions of the Starlight Society. You better be ready for me. Chen Ge was already eager to return to Tianhe City and assess the situation. Grandmother and Tang Qianqian were still in Tianhe City, perilously close to the city wall. Previously, he had considered his insufficient strength and thought it best to break free and enhance his abilities. Little did he expect the Starlight Society to deliver 5 experience-laden offerings, allowing him to strengthen himself even more rapidly than anticipated. Thus, it was only fitting that he returned to express his gratitude to the Starlight Society. Chapter 49. The True Purpose of the Starlight Society. The following day at noon, in Tianhe City, Lord Yang Chenghu and all the high-ranking officials gathered atop the southern city wall. This assembly included personnel from the Lord's Manor, as well as the principals of the 8 high schools and key figures from various prominent families within the city. The atmosphere in Tianhe City was palpably tense, resembling the gravitas of an impending battle. Yang Chenghu cast a glance beyond the city walls to the desolate wilderness, where countless packs of wind wolves, numbering in the thousands, had encroached to a distance not far from the fortifications. Those who had been stranded outside the city gates due to the explosion were now congregated at the base of the wall, locked in a standoff with the encircling wolves. However, something felt amiss. The wind wolves merely surrounded the area without launching an attack, seemingly biding their time for something. Thus far, aside from a few infiltrators discovered by Chen Ge lurking near Yang Jinwei, no other members of the Starlight Society had made an appearance. Even the beast tamers controlling the wind wolves outside the city had yet to show themselves. The true intent of the Starlight Society's actions against Tianhe City remained a mystery to the officials within. Yet, all knew that the society must be pursuing something significant. Yang Chenghu's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in hastily. Yang Chenghu immediately inquired about the current situation. What had the intelligence department uncovered? The subordinate promptly bowed and replied, "My lord, our intelligence division has discovered that the Starlight Society's sudden interest in our Tianhe City may be linked to a particular incident. Approximately half a month ago, the Huban army of our Longxia Empire conducted a secret operation in the north, annihilating a substantial stronghold of the Starlight Society. It is said that high-ranking members of the society were captured and taken back to the imperial capital. As of now, several provincial governments in the north are still vigorously suppressing the Starlight Society, and this matter has yet to be disclosed to the public. Given the significant losses this extremist organization has endured, retaliation is inevitable. Moreover, just 3 days prior, during the National Occupational Awakening ceremony, our Tianhe City witnessed the emergence of 2 unique legendary professions, instantly elevating our city as prominence across the nation. This considerable fame, coupled with our status as a small city with relatively weaker defenders, suggests that Tianhe City has likely been earmarked as one of their targets for revenge. As the intelligence officer concluded, a wave of uproar surged through the assembly. The Starlight Society intended to retaliate against the Empire for their suppression. They might view our city as a bargaining chip to negotiate the release of their captured leaders. No wonder they surround us without attacking. True to the Society's notorious methods, should negotiations fail, they would undoubtedly resort to slaughtering the city. Panic ensued. What should we do? We don't even know how many of them are here. The city gates. They must not be opened. If they are, there will be no way to close them. Allowing the Starlight Society to invade at will. That is their aim in destroying the gates. We need to call for reinforcements. Quickly, summon aid from the provincial government. As the chaos escalated among the officials, Yang Chenghu's commanding voice cut through the tumult. Silence. The Starlight Society has yet to reveal themselves. And you all are in disarray. What manner of behavior is this? He then turned to the intelligence officer. Continue. Yes, there is no need for undue concern, esteemed lords. The Lord had issued a command beforehand. The opening of the city gates has been halted. As soon as we uncovered this situation, we dispatched a request for assistance to the provincial government. The garrison troops are en route. However, as Tianhe City lacks a teleportation array, they must first transport to the southern city of Yueying before crossing the wilderness to reach us. Until then, we must hold the fort on our own for a while. Upon hearing this, the leaders and prominent families finally felt a slight reprieve. The intelligence officer continued. As for the personnel involved in this operation from the Starlight Society, they remain exceedingly well hidden. We have yet to identify any of them. Some may have infiltrated our Tianhe City under normal identities many years ago. Throughout this time, the Starlight Society has not undertaken any actions here, making it difficult to trace their tracks. We have dealt with the instigators causing disturbances in the city these past few days, but they were merely mercenaries hired to create unrest. And no genuine members of the Starlight Society were discovered. Considering the past few years, the society has rarely operated in the southern regions of the empire. And with the current crackdown in the north, high-ranking professionals from the society likely dare not expose themselves too freely. The number of their operatives that could be dispatched to Tianhe City should not be substantial. Outside the city walls, the students and civilian professionals had gathered at the base of the city wall, awaiting the completion of the gate's reopening. Yet, the process dragged on, and unease began to ripple through the crowd as the windwolves drew ever closer. What is happening? It's been 3 days. Why is the gate not opened yet? The windwolves are approaching. If the gate doesn't open soon, they will attack us. I don't want to die. I want to go home. Brothers. I could hear the sounds of the gate being opened just moments ago, but now it has ceased. Are they abandoning us? Damn it. Let us in. My father is an official in the Lord's manor. Let me in. Yang Chenghu. He must be trying to kill us. His daughter is here. Seize her and make him let us back in. Amidst the instigation of a few malcontents, chaos erupted, and many turned their ire towards Yang Jinhua. The guards surrounding her could only maintain a protective distance, safeguarding her from the increasingly irrational crowd. Just then, several kilometers away in the wilderness behind the windwolves, Chen Ge finally caught sight of the towering walls of Tianhe City, rising over 50 meters high. Wow, after running all night, I'm finally back. 3 days without sleep. I'm utterly exhausted. When I get home, I'll sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Without any delay, Chen Ge continued to summon slimes as he hurried back toward Tianhe City. However, the distance was considerable, and it wasn't until noon the next day that he finally returned to the wilderness south of the city. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of the windwolves encircling the base of the city wall. They haven't attacked yet? The gates remain closed? Chen Ge's mind raced as he grasped the situation. Damn, the Starlight Society is deliberately surrounding us without attacking. They're trying to force Yang Chenghu to open the gates. They want to storm the city and create chaos. My home is right next to the wall. Thankfully, I made it back in time. Chapter 50. That's my brother Chun. Those Starlight Society scoundrels. You really know how to court death. A surge of murderous intent welled within Chen Ge. He felt a twinge of fear had he returned any later. The Starlight Society might have succeeded in breaching the gates of Tianhe City if their members had stormed in. The first to suffer would have been the vicinity near the wall where his grandmother and Tang Qianqian resided. But now that he had returned, he would consider this pack of windwolves as a gift from the Starlight Society, an experience package he would reluctantly accept. Presently, although Chen Ge was merely at level 5, his level no longer served as a reliable metric of his true combat prowess. He was eager to test his fighting capabilities, especially after having eliminated a 5-member squad from the Starlight Society the previous night, and now, during the midday hours. For nearly 12 hours, Chen Ge had not ceased his incantations to summon slimes. With his current casting speed, he could unleash a summoning array every 25 seconds. Glancing into his summoning space, he noted that the number of slimes had surged once again to 13,368. Estimating the size of the pack of wind wolves before him, he reckoned there were approximately 2,000. The advantage lies with me. What is there to hesitate about? Chen Ge charged directly at the wind wolves. After sprinting for a while, Chen Ge suddenly felt a pang of frustration. Damn, I'm running so slowly. I must acquire a skill for rapid movement. When he finally reached a distance not far from the pack, the wind wolves had already noticed him. With a howl, dozens of them broke from the group and charged toward Chen Ge. He focused his gaze, and the attributes of the wind wolves appeared before him. Windwolf, level 10 health, 900, energy, 800, attack, 101, defense, 47. Having advanced to level 5, the windwolves were within a 5-level range of him. Upon examining their attribute panel, Chen Ge felt a surge of joy. His slimes now boasted a health of 331, an attack of 43, and a defense of 33. Although the damage from the slimes still couldn't penetrate the defenses of the level 10 windwolves, the windwolves would no longer be able to eliminate his slimes in a single hit. In fact, unless they landed a critical strike, they would require at least 5 attacks to take down one of his slimes. My slimes are finally no longer mere disposable fodder. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chen Ge felt tears welling up. If his slimes were fortunate enough to score a critical hit, they might even breach the defenses of the level 10 windwolves. What a monumental improvement. Chen Ge was nearly brought to tears. As the windwolves charged toward him, Chen Ge snapped his fingers. Instantly, 368 slimes materialized at his side. Attack! Chen Ge commanded, pointing at the windwolves. In a heartbeat, before he could even react, a towering platform, constructed from nearly 1,000 slimes, rose to several meters high, lifting him up with astonishing grandeur. Chen Ge was momentarily taken aback. What in the world? Holy moly! 236. This is outrageous. You've even crafted a throne? I asked you to train in the summoning space, and you've created this? You're more skilled than I am. Your master. Next time, if you could conjure a moving castle, I wouldn't even need to walk. 236 stood at Chen Ge's feet, exuding an air of majesty as he commanded the slime army into battle. Slimes, once again, it is time to pledge your loyalty to your master. Let us slay. Bring glory back to the slime race. Long live the master. In an instant, countless slimes responded to their king's rallying cry. The cacophony of their war cries echoed through the heavens. The spectacle was so grand that even the students and adventurers trapped by the city walls took notice of the unusual happenings beyond the encirclement of windwolves. Look, what is that? Goodness, a mountain of feces. The mountain of feces has come to life. You're the one who is full of it. That is slimes. We're doomed. The slimes have gone berserk. They must be coming to kill us. We're finished. It's over. First the windwolves, now a slime uprising. The city of Tianhe is doomed. I'm still a student. I don't want to die. Wait, look. It seems like there's someone on that mountain of slimes. Goodness, those are summoned creatures. It's Chen Ge. Chen Ge, the newly awakened summoner? How is this possible? How could a summoner conjure so many slimes? It's Chen Ge. He is our classmate from Tianhe No. 1 High School. I recognize him. Look, the slimes are fighting the windwolves. They're not here to kill us. He is here to save us. A summoner's slimes have no combat power. Is Chen Ge seeking death? Goodness, the windwolves have gone mad. A large portion of them are attacking the slimes. Go. It's Go. Sisters, Go has come to rescue us. Wah. I knew Go would come for us. At the edge of the crowd, Yang Jingyue, Zhu Ling, and Wang Taizhu stared in astonishment at the slime throne in the distance. Is that Chen Ge? Zhu Ling asked incredulously, glancing at her two companions. However, she quickly realized that both of her friends wore expressions identical to her own. Goodness, that is my Chen Ge. Chen Ge is amazing, Wang Taizhu exclaimed, his excitement propelling him to leap into the air, even more thrilled than if he had been the one in the spotlight. I'm going to help Chen Ge. I can withstand the monsters for him. As Wang Taizhu rushed forward, Yang Jingyue gazed at Chen Ge in awe. Her rosy lips parted in astonishment. So many slimes. Chen Ge dares to battle the wind wolves alone. He is so strong. I've lost again. No, I haven't lost yet. I must ride on Chen Ge's shoulders at least once. Yang Jinyue's eyes suddenly filled with unwavering determination. If the guard squad refuses to listen to my commands, I'll charge in myself, and they will have no choice but to protect me. With a resolute expression, Yang Jinyue dashed forward, following closely behind Wang Taizhu. As she moved, Zhu Ling instinctively followed her best friend. The members of the Tianhe City Guard squad responsible for protecting Yang Jingyue were taken aback and hurried to ensure her safety. This ripple of action prompted even more individuals to react. Sisters, Go has come to save us. Let us help Go. Attack. Let us fight alongside Go. We can't let that green tea girl show off in front of Go alone. Damn it. Although I'm not fond of Chen Ge, the girls are charging in, so we can't be cowards. Attack. Kill these wind wolf beasts. As the students rallied together, the crowd outside the city gates inexplicably launched a counteroffensive against the pack of wind wolves. Though there were differing voices among them, the fearsome reputation of the wind wolves was well known. Over 2,000 wind wolves were capable of overwhelming nearly 1,000 adventurers trapped at the city gates. Tianhe City was a small locale, with the wilderness to the south lacking any dungeon entrances. The only resources available were low-level wild monsters, relatively dense to facilitate rapid leveling for newly awakened adventurers before they reached level 5, alongside some low-level herbs and minerals. Yet, at this moment, all had become inexplicably emboldened. The sporadic dissenting voices were swiftly drowned out by the fervent battle cries. Except for a few, the vast majority of adventurers surged toward the wind wolves. Even some gathering herbs or mining in the wilderness, caught up in the fervor and rushing forward as well. On the city wall, Yang Chenghu and the high-ranking officials of Tianhe City were discussing the need to halt the flow at the city gate, strategizing on how to address the signs of unrest beyond the gates. Previous plans for a rescue from other directions had been thwarted by ambushes laid by the Starlight Society in the wilderness. Reinforcements from the provincial government would still require time to arrive. At this moment, it was imperative not to open the gates. Otherwise, the southern gate of Tianhe City would be utterly defenseless, posing an extreme danger. Even the daughter of the city lord, Yang Chenghu, has been trapped outside the city. The crowd is anxiously pondering how to buy time until the provincial government's rescue arrives, while simultaneously ensuring the safety of those stranded outside. At that moment, Someone suddenly spotted a situation in the wilderness. Look, what is happening? The crowd hurried to the city wall, peering into the wild expanse. Have the students gone mad? They are actually choosing to fight the windwolf pack? And what about those slimes? When did so many slimes appear in the wilderness south of Tiana City? Look, the slimes seem to be battling the windwolves. This is our chance. Quickly, clear the city gates. We must charge out. With these slimes helping us hold off the windwolves, this is a golden opportunity to rescue those students. No, we cannot be fooled. This must be a scheme by the Starlight Society. Those slimes were likely summoned by them, intending to lure us out of the city. Once we venture outside, their ambushers will surely seize the opportunity to invade. A cacophony erupted atop the city walls. Among the crowd, Su Weiman's spirit was instantly ignited upon hearing about the slimes. He quickly directed his gaze towards the distant mass of slimes. Suddenly, he spotted a throne-like mound made of nearly 1,000 slimes, and atop it sat a figure. Oh my, it's Chen Ge. Look over there, on the throne made of slimes. It's Chen Ge. Haha, our academic champion has returned. Those slimes are his summoned beasts. Su Weiman exclaimed excitedly, his voice booming over the surrounding din. Everyone followed Su Weiman's gaze. Oh my, there is indeed a person. Chen Ge? Isn't he a recent graduate? How does he dare to confront a pack of over 2,000 windwolves alone? What am I witnessing? When did summoners become this powerful? This is a summoner? Newly awakened, yet able to single-handedly challenge over 2,000 level 10 windwolves? Is that what you call a summoner? The power rankings of professions are about to change. Summoners are truly on the rise. The crowd stood dumbfounded, gazing at the astonishing scene in the wilderness. It was Yang Chonghu who first regained his composure. Quick, immediately clear the city gates. At all costs. We must ensure the safety of classmate Chen Ge. He is the summoner from Tiana City, a summoner capable of rewriting the history of professions. With Yang Chonghu's words, the eyes of everyone present glimmered with fervent excitement. They were all seasoned foxes. They understood Yang Chonghu's implication. If Chen Ge were to emerge victorious, he would elevate the summoner profession to terrifying heights, and all present would share in the glory. In the wilderness, Chen Ge was leisurely watching the slimes decimate the windwolves. Most of these windwolves were at level 10, with the slimes' attributes significantly enhanced. They could not be instantly killed by ordinary windwolves. The slaughter was overwhelmingly one-sided. After a concentrated assault, several windwolves were swiftly eliminated. In just 2 minutes, the slime army had dispatched over 100 windwolves. The slimes were even capable of blocking each other's attacks, coupled with their health regenerating every second, resulting in a mere loss of less than 200 slimes, a negligible toll. The efficiency of killing monsters was impressively steady. Chen Ge observed the experience points on his panel soaring, rapidly reaching level 6. He even contemplated enjoying some sunflower seeds while watching. However, just as Chen Ge intended to take it easy, he noticed the students at the foot of the city wall inexplicably brimming with righteous indignation. Their fighting spirits surging as they began to chant slogans and charge forward. Chen Ge was momentarily stunned. What is going on? You were besieged for 3 days and didn't think to counterattack. Why, now that I'm here to farm monsters for experience, do you decide to launch a counteroffensive? Are you deliberately trying to thwart me, Chen Ge? Intentionally stealing my experience points? This cannot stand. All these windwolves' experience belongs to me. Chen Ge was infuriated. 236. They are trying to steal my kills. Quickly, send some slimes to block them. Don't let them through. 236 immediately sensed its master's fury and began loudly directing the slimes. Within the slime army, 1,000 slimes formed a long line, establishing a barrier between the students and the windwolves. Upon witnessing the slimes' obstruction, all the students were moved to tears. Ge is worried about our safety. He is deliberately having the slimes block us, protecting us from the dangers of the windwolves. Ge is fighting to safeguard us. He is so kind to us. I'm crying. Sisters, Ge cares for us. How can we stand by while he faces the windwolves alone? Sisters, follow me. Let us protect our beloved Ge. Chen Ge is protecting us. This is my brother Wang Taizhu. Haha, but Chen Ge, Wang Taizhu, will not stand idly by while my brother fights. I'll join you. Wang Taizhu bellowed heroically. The others immediately rallied in response. Oh my, Chen Ge is so loyal. Li Chang, apologize for having found him displeasing before. From now on, Chen Ge will forever be my brother. I used to think Chen Ge was just handsome. Today I realize I was wrong. He is not only handsome. His character is impeccable. He disregarded danger to save us. If anyone dares to slander Chen Ge again, I, Zhang San, will show you what a true outlaw is. The frenzy among the students and freelancers was palpable. One by one, they charged recklessly towards the windwolves. The mere 1,000 slimes dispatched by 236 could hardly hold them back. Chen Ge observed the slime's obstruction only served to drive the students into a frenzy, unleashing terrifying combat prowess. His expression soured. So this is how it is. Is stealing kills done with such lack of martial virtue? Damn it. Let us see who can grab the kills faster. 236. Let us go for those elite wolf kings. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, The members of the Starlight Society observing the situation at the gates of Tianhe City were utterly bewildered. Lord Steward, the situation seems a bit off. They've gone mad. This year's new students from Tianhe City have all lost their minds. Lord, what should we do? The windwolves can't hold out much longer. Sir, the city gates are still closed. Yang Chenghu has likely deduced our plan. It seems he intends to keep the gates shut. Should we launch a direct assault? Sir, the negotiations at headquarters have collapsed. We are ordered to massacre the city, especially targeting the newly awakened legendary professionals, with instructions to use the most brutal methods and record the proceedings. The stewardess face turned as dark as thunder. Chen Ge, it's him again. He exposed our undercover identity, killed our assassin, broke through our encirclement, and eliminated one of our 5-member teams. He has disrupted our plans time and again. Damn it. This kid must die. The steward's expression twisted with rage. His teeth clenched as he cursed under his breath. He had already received the message from the previously eliminated 5-member team before their demise, revealing the reasons behind the various unexpected issues plaguing their plan against Tianhe City, all tied to this summoner named Chen Ge. If it weren't for Chen Ge stirring the pot, he could have captured Yang Jinhua long ago, forced open the gates of Tianhe City, and even stormed into the city, taking its inhabitants as hostages. Perhaps negotiations with headquarters would have succeeded, and he could have secured a monumental achievement for the Starlight Society, potentially earning a promotion to a supervisory position. Now, everything lay in ruins. All of it, obliterated by that wretched lad named Chen Ge. He panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot, swirling with a maddening thirst for vengeance. This boy must die. Time and again, he has thwarted our plans. He deserves to perish. Despite being a summoner, his combat prowess is absurdly formidable. He must be eliminated. We cannot afford him the luxury of time to grow stronger. Otherwise, he will become a dire threat to our Starlight Society. Thus, the massacre of Tianhe City has been relegated to a secondary objective. The primary target is unequivocal. At all costs, Chen Ge must be slain. At that moment, a thunderous boom erupted at the city gates. The gates of Tianhe City had finally been cleared. City Lord Yang Chenghu, accompanied by several high-ranking officials and nearly 100 guards, including dozens from the enforcement team, emerged. Tianhe City, being a modest town, had mobilized its entire force. Yang Chenghu had effectively brought forth the city's entire garrison. His concern for Chen Ge was unparalleled, even more so than that for his own daughter, Yang Jinhua. As the contingent rushed out of the city, they headed straight towards Chen Ge. Chen Ge, instantly aware of the situation at the gates, felt his expression darken even further due to the earlier frustrations of being robbed of kills. What the hell? Old Yang has no sense of martial ethics. He actually brought people out to steal kills? 236. Increase the pace of slaying monsters. Ordinary level beasts can be given to them, but elite monsters must be secured. With a commanding shout, Chen Ge set 236 into action, who leaped from the throne in a hurry. As the king of the slime race, he bore the responsibility and had to lead his kin into battle. Among the ranks of the team bursting forth from Tianhe City, a familiar bald head surged to the forefront, sprinting with all his might while calling out loudly, Chen Ge, be cautious. We suspect that the Starlight Society has many members lying in ambush nearby. This organization is exceedingly sinister, and they may seek to retaliate against you. Quickly, come this way. We must escort you back to the city alongside Lord Yang. But the distance was too great, and Chen Ge only caught the gist of it. Old Su seemed to mention something about the Starlight Society. In an instant, a flash of realization struck Chen Ge. Indeed, given the nature of that scum from the Starlight Society, their original plan was aimed at Tianhe City. They had likely refrained from action until the city gates were cleared. Now that the gates were open, the Starlight Society might soon strike. With that thought, Chen Ge's weariness vanished. Damn it. I was just lamenting my inability to locate where the Starlight Society members were hiding. If they come out voluntarily, it would be the perfect opportunity to annihilate them and collect some interest. Chen Ge immediately began to scour the surrounding wilderness for traces of the Starlight Society. Compared to grinding experience from windwolves, he was far more eager to eliminate the members of the Starlight Society. Meanwhile, Yang Jinhua, vigorously unleashing skills against the windwolves, noticed her father leading a charge out of the city. A smile blossomed on her face as she beamed at the sight of her father rushing towards her. Indeed, her father still cared for her the most. However, she had grown up and become a professional. She could no longer rely solely on her father's protection. She must endure countless battles to enhance her strength. I'm sorry, Dad. I must refuse your protection today. As Yang Chenghu drew closer, Yang Jinhua called out, Dad, I have grown up. You can't protect me forever. I must fight on my own today. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, her father, leading hundreds of men, swiftly dashed past her, casting merely a glance in her direction without a second thought. Yang Jinhua stood frozen in place. So does love fade away? In the next moment, she finally discerned her father's destination. Yang Chenghu had charged close to Chen Ge. Chen Ge, come quickly. We must ensure your safe return to the city. Simultaneously, Yang Chenghu commanded the guards, all mages, immediately cast light or other spells with concealment-breaking effects within a 10-meter radius of Chen Ge. prevent any stealthy assassins from striking him. The practitioners possessing concealment-breaking skills sprang into action. At that very instant, a translucent, ethereal figure materialized behind Chen Ge. A sharp dagger, glinting with a chilling sheen, lunged toward Chen Ge's lower back. Kidney Strike, the highest damage multiplier skill attainable by assassins below level 30. This kidney strike even landed a critical hit. 3968, a terrifying crimson number floated above Chen Ge's head. In that moment, as the horrifying critical damage of 3968 flashed into existence, time seemed to stand still in the wilderness. All eyes were riveted upon Chen Ge. The assassin behind him could no longer suppress the manic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Success. As an assassin, he was acutely aware of the health limits of various professions. A summoner, not exceeding level 10, would likely have a health cap of no more than 1,000 points. Moreover, this novice summoner bore not even a single piece of ordinary equipment. For such a fragile target, a critical damage of 3968 meant certain death. The assassin's smile brimmed with disdain. The concern of the steward was nothing more than a triviality. Chen Ge was hardly formidable. In fact, he was pathetically weak. To have a level 29 assassin eliminate such a waste of space was a gross underutilization of talent. Nonetheless, the glory of slaying Chen Ge would inevitably fall upon my shoulders. From the shadows, the members of the Starlight Society, witnessing the damage of 3968 above Chen Ge's head, erupted in jubilant cheers. We did it. Fantastic. That little scoundrel is as good as dead. Ha! After thwarting our plans time and time again. To be dispatched so easily is a mere stroke of luck for him. Had we known Chen Ge could be killed so effortlessly, we should have captured him and tortured him to death slowly. The steward's face was alight with excitement. Excellent. We have successfully accomplished one of our objectives for this operation. Seizing the opportunity now that the southern gates of Tiana City were cleared, Yang Chenghu again led the guards outside the city. This is our best chance to invade Tiana City. Everyone, it is time to bask in the glory of the starlight. Follow me into the city. Slaughter. The members of the Starlight Society prepared to storm into Tiana City. Meanwhile, Yang Chenghu, closest to Chen Ge, was filled with regret and fury. So close. Just a hair's breadth away. He had ordered the guards to search within a 10-meter radius around Chen Ge and was on the verge of uncovering the stealthy assassin. Yet, he was ultimately a moment too late, allowing the Starlight Society's assassin to strike first and deliver a fatal blow. Chen Ge was destined to be a summoner who would astonish the Dragon Summer Empire and indeed the entire world. Yet, 3,968 points of critical damage had stifled this prodigious talent in its cradle. Behind Yang Chenghu, Su Weiman's eyes turned blood red in an instant, unable to contain the despair and terrifying malice surging within. Chen Ge, no, the beasts of the Starlight Society, die. A horrific crimson energy erupted instantaneously from Su Weiman, transforming his blood-red form into a projectile that hurtled towards the assassin lurking behind Chen Ge. In that very moment, Yang Jinhua, Wang Taizhu, and Zhu Ling had been closely monitoring Chen Ge's situation. Their faces turned ashen. Chen Ge, Wang Taizhu exclaimed, his tower shield flipping anxiously as he prepared to rush towards Chen Ge. Zhu Ling bit her lip, her eyes filled with sorrow. After all, they were classmates. And having spent an entire day leveling up together under Chen Ge's guidance, their bond was considerable. Zhu Ling's greatest concern was for Yang Jinhua. She feared that Yang would be unable to withstand such a blow and hastily glanced at her side. Yang Jinhua was utterly frozen, her visage marred by despair and regret. She lamented that she should have come to Chen Ge's aid sooner. Had she arrived earlier, her guards would have been there to protect Chen Ge as well. She regretted having spoken to her father just moments prior. If she hadn't engaged him, perhaps he wouldn't have caught her gaze, and might have arrived just a second earlier to confront the assassin. If only, but there were no ifs left. Chen Ge. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Yang Jinhua's eyes. She parted her lips, parched and dry, yet no words escaped her mouth. At that moment, a long, drawn-out gasp echoed through the air. Damn it! How dare you stab my kidney? Chen Ge's voice thundered with fury. He clutched his lower back, his face contorted in agony. The damage inflicted upon him had been transferred to the slime via the soul link, yet the pain remained. The assassin's attack had struck Chen Ge's kidney, eliciting a cold sweat that dripped from his forehead. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing incredulously at the lively Chen Ge. They finally noticed that the health bar hovering above his head had not budged an inch. The expressions of joy, excitement, sorrow, anger, despair, and regret that had adorned their faces moments before now froze in shock. The Starlight Association's steward, hidden in the shadows, wore an expression of utter gloom, his smile abruptly vanishing, leaving his demeanor bizarrely contorted. Su Weiman, who had activated his berserk skill and charged forward, found himself momentarily immobilized. He scratched his bald head, caught in indecision, unable to advance or retreat. Wang Taizhu, wildly swinging his tower shield with rage, bore a grin of maniacal glee. Ha ha, Chen Ge isn't dead. Ha ha. Yang Jinhua's mouth fell agape in astonishment. In that instant, everyone was bewildered. What on earth was happening? the fragile summoner, who had just endured nearly 4,000 points of critical damage, had not perished. Not even a sliver of his health bar had been affected. The assassin, who had delivered the kidney strike, was utterly dumbfounded. How are you not dead? He stammered. Why would I die? Chen Ge retorted with a laugh of incredulity. He seized the assassin's wrist with a swift motion. Oh, so you want to stab my kidney? Let me show you what that feels like. Today, I want just grind experience. I will ensure your suffering. I shall write my name backward if I don't turn your kidney into mush. With a snap of his fingers, all the slimes in the wilderness vanished. The next instant, over 10,000 slimes materialized beside Chen Ge. Stab his kidney. Go to it. And make it count. Chen Ge commanded the slime army while gripping the assassin's wrist tightly. The slimes began to emit a cacophony of excited squeals, leaping up to batter the assassin's kidney with relentless force. The assassin felt the impact of their tiny hammers, his face turning pale with terror as he desperately attempted to retreat. However, Chen Ge held fast to his wrist, forcing him to run alongside him. With Chen Ge clinging to him, the slimes would always keep pace, maintaining their assault on his kidney. Even as the assassin tried to strike Chen Ge to compel him to release his grip, he only saw damage numbers floating above Chen Ge's head. Hundreds. Thousands. But not a single drop of health was lost. Each strike against his kidney sent his health plummeting, filling him with an overwhelming dread. He found himself yearning for a swift death. Chapter 54. The time to collect debts has arrived. When Chen Ge finally released the assassin's wrist, the latter's kidney was a grotesque sight, a bloody mess. The body lay lifeless, utterly defeated. Items from the assassin's storage space littered the ground. Chen Ge gazed down at the corpse, a cold sneer curling upon his lips. Humph, you thought you could stab my kidney and escape? No skills to keep you alive? No skills to pursue? I'll simply use my physical prowess to control you. Can you really flee? A series of sharp gasps echoed from all directions. This time, it was the bystanders who collectively drew in a breath of shock. Instinctively, everyone reached for their lower backs, feeling a sudden chill and a twinge of pain. How brutally savage. The emotional shifts were too rapid. The expressions on the faces of those present had become chaotic. The steward of the Starlight Association's face darkened further. Steward. It seems Chen Ge is not dead and has even retaliated against our people. Someone beside him quietly reminded. But before the sentence could be completed, the steward unleashed a resounding slap across the face. I saw it. I saw it. I'm not blind. Did I need you to remind me? Huh, did I? One slap was not enough. The steward delivered over a dozen more, finally managing to quell his rising fury. All his subordinates fell silent, trembling in fear, not daring to utter another word, lest they provoke another barrage. Change the mission objective. Abandon the city slaughter. Eliminate Chen Ge, for the glory of the starlight. At all costs, let us hunt down Chen Ge. With a commanding shout, the steward launched a flare into the sky. The original mission of the Starlight Association had been to ravage the city, but it was evident that they could not accomplish this with only a handful of individuals. Their task was to seize the city gates, ensuring that reinforcements could enter and execute their plan to ravage the city. The flare exploded in the sky, signaling the ambush of more Starlight Association members lying in wait outside to initiate a full-scale assault. The steward began to cast spells, and the dozens of Starlight members around him joined in the attack against Chen Ge. As the Starlight members activated their combat state, their methods of concealment faltered in that instant. Chen Ge immediately spotted the throng of Starlight members. So, this group of scoundrels had been lurking nearby. They had concealed themselves close to the city gates, relying on some hidden tracking artifacts to remain undetected by the guards of Tianhe City. Upon witnessing this scene, along with the flare that had been shot into the sky, Yang Chonghu was drenched in cold sweat. The Starlight Association was indeed targeting Tianhe City. They had been lying in wait near the gates, waiting for him to clear the way so they could seize control and allow even more of their members to infiltrate the city. Yang Chonghu felt a surge of dread. If the Starlight members were to breach the city and seize control of the gates, allowing more of their forces to flood into the city, he couldn't bear to contemplate the consequences. Thank goodness for Chen Ge. Chen Ge had thwarted the Starlight Association's plans repeatedly. He had even turned their primary objective of slaughtering the city into a personal vendetta against him. The Starlight Association had not infiltrated the city. Instead, they had revealed their position and signaled their intent to attack. Yang Chonghu now understood the Starlight Association's true aim, to eliminate Chen Ge. Rather than relinquishing the objective of citywide slaughter, they are determined to eliminate Chen Ge. Such deep-seated animosity. Guards, heed my command. Protect Chen Ge. At all costs. Protect him. Yang Chonghu's voice thundered. Standing in Yang Chonghu's position, it was imperative to safeguard Chen Ge at all costs. More importantly, the members of the Starlight Association could discern this. The potential value of Chen Ge had already been recognized within the confines of the small city of Tianhe. Yang Chonghu naturally recognized this as well. Kill. A faction of melee professionals from the Starlight Association charged toward Chen Ge. The guards immediately responded, layering various shields and enhancement effects upon Chen Ge as if they were free. On the opposing side, a mage unleashed a deluge of flames and frost toward Chen Ge's position. Alarmed, Chen Ge hurriedly recalled all his slimes back into the summoning space. Should the slimes be cleared from the battlefield, his health would be severely compromised. In such a precarious situation, Chen Ge would rather endure the blows himself than allow his slime legion to suffer significant losses. In that moment, a cacophony of magical spells, arrows, gunfire, puppets, and beast tamers filled the air, while warriors and martial artists of the melee profession dashed about the wilderness, desperately seeking an opening in the enemy's defenses to eliminate their ranged firepower. Simultaneously, they sought to protect their own ranged professionals from the encroaching melee combatants. Both sides found themselves ensnared in a tense standoff of ambush and interception. Moreover, the wilderness was rife with packs of wind wolves controlled by the Starlight Association's beast tamers, leaving neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. However, the Starlight Association had come with the intent of annihilation. More professionals lay in ambush on the periphery, en route to join the fray. Once their reinforcements arrived, the Tianhe City guards would likely be doomed. The support from the provincial guards still needed to traverse the vast wilderness to reach them, and it remained uncertain when they would arrive. Time was decidedly not on Tianhe City's side. Yang Chenghu's expression was fraught with anxiety. Faced with the overwhelming ranged assault from the enemy, even he, a level 51 rare class blood warrior, dared not recklessly charge into the fray. Although most of the enemy forces were around level 20, that steward was evidently of a higher level. Without a healing class by his side, charging in could lead to instant annihilation. He could only remain around Chen Ge, engaging in a frustrating defensive battle against the enemy. Boom. Countless skills rained down upon Chen Ge. The layers of protection set up by the guard support classes were shattered in an instant. Despite their numerical advantage, the defensive skills were on the verge of collapse. It was evident that the overall strength of the Tianhe City guards likely hadn't even reached the average level of 20. Chen Ge quickly assessed the situation. If this continued, a few more rounds of firepower from the enemy could very well lead to the demise of those guards surrounding him. Watching innocent lives perish in an effort to protect him was something Chen Ge could not bear. Furthermore, when did I ever say I needed protection? A cold smile curled at the corners of Chen Ge's lips, his eyes swirling with murderous intent. Starlight Association. I have stated before that upon my return to the city, I would collect a few of your lives as interest. Now, it is time for me to collect my debts. With a single stride, Chen Ge burst forth from the protective circle formed by the guards' various defensive skills, charging into the firepower of the Starlight Association. 469-9288-1392498209-5291 in an instant, a multitude of crimson damage values, some glowing violet from critical hits, floated above Chen Ge's head. Yet the smile on Chen Ge's lips grew increasingly frigid as he gazed upon the Starlight Association's stronghold, as if surveying a field of corpses. Chapter 55. What the hell? He has reflect damage. Upon seeing Chen Ge dash out of the protective circle constructed by the guards, the terrifying damage numbers skyrocketed above his head. Su Weiman immediately shouted in alarm. Chen Ge, don't go out there. Yang Chenghu and the others' faces changed dramatically. Chen Ge, come back. Chen Ge, no. Their damage is too high. They will kill you in an instant. Don't act impulsively. We just need to hold the line. The provincial support will arrive shortly. One after another, they shouted anxiously, trying to persuade Chen Ge to return to the protective circle formed by the guards. Although Chen Ge had indeed just withstood a critical strike from that assassin that dealt nearly 4,000 points of damage, everyone believed it was merely a one-time survival tactic. They assumed it relied on some kind of item, equipment, or skill talent. No one thought that Chen Ge's method of survival could be consistently effective. And once his means of survival failed, under such a terrifying barrage of skills, he would undoubtedly perish. The members of the Starlight Association shared similar thoughts. Upon witnessing Chen Ge willingly step out of the guard's protective circle, the steward exclaimed, "Look, Chen Ge has stepped out of the guard's protection. Ha! Steward. He has come to seek his own demise. This is our chance to eliminate him." The steward's countenance brightened with glee. "Ha! Kid, you've chosen death yourself. Although we could have slowly worn you down while you were under the guard's protection, merely wasting a little more time. Since you wish to die sooner, I shall oblige. Everyone, disregard the guards. Focus all fire on Chen Ge's position." With a command from the steward, all ranged professionals under his command immediately redirected their firepower. In an instant, all ranged skills surged toward Chen Ge. The melee professionals who had initially attempted to breach the guards' defenses quickly shifted their targets, surrounding Chen Ge instead. The steward's lips curled into a mocking smile at that moment. How foolish. You could have lingered in the guards' protection for a few more minutes. Are you unwilling to be a burden to those beneath you, risking their lives to protect you? Chen Ge, should I call you youthful or naive? Sacrificing yourself to save those worthless beings who should have been eliminated long ago. Such a nauseating spirit of sacrifice, how utterly laughable. Ha ha. The steward's mocking voice rang loudly, echoing across the wilderness, clear to all. In that instant, every member of the Tianhe City side, including the guards, felt a jolt in their hearts. All gazes turned to Chen Ge's unwavering figure that had stepped beyond the protective circle. It turned out, The reason Chen Ge had ventured out of the protective circle was to protect us? Indeed. Although we were barely holding our ground against the Starlight Association's madmen, it was evident to any discerning eye that we were the ones on the defensive. The signal for the Starlight Association's assault had already been sent out, and more lunatics were soon to arrive. Meanwhile, the provincial support remained uncertain, with no indication of when they would arrive. The longer time dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for us. As a top student from Tianna No. 1, Chen Ge must have seen this issue as well. Hence, he bravely chose to step out of our protective circle. Chen Ge truly did it to protect us. The eyes of all the guards instantly turned red. These individuals, who were merely the lowest tier of combat professionals, unable to meet the recruitment standards of the main battle army, found no opportunity in other medium or large cities, and thus had no choice but to come to Tianna City to exist as idle guards waiting for death. They had always been transparent, invisible in the eyes of others. No one has ever truly cared about their lives. Yet, when the time comes for sacrifice, it is these insignificant figures who are first sent to their demise. When has anyone ever contemplated their existence? And then there is Chen Ge, a summoner destined to astonish the world with his unparalleled prowess. Yet, he finds himself contemplating the preservation of the lives of these mere specks of dust. The once stoic men, now unable to suppress the urge to weep. Chen Ge, a voice roars out, and in the next moment, more voices join in the chorus, chanting his name. Chen Ge, Chen Ge, Chen Ge. The countless cries gradually converge into a harmonious wave of sound. At that moment, all the professionals of the Tianha City Guard spontaneously form a charge formation, rallying behind Chen Ge as they advance towards the Starlight Society. Hearing the multitude calling his name from behind, Chen Ge is momentarily taken aback. If you interpret it this way and impose value upon me, I find myself at a loss for retort. It's rather embarrassing to be so praised. As a token of gratitude, I suppose I shall take down a few more of those Starlight Society members. Without dwelling too much on the chanting, Chen Ge suddenly exerts himself. His speed surges dramatically. After the enhancement from Soul's Refuge, his velocity now rivals that of level 20 or even 30 speed-oriented professionals. Chen Ge's figure darts towards the throng of the Starlight Society like an arrow released from its bow. As numerous skills descend from above, he adeptly evades a portion of them while maintaining his rapid pace. Nonetheless, many skills still strike him, and damage figures begin to rise above his head, accumulating to a staggering nearly 20,000 per second. Yet, despite this overwhelming onslaught, his health bar remains steadfast and unmoving. In the summoning space, however, the slimes are wildly displaying damage figures of 12,212 above their heads. The slimes inherit Chen Ge's life regeneration attribute, allowing them to recover 3 health points per second. As these damage figures float above, a flurry of green recovery values of 3,333 incessantly emerge. Observing the situation in his summoning space, Chen Ge feels no panic. In fact, he is somewhat amused. The transferred damage is still less than what has been recovered. The Starlight Society's scum dares to act arrogantly? Even if the damage inflicted upon him surpasses the recovery rate, with over 13,000 slimes in his summoning space, each possessing over 330 health points. That amounts to over 4 million health points. Standing still to absorb attacks, they would tire the enemy to death. Just as Chen Ge is about to reach the vicinity of the Starlight Society, a startled exclamation erupts from their ranks. Watch out! He has damage reflection. Upon hearing the warning about the reflection, everyone in the Starlight Society hastily checks their health bars. Someone soon realizes they have also suffered damage from Chen Ge's retaliation. Oh no, there really is damage reflection. I wasn't paying attention and took 2 hits, losing 100 health points. The reflection effect may not be strong, but if overlooked, it could be disastrous. At his level, how could he possibly have built up a damage reflection effect? Be cautious. I have a reflection resistance of 16, and I just took a hit from his reflection. It could be hitting at 20 or even higher. How is this possible? He isn't even level 10. How can he have such a high reflection effect? His health is already so absurd. How could he have resources to boost his reflection attribute? What kind of monster is Chen Ge? The members of the Starlight Society are thrown into a state of panic. Although only a few have experienced Chen Ge's reflection effect, the very notion that a summoner below level 10 could amass such a property is utterly ludicrous. The Starlight Society had initially been emboldened by their attacks that seemed to barely dent Chen Ge's health, but now their morale falters. They had relied on the assumption that Chen Ge's survival skills would eventually expire, or that they could break through his damage threshold to eliminate him. Now, with this new damage reflection, how could they proceed? What if Chen Ge's survival skills remain intact, while his reflection obliterates their ranks? Fortunately, a steward from the Starlight Society swiftly regains composure. Everyone stay calm. Follow my lead. Chen Ge is merely a summoner below level 10. We will continue to apply minimal pressure on him. Monitor the timing of his survival skills expiration. His abilities cannot last forever. The rest of you, do not allow the Tianha City Guard to come to his aid. Support classes, control Chen Ge. Do not let him advance further. Brothers, the signal flare has already been launched. Our comrades on the periphery will soon arrive. The Starlight Society will surely triumph. Eliminate Chen Ge. Annihilate Tianhe City. The steward quickly assesses the battlefield and commands a tactical adjustment. The members of the Starlight Society suddenly snap back to attention. Indeed, ultimately, Chen Ge is still just a professional below level 10. If he can stack damage reflection, does he possess the energy and resources to bolster his resistance to all control effects? As long as they can restrain him and buy time, especially with reinforcements on the way. Eliminate Chen Ge. Annihilate Tianhe City. The members of the Starlight Society are invigorated, like they've been infused with energy. All those equipped with control skills spring into action. Shock Arrow, Frost Lance, Slowing Totem, Quagmire, Smoke Bomb, Shadow Chains, a myriad of skills imbued with adverse status effects rains down upon Chen Ge. Observing this scene, Chen Ge feels a prickle of alarm. Goodness, how shameless. My various resistances to adverse effects barely reach 20. If their effect accuracy exceeds 20, I cannot achieve complete immunity and may be susceptible to control. With so many control skills, they truly intend to incapacitate me. Once restrained, a succession of control skills could render him utterly immobile. Chen Ge's eyes narrow slightly. There are indeed ways to respond. He could summon some slimes to absorb a portion of the control skills. However, the price for this would be the potential loss of many slimes. Essentially, it would mean sacrificing his damage and health to gain precious moments of freedom from control. Otherwise, he would have to endure the control, relying on Soul Link to transfer damage, buying time until the enemy's skills falter or their energy depletes. As Chen Ge swiftly weighs the value of sacrificing some slimes to shield himself from the impending control skills, a thunderous shout suddenly erupts from behind him. Brothers, anyone with dispel effects or skills to enhance resistances, cast them on Chen Ge. Chen Ge turns around to see the Tianhe City guard rushing up just behind him. Ha! The dogs of the Starlight Society, what do you think you're doing? I possess the skill of resistance enhancement. My energy shield can directly nullify any attack and negative status once. It sounds as if others lack skills. My beast companion, devouring grudge toad, can devour 2 forms of abnormal states every 10 minutes. Stand aside, let me take charge. My innate ability allows me to exchange my own 99 health points for a target's immunity to all negative effects for 10 seconds. Brother Chen treats us as human beings. Today, I, Old Liu, am willing to sacrifice this worthless life to ensure Brother Chen's safety. The members of the guard squad displayed expressions of sheer excitement. The mere thought of being able to assist Chen Ge filled them with immense satisfaction and joy. Their sentiment was simple. Since Chen Ge regards them as people, they are willing to risk their lives for him. The members of the guard squad activated their skills, and witnessing the exhilarated faces of these warriors filled Chen Ge's smile with a hint of delight. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn it. These rascals are putting on this show for me." Nevertheless, he too had allies now. Silently, Chen Ge redirected his gaze towards the members of the Starlight Association ahead. Since you hold me, Chen Ge, in high regard, I shall slay a few of the Starlight Association scoundrels to express my gratitude. The momentum of his charge remained unwavering. As he felt the effects of various control skills descend upon him, they were instantly dispelled and neutralized. Even more skills were effortlessly blocked by an array of corresponding defensive abilities. Chen Ge's smile grew ever more pronounced as he drew closer to the Starlight Association's ranks. In the next moment, he engaged in close combat with the melee fighters of the Starlight Association. As he faced the martial artist whose fists sparkled with skill light, Chen Ge advanced rather than retreating, extending his hands to grasp the opponents. With a grin directed at the martial artist, he declared, "Let us start with you." The martial artist had yet to comprehend the weight of Chen Ge's words when an icy chill surged towards him. In an instant, countless slimes materialized before Chen Ge, leaping high into the air to launch their assault. Chapter 57. Chen Ge goes berserk. The martial artist immediately sensed the impending doom. Countless slime bodies crashed down upon him. What was even more outrageous was that the slimes seemed to have gone mad, relentlessly targeting only his kidneys. Beneath Chen Ge's feet, 236 was chattering excitedly. Rallying the slime kin. It's time to showcase our battle training results. Our master has just taught us a brand new combat strategy. Everyone must adeptly employ this kidney-crushing tactic. Let us not squander the efforts of our master's teachings and restore the greatness of the slime kin. Long live our master. The multitude of slimes echoed their king's call. In merely a second, the martial artist's kidneys had endured the relentless pounding of thousands of slimes. His health points, exceeding 2,000, were instantly depleted. Had he not perished swiftly, his body might have been pulverized in two. Witnessing the martial artist's horrific demise, all members of the Starlight Association couldn't help but gasp in shock. How brutal. Who targets kidneys specifically? Previously, when Chen Ge had retaliated against that assassin, they had dismissed it as mere coincidence. Now, with a martial artist slain in such a manner, it was clear that this was no coincidence. Anyone who engaged in close combat with Chen Ge risked being overwhelmed by a swarm of slimes targeting their kidneys. A chill crept through the spines of the Starlight Association members as they felt a phantom ache in their own kidneys. Even more terrifying was that after Chen Ge dispatched the martial artist, he showed no signs of relenting. He didn't even glance at the spoils dropped by the fallen warrior, immediately turning his attention to the next target. With the various defensive skills provided by the Heavenly River City Guard squad at his back, many area effect defenses enveloped Chen Ge's slimes, granting them shields and immunity effects. During the process of slaying that martial artist, the Slime Legion had suffered minimal losses. A Starlight Association assassin stealthily approached Chen Ge from behind, poised to deliver a surprise attack to incapacitate him. Suddenly, an ability pierced through his invisibility, revealing him to the world. Chen Ge turned with a grin, displaying his pearly white teeth. All the slimes blinked and teleported to the assassin's side. Before he could even emit a scream, the assassin was instantly overwhelmed and annihilated by the multitude of slimes. The Starlight Association's steward finally regained his composure and shouted urgently, "Quick! Area damage skills. Immediately cover Chen Ge with attacks. Eliminate his slimes. He is a summoner. Once his slimes are gone, he loses his offensive capability." However, the steward's reaction was ultimately a fraction too late. Chen Ge sidestepped the other melee fighters of the Starlight Association and charged directly into the midst of their ranged attackers. Haha, area damage skills? You wish to eliminate my slimes? Come on. Chen Ge chuckled, disregarding all damage as he plunged into the crowd of the Starlight Association. The area damage skills of the practitioners had no immunity against teammates. To avoid harming their allies, the caster had to control the skill's range meticulously. But at that moment, Chen Ge had completely infiltrated the ranks of the Starlight Association. Unless they were prepared to strike down their own comrades to eliminate Chen Ge's slimes, he had the summoning space to withdraw his slimes at any moment to evade the skills. Unless the opponents could continuously bombard him with skills, ensuring that his slimes would be obliterated upon emergence, otherwise. Haha. A few members of the Starlight Association, upon hearing the steward's command, promptly unleashed area skills at Chen Ge. However, Chen Ge had anticipated this. In an instant, he recalled all the slimes back into the summoning space. The skill damage struck Chen Ge directly, yet felt insignificant. Soul Link transferred the damage. Conversely, several members of the Starlight Association nearby were caught in the crossfire of their own skills, their health plummeting dramatically. These few individuals barely had time to curse their teammates for their reckless skills before they turned to flee. However, Chen Ge would not let such a prime opportunity to finish off weakened foes slip by. The slimes were too slow to catch up. They might even be obliterated before they reached their targets. But I am swift, leading the charge myself, with the speed enhancements Chen Ge currently had. He was not slower than most level 20 practitioners. Seizing the moment when the other practitioners hesitated upon realizing they had injured their own, Chen Ge dashed forward, grasping two battered Starlight Association members. A torrent of slimes reappeared, splitting into two waves to launch their assault. In the next moment, Chen Ge was already sprinting towards the next target, leaving behind the gruesome remains of two kidney-crushed corpses and a chaotic scattering of items. The steward finally recognized his previous command blunder and quickly adjusted the orders. Utilize single target skills. Use conductive skills. Avoid harming your allies. Eliminate his slimes. Focus on the slimes first. Do not concern yourselves with him. First, kill his slimes. The steward shouted frantically. Yet, Chen Ge moved through the chaos like a tiger among sheep. With casual swiftness, he seized one slime, delivering a devastating blow that obliterated its kidneys in an instant. Slaying it without mercy, he captured a pair, and the slimes materialized to crush two sets of kidneys, eliminating them just as swiftly. Regardless of whether they were fragile classes or sturdy tanks, all were dispatched in the blink of an eye. At this level, around level 20, no class could possibly withstand the explosive damage surpassing 10,000 in a heartbeat. Chen Ge was utterly consumed by a frenzy of slaughter. The morale of the Starlight Guild had completely shattered under his onslaught. No one heeded the steward's commands anymore. Even if a handful managed to maintain their composure and cast spells to barely slay a few of Chen Ge's slimes, it scarcely affected his overwhelming combat prowess. Almost everyone in the Starlight Guild was in a panicked frenzy, fleeing in every direction. Run, quickly, a demon, a monster. This Chen Ge is a freak. They cried out. We have failed. All control skills have failed. All damage skills are ineffective against him. We cannot kill him, steward. Do we truly have to eliminate this monster? Steward, I want to go home. I do not wish to fight anymore. Woe is me. I would rather lose my head than be crushed to death. The steward of the Starlight Guild appeared pallid, his expression ashen. He felt an eerie phantom pain in his own kidneys and was tempted to flee. However, as the steward, if he succumbed to fear, the others would undoubtedly collapse in utter disarray. If news of this failure reached the higher-ups of the Starlight Guild, he would face execution. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. No one is to flee. Silence. Attack his slimes. Whoever dares to run will be killed first. He bellowed. We have reinforcements. Yes. We still have reinforcements. Chapter 58. The reinforcements of the Starlight Guild arrived. The steward's words finally rekindled a flicker of sanity in some of the Starlight Guild's members. They clung to this last thread of hope. Brothers, hold on. If we can just last a little longer, Our reinforcements will arrive. Once they do, we will undoubtedly be able to slay Chen Ge. The steward continued to shout hoarsely. However, even as a few members of the Starlight Guild regained their composure and bravely attempted to attack the slimes, they soon realized that the slimes were virtually untouchable. Each time Chen Ge executed a foe, he would first personally seize a target, then instantly summon a slime to deliver the fatal blow. Once the deed was done, the slimes would be recalled to his summoning space. With no alternative, the Starlight Guild's members were compelled to attempt attacking Chen Ge directly. The outcome was even more disheartening. Whether they dealt hundreds or thousands of points of damage, Chen Ge's health bar remained entirely unperturbed. They could not kill him. Not even the slightest dent could be made. The morale that had briefly surged at the steward's rallying cry collapsed once more. Despair engulfed every member of the Starlight Guild. Even the members of the Tianhe City Guard, who had been continuously casting various buffs, immunities, and shields upon Chen Ge, were now utterly astounded, their scalps tingling with shock. Is Chen Ge truly a summoner? He possesses no ranged attack capabilities. He certainly cannot be a mage, a priest, or an archer. One-hit kills, seizing anyone in his grasp. I suspect Chen Ge might actually be an assassin. I see him charging head-on, unperturbed by damage. He could be a tank class, deliberately masquerading as a summoner to confuse his enemies. He cannot be a warrior or a martial artist pretending to be a summoner, can he? Look at his resilience and damage output. He is practically invincible in close combat. Have you forgotten the crucial detail? He is not even level 10. He is a newly awakened practitioner from this year. Goodness, I almost forgot. How terrifying. The members of the Tianhe City Guard were left utterly bewildered. Witnessing Chen Ge's formidable combat prowess, one could easily believe he was an assassin, a warrior, or even a berserk boss monster. But to claim he was a summoner? How could one accept that? On Chen Ge's end, the one-sided massacre continued unabated. In the blink of an eye, he had already slain over a dozen members of the Starlight Guild. The reason for not more casualties was simply that he struggled to catch them amidst the utter disarray. The scene was chaotic, with members of the Starlight Guild scattering across the wilderness, complicating Chen Ge's grim task. Yang Chenghu, Su Weiman, and the heads of various families from Tianhe City had also joined the pursuit of the Starlight Guild members. The Starlight Guild's forces were thoroughly demoralized. At the same time, reinforcements from the Starlight Guild finally arrived, albeit belatedly, to avoid detection by Tianhe City regarding their true intentions of city slaughter. This contingent of several hundred had been ambushed a slight distance from Tianhe City. Leading these troops was another steward from the Starlight Guild, surnamed Huang. Upon seeing the signal flare go up, he immediately led his hundreds of members racing towards Tianhe City. As their group approached within a few kilometers of the city, they beheld the chaotic battle outside the gates. The Starlight Guild members exchanged bewildered glances. Did we take a wrong turn? This shouldn't be right. We followed the direction of the signal flare shot by Steward Zhang. But according to the plan, they should have seized control of the city gates. Look, isn't that Steward Zhang? We didn't go the wrong way. This is indeed Tianhe City. But where is he? Where is Steward Zhang? Over there, the one running towards us. Looking disheveled and in a panic. Goodness, if you hadn't said it was Steward Zhang, I would have thought he was just a wanderer in the wilderness. All of Huang's stewards' accompanying members were left stunned. Steward Zhang's team had suffered heavy losses, with over half of them slain. And even Steward Zhang himself was desperately fleeing with his head down. Although the frontline troops led by Steward Zhang were not particularly high in level, averaging around level 20, they should have easily been able to seize control of the city gates. Moreover, the prior plan involved destroying the gates of Tianhe City, using the two newly awakened legendary practitioners from this year to compel the Tianhe City officials to open the gates, preventing any possibility of closure. Logically, there should have been no issues in seizing control of the gates. Now, witnessing Steward Zhang's forces being mercilessly overrun in the wilderness outside the city gates, they were left incredulous. When had Tianhe City acquired such strength? According to intelligence, only Yang Chenghu, the city lord, had any semblance of power. Upon reuniting with the fleeing Steward Zhang, Huang's steward immediately furrowed his brow and questioned, Steward Zhang, what on earth is happening? Wasn't it agreed that you would signal us once you seized control of the gates? Have you been driven out by the people of Tianhe City? Seeing the reinforcements led by Steward Huang finally arrive, Steward Zhang felt overwhelmed with emotion. He rushed over to Huang's steward, gripping his arm tightly, and pointed towards the distant battlefield. Huang steward, kill him. Quickly, eliminate him at all costs. If we allow him to grow stronger, our Starlight Guild will face catastrophe. Quickly kill Chen Ge. At that moment, Huang steward also followed Steward Zhang's gaze, witnessing Chen Ge once again capturing a member of the Starlight Guild. He instantly summoned a multitude of slimes that smashed the unfortunate member's kidneys, resulting in a swift execution. Huang steward's pupils constricted in an instant. What manner of profession is this? A summoner? An assassin? Or a warrior? There was no time for careful deliberation, nor any time to heed Steward Zhang's urgent counsel. He discovered that the subordinates of Steward Zhang were on the verge of being annihilated by the forces from Tianhe City. Furthermore, it was evident that Tianhe City had already sought assistance from the provincial government of Jiangnan, and reinforcements were undoubtedly en route. If he did not lead his men to attack soon, the inhabitants of Tianhe City would likely retreat back into the city, fortifying the gates. To re-enter would require considerable effort. The mission assigned to him by headquarters was to massacre the city, and naturally, he would adhere to the orders given by headquarters. It was apparent that Steward Zhang's mission had gone awry. Not only had they failed to seize the gates, but their manpower had been nearly decimated. Upon returning, he would likely face dire consequences. Meanwhile, if he were to lead his men into Tianhe City, all the glory would be his. Steward Huang immediately raised his arms and shouted, "Charge! Do not let them return to the city. Seize this opportunity to take the gates. Storm into Tianhe City. Slaughter them. The glory of the starlight accompanies us. Kill." Chapter 59. I have a plan to defend Tianhe City. The reinforcements from the Starlight Society hastened towards Tianhe City with clear intent. They aimed to exploit the chaos among the citizens of Tianhe City, who were preoccupied with hunting down their adversaries, leaving them unable to return to the city in time. Yang Chenghu had been vigilantly monitoring the Starlight Society's support and, upon noticing their arrival, recognized their intentions, his expression shifting dramatically. At that moment, the gates of Tianhe City were entirely unprotected. The thought of over 300 brutal beasts charging into Tianhe City left him aghast. How could the Starlight Society muster such a formidable force? Yang Chenghu had not anticipated that the modest Tianhe City would draw such significant attention from the Starlight Society. A cold sweat broke out on Yang Chenghu's brow as he urgently rallied all the inhabitants of Tianhe City. Return to the city. Everyone, back to the city. Quickly. The reinforcements from the Starlight Society are approaching. The Guard Corps immediately retreated to the city, determined to defend the gates and await the provincial reinforcements. Yang Chenghu's loud warning instantaneously jolted the citizens of Tianhe City, who had been caught up in the frenzy, back to their senses. They abandoned their pursuit of the remaining members of the Starlight Society and hastened towards the city. Upon hearing this, Chen Ge glanced toward the wilderness, where hundreds of professionals were sprinting from 1,000 meters away towards the gates of Tianhe City. Chen Ge quickly estimated the speed of the approaching force. Apart from a few leading figures who were remarkably swift, the majority of the others were also significantly faster than him. Their levels were likely above 30. These professionals were the main force of the Starlight Society, targeting Tianhe City. The few lurking near the gates must have been unable to conceal their presence from those above level 30. Chen Ge's mind swiftly drew a conclusion. Although a professional's speed does not entirely reflect their capability, it provides a rough estimate of their level range. A slower speed may not necessarily indicate a lower level, but a faster speed certainly implies a higher level. After all, the enhancement in capability from speed is not significant for most professionals. So those who utilize additional resources to boost their speed are few. The leading figures were likely even higher in level, at least above 40. Potentially on par with Yang Chenghu. Chen Ge's heart sank. If the gates of Tianhe City were destroyed and left open, the onslaught of so many professionals above level 30 would be insurmountable. He wanted to deny this conclusion, but the information coalescing in his mind told him that if the provincial reinforcements did not arrive in time, Tianhe City was indeed in grave peril. Even considering his own strength, against professionals around level 20, he still held a slight speed advantage, allowing him to seize opportunities for a quick kill. But against those above level 30, he would be at a disadvantage, facing at least 2 additional skills. With his current attributes, it was likely that the moment he summoned his slime, before it could even attack, the enemy would respond with an area of effect skill, annihilating the slime before he could deal any effective damage. Nevertheless, the only silver lining for Chen Ge was that, given the current distance between both parties, Yang Chenghu was responding swiftly and decisively, and all the citizens of Tianhe City had begun a rapid retreat towards the gates. The Starlight Society's hundreds of professionals above level 30 would likely not reach the gates before them. However, the struggle for the gates was clearly unavoidable. Given the strength of the Guard Corps, it would be a matter of mere minutes before the gates might be breached. If the Starlight Society were to gain control of the gates, the home of the elderly woman near the city wall could very well be in jeopardy. Chen Ge's gaze turned steely. No, he absolutely could not allow the Starlight Society to breach the walls of Tianhe City. The elderly woman and Tang Qianqian were still inside. His home lay not far from the gates, at the base of the city wall. Should the Starlight Society invade, their brutal nature would lead to indiscriminate slaughter. In their previous city assaults, they had never directly targeted the central urban area. They always slaughtered from the base of the city wall into the main district, then escaped through other gates. They killed indiscriminately, regardless of the victim's significance. They were a nefarious organization notorious worldwide. As Chen Ge sprinted towards the gates of Tianhe City, he frantically contemplated strategies. He had to find a way to keep the battlefield in the wilderness. At the very least, he needed to ensure that Yang Chenghu could hold the open gates. What could he do? Chen Ge's mind raced, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. For him, this might be the most perilous moment he had ever faced in his life. Just days prior, during the awakening ceremony, upon realizing he possessed extraordinary dual talents, he felt a surge of potential for the future. Yet now, he recognized his strength was woefully inadequate. He was far too weak. He could not protect those he wished to safeguard. As soon as the citizens of Tianhe City rushed through the gates, Yang Chenghu immediately began issuing orders to defend the city. All members of the Guard Corps, hold the gates. All families within the city, heed the wartime commands of the City Lord's office. All able-bodied adults and combat professionals, come forth to secure the gates. No one shall retreat a single step. Those who dare to falter will face death. The rest, quickly, bring back the stones cleared from the gates to barricade them. Organize all the women and children to flee through the northern gate. Move now. Yang Chenghu then caught sight of Chen Ge, Yang Jinhua, and the other newly awakened graduates. Go. You students must leave immediately. It is not yet your time to sacrifice yourselves. Yang Chenghu swiftly issued various commands. For the members of the Guard Corps and the families, the city was their home, and they had no route for retreat. They could only hold their ground. Everyone had lost the ability to think clearly, obeying Yang Chenghu's commands and moving rapidly. Only Chen Ge remained still. He did not choose to return home to save the elderly woman and Tang Qianqian. Chen Ge understood that Yang Chenghu's intentions were noble, but he had underestimated the speed at which the Starlight Society would invade the city. Furthermore, with the news of the Starlight Society's approach causing chaos throughout the city, his home was located in the south. Even if he returned home, he would struggle to find enough time to escape with the elderly woman and Tang Qianqian. Moreover, would fleeing the city truly guarantee safety? The Starlight Society had come with a plan for the massacre. Were there not ambushed professionals waiting at the other gates? Chen Ge, what are you still doing? Hurry and leave. Su Weiman bellowed as he saw Chen Ge lingering at the gates. On the other side, Yang Jinhua, Wang Taizhu, and Zhu Ling cast anxious glances, having long since lost their composure. Yet, Chen Ge remained unfazed, standing resolutely in the passage of the city gate. His gaze fixed intently on the approaching members of the Starry Light Society. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him like a bolt of lightning. Mayor Yang, I have a plan to defend Tianhe City. Chapter 60. I, Chen Ge, am the very gate of Tianhe City. Chen Ge's sudden exclamation pierced through the cacophony, instantly silencing the crowd. All eyes converged upon his position. Many of the adventurers, who had been hastily summoned by the mayor to assist in the defense, did not recognize Chen Ge, having not ventured out of the city earlier. Seeing a young stranger speaking up, they frowned, some even openly reprimanding him. Young man, do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? This is hardly the time for your reckless bravado. Whose child are you? Do you possess no sense of awareness? We are at a critical juncture for Tianhe City. This is no moment for an arrogant youth to showcase immature proposals to curry favor with those in power. Begone. The mayor is preoccupied and has no time to heed the musings of a mere boy. However, as these words left their lips, the sound of slaps reverberated through the air. Those who had not left the city did not recognize Chen Ge, but the heads of the various families had just accompanied Yang Chenghu out for battle. The recollection of how Chen Ge single-handedly decimated dozens of adversaries outside the city came rushing back. Moreover, Chen Ge was not merely a combat prodigy. He was also a super scholar, consistently achieving perfect scores in exams. His intellect surpassed that of everyone present. If Chen Ge claimed he had a method to safeguard Tianhe City, it was highly likely he actually did. The survival of their family enterprises hinged on the defense of Tianhe City. This was a matter of life and death for them. Given Chen Ge's previously displayed prowess, he was destined to be an unattainable figure for these lesser families. They were eager to forge a connection with him. Yet one of their own had dared to reprimand him? Upon hearing their kin speak so foolishly, the family heads broke out in a cold sweat. They quickly scolded their disrespectful relatives away. How dare you speak to Mr. Chen like that? One exclaimed. When did my Li family produce such a brainless fool? Get lost. How dare you presume to lecture Mr. Chen? You imbecile. The family heads vocally chastised their own members. Yang Chenghu, filled with urgency, dashed to Chen Ge's side. What is your plan? Speak quickly. The city lord's office will lend all its strength to support you. Yang Chenghu was genuinely anxious. As a mere mayor of a small city, he had never faced an assault from a terrifying organization like the Starry Light Society. Despite his preparations, he knew in his heart that Tianhe City was unlikely to withstand the assault. He could only pray for swift reinforcements from the provincial government, hoping to minimize the slaughter of Tianhe City's inhabitants. Hearing Chen Ge claim he had a way to defend the city felt like grasping a lifeline. Chen Ge, uninterested in engaging with the skeptical family members, directly addressed Yang Chenghu. Tianhe City, I shall defend it. Without waiting for questions, he explained. The primary issue plaguing Tianhe City is the destruction of the city gate, rendering it impossible to close. Therefore, we must find a way to shut a gate to prevent the Starry Light Society from entering. Hence, I, Chen Ge, shall be the gate of Tianhe City. His words resonated with authority, and as they fell, the crowd stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. You will defend it? How? Do you think you can serve as the gate? The Starry Light Society has over 300 members. Even a true city gate could fall under their concentrated fire. And you are but one person. Yet, those who had participated in the battle outside the city suddenly had their eyes light up, recalling how Chen Ge had withstood the onslaught of dozens of foes without so much as a scratch. But was that not due to some skill or item? Could he possibly continue to employ that method of near-infinite damage absorption? Even if he could, the members of the Starry Light Society were not fools. Would they not simply bypass him to storm the city? Though Tiana City was a small fortress, its gates measured a formidable 8 meters in width. How could one individual guard such a vast entrance? Nevertheless, Chen Ge offered no further explanations, ignoring the skeptical gazes directed at him. He retrieved a skill scroll from his storage space and activated it without hesitation. His skill panel, having reached level 5, was now filled with a new skill. Taunt, level 0, proficiency 0, cost, 50 energy points, 100 taunt effect hit probability. Targets within a 6-meter radius centered on the user will be subjected to a taunt effect. For 10 seconds, taunted targets will be compelled to attack the skill's caster. Taunted individuals may still use skills and move, and the taunt can be dispelled by purification skills. Skill cooldown, 5 seconds. This skill, originally available to tank-like professions at level 5, had no class restrictions for learning. However, no other class would typically choose to learn such a taunt or damage-absorbing skill. The taunt's effect was often deemed lackluster, as it could only compel targets within range to attack the user without limiting their ability to use skills. Generally, only tank classes employed this skill during dungeons or against boss monsters to protect their teammates. In battles between adventurers, this skill was seldom utilized. After all, the enemies were already intent on attacking you, rendering taunting nearly pointless. Moreover, with multiple targets, even a typical tank could not withstand the concentrated fire of enemies. Thus, most tank classes preferred skills similar to taunt, but that could prevent enemies from using skills altogether, like provocation. Chen Ge, however, opted for taunt, primarily due to its initial hit rate of 100, the highest among area control skills available at level 5. With his own 20 taunt effect hit bonus, he could elevate the hit rate to 120, as long as the members of the Starry Light Society's resistance to the taunt effect did not exceed 20. Chen Ge could guarantee a 100 success rate. Furthermore, taunt boasted a mere 5-second cooldown, the shortest among all skills. In contrast, purification and dispelling skills typically had cooldowns exceeding 30 seconds. After confirming the skill's effects, Chen Ge strode toward the gaping city gate. Guard team. All support class adventurers within Tiana City, clear my negative status effects. Today, the scum of the Starry Light Society shall not set foot in Tiana City, not even an inch. I, Chen Ge, declare it. Chapter 61. A single man holds the fort. Upon hearing Chen Ge's resolute declaration, today, the rabble of the Starlight Society shall not set foot in Tiana City. A surge of fervor ignited among all present as they beheld his determined figure striding towards the city gates. At the entrance, a wave of enthusiasm swept through the crowd. I am a formation master. Just a few days ago, I learned the illusion array, capable of creating phantoms to alleviate the enemy's damage directed at Chen Ge. I am a totemic shaman, endowed with the energy restoration totem skill and a cooldown reduction totem, enabling me to assist Mr. Chen in hastening his skill cooldown. I, too, am a naturalist, volunteering for battle. I can summon the exorcism flower which dispels abnormal states every 10 seconds. I am a rune master, possessing 2 purification runes. Haha, with Mr. Chen here today, we auxiliary classes shall be the mainstay of the battle. Hey, you little brat, don't just stand there like a fool. If you're a combat class and can't assist Mr. Chen, then go fetch me more energy restoration potions. Son, come with your father. We too are auxiliary classes, and can contribute to Mr. Chen's efforts. My family runs a potion shop. I've already called my wife to send all our energy restoration potions. They'll be available for free. Take what you need. Without even the command of Yang Chenghu, the city lord, all auxiliary classes, armed with skills for dispelling, purifying, shielding, and enhancing resistances, had spontaneously lined up in formation behind Chen Ge at the city gates. Even some students who were originally preparing to evacuate under Yang Chenghu's orders chose to remain and lend their strength. Outside the gates, members of the Starlight Society had charged within 100 meters of the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Ge standing alone at the forefront, laughter erupted among them. Haha, is there no one left in Tiana City? They send a mere student to guard the gates? I suspect Yang Chenghu is too frightened to show himself, leaving that lad to face us. It seems Tiana City hopes to elicit our sympathy by showcasing their pitiful state. Look at him standing there all alone. He must be trembling in fear, yet trying to put on a brave face. Haha, they must already know we of the Starlight Society have arrived and are likely fleeing to other gates. Heh, fleeing? The more they run, the quicker they meet their end. Hurry, hurry, let us storm into Tiana City. Last time I slaughtered over 9,000. Today, I aim for 10,000. That lad inside the gates, his life is mine. No one else shall claim it. Heh, let us see who strikes first. I'll shoot him down with a single arrow. The members of the Starlight Society roared wildly as they charged towards the gates of Tiana City. Some ranged classes moved into casting distance and unleashed their skills, aiming to eliminate Chen Ge in one swift blow. Hearing the laughter of the Starlight Society, Chen Ge could not help but chuckle. You wish to kill me? Come and give it a try. Let us see who ends up killing whom. As for the outcome of this battle, Chen Ge had no doubts about victory. The thought of defeat was unworthy of consideration. He possessed the advantage of time, place, and manpower. Tell me, how can we lose? Reinforcements from the provincial government were en route, and the Starlight Society's time to attack was limited. This was the advantage of time. The radius of the taunt skill was 6 meters, with a diameter of 12. The city gates opening, measuring only 8 meters in width, constrained the opposing 300-plus members to staggered movements, allowing at most 40 to 50 individuals to advance side by side without interference while utilizing single-target skills. As for area of effect skills, they could not be unleashed without risking friendly fire. Thus, the numerical advantage of the Starlight Society dissipated, preventing them from concentrating their fire on Chen Ge as they had in the wilderness. Chen Ge would only need to contend with approximately 40 to 50 attacks at any given time. This was the advantage of place. The numerous auxiliary classes within Tiana City stood as Chen Ge's support, alleviating his concerns about being incapacitated by enemy control skills. Furthermore, with the assistance of auxiliary classes reducing cooldowns on his taunt skill, he could virtually maintain an unbroken chain of taunts, unbothered by the enemy's purification skills. This was the advantage of manpower, time, place, and manpower. How could they lose? Tell me how we can lose. Chen Ge could not envision any possibility of failure. Suddenly, the furthest archer released a penetrating arrow that zipped towards Chen Ge. Anticipating its trajectory, he deftly sidestepped, evading the first assault. Following that, a barrage of ranged attacks rained down upon him. Through keen prediction and agile movements, Chen Ge dodged the majority of the assaults. However, the onslaught was relentless. Damage numbers of 3,191, 4621, 1928, and 2,511 burst forth above his head. The damage dealt by these level 39 adversaries far surpassed that of the previous level 20 foes. In an instant, Chen Ge endured nearly 50,000 points of damage. After transferring damage via Soul Link, the summoned slimes in his space collectively lost 3 to 4 hit points. Chen Ge's brow furrowed momentarily. The slime's health regeneration was now a mere 3 points per second. The rate of damage was surpassing their healing. Yet, the next moment, a smile spread across Chen Ge's face. The members of the Starlight Society nearest to him were the only ones capable of targeting him with their skills, while those behind were obstructed by their own allies, blocking their casting paths. Skills also had cooldowns. They could not continuously inflict over 50,000 damage upon him. This amount of damage barely tickles. Chen Ge grinned widely. He then bellowed towards the members of the Starlight Society before him. Starlight Society rabble. Have you not eaten? Is that all the damage you can muster? My health bar hasn't even budged. The expressions of the Starlight Society members stiffened as they realized the radiant figure at the center of the skill's glow remained unscathed. He is not dead? What the hell? How can that lad still be standing? Wait, look at his health bar. It hasn't dropped at all. What class is he? What skill is this? Is it an invincibility skill? Or is he at a higher level? When did such a person appear in Tiana City? Zhang, the steward. Whereas Zhang, he fought against the people of Tiana City. He should know what that lad is capable of. Among the crowd of the Starlight Society, Steward Zhang finally pushed his way to the front. Upon seeing Chen Ge standing resolutely at the gates, his expression shifted dramatically. Chen Ge. It's Chen Ge. He is the one who hunted us down before. He is a summoner. I told you all to kill Chen Ge first. You wouldn't believe me. He cannot be killed. Chen Ge cannot be killed. We're finished. We can't breach Tiana City. Steward Zhang's composure shattered completely. Chapter 62. Unyielding. Upon hearing Steward Zhang's words, the members of the Starlight Society wore peculiar expressions. Cannot be killed? How can there be a class that cannot be killed? It seemed that Steward Zhang had been thoroughly intimidated by their opponent. It was understandable. Nearly all of Steward Zhang's subordinates had been slaughtered by the people of Tiana City. It was only natural he would be shaken by fear. Poor Steward Zhang. However, Steward Huang offered no semblance of sympathy. In strict hierarchy within the Starlight Society, Steward Huang held a significantly superior position to Steward Zhang. He immediately interjected, Steward Zhang, be silent. Do not spread such misleading words here. Aside from the God of Starlight, there is no being in this world that cannot be killed. Upon finishing his words, Butler Huang swiftly pulled the disoriented Butler Zhang, who had lost his composure upon seeing Chen Ge, back to the rear of the crowd. In order to prevent him from further unsettling his subordinates' morale, he then turned his attention to the members of the Starlight Guild. The glory of the stars is with us. This must merely be that young lad's invulnerability skill or talent. He is nothing more than a useless summoner, devoid of any offensive capability. We need not concern ourselves with him. Let us press forward. As for that boy, once his skill's effect wears off, we shall dispose of him post-haste. For now, let us circumvent him and storm into Tiana City. We shall lay waste to it. With Butler Huang's command, his subordinates howled with fervor and charged ahead. Witnessing this scene, Chen Ge's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes ablaze with a chilling murderous intent. Initially, Chen Ge had contemplated serving as a bulwark at the city gate, preventing the Starlight Guild from entering. However, it seemed they had utterly disregarded him, the summoner. Had they not even attempted to let their support class control him? Instead, They all continued their reckless advance without leaving sufficient space for their allies to unleash their skills. Who were they to dismiss a summoner as a mere waste? Chen Ge had thought that the slime's attack speed would pose little threat to those above level 30. Yet, his adversaries had unwittingly presented him with an opportunity. If he did not showcase the summoner's offensive capabilities now, it would be a disservice to the splendid chance they had afforded him. As the members of the Starlight Guild drew ever closer, dozens of them had already entered the range of his taunt skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ge activated it. The taunting effect radiated from him, encompassing a 6-meter radius. The fastest members of the Starlight Guild felt a sudden rush of heat in their heads, only to realize that their attack targets had been locked onto Chen Ge. Instantly, they understood they had fallen victim to an abnormal state. However, upon discovering they were afflicted by the taunt, they all cast mocking glances at Chen Ge. Huh, a taunt? This is too hilarious. A summoner daring to use a taunt skill? What a fragile fellow. Does he fear he won't die quickly enough? I was inclined to spare you. But since you've chosen death, haha, who do you think you are, taunting us? How long can your invulnerability skill last? Are you truly unafraid of death? Haha. Is this what happens when a summoner class is deemed worthless and discarded? You learn the taunt skill merely to buy time? Yang Chenghu of Tianhe City truly has no principles, sending a child to his demise. Haha. They say we of the Starlight Guild are brutal. But I see Yang Chenghu as even more cold-blooded. We kill children with a single strike, yet he sends you out to buy time. Haha. Is it not true that reinforcements from Jiangnan province are on their way? Do we not know? But can Yang Chenghu truly expect a child to delay us long enough to stop our slaughter of the city? Brat, you should obediently deactivate your invulnerability skill, and let my fireball spell end your life without suffering. The members of the Starlight Guild erupted into raucous laughter, their faces adorned with derision. They were even too apathetic to launch an attack against Chen Ge. Being taunted did not compel forced attacks, it merely locked their targets. Most professionals were indifferent to being taunted, as it lacked control effects unless one was forced to attack while fleeing. In other circumstances, taunts carried no real consequence. However, when it came to crowd control, there were countless options available. Who would resort to a taunt, a rather underwhelming skill? Thus, very few would bother stacking their taunt resistance. Yet, this was precisely one of Chen Ge's reasons for selecting the taunt skill. Moreover, Chen Ge's taunt effect boasted an impressive accuracy of 120. Every member of the Starlight Guild who entered the range of Chen Ge's taunt was successfully affected, not a single one slipped through. As the members of the Starlight Guild laughed heartily, Chen Ge unveiled a smile even brighter than theirs. My dear friends, might I suggest that I learned the taunt skill precisely because I feared you would flee? Before the members of the Starlight Guild could comprehend the meaning behind Chen Ge's words, he surged forward, closing in on the nearest warrior class member. The warrior, caught off guard and oblivious to Chen Ge's intentions, laughed uproariously upon seeing a summoner approach him directly. Haha, are you choosing to let me kill you? However, in the next instant, his laughter came to an abrupt halt as a deluge of slimes descended upon him. Instant kill. Subsequently, all the slimes vanished in an instant, leaving all members of the Starlight Guild in a state of shock. Instant kill? A warrior over level 30 was slain in a heartbeat by a summoner under level 10? How could this be possible? Yet Chen Ge provided them no time to recover from their astonishment. He darted towards the next taunted Starlight Guild member. As Chen Ge approached, this member finally reacted in time, predicting that Chen Ge would summon slimes to attack him. He promptly unleashed a flame impact, scorching flames enveloping his surroundings. Observing his actions, Chen Ge suddenly wore a peculiar smile, as if he had anticipated this very move. It seemed as if time had momentarily frozen. The slimes were not summoned. Instead, damage values of 1049, 1098, and 1102 floated from the nearby allies, all of whom suffered a reduction in health. Chen Ge endured the flame impact, sustaining damage. Yet his health remained unaffected. It was at that moment that he summoned the slimes, their appearance perfectly timed to coincide with the conclusion of the flame impact. Another instant kill. Chen Ge's taunt skill had cooled down, and he quickly activated it again, recasting it over the 50 or so members of the Starlight Guild surrounding him. At that moment, all members of the Starlight Guild finally comprehended the gravity of their situation. They gazed at Chen Ge with expressions of dread and disbelief. Instant kill? This was absurd. His damage was unreasonably high. Dispel. Someone dispel the taunt effect. Did we not say this lad was merely a summoner? How could his damage be so substantial? Be careful. There are too many slimes. Do not use area skills. Damn it. I've lost a quarter of my health. Fall back. Everyone retreat. The members of the Starlight Guild realized something was amiss. He could slay them in an instant. However, it was too late for them to react. Chen Ge had already plunged into their midst, with his retreat path blocked by other members of the Starlight Guild behind him. In front of him, the taunt had rendered them incapable of pushing through the gate into the city. Area skills might not eliminate Chen Ge's slimes, and could instead harm their own allies. Yet, if they refrained from using area skills, they risked being killed by Chen Ge. In an instant, the members of the Starlight Guild descended into chaos. Chapter 63. Being pressed by Chen Ge does not seem so bad after all. Amidst the turmoil, those members of the Starlight Guild who had not yet entered the range of Chen Ge's taunt hurriedly retreated, exiting the gate tunnel altogether. Not a soul dared to remain behind to cast purification or dispel skills to assist their comrades in removing the taunt effect. Meanwhile, the 5 or 6 members left behind by Chen Ge's taunt were unable to find another opportunity to dispatch a third foe. Instead, their mental state crumbled. Upon seeing Chen Ge approach, they panicked and unleashed indiscriminate area damage skills. Or perhaps, when Chen Ge summoned a slime that flickered before his eyes, it could unleash an area damage skill, leaving Chen Ge with no opportunity to bring forth the slime. Despite enduring countless area damage skills without a scratch, his comrades were far less fortunate. Chen Ge had only dispatched the initial 2. While their own erratic casting of area damage skills had already taken down over 30 fragile classes, such as mages, archers, and assassins, the remaining individuals were severely weakened. They watched helplessly as Chen Ge continuously employed taunt skills to control them, witnessing their comrades fall one by one to their own group attacks, while their health steadily dwindled. At that moment, the terror of death reached its zenith, a paralyzing sense of powerlessness as they beheld death drawing ever closer, with no glimmer of resistance in sight. Their sanity had utterly shattered. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Please, spare me. Kill me. Just end my suffering. Let me die, Yu Huang. You can't run. Don't leave me behind. He is a devil. He truly isn't human. Steward Huang, save me. Please, save me. You cannot abandon me. God of Starlight. You are the God of Starlight. The immortal and unyielding God of Starlight. Ha ha. I have seen the God of Starlight. Ha ha. God of Starlight. Have you come personally to annihilate humankind? I am your faithful follower. The president said that if we eradicate all humans, you would elevate us to divinity. Ha ha. The remaining 20 or so individuals, nearly driven to madness, began to spout nonsensical ramblings. Considering that those who joined the Starlight Guild were not particularly sane to begin with, Chen Ge was not surprised. He felt no sympathy or compassion for them. Without hesitation, Chen Ge summoned slimes to commence the slaughter of the remaining members of the Starlight Guild. However, to prevent any of them from intentionally holding back a group damage skill, he refrained from summoning all of his slimes, instead calling forth only 3,000. This was more than sufficient to annihilate the severely weakened foes. Even if someone were to conceal a group attack skill and eliminate these 3,000 slimes, it would merely result in a reduction of over 400,000 in health, which was negligible. A few minutes later, all the members of the Starlight Guild left behind by Chen Ge's taunt skill were slain. Only then did he leisurely begin to loot the spoils of war. A plethora of equipment, items, potions, materials, and everyday goods littered the ground, all of which could be sold for a handsome profit. With this, he could purchase a villa for his grandmother in the city center. Everything was stowed away in his storage space, and fortunately, the feedback from Soul Rest had provided ample storage, so space was not an issue. Behind Chen Ge, within the city gates of Tianhe City, those who had initially prepared to assist him in dispelling various control skills and negative effects were now completely dazed. Suddenly, one individual broke free from the recent shock and erupted into a roar. What the hell? Ko, 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 ko. A series of exclamations, each varying in tone and meaning, vividly conveyed the speaker's complex emotions. Instantly, everyone snapped back to reality, and the atmosphere became electrified. What the hell? The Starlight Guild has been repelled? We held our ground. Tianhe City has withstood the onslaught. Incredible. Chen Ge is extraordinary. Is this the fighting prowess of a legendary class? Not allowing the beasts of the Starlight Guild to step foot in Tianhe City, Mr. Chen has accomplished it. Mr. Chen truly delivered on his promise. It's Chen Ge. He single-handedly drove back the Starlight Guild, preventing the slaughter of the city, a feat unprecedented in the entire Longxia Empire. We, Tianhe City, achieved this. Chen Ge made it happen. Haha. From now on, whenever I see anyone boasting about the development, welfare, and facilities of other mid-sized cities online, I'll simply say, we, Tianhe City, withstood the Starlight Guild's slaughter. Haha. Who would dare say our summoners are worthless again? Chen Ge has vindicated our profession. Sob sob sob, I am so overjoyed. The summoner class is not useless. Hiss. The summoner class can attain such terrifying heights. Is Chen Ge truly a summoner? How can he be so strong? Not only did he repel the Starlight Guild, but he also counter-killed over 60 of their members. When Chen Ge instructed all of us support classes to prepare to dispel negative effects and control, I thought it was our time to take the lead in battle. How naive I was. It turns out we were still just the ones shouting 666 on the sidelines. Who would have thought? Chen Ge single-handedly drove back the Starlight Guild. I had my dispel skill ready at hand for ages, yet had no opportunity to unleash it. And who isn't? I didn't even get a chance to use my control dispel skill. I had even made my son bring back several energy recovery potions. Those support class practitioners were truly at a loss. They had believed their moment of glory had arrived, with various dispel and control skills prepared for ages. Yet, the foolish Starlight Guild members didn't even attempt to use control skills against Chen Ge. Among the crowd, the most exuberant were Wang Taizhu, Yang Jinhua, Su Weiman. and a few others who were closest to Chen Ge. Wang Taizhu took the enormous tower shield in his hands and beat it like a drum, making a thunderous sound, as if afraid no one would notice him. Chen Ge is amazing. Haha, that is my Chen Ge. My leader Wang Taizhu's boss. My Chen Ge is strong. My Chen Ge is invincible. Haha. The crowd was electrified. The sunlight reflecting off Wang Taizhu's shiny bald head seemed to brighten several degrees. Oh. Does anyone know which school Chen Ge attends? Chen Ge is a student of Tiana No. 1 High School. Chen Ge's strength is attributed not only to his innate talent, but also to the exceptional quality of education at Tiana No. 1 High School. Remember to enroll your children there. Chen Ge often comes to my house to buy sunflower seeds. He loves munching on sunflower seeds. His strength might even be partially due to eating my family's seeds. I have the roasted seed immortal talent. And my shop is located right at the intersection near Chen Ge's house. Also my flaky pastries. Chen Ge's grandmother frequently comes to buy my flaky pastries to take home to him. And my massage, get lost. Gage is not that kind of person. How dare you slander him with massages? Yang Jinhua stared at Chen Ge, her rosy lips agape in shock, frozen in awe. She even thought that the sight of him bending over to collect the spoils was incredibly handsome. Her eyes sparkled like hearts. Must I defeat Chen Ge once? Must I ride on his back at least once? Perhaps it's not that essential. Actually, being under Chen Ge might not be so bad. Chapter 64. I told you. This summoner is a freak. Unlike the fervor in Tiana City, the Starlight Guild members outside the city gates appeared as though they had just lost their parents. Their faces ashen. They watched helplessly as their comrades, left behind by Chen Ge's taunt skill, were slowly toyed with and tortured to death by him. In comparison to Chen Ge, they realized that their actions as members of the Starlight Guild, brutally slaughtering and seeking to extinguish humanity, seemed almost naive and innocent. Akin to pure white flowers. Many were still shaken, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at the figure within the city gate, bent over collecting loot. What kind of monster is he? Did you all see the attributes of his slime? Level 7. Just level 7. A level 7 summoner? Capable of annihilating our level 30 professionals? How is that even possible? If you told me he was level 70, I'd believe it, but level 7? This is utterly terrifying. The monstrous leaders I have encountered pale in comparison to this summoner's formidable power. I will never again fall for the nonsensical claims circulating online, asserting that summoners are merely subpar, worthless professions. How can you, with such a so-called worthless profession, defeat over 300 opponents? Let alone those who are more than 20 levels above me. From now on, if I so much as glance at those ridiculous profession strength rankings online, I will consider myself a fool. What shall we do, my brothers? Are we really going to storm Tiana City? What a futile endeavor, if we enter again. We will only be slaughtered. I believe that the summoner primarily relied on the advantageous terrain of the city gates, severely limiting our combat effectiveness. In the open wilderness, his slimes would stand no chance of inflicting damage upon us. Any one of us could easily take him on, provided we remain cautious of his slimes. Even if we cannot kill him, he certainly cannot kill us. We could employ control skills to restrain that summoner while the others charge into the city. Amidst the crowd, some began to regain their composure and analytically assess the reasons behind Chen Ge's astonishing combat prowess. However, before he could finish his analysis, he was swiftly interrupted by others. Terrain advantage? That sounds nice, but could you have displayed such combat effectiveness at level 7? You think you can control that summoner? Are you blind? Did you not notice the throngs of support-type players standing near the city gates? Their dispel skills are nothing but decorations. Exactly. I won't be going back in. If you want to venture in, you do so at your own peril. I refuse to march to my death. We cannot kill him, we cannot breach the city. So it is far better to retreat. If you wish to court death, feel free to do so alone. There is no need to drag us into it. What sort of useless intelligence did headquarters provide? They claimed that capable players in Tiana City had all moved to other mid to large cities, leaving behind only lifestyle players and a handful of combat types stuck below level 30, unable to progress. But what about this abnormal summoner? Headquarters intelligence is detrimental. They said that our over 300 players above level 30 were more than enough to crush Tiana City. Utter nonsense. The members of the Starshine Guild erupted into a frenzy of curses and complaints, all harboring thoughts of retreat. Almost 2/10 of the over 300 players above level 30 had already fallen before even entering the city, including the forces led by Elder Zhang. The Starshine Guild's operation against Tiana City had already turned into a complete disaster. They recognized Chen Ge's bizarre ability to lock health bars and his unconventional use of the taunt skill, coupled with his overwhelming number of slimes capable of delivering lethal damage. It was clear that today, they had little hope of breaching Tiana City. Gradually, all the members of the Starshine Guild fell silent, their gazes fixed on Elder Huang at the center of the crowd, awaiting his command to retreat. Beside him, Elder Zhang fervently grasped Huang's arm, incessantly muttering, "I told you so. I told you he was invincible. Chen Ge cannot be killed. His damage output is absurd. I warned you that this summoner is a freak. You didn't believe me, did you? Now you see." Elder Zhang felt aggrieved. Truly, he felt wronged. Leading his men, he had been overwhelmed by Chen Ge. It was not his fault. The enemy was simply too powerful. Why should Elder Huang berate him for being useless? Now, everyone could witness Chen Ge's monstrosity. Zhang's heart suddenly felt balanced. Elder Huang's expression wavered, darkening as he glared at Chen Ge, who was leisurely sifting through the spoils of battle, wishing he could devour him whole. Yet, he was powerless to act, afraid to command his men to charge in. A few individuals rushing into the city would be futile. There was still a level 51 Yangchenghu within. More importantly, reinforcements from the Jiangnan provincial government were on their way to Tianhe City. The Starshine Guild's principle of conquest relied on overwhelming force, only engaging in favorable battles. Now, faced with this overwhelming adversity, Elder Huang could only accept reality. The mission to slaughter Tianhe City was doomed to fail. Ultimately, Elder Huang turned with a grim expression and ordered retreat. The members of the Starshine Guild, who had long harbored thoughts of retreat, wasted no time in turning back towards the depths of the wilderness. Within Tianhe City, those waiting for the Starshine Guild to launch a second assault erupted into jubilant cheers upon witnessing their retreat. We won. We truly won. The Starshine Guild has retreated. Ha! They ran away. Chen Ge. It was Chen Ge who defended Tianhe City. Chen Ge. Chen Ge. Chen Ge. In the city gates, countless voices harmoniously chanted Chen Ge's name. He had saved them and their families. Chen Ge was the hero of Tianhe City, deserving of their adulation. Yet, Chen Ge himself felt little emotional fluctuation. Ultimately, his strength was still insufficient. It was only due to the advantageous circumstances that he had gained the upper hand. Had they been in the wilderness, he would have struggled against opponents above level 30, perhaps even becoming a target himself. If he possessed enough strength for each slime to rival a level 30 combatant, the outcome would be vastly different. The Starshine Guild would not have made their safe retreat. Instead, none would escape, and they would all be exterminated. Since they had fled, he could only hasten to increase his power, awaiting the next encounter to reclaim his lost lives. For now, however, it was time to collect the spoils. The treasures from the wilderness still awaited him, and he intended to use the wealth provided by the Starshine Guild's little fortune bringers to purchase a luxurious estate for his grandmother and Tang Qianqian. Chapter 65. Old Su. Please, remain calm. To Chen Ge, the title of hero of Tianhe City bore little significance. What he truly sought was to protect those he cherished. With his grandmother and Tang Qianqian in the city, he could not allow the Starshine Guild to invade Tianhe City. Nothing more, nothing less. Protecting the city's inhabitants was merely a byproduct of that goal. At the southern gate of Tianhe City, as everyone called out his name, expressing their gratitude for their salvation, Chen Ge felt no inclination to explain. Instead, the experiences of the past few days since awakening as a professional fueled his desire for strength. Previously, he had only perused descriptions of battles involving professionals in various texts, lacking any profound understanding. Now that he had personally engaged in combat, having killed numerous members of the Starshine Guild, he found himself recalling Lin Yuyu, who had gone missing after attending Hucking Academy. He grew increasingly concerned for that silly girl, who, despite being only a year younger than him, would cling to him, softly calling him brother. Although Tang Qianqian had made a flippant remark, calling Lin Yuyu an ungrateful wolf, Chen Ge believed there must be a reason for her sudden disappearance after attending Hucking Academy. Unlike Tang Qianqian, who possessed a strong personality, Lin Yuyu was gentle and lacked assertiveness, always obediently believing everything Chen Ge said. Over a year ago, when Lin Yuyu awakened her legendary profession, the Holy Spirit Rune Master, she had been reluctant to leave her grandmother, Chen Ge, and Tang Qianqian behind. Initially, I had no intention of attending, preferring to wait until Chen Ge participated in the awakening ceremony before we journeyed together to the Practitioner Academy. However, at that moment, Chen Ge contemplated the honor of being specially recruited by the prestigious institutions of the Longxia Empire. Surely, that was a fortuitous opportunity. Moreover, the ability to communicate with family at any time was an added comfort. Thus, he allowed Lin Yuyu to go. Obediently, Lin Yuyu set off. Yet, Chen Ge found himself suddenly filled with regret. His understanding of practitioners had been woefully inadequate. Considering the battles he had recently endured, could Lin Yuyu, with her timid disposition, truly adapt? If only he had insisted she decline the special recruitment from Hucking Academy and waited to join him this year. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, worry not. I shall undoubtedly attend Hucking Academy. Since you have affectionately called me brother for over a decade, I will certainly bring you back. Chen Ge silently vowed. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Ge began to assess his spoils. Since he had lost hardly any slimes, his attribute panel had seen little enhancement. He had merely acquired a new skill, taunt. His earnings in crystal coins were modest, totaling approximately 300,000. Chen Ge couldn't help but display a look of disdain. The members of the Starlight Association were rather impoverished. He had vanquished at least 80, if not 100, of their members, yet the crystal coin haul was so meager. Averaging it out, they had barely 4,000 each in their storage. The greatest treasure he had garnered consisted primarily of various materials, level 20 and 30 equipment, assorted recovery potions, temporary enhancement potions, buff potions, skill scrolls, materials, and items. Chen Ge couldn't be bothered to scrutinize them closely, as his super god-level dual talents rendered most of these items unnecessary. He could easily sell them for crystal coins instead. A rough estimation suggested he could sell them for around 5 to 6 million crystal coins at market value. Chen Ge's expression brightened instantly. A standalone villa in the heart of Tianhe City was now within reach. Indeed, when it comes to earning swiftly, robbing others was the way to go. However, the next moment, Chen Ge found himself in a quandary. Selling such a multitude of items would undoubtedly consume an inordinate amount of time and energy. He still needed to level up quickly to participate in the National Practitioner Academy entrance examination. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him as he spotted a familiar bald head weaving through the crowd. I could enlist Old Sue's help to sell the goods. Furthermore, Old Sue's integrity guarantees he won't skim even a single coin from me. He might even add a few coins to the pot. Haha. Seeking assistance from the benevolent Old Sue is the most reassuring option. In the midst of the crowd, Old Sue was currently in a state of unrestrained jubilation. Over the years, he had sponsored and nurtured numerous students, yet none had exhibited such terrifying combat prowess and potential as Chen Ge right after awakening. Haha. You all know that Chen Ge is a student of Tianhe No. 1 High School, right? Let me tell you, this child has been exceptional since childhood. I noticed his superior learning ability back when he was in elementary school. His future is bound to be remarkable. What? You didn't ask me? Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. Haha. You want to know how Chen Ge has studied over the years? The Practitioner Encyclopedia, Monster Encyclopedia, detailed analysis of common skills, history of practitioner development, and comprehensive combat techniques for all professions. These are the tomes he enjoys reading. Whenever the school library lacked a title, I, Old Sue, would delve into my pockets to procure it for him. You say my judgment is keen? Not at all. It's primarily because Chen Ge is exceptionally talented himself. Otherwise, how could he be labeled a super scholar? Oh dear, your son wishes to transfer to Tianhe No. 1 High School next semester? Absolutely. Let me tell you, coming to Tianhe No. 1 High School is the right choice. Chen Ge is one of us. What? You want me to assess your daughter's potential? She was born just last month. What can I possibly evaluate? Do you think I'm a fortune teller? This is absurd. Old Sue felt that he had never been so jubilant in his entire life. He seized anyone he could find, regardless of whether they had asked him, to extol Chen Ge's virtues. This led to expressions of envy and admiration from those around him. Old Sue, please, calm down. Do me a favor. After considerable effort, Chen Ge finally managed to pull the exuberant Old Sue from the throng. He did not mind Old Sue flaunting his connection to him, for over the years, he had indeed received countless favors from him. Without Old Sue's influence, he would have never had access to much of the practitioner-related information, as he had come from a humble background. Old Sue had also facilitated various scholarships to alleviate the burdens on his grandmother. Su Weiman's face glowed with pride as he saw Chen Ge approaching, his bald head now radiantly flushed. Chen Ge, well done. Haha, I knew I was right about you. Speak up, what do you need? I can solve anything for you. Su Weiman gestured grandly, exuding an air of confidence. Chen Ge, feeling no need for formality, directly requested, could you assist me in selling these spoils? Without a hint of guilt, Chen Ge sought Old Sue's help to run errands. After all, the glory had been claimed by Old Sue. Letting him handle the sales was merely a fee for his ostentation. Chapter 66. What happened to the Starlight Association's city massacre? As Chen Ge spoke, he began to retrieve items from his storage space to hand over to Old Sue, including the spoils from the Starlight Association members and some items he received from Soul Rest that were of no use to him. Oh, and Old Sue, if you have any need for these items, feel free to take them. Also, for Yang Jingyue, Wang Taizhu, Zhu Ling, and those supportive practitioners who recently aided me, I am always generous to my own. However, before Chen Ge could finish, Old Sue suddenly shot him a knowing glance. Then, he dramatically boomed, what? Chen Ge, you wish to distribute these spoils among everyone? That simply won't do. Old Sue's loud proclamation immediately attracted the attention of all those celebrating nearby. What? Mr. Chen intends to share his spoils with us? I object. Absolutely not. The spoils rightfully belong to Chen Ge, and I certainly will not accept any. The lives of all the citizens of Tianhe City were saved by Mr. Chen. How could we possibly take his spoils? I, Lu Laosan, stand firm on this. Anyone who dares to claim Mr. Chen's spoils will face my wrath. Mr. Chen's righteousness is commendable, yet if we were to accept his spoils, how would we differ from ungrateful beasts? One by one, they expressed their sentiments, creating a palpable wave of collective indignation. Chen Ge helplessly cast a glance at Old Sue, who winked at him with a smug expression. In that instant, Chen Ge understood Old Sue's intent. Navigating the complexities of human relationships was indeed Old Sue's forte. Chen Ge, you see everyone's sentiments. We will not accept your belongings. Since you have no use for them, allow me to sell them on your behalf. Su Weiman, with an air of righteousness, bellowed loudly, despite Chen Ge standing right beside him. As soon as Su Weiman's words left his mouth, the crowd erupted once more. My family runs an equipment chain store. I am willing to purchase all of Mr. Chen's equipment. How dare you not increase your offer when buying from Mr. Chen? My family also operates an equipment shop and is ready to raise the offer by 10 You think it's acceptable to only increase it by 10? My family is willing to increase the offer by 20 for all the potions. The CF family has acquired them all. A full 20 increase. The Lee family is also prepared to raise the offer for the skill scrolls in Mr. Chen's possession. I see packaged food and daily necessities. My family runs a supermarket and is willing to buy them all. We collect all kinds of materials. In an instant, the crowd was in a frenzy, all vying to make a name for themselves before Chen Ge. Within mere minutes, items Chen Ge had estimated to be worth 5 to 6 million were astonishingly sold for over 8 million. Meanwhile, outside Tianhe City, a convoy of armored vehicles appeared. Reinforcements from the Jiangnan provincial government had finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Leading the charge was an officer named Qin Shan from the Jiangnan Provincial Guard. Upon receiving the distress signal from Tianhe City, he had mobilized his entire team of 500 level 30 or above professionals, teleporting from Yueying City and hastily making their way to Tianhe City. At last, they arrived, only to see dozens of stripped corpses outside the city gates. It seemed they could even hear the distant, chaotic cries emanating from within Tianhe City. Qin Shan's heart raced. These corpses, stripped bare, fit the modus operandi of the Starlight Society, known for killing and looting everything of value. Had he arrived too late? Was the city's populace already screaming in terror? Had the Starlight Society breached Tianhe City and commenced a massacre? Quickly, the beasts of the Starlight Society are slaughtering the city. Increase speed. Prepare for battle. Upon reaching the city gates, Qin Shan was taken aback. What was happening? Wasn't he the Starlight Society supposed to be slaughtering the city? Instead, they were holding an auction? Just as Chen Ge's spoils had been completely sold off, the citizens of Tianhe City noticed the convoy of armored vehicles outside. The city lord, Yang Chenghu, quickly led a welcoming party. As Qin Shan stepped out of the vehicle, bewildered, he spotted Yang Chenghu. The two were old acquaintances, and their relationship was quite amicable. Qin Shan could not help but directly inquire, "Old Yang, didn't you report an attack by the Starlight Society? Where are they? Did you misreport the situation?" Qin Shan's expression turned serious. Misreporting military matters was a grave offense. Even a city lord could face a military tribunal and severe punishment for such an act. Yang Chenghu instantly broke into a grin. Previously, Su Weiman had been the one boasting, and now it was his turn to shine. Ignoring Qin Shan's seriousness, Yang Chenghu smiled slightly and gestured towards the desolate wilderness where hundreds of stripped corpses lay at the city gate. "There, those are the Starlight Society's people. I did not misreport the situation. You repelled the Starlight Society's assault? How is that even possible?" Qin Shan was left in shock, staring incredulously at Yang Chenghu, hoping to perceive any hint of jest on his face. It was well known that the Starlight Society's city-slaying operations had never failed. The only variable was the number of casualties. Time and again, they overwhelmed cities with superior combat power, with many mid-sized cities having fallen victim to their onslaught. How could a small place like Tianhe City withstand such an attack? Yet, Yang Chenghu did not appear to be fabricating or misrepresenting the situation. Could it be that a formidable professional happened to be in Tianhe City, catching the Starlight Society off guard? Seemingly reading Qin Shan's thoughts, Yang Chenghu held an air of superiority, exuding confidence. "Old Qin, who do you think you're looking down upon? Repelling the Starlight Society's attack? It's as simple as it gets. Just send someone with hands. We in Tianhe City didn't even need to close the city gates. We merely dispatched a summoner. And the Starlight Society's scum ran away on their own." Veins began to throb on Qin Shan's forehead. Throughout the entire Longxia Empire, there had been no successful defense against the Starlight Society's attacks. The least affected cities had still seen thousands slaughtered. And now, he was told it was merely about sending someone with hands? Just sending out a summoner? What about the other cities that had fallen to the Starlight Society? Yang Chenghu, speak clearly. What on earth is going on? Qin Shan bellowed in frustration. Yang Chenghu helplessly raised his hands. About 400 members of the Starlight Society came, and they were driven back by our newly awakened Chen Ge. And indeed, Chen Ge's awakened profession is that of a summoner. Sai, why don't you believe me? Here, watch this recording of the entire event. With that, Yang Chenghu pulled up a video on his phone and tossed it to Qin Shan. Every city's walls, gates, and streets were equipped with surveillance devices. As the city lord, Yang Chenghu naturally had access to this information. Qin Shan watched the recording with skepticism. The next moment, his expression became utterly abstract. What the hell? Is this really a summoner? One person bearing the output of dozens? This must be fake. He can kill in a heartbeat? Hiss. One person guarding the city gate? How audacious. Did he really manage to hold them off? How is that even possible? The Starlight Society retreated? No way. This cannot be a summoner. It is utterly impossible. After watching the surveillance video, Qin Shan felt as though his worldview had shattered. Observing the shocked and uncontrollable expression on Qin Shan's face, Yang Chenghu felt a surge of satisfaction. No wonder that old Su fellow has been running around proclaiming that Chen Ge is one of his students. This feeling of showing off is simply exhilarating. Chapter 67. Can't you think of a reasonable excuse? Within Tianhe City, Chen Ge was naturally aware of the arrival of the provincial guard. However, he chose to ignore them. After several sleepless days and multiple intense battles, Chen Ge was utterly exhausted. Rather than waste time conversing with the provincial guards, he preferred to return home and rest. After merely informing old Sue, Chen Ge headed straight home. As soon as he opened his front door, a lively figure leaped into his arms. Instinctively, Chen Ge supported the perky figure, preventing them from falling. He gently patted the person. Qian, you've grown up. Please stop jumping on me all the time. Chen Ge said helplessly, yet did not let go. The familiar scent of the girl enveloped him, making him feel immensely relieved. Protecting those he cherished was the very essence of battle. The exhausting days of conflict seemed to pale in comparison. Brother, you're finally home. I missed you so much. Just now, someone on the street said that the Starlight Society was attacking Tiana City, and I was terrified. Brother, I heard many people calling your name by the city gate. Brother, I made some money. I pre-sold your autograph at school. And so many girls were willing to buy it. Brother, I've already thought it through. Just sign a nice one for me. And I'll go to the printing house to make copies. Brother, Grandma said she wants to find another evening job to earn more money. Brother, I've checked the summoner profession. It costs a lot. But don't worry, I'll work hard to help you make money. Brother, I don't want to go to school anymore. I don't like it at all. I want to go work with Grandma to earn money, but Grandma disagrees. Can you help me persuade her? Tang Qianqian rambled on to Chen Ge about everything that had happened while he was away. Chen Ge, utterly fatigued, lacked the strength to respond to her incessant chatter. He collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber, even forgetting to extricate Tang Qianqian, who still clung to him. Instead, he embraced her more tightly. As he slept, a flicker of tenderness crossed Tang Qianqian's face. Chen Ge had endured days of hardship in the wilderness, grappling with hunger and exhaustion. It must have been quite taxing for him. Yet, she soon realized that she was being held by Chen Ge. And a smirk of pride emerged on her lips, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. You insufferable Chen Ge. You wouldn't even let me share your bed before. Humph. Chen Ge's slumber was particularly deep and sweet. When he awoke, it was already the third day. After 2 full days of rest, he had finally recuperated. Both his grandmother and Tang Qianqian were absent from home. One had presumably gone to work while the other attended school. Chen Ge couldn't help but recall Tang Qianqian's previous ramblings. Although he had not replied to her, her words had resonated in his ears. I should buy a house first, to prevent my grandmother from having to take on extra work, and that foolish Qianqian from considering dropping out of school to support me. With that thought, Chen Ge stepped outside and located his grandmother at her place of work. Bringing her home, he then made a trip to the school to fetch Tang Qianqian. The tales of Chen Ge's valor in defending Tiana City had spread throughout the entire city. His grandmother and Tang Qianqian had already heard countless versions of his heroic deeds. This spared Chen Ge the trouble of providing explanations to the two of them. Together, they ventured to the city center, where Chen Ge spent over 5 million on a villa. In a small city like Tianhe, real estate was not excessively expensive, yet for his grandmother and Tang Qianqian, it felt like a dreamlike experience. However, his grandmother was filled with concern for Chen Ge's safety. Only after he repeatedly assured her of his formidable strength and that he would face no danger did she feel slightly reassured. Chen Ge then entrusted his grandmother with over 1 million crystal coins and helped her resign from all her jobs. Subsequently, he left the city once more. After all, he was only at level 7 and had yet to qualify for the vocational academy entrance examination. With only a few days remaining, he needed to expedite his leveling up. This time, Chen Ge exited the city through the north gate, for he intended to grind in a dungeon to level up. The entrance to the level 5 dungeon was nestled within the wilderness to the north of Tiana City. Compared to the scattered monsters in the wilderness, the concentration of monsters within dungeons significantly increased grinding efficiency. Typically, adventurers would opt for dungeons of corresponding levels for experience and loot after reaching level 5, rarely resorting to grinding in the wild. As Chen Ge made his way to the entrance of the level 5 dungeon, a pair of disheveled figures, Servant Huang and Servant Zhang, were kneeling side by side in a stronghold of the Starlight Society, trembling with fear. Before them sat a man cloaked in a large black robe, his expression impassive as he gazed at the two. With a voice akin to the rasping of metal, he spoke slowly. Are you saying that 300 or 400 people were repelled by a summoner? Servant Huang hastily interjected. And no, it wasn't just him alone. There were dozens of support-type adventurers. Servant Zhang quickly added, when they attacked me, Yang Chenghu and the others also joined in. A flash of rage ignited in the black-robed man's eyes, his tone shifting to one of menace, brimming with murderous intent. Silence. That is not an excuse for your failure. Do you think I am a fool, easily deceived? Both servants trembled in fear, bowing their heads fervently. What we said is absolutely true. We had no intention of deceiving you, master. That summoner is a monster. He cannot be killed. Yes, he truly is a summoner. He summoned many slimes. Master Ma, we would never dare to deceive you. He even made our dozens of brothers turn against each other. That summoner is a demon. By the way, Master Ma, that summoner is named Chen Ge, the newly awakened adventurer from Tiana City this year. Indeed, that Chen Ge is only level 7. I saw the level of his slimes. They are indeed only level 7. Servant Zhang and Servant Huang hurriedly recounted everything they knew, each trying to outdo the other. However, Seeing that the two remained unrepentant and their tales grew increasingly absurd, Master Ma's expression darkened ominously. You fools. If a summoner possessed such combat power, why is he languishing at the bottom of the combat profession rankings? It seems you two are nothing but incompetent fools, making such a poor excuse for your failure. Guards, take these two worthless scoundrels away and deal with them according to the rules. Master Ma, no. Please, I swear it's true. Have mercy, Master Ma. That summoner truly is a monster. It's not our fault. As he watched the two worthless scoundrels being dragged away while still pleading for mercy, Master Ma felt his temples throb with rage. How had he ended up with such inept subordinates? It was fine to seek excuses for a failed mission, but could they not use their brains to come up with a reasonable explanation? Nearly 100 people were killed by a newly awakened summoner? What a pathetic excuse this was, making it impossible for me to report this to higher-ups. These two are utterly useless. It seems I must personally intervene to remedy the consequences of this failed mission. Chapter 68, Level 5 Dungeon, Spider Cave in the Northern Wilderness of Tiana City. At the entrance to the Level 5 dungeon known as the Spider Cave, this was the only entrance to a Level 5 dungeon in the vicinity of Tiana City, and indeed, the sole entrance for all surrounding cities. Thus, not only adventurers from Tiana City, but also those from 5 or 6 neighboring cities would converge here after awakening to continue leveling up after reaching level 5. In addition to the yearly newcomers, various civilian adventurers who could not surpass the level 10 dungeon challenge, as well as those above level 10 and 20, often chose to venture into the Spider Cave to farm equipment, materials, and items to sell for a living. Others sought to assist newcomers in swiftly clearing the dungeon for experience and profit, while some transported potions and supplies from the city to sell at the dungeon entrance. And others specifically aimed to break the dungeon completion time leaderboard. The entrance to the Spider Cave was particularly bustling after each year's awakening ceremony. Upon Chen Ge's arrival at the entrance, he was greeted by a throng of diverse adventurers. Normal difficulty speedrun team, 4 out of 5. Any output classes, come on. Difficult difficulty, standard configuration team. Looking for a support with attack enhancement skills. I'm a 27 level berserker, can carry 4 people for a half hour on difficult mode, speed guaranteed. 100 crystal coins per run. 1 more person, and we'll start. Normal difficulty magic team, for level 4s, and 1 level under 10 magic class. 170 attack. Seeking a level 5 high output archer. Looking for a powerful level 9 support, preferably a rare class. Confident players welcome to join the nightmare difficulty leaderboard. Buying spider venom sacks. 20 crystal coins each, buying as many as you have. Sell small energy recovery potions. 55 crystal coins each. Just a 5 coin markup from the city. Great value to save you time returning. Basic detoxifying potions, 99 each, limited quantity, first come first served. Egg fried rice for 10 crystal coins a portion. Don't forget to eat while grinding the dungeon. Stinky tofu, 8 crystal coins a portion. Stinky tofu made by a profession with a fermentation talent, guaranteed to be pungent. As Chen Ge approached the entrance of the Spider Cave, he was immediately surrounded by a cacophony of shouts, some forming teams, others seeking members, while others were buying materials or selling items. However, Chen Ge paid them no mind. The Spider Cave did not impose restrictions on solo play. It merely limited team sizes to 5, a common restriction for most small dungeons. However, Chen Ge had originally intended to undertake this challenge solo. He proceeded directly towards the entrance of the dungeon. Having traversed from Tiana City, he continuously summoned slime. Along the way, as the more slimes he summoned, the better it was for him. Naturally, he seized every opportunity to summon slimes, dedicating more than half a day to the task. Ultimately, he summoned approximately 6,000 slimes, bringing the total in his summoning space to just over 20,000. Chen Ge planned to sacrifice a portion of these slimes upon entering the dungeon to enhance his attributes. The slimes summoned thereafter could also serve the same purpose, allowing him to prioritize boosting his own stats. Keeping around 10,000 slimes in the summoning space would suffice. Many onlookers at the dungeon entrance quickly took notice of the summoner who was simultaneously summoning slimes while making his way towards the entrance. Oh, a summoner? How rare. A newly awakened summoner is not giving up on leveling up? What audacity to tackle a dungeon solo. It seems he hails from the direction of Tiana City. I heard that this year, a summoner with a unique legendary talent emerged from there. Could it be him? It appears he hasn't formed a party. Is he really going in alone? Incredible. Does he intend to solo the Spider Cave? Huh. A summoner attempting to clear a dungeon by himself? How audacious. Chen Ge. He must be the Chen Ge from Tiana City. I heard from friends in Tiana City that a few days ago, the Starlight Guild attacked, and he single-handedly defended the city. They say he is extraordinarily powerful, taking down dozens of members from the Starlight Guild alone. Is this for real? Are people fabricating stories without even adhering to basic logic anymore? Oh, I've heard that name too. My friend mentioned he eliminated several hundred members of the Starlight Guild. Unbelievable. Last night, I saw a post online claiming this Chen Ge from Tiana City wiped out a Starlight Guild stronghold, and the comments were filled with mockery. How absurd. He seems rather handsome. Could it be a publicity stunt orchestrated by his agency to elevate his profile? After all, any notoriety is still notoriety. Is there anyone from Tianhe City who knows the truth? I'm from Tianhe City. And it seems the southern part was indeed attacked by the Starlight Guild a couple of days ago, but I was leveling up in the eastern area after awakening. And I've only just arrived here, so I'm not entirely sure what transpired. I was there. I witnessed it firsthand. It's true. Though perhaps not as exaggerated as what is claimed online. Chen Ge indeed held off the Starlight Guild by himself and took down dozens of them. An official announcement from the Lord of Tianhe City should be forthcoming. Huh, who would believe that? I, for one, do not. Are you a plant sent by his agency? It's real. I was there and saw him standing at the city gates. I was present too. Chen Ge killed dozens of Starlight Guild members who were above level 30. Huh, which agency did he sign with? They must have invested heavily in creating this narrative. Laughable. A summoner killing dozens from the Starlight Guild? He could wipe them out single-handedly. My Chen Ge has indeed taken down many from the Starlight Guild. My friend and I were leveling up in the southern area at the time. Exactly. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean my Chen Ge can't. He is a hero of Tianhe City. How dare you speak ill of him? Oh my, are we already witnessing some diehard fans? This agency has some impressive methods for building influencers. Perhaps these fans are also hired by the agency. Just clowns. Anyone with half a brain can deduce that a handsome summoner suddenly has such outrageous rumors surrounding him. It's clearly a tactic to create an influencer. The Starlight Guild attack was probably fabricated as well. The influencer clown theory is solidified. Look at the people following him. They're likely just there to capture promotional material for the spider cave. Oh, look, he is about to enter the dungeon. Is he really going in? Doesn't he fear getting instantly obliterated by the spider monsters without even a chance to exit? Wow, is being an influencer this perilous now? He truly has no fear. A summoner, often regarded as the weakest class, dares to enter a dungeon alone? Surrounding the spider cave, voices filled with disbelief echoed. Chen Ge, however, paid no mind to the chatter, opting instead to proceed directly to the entrance of the spider cave dungeon. The entrance appeared as a vortex of energy hovering above the ground, flanked by a massive stone tablet. This tablet displayed a leaderboard of completion times. Driven by some special energy, the spider cave boasted countless entrances around the world, and the leaderboard reflected a unified ranking. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Ge reached out to press against the energy vortex at the dungeon entrance. An interface presenting difficulty options manifested before him. Normal, difficult, nightmare, inferno. Only the first option was illuminated, while the latter three remained dimmed and unselectable. Chen Ge could only access the normal difficulty of the spider cave. To unlock entry to higher difficulties, he would first need to clear the preceding level. Since he was merely here to sacrifice slimes while leveling up, he paid little heed to the difficulty and chose the only available option, normal. A surge of energy enveloped him, and in an instant, Chen Ge's figure vanished from the entrance of the spider cave. Those who had been closely observing him erupted into further astonishment. Whoa, he really dares to enter? Just now, I saw him casting spells with both hands while moving. He might actually be something special, right? His summon slime skill appears to have reached level 2. I saw him summon 3 at once. Perhaps he can indeed clear the normal difficulty. Uft, what is the big deal? It's likely that his agency merely inflated his skill levels with resources. He is nothing more than a buffoon. Come on. It's common knowledge that a trash summoner has the output capacity of paper and is as fragile as one. When he is obliterated by the spider monsters, it will be hilarious. I see this influencer just going in to snap some selfies. Just wait. He'll emerge shortly. Exactly. He can always opt to abandon the dungeon. Unless he is incredibly unlucky and gets swarmed by monsters upon entry, he shouldn't face any real danger. How long do you think he'll last? I bet he'll give up and exit in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? You're overestimating this influencer. He'll be out in 3. Haha. I wager he'll be out in a minute. You're being too harsh. My Chen Ge will absolutely clear the dungeon. Just wait and see. My Chen Ge can even take down level 30 professionals. A level 5 dungeon will be a breeze for him. Humph. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. Just wait to see my Chen Ge prove you all wrong. Foolish fans. I've already decided to roast this influencer named Chen Ge. From now on, I'll mock him every time I see his name online. A mere summoner influencer. I've already lost respect for him. Tell your Chen Ge to send me a lawyer's letter. I won't even enter the dungeon. I'll wait for your Chen Ge to emerge and slap me in the face. If your Chen Ge exits without clearing the dungeon, will you all be eating your words? This uproar at the entrance to the spider cave dungeon escalated, drawing more and more people into the fray. The crowd, eager for entertainment, showed no haste in entering the dungeon, instead opting to wait to witness the spectacle. Those who spoke in support of Chen Ge were quickly drowned out by a tide of ridicule, their frustration mounting to the brink of tears. Within the spider cave dungeon, Chen Ge's figure suddenly materialized in an expansive underground cavern, shrouded in dim light. From the shadows, a dark silhouette lunged at him. Having familiarized himself with the spider cave dungeon, Chen Ge recognized the figure as a creature of the dungeon. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. Resulting in a damage output of 514, the creature flung backward and rendered motionless on the ground. Defeated ghost-faced spider, gained 25 experience. Chen Ge momentarily paused in astonishment. What? A critical hit? I actually killed it with a single slap? He was taken aback, especially since he hadn't even summoned his slimes yet. In the gloom of the cave, several more shadows darted toward him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that they were spiders the size of a human head, adorned with patterns resembling ghostly faces. Emerging from the adjacent tunnels, he also noted their attributes. Ghost face spider, level 5, health 480, energy 350, attack 52, defense 33, skills, pounce, web. Upon reviewing this attribute panel, Chen Ge felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. With less than 500 health points and a pitiful defense of merely 33, their stats were hardly impressive, comparable to his own slimes. Very well, let us have the slimes push forward, locate the boss, and defeat it to advance to the next level of difficulty. Without further ado, Chen Ge summoned his slimes. The sheer number, over 20,000, could not all be summoned at once. Yet, with a mere 3,000 or 4,000, the cavernous passageway around him became utterly congested. The few ghost-faced spiders that had approached him were instantly obliterated. He commanded the first batch of summoned slimes to advance deeper into the cave, while continuing to summon additional waves. After summoning a total of 6 batches, every last slime was now present. As they pressed forward through the depths of the cave, defeated ghost-faced spider gained 23 experience. Defeated ghost-faced spider gained 25 experience. Defeated ghost-faced spider gained 26 experience. Chen Ge had yet to even catch a glimpse of the ghost-faced spiders before being inundated with a continuous stream of kill notifications. In a dungeon of ordinary difficulty, one would not expect to find anything of significant value. Even the drop rate for crystal coins was atrociously low. The items dropped by the fallen spiders were hardly worth his time to collect. He deemed it far more efficient to cast the summoned slime skill once more with his hands than to waste time gathering loot. As he was halfway through sketching the summoning circle with his hands, an unexpected message reached him through his connection with the slimes. Boss detected. Chen Ge, scarcely inclined to look, did not even lift his eyelids. He continued to finalize the summoning circle and issued a command to his slime army to engage the boss. Chapter 70. Clearing the dungeon. Sacrificing 10,000 slimes. Defeated elite ghost-faced spider. Gained 115 experience. Congratulations on clearing the ordinary level spider cave dungeon. Hard mode has been unlocked. The dungeon will close in 5 minutes. Please collect your loot promptly. Dungeon ended. Closed early, before Chen Ge could even complete his spell. He received the notification that the boss had been vanquished and the dungeon cleared. Ignoring it, he focused on completing the summoning circle, adding 6 more slimes to his army. He could not be bothered to collect the loot dropped by the elite ghost-faced spider. Instead, he commanded all slimes to commence a self-destructive battle. With such a vast number of slimes, losing half of them would enhance their attributes while ensuring that the remaining 10,000 maintained sufficient health and damage output. This balance seemed just right. All slimes naturally obeyed Chen Ge's command without question, perceiving it as an honor for their kind. After all, to be commanded proved their value to him. This wave of self-sacrifice was akin to his self-CPU. As the king of the slimes, 236 buzzed excitedly. The slimes are coming. The master's new command has arrived. To serve our master and showcase the value of our slime clan is upon us. Attack, kill, eliminate our closest kin. In our moment of demise, the essence of our slime clan shall attain eternal transcendence, restoring our greatness. Long live the master. Slaughter. Within the dim corridors of the spider cave, the throngs of slimes began to stir with fervor. Long live the master. Kill. Let me perish first. My loyalty to the master surpasses that of any of you. Long live the master. Kill. Hurry, in my life. I feel that with each death, my spirit grows stronger. Long live the master. Kill. In the shadowy passage of the spider cave, countless slimes launched into a frenzied assault on their fellow slimes. Their faces alight with ecstatic zeal as they were torn apart by their companions. The scene resembled a bizarre and sinister cult ritual. Slime's soul returned. Gained 1 health. Slime's soul returned. Gained 1 unyielding pill. Slime's soul returned. Gained 1 poison resistance. Slime's soul returned. Gained 1 secret barbecue seasoning recipe. Slime's soul returned. Gained 1 storage space. Slime's soul returned. Gained 1 special low temperature candle. Slime's soul returned. Gained 1 reflection damage probability. Chen Ge observed the continuous notifications regarding soul return flooding in, his lips twitching slightly. He could not shake the feeling that this soul feedback ability was rather dubious, often yielding a mix of odd and trivial items. He certainly was not the sort to indulge in such matters. It had to be the slimes' issue. Their souls lacked purity. In mere seconds, the number of slimes dwindled to around 10,000. After recalling all slimes to the summoning space and ordering an end to the self-destructive chaos, Chen Ge promptly checked his attribute panel. Name, Chen Ge, level 7-9, class, Soul Summoner, health, 3023. Energy, 2,582. Constitution, 242. Mentality, 217. Attack, 423. Defense, 316. Talents, infinite summon, unique, soul return, unique. Skills, summon slime, soul link, taunt. Equipment, none summoning space, 11296. Storage space, his attributes had significantly improved across the board. Each individual attribute stood in comparison to that of a level 30 class holder without equipment, showing little disparity. His attack rivaled that of mage or assassin-type output classes, while his health and defense were akin to those of guardian or knight-type tanks. Various additional attributes, including effect accuracy, effect resistance, damage amplification, and damage reduction, had also surged from the previous range of around 20 to between 30 and 40. The enhancement was substantial. Chen Ge, however, was not particularly concerned with damage modifiers. As long as I ensure that the number of slimes in the summoning space is sufficient and that I possess the soul link, I need not worry about sustaining any harm. What fills Chen Ge with delight is the enhancement of his resistance to various negative and control effects. With inadequate resistance, one is prone to succumbing to a myriad of control effects. However, things have improved considerably now. It is noteworthy that for typical adventurers below level 30, the resources they can access are quite limited, particularly for most support-type professions. It is even challenging for them to raise the accuracy of their control skills to above 20. Additionally, when control skills are at lower levels, only the effect accuracy of skills like taunt, which bears little difference between being controlled or not, tends to start at a relatively higher level. Most skills inherently possess an effect accuracy hovering around 10. Therefore, it is exceedingly difficult for adventurers below level 30 to achieve a control effect accuracy exceeding 30. Yet now, nearly all of my resistances have surpassed 30, meaning that, in the majority of cases, it is virtually impossible for adventurers below level 30 to control me. If I continue to sacrifice more slimes and enhance these attributes, true immunity to any control effects and negative statuses will soon be within reach. That moment will herald my genuine invincibility. Just the thought of it fills Chen Ge with anticipation. His own attributes have seen a significant increase, and the accompanying attributes of the slimes have also risen markedly. Slime, Chen Ge, level 7 health, 424, energy, 362, constitution, 34, spirit, 31 attack, 60, defense, 45. Both attack and defense have already surpassed those of a level 5 ordinary phantom spider. It is essential to recognize that slimes only inherit the 14 attributes of their summoner. If an ordinary level 7 summoner were capable of summoning a dozen creatures with attributes comparable to level 5 wild monsters, the summoner profession would not have descended into such a lowly status. Besides attack and defense, the slime's various supplementary attributes, such as critical hit, resistance, and damage bonuses, have also reached around 5, comparable to or even surpassing those of a typical level 5 adventurer. Generally, adventurers below level 10 do not have the luxury of focusing on their supplementary attributes. They are too busy striving to reach level 10 to participate in the Vocational Academy entrance examination. Once the slimes had met their demise, Chen Ge promptly clicked to conclude the dungeon. Chapter 71. A minute is quite a while, you know? After completing a dungeon run, Chen Ge reaped considerable rewards. Yet, his sole dissatisfaction lay in the meager experience gained. A standard level 5 spider cave dungeon only managed to elevate his level 7 experience bar by around 5 points. Indeed, the higher the level, the more arduous the ascent. The time required to cast the Summon Slime skill is a full 25 seconds. And for such a paltry gain in experience, it appears I must spend quite some time in the spider cave. Chen Ge shook his head in resignation. Deep down, he understood that this was already a relatively efficient means of gaining experience. If he ventured into the wilderness, where monsters are scattered, the efficiency would plummet exponentially. The moment Chen Ge emerged at the entrance of the spider cave dungeon, a cacophony erupted around him. Look, that kid's out. Holy crap, he really came out. So soon? How long has he been in there? Not even a minute. Haha, this is hilarious. I knew he wouldn't last a minute. Such absurdity. This little internet celebrity truly just entered the dungeon to take a few selfies before exiting. Some immediately began to jeer. Supporters of Chen Ge swiftly retorted. What are you barking about? Clearly, Chen Ge has cleared the dungeon. Alright, what is wrong with a minute? A minute is still longer than your pathetic time. You garbage. You couldn't even last a minute and still have the audacity to speak? A minute is quite a while, you know? My Goo definitely emerged after clearing the dungeon. You people can't do it, so you doubt that others can. Humph. My Goo is so formidable. It is entirely reasonable for him to finish in a minute. You worthless folks could never comprehend the realm of the strong. Just as Chen Ge appeared at the entrance of the spider cave, he was met with the clamor surrounding him. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. It's fine if you want to defend me, but can we at least clarify the narrative? Who mentioned a minute? I cleared the dungeon. Please include the words cleared the dungeon. Do you want me to report you for defamation? However, those who had witnessed Chen Ge's prowess were few and far between. The voices advocating for him quickly drowned in an ocean of sarcastic ridicule. Haha, clear a dungeon in under a minute? Use your brains, you deluded fans. Is that even possible? Oh, I almost forgot. Your brains are already fried. Does anyone actually believe he cleared the spider cave in a minute? Please stop showcasing your low intelligence. You do realize that in order to clear a dungeon, one must locate and defeat the dungeon boss, right? Clearly, he voluntarily exited the dungeon. This is laughable. Some fans really say the most ridiculous things without a hint of reasoning. A minute? You didn't even find the boss in that time, let alone the time needed to defeat it. Don't tell me you can one-shot the boss. Ordinary dungeon bosses are elite monsters with over 2,000 health and possess rampage skills. What is there to debate? Look at him. He bears no signs of battle whatsoever. In that minute, he clearly didn't engage with any monsters. Indeed, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. He doesn't even have a single piece of equipment on. How could he possibly defeat the phantom spider, let alone the dungeon boss, who is an elite monster? My Gugu can even one-shot level 30 adventurers. One-shotting an elite monster below level 10 would be a breeze. Be careful, my Gugu might just one-shot you too, haha. Chen Ge chose to ignore the snide remarks surrounding him, focusing solely on his own affairs. He was there to sacrifice slimes and level up. Now that the slimes had been dealt with, it was time to continue grinding through the dungeon. Chen Ge feigned ignorance to the skeptical voices around him. Without pausing, he reached out to touch the energy vortex at the entrance of the spider cave dungeon once more. Having cleared the ordinary level, the available difficulty levels had now shifted to 2, ordinary and hard. Without hesitation, he chose the hard difficulty. In an instant, Chen Ge's figure vanished from the entrance of the spider cave dungeon once more. Huh, he has gone back in? That little internet celebrity has re-entered the dungeon. Could it be he didn't take enough selfies earlier and was scared out by the phantom spider, now going back in for more selfies? Ha ha ha, this is too funny. That little internet celebrity is rather pitiable. He doesn't even have a cameraman. Holy crap, I think I just saw him enter the hard-level spider cave. No way. Could he really have cleared the dungeon in a minute? You must be mistaken. He should have only entered the ordinary difficulty. I saw it. That little internet celebrity definitely entered the hard-level dungeon. The energy vortex for different dungeon difficulties is distinct, though I may not hold that little internet celebrity in high regard. He indeed just entered the hard difficulty. Holy crap, how did he clear the ordinary difficulty in a minute? Did he just spawn right in front of the elite phantom spider and immediately defeat the boss to clear the dungeon? How could that be possible? Although the entry point to a dungeon is random, there are also established patterns. The distance between the entry point and the boss has a minimum limit. There is only one possibility. Upon his entry, he swiftly located the boss and dispatched it in an instant. Perhaps this feat is achievable, but it is utterly inconceivable. It is absolutely impossible. He belongs to the summoner class. What output could possibly annihilate a boss in a heartbeat? I suspect he must have uncovered some exploit within the spider cave dungeon. Moments ago, he was deriding those who claimed it was impossible for Chen Ge to complete the spider cave in under a minute, and now they are all left aghast and dumbfounded. They simply cannot comprehend how Chen Ge accomplished such a feat, haha. How delightful it is to see them silenced. Keep barking, will you? Has my dear Gidge not just completed the dungeon in under a minute? Those who were just howling can continue their noise. Did some not proclaim that completing the dungeon in a minute was an impossibility? Now that our Chen Ge has ventured into a hard-level dungeon, what do they have to say? Some individuals are nothing but trash. They regard the world as worthless simply because they themselves are. Come. Someone just claimed to showcase their intellectual inferiority. May I ask who is truly exhibiting such a deficiency now? My Gidge is the best. Support for Gidge. Those who stand by Chen Ge instantly felt vindicated. They retaliated with fervor, just as those who had mocked Chen Ge were rendered speechless. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Wait, I've figured it out. This is scripted. It must be a script. If he records a 1-minute completion, I'll damn well stand on my head and eat excrement. At that, many faces in the crowd displayed expressions of sudden realization. Holy moly, I understand now. He is merely performing for us. What do you mean? What script? I'm not quite grasping it. Can someone elucidate this for me? That internet celebrity named Chen Ge did not genuinely complete the normal level dungeon. He was merely acting. His agency orchestrated this for dramatic effect. Chen Ge must have already cleared various difficulty levels beforehand. He simply enters the dungeon, exits, and pretends to have completed it, as we cannot see what he is doing within that minute. The cunning of today as influencers knows no bounds. If he pulls this off, and someone truly believes it and posts it online, his popularity will undoubtedly soar. Oh, that reminds me. When Chen Ge came earlier, wasn't he summoning slimes as he walked? I found his slime's level rather peculiar. Can you guess what level his slime is? What level? Is it not level 5? Level 7. His slime is level 7. This implies he himself is level 7. I ask you, which serious professional does not rush to grind dungeons upon reaching level 5? Grinding wild monsters in the wilderness is excruciatingly inefficient. How can anyone wait until level 7 to tackle dungeons? This is irrefutable evidence. Chen Ge is merely a clownish influencer. His agency must have brought him into the dungeon beforehand to level him to 7, and now they send him alone to stage this performance to generate hype. No wonder. I was perplexed as to how a professional would venture alone to grind dungeons, especially a summoner of the most lackluster caliber. It all makes sense now. It's all scripted. Damn it. I almost fell for his ruse. How revolting. For a moment, I genuinely believed he could complete the dungeon in under a minute. I have no idea which agency is behind this influencer, but it's utterly absurd they concocted a story about him hunting the Starlight Society. Indeed, if they're going to script for clout, then to invoke the Starlight Society, a vile organization, is a disgrace to the true heroes who battle against them. This is outrageous. Everyone, let us uncover this agency and report it. I'm posting this online right now. I'll upload a short video. Such a nauseating influencer must be avoided at all costs. The crowd, each person chiming in, suddenly felt empowered, as if they had uncovered the truth. They all began to exhibit their mocking, sardonic expressions. They sprang into action, as the official channels at such significant locations undoubtedly had communication facilities. Many immediately pulled out their phones to share their speculations and assembled narratives about Chen Ge across various online platforms. The small contingent supporting Chen Ge was on the verge of tears. This is so unreasonable. No matter what, you refuse to believe and can always find various reasons to malign my Gidge. Chen Ge is a freshman this year, and his level has risen due to the windwolf pack he defeated from the Starlight Society. You are being far too excessive. You have no idea of the truth and are simply slandering my Gidge. Unfortunately, their numbers were too few. Their voices were too soft. The opposing crowd remained steadfast in their belief in the so-called truth they had established, regardless of how fervently the small group supporting Chen Ge tried to explain. It bore no fruit. Sisters, quickly inform everyone still in Tiana City. Let us go online and clarify for Gidge. Sisters, let us protect our beloved Gidge. Seeing that many on the opposing side were already posting videos to discredit Chen Ge, his support group began to rally. There's no saving these brainless fans. Ignore these clowns. Just watch. If I'm not mistaken, that Chen Ge will emerge from the hard-level spider cave in no time. Haha, it's scripted. I can predict that he will immediately re-enter the nightmare-level spider cave after exiting. Everyone with a platform account, remember to post about this. Together, we will ensure that this clownish influencer named Chen Ge never gains any traction. Haha, he thinks he can become famous? Off to eat excrement with him. Is this Chen Ge merely a clout-chasing influencer clown? Let us see if he dares to enter the nightmare-level spider cave. Just then, at the entrance of the spider cave dungeon, a figure appeared. It was none other than Chen Ge. Unsurprisingly, within a minute, he had emerged from the hard-level spider cave. A look of mild exasperation adorned Chen Ge's face. The hard-level difficulty yielded a mere 2 more experience points than the normal level. What a scam. Without hesitation, Chen Ge initiated the 3rd round of the spider cave dungeon. Nightmare difficulty. The energy vortex shimmered, and in an instant, Chen Ge vanished once more. Holy moly. He has entered the nightmare-level spider cave. Does he truly dare? Both nightmare and hell-level dungeons maintain time completion leaderboards. Will he emerge in under a minute again, as he did previously? If he exits in under a minute, then he will undoubtedly be exposed as a clownish influencer. I suspect he may stage a performance, aiming to exit at a time that 1T place him on the leaderboard. After all, he is a level 7 summoner capable of annihilating a level 30 Starlight Society member. Perhaps he could indeed complete the nightmare-level spider cave in under a minute. Brother, you certainly understand the irony. Completing the nightmare-level dungeon in under a minute? That would likely catapult him straight to the top. The current leaderboard for the nightmare-level difficulty stands at 5 minutes and 3 seconds, just shy of the 5-minute mark. This record was set by a full team of 5. All at level 9 with maximum experience, and each a rare profession with pure output. They even recorded it, and it can be found online. Does he truly believe he can break this record as a summoner? It's utterly impossible in this lifetime. If he sets a record in under a minute, I'll damn well stand on my head and eat excrement. Simultaneously, across various online platforms, content concerning Chen Ge began to surface. Shock. A small internet celebrity has fabricated a story about himself destroying a Starlight Society stronghold. Cognitive dissonance. The summoner class, deemed inferior, possesses a shocking secret. No more pretenses. A level 7 annihilating a level 30. The summoner is the strongest profession. A sensational revelation. All content, without exception, dripped with irony, mocking Chen Ge. Among the comments, there were indeed some explaining the true circumstances of that day. Yet, unsurprisingly, no one believed them. Instead, it only intensified the ridicule directed at Chen Ge. Chapter 73, 59 seconds, ascending to the apex. Within the nightmarish depths of the spider lair, as Chen Ge's silhouette emerged into the dimly lit cavernous passage, he was immediately greeted by the sound of rustling and scratching nearby. Having previously conquered both the normal and hard levels of the spider lair, Chen Ge was well aware that upon entering the dungeon, he was already under assault by the ghastly-faced spiders lurking in the shadows. In almost the very same instant, Chen Ge snapped his fingers, and thousands of slimes materialized at his side. In the murkiness, several of the ghastly-faced spiders that lunged at him did not even have the chance to emit a cry of despair before they were swiftly overwhelmed and annihilated by the relentless swarm of slimes. There was no need for Chen Ge to issue commands. As the king of slimes, the 236th simply uttered a command. and the first batch of summoned slimes commenced a rapid and thorough sweep through the labyrinthine passages of the spider lair. Subsequently, Chen Ge continued to summon the remaining slimes in waves. The spider lair's intricate layout changed with each entry, and the more slimes that ventured forth simultaneously, the sooner the dungeon's boss could be located. In this nightmarish difficulty, even the ordinary minions had attained the level of enhanced monsters. However, the slimes were far from the lackluster summons of an ordinary conjurer. With over 60 points of attack, coupled with a variety of additional attributes averaging around 5, they could easily breach the defenses of the enhanced ghastly-faced spiders, with the occasional critical hit. A concentrated volley from 40 to 50 slimes would suffice to obliterate a single fortified spider, while the slime army continued their unyielding advance through the spider lair. Chen Ge began to cast with both hands, sketching the summoning array for summoned slime. He remained steadfast in his initial position upon entering the dungeon, not having shifted an inch. As the summoning array was completed, 6 slimes leapt forth from the intricate design. On another front, the slime army had discovered the location of the dungeon's boss. Chen Ge, now disinterested in further exploration of the remaining passages, commanded his slimes to eliminate the boss. Typically, adventurer parties would operate in such a manner. Upon locating the boss, they would not squander time vanquishing every foe in sight, as there were no time constraints for entering and exiting the dungeon. Rather than meticulously clearing out every minion, it was far more prudent to initiate another run. In a mere second, Chen Ge received a notification. You have defeated the poisonous elite ghastly-faced spider, earning 230 experience points. Congratulations on completing the nightmare level spider lair. The hellish difficulty has now been unlocked. The dungeon will close in 30 minutes. Please collect your spoils promptly. Ending dungeon, closing early. In the brief span of time it took to cast a single summoning spell, just half a minute, Chen Ge had successfully cleared the nightmare difficulty spider lair. Could it be that the boss had transformed into an elite enhanced monster at this level? Chen Ge glanced at his status panel. This round of nightmare difficulty had yielded a more substantial experience reward. His experience had increased by 12, along with his spoils. After all, at the nightmare level, the loot dropped by the boss warranted more than a mere glance, unlike the trivial rewards from the normal and hard levels. As he continued to cast this summon slime spell, Chen Ge commanded the slime army to gather all the loot dropped by the boss and bring it before him. Mere seconds later, the spoils were delivered to him. Chen Ge took a cursory glance and noted over 100 crystal coins, various potions, materials, and 2 pieces of equipment emanating a faint glow, a dagger and a pair of boots. Upon inspecting the attributes of the 2 items, he found Toxic Fong, level requirement, 5, attack, 20, mental, 2, critical hit rate, 3, poison effect hit, 2, poison attribute damage, 2, webcloth boots, level requirement, 5, defense, 12, constitution, 2, speed, 6, slow resistance, 5, poison attribute damage reduction, 1. Both items were of rare quality, and their attributes were commendable for level 5 gear. Chen Ge felt a sense of satisfaction. He personally did not care much for wearing rare equipment. The attributes gained from such items might significantly enhance the power of other adventurers, but for Chen Ge, they were merely marginal benefits. He would only consider using them if he came across legendary equipment with exceptional traits. As for these 2 rare items, he intended to ask Old Su to assist in selling them. A handsome sum of over 100,000 crystal coins awaited. With a casual gesture, he stowed all the loot into his storage space and concluded the dungeon run. At the moment of being teleported from the dungeon, Chen Ge suddenly heard a mechanical notification. Congratulations on completing the nightmare level spider lair. Total completion time, 59 seconds. Your completion time ranks among the top 100. Please check the leaderboard for your position. This leaderboard records the completion times of adventurers at the current dungeon's level stage. Did I break a record? Chen Ge paused for a moment, but soon dismissed the thought. He had merely come to level up, and the leaderboard did not pique his interest. If he truly cared about such rankings, he would have concluded the dungeon immediately after defeating the boss instead of leisurely waiting for the slimes to gather the loot, which would have been a waste of time. When Chen Ge's figure reappeared at the entrance of the spider lair, an uproar erupted among the onlookers. PS out. The internet celebrity known as Chen Ge has indeed emerged after a mere minute. Is it really just a minute? Given how he handled the normal and hard difficulties, does he not realize that the nightmare difficulty has a leaderboard? Is he really that reckless? This little internet celebrity must be quite foolish. Does he think that by exiting the dungeon in a minute, others will believe he actually cleared it? No way. Let us take a look at the leaderboard stone tablet. Surely there has been no change in the top time. This is clearly someone escaping from the dungeon while being chased by monsters. If I were to check the leaderboard, it would make me look foolish. I certainly don't believe it. The top time is still that absurd 5 minutes and 333 seconds. What is happening? Why the commotion? Are you all feeling ill? Did you all glitch? The leaderboard, wait. What? Are you kidding me? You all must be in on some prank. I don't believe he truly completed it in a minute. At the entrance of the spider lair, gasps of disbelief and a chorus of astonished exclamations filled the air. Chapter 74, What intensity! I absolutely adore this. Amidst the resounding exclamations of astonishment, the supporters of Chen Ge erupted into jubilation. 59 seconds. My Gogo completed the nightmare-level spider lair in 59 seconds. Haha, 59 seconds. What about those who just criticized my Gogo? Come on, keep criticizing. Haha, Chen Ge is incredible. What about those detractors? Are you all feeling the sting of reality now? A bunch of fools. Who do you think you are to criticize Chen Ge? My life was saved by Chen Ge from the Starlight Society. If it weren't for him, they would have rampaged through Tianhe City. I know exactly what Chen Ge is capable of. I've always said that he exited the dungeon only after clearing it. Some people just refuse to believe it. But now you see, don't you? In less than a minute, the nightmare-level dungeon is conquered. And I suspect that Chen Ge previously did not diligently grind through the normal and hard levels. My Gogo casually ascended to the top of the leaderboard. To the detractors, are you stunned? There will always be some clowns who, despite being inept themselves, dare to claim my Gogo is inadequate. Who else? I ask you. Who else? The record for clearing the nightmare-level spider cave has been catapulted from over 5 minutes to a mere 59 seconds. Who else? The one who just claimed to be upside down and eating excrement can commence your performance. Shall I first let you urinate to rinse your mouth? Lest your breath be worse than refuse, preventing you from appreciating its taste? I suspect some individuals, under the guise of tarnishing our Gogo's reputation, are merely seeking to deceive for sustenance. Brothers, let us not overlook a crucial point. Our Chen Ge achieved this remarkable 59-second record without a team. He soloed it. Goodness. In saying that, the previous record of over 5 minutes was achieved by a full team of 5. Chen Ge is astonishing. Furthermore, Chen Ge is currently at level 7, while the team that set that 5-minute record was comprised entirely of level 9 players. And yet, have you all noticed? To this day, Chen Ge possesses not a single piece of equipment. Wow. Gogo's bare attributes alone can shatter the record for the nightmare-level spider cave dungeon. That is truly formidable. My Gogo is the strongest. No rebuttal will be entertained. Chen Ge is invincible. The small faction supporting Chen Ge, who previously could scarcely utter a sound, has now risen above the waves of ridicule. Each one of them is eager to confront those who disparaged Chen Ge, those who once doubted his ability to clear the spider cave in under a minute, and the vast majority of mere spectators have, after their initial shock, finally come to their senses. Faced with the fervent supporters of Chen Ge, they dare not utter another word. Among the spectators, gasps of astonishment erupted. It truly is 59 seconds. The leaderboard has genuinely been refreshed. 59 seconds. Goodness. He even achieved 59 seconds. He broke the record from over 5 minutes to under a minute. Is Chen Ge even human? Previously, I heard them argue that this online celebrity awakened the most pathetic summoner class. Even if Chen Ge is indeed a celebrity, I will surely support him from now on. You are the celebrity. Your entire family are celebrities. To label Chen Ge as a mere online celebrity is an affront to him. I heard his supporters say that although Chen Ge is a summoner, he awakened a unique legendary talent at level 1. What a celebrity. That is nothing but slander concocted by those intent on disparaging Chen Ge. Chen Ge is not a celebrity. He is a newly awakened talent from this year, and he will undoubtedly participate in the nationwide vocational academy entrance examination in a week. Goodness. Chen Ge is still a freshman? Can a freshman possess such strength? I thought he must have awakened several months ago. Have you heard? Just a couple of days ago, Chen Ge truly killed dozens of cultists from the Starlight Society. It's true. I heard that as well. Wow. Are the youth of today truly this formidable? Incredible. I have a premonition that the summoner class may indeed rise under Chen Ge's prowess. The discourse surrounding Chen Ge in the crowd has taken a complete 180-degree turn. Many who had previously mocked him now stealthily changed their positions, pretending to be mere spectators, while beginning to speak favorably of Chen Ge. However, a few remain obstinate. Even upon witnessing Chen Ge's record-breaking achievement in the nightmare-level spider cave, they continue to jeer and mock. Humph. Why are you brainless fans so excited? Didn't you see that your master Chen Ge hasn't even glanced your way? It was merely a stroke of luck. Let him try to achieve another record under 1 minute, and he surely will not manage it. How ridiculous. Breaking a nightmare-level record and thinking oneself exceptional. Let him attempt to break the inferno-level record as well. A clown celebrity remains a clown. Only those lacking in intellect would fawn over him. The next moment, Chen Ge's supporters and passers-by erupted. Are you fools? The evidence is right here, yet you still prattle on about disparaging Chen Ge? Damn. You foolish mutts, utter another word, and I swear I will end you. As a mere bystander, I cannot bear it any longer. You say he was lucky? If you have the guts, go and try your luck at breaking the nightmare-level spider cave record. Exactly. If you lack the ability, do not bark here. You should be grateful for the rule of law that has spared you. Had the dungeon entrance not been under official surveillance, I would have dealt with you fools long ago. The chaotic sounds around completely drowned out the derisive voices of the few individuals. At that very moment, at the entrance of the spider cave dungeon, a young girl holding a streaming device approached, offering a live commentary. Babies, I have finally arrived. Based on the posts and short videos online, That so-called celebrity summoner is near the entrance of the level 5 spider cave dungeon in Moonshadow City, Jiangnan Province. I spent 2,000 crystal coins to teleport here to give you all a live broadcast. I made it here. Can you hear me, babies? They are arguing so fiercely. I love it. Haha. Spending 2,000 crystal coins was truly worth it. Everyone, listen closely. I'll get closer to record for you. Meanwhile, the live feed of the streamer, Mona, happened to capture the radiant energy fluctuations produced when Chen Ge activated the Inferno level spider cave. Chapter 75. How could the gap be so vast? As one of the top streamers on the internet, Mona's level is not particularly high, only at level 19, as she is a first-year student at the Hawking Academy. However, due to her beauty, affluent background, and her status as a unique legendary assassin, she frequently has opportunities to stream high-level players in action. Her fanbase is immense, with viewership in the millions. At this moment, the chat in Mona's livestream exploded with activity. Nabeo, as expected of you. Only you could spend 2,000 crystal coins to go see it live. Nabeo, you really want to see it in person? I genuinely envy you, little rich girl Nabeo. What is so interesting about this small-time celebrity? Nabeo, hurry back and stream the scene of slaying the level 70 boss, the Shadow Dragon, in the Dragonfall Valley. Who are you to critique Nabeo's livestream content? We will watch whatever Nabeo streams. Exactly. If you're not watching, please leave the stream and don't disrupt our Nabeo. But Nabeo called me baby. How can I leave? Mona glanced at the barrage of comments in her livestream and paid them little mind. Watching the spectacle and streaming were merely her hobbies. After all, she was not short on money and did not rely on streaming for income. Whether viewers came or went was of little consequence to her. She only streamed what piqued her interest. Ultimately, for Mona, joy was the most important thing. Suddenly, a long comment floated across the livestream screen. Goodness, did everyone just see the dungeon entrance? I think I saw someone enter the Inferno level dungeon solo. Engrossed in watching Nabeo, I completely missed anything else. Bro, I saw it too. I thought I was mistaken since no one else in the chat was mentioning it. Goodness, soloing the Inferno level dungeon? That can't be real, right? I saw it too. It's true. The light from the dungeon being activated is definitely Inferno level. I wouldn't mistake that. Wow. How terrifying. Nabeo quickly asked the people nearby who just entered the Inferno level dungeon solo. Soloing the Inferno level? Is that person really that confident? They must be a legendary output class, right? As Mona perused the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, her brow arched slightly in intrigue. She had been so engrossed in the quarrel between others that she hadn't paid heed to the circumstances surrounding the dungeon entrance. Someone was attempting a solo run of a hellish dungeon? How fascinating. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Before she could inquire further, the comments intensified. The adventurer currently tackling the level 5 spider cave dungeon must be a newly awakened individual from this year, right? Has anyone heard of any legendary class awakenings occurring in Moonshadow City this year? I've heard that a small town adjacent to Moonshadow City, named Chen Ge, has produced 2 legendary classes this year, one being a legendary mage known as the elemental god of magic, and the other a legendary summoner. It's said that these 2 are classmates from the same school. It seems that this year, the number of legendary classes awakening worldwide is unusually high. Chen Ge? A legendary summoner? Could it be the internet sensation everyone has been talking about? My goodness, the elemental god of magic. Back when that esteemed individual was around, they overshadowed all legendary classes. Is this person who entered the hellish dungeon the same elemental god of magic? I've heard that the elemental god of magic is female, while the one who just entered the dungeon is clearly male. I wonder if that individual is the infamous summoner named Chen Ge, who has been garnering attention. Wait a moment. Don't tell me. The online clips have been stating that this Chen Ge lacks real skill and is merely a publicity stunt. Hold on. Listen closely to the voices from Nabao's side. It seems they are arguing over some record involving the nightmare level dungeon. I heard someone mention a 59-second clear time for the nightmare level spider cave. No way. A 59-second clear for the nightmare level spider cave? That is impossible. I've been a long-time fan of Nabao, and didn't she assemble a pure damage output team that set the record for the spider cave last year? Yes. I remember now. Nabao's team achieved a time of 5 minutes and 3 seconds, which still stands as the top record. I recall it vividly. Yet, Nabao's team spent an entire day to achieve that record. The 5 minutes and 3 seconds record has remained unbroken until now. Nabao even posted a video of their clear. Nabao, quick, show us the leaderboard. Mona, captivated by the stream of comments, felt her interest piqued. She swiftly turned her gaze towards the towering stone tablet marking the dungeon entrance. There, inscribed in glimmering gold letters at the top of the tablet, was the title, Nightmare Level Clear Record Leaderboard, 59 seconds. The 5 minutes and 3 seconds record had been relegated to second place. The third place stood at 5 minutes and 4 seconds, with the subsequent entries mostly clocking in under 6 minutes. Mona's scalp prickled with disbelief. The leaderboard only records clear times corresponding to the dungeon's level. For a record to be listed, all members of the team must be below level 10, otherwise, the clear time is disqualified. This meant that the 59-second record was indeed achieved by a team of adventurers all under level 10. How could this be? Mona found it hard to believe that such a record was accomplished solo. As one of the former record holders for the Spider Cave Clear Time, she was acutely aware of its complexities. The maze-like passages, the dim visibility, and the lurking enhanced phantom spiders ready to pounce at any moment made it perilously treacherous. Even for a team of adventurers at level 10 or above, even her own team, which she had meticulously assembled for maximum damage output, had spent an entire day to finally achieve a record of 5 minutes and 3 seconds, barely a second improvement over the previous record. That record was a stroke of luck, nearly impossible to replicate. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained unchallenged for a year. Yet now, not only had it been broken, but the new record was astonishingly improved, from 5 minutes and 3 seconds to 59 seconds. This revelation sent Mona's mind spiraling. After all, she was a legendary class adventurer. How could the disparity be so vast? The livestream captured the leaderboard as Mona stood in stunned silence. In an instant, the barrage of comments in her chat room evaporated, as if everyone had collectively forgotten to type. The next moment, an avalanche of exclamations flooded the screen. Chapter 76. The Jiangnan provincial government has issued an official announcement. So, this record was achieved by a single individual? After a brief moment of shock, Mona's thoughts raced back to the individual who had just entered the hellish dungeon. A chill ran down her spine. Last year, her team had not only set the nightmare-level Spider Cave Clear record, but had also spent 2 days breaking the hellish dungeon record. She quickly turned her gaze to the other side of the stone tablet, scanning the leaderboard for the hellish dungeon. The top position read, 6 minutes and 0 seconds. A golden record that matched the time her team had achieved last year. Thank goodness. Mona finally breathed a sigh of relief. The livestream comments erupted again. Incredible. They truly cleared the nightmare-level Spider Cave in 59 seconds. Compared to Na Bao's record of 5 minutes and 3 seconds, it was a staggering lead. Poor Na Bao. Completely blindsided from behind. Look at Na Bao's expression. She is utterly dazed. Hilarious. The bewildered Na Bao is so adorable. I want to pet her. Could it be that this 59-second record was indeed achieved solo by that summoner named Chen Ge? What kind of strength must one possess to achieve such a time? My goodness. Brothers, this is serious. I just saw that the Jiangnan provincial government has issued a statement about Chen Ge. Incredible. I saw it too. It skyrocketed to the top of trending searches. Everyone, go take a look. I read it. I was so stunned that my skin crawled. I nearly knelt. I just finished reading it. All I can say is it's absolutely outrageous. Chen Ge is the real deal. He truly took down dozens of members of the Starlight Guild, and they were all level 20 and above. The kicker is, Chen Ge awakened during this year's awakening ceremony and is labeled as the most useless class, the summoner. Yet he hasn't even reached level 10 yet. My goodness. As a fellow summoner who had long since given up, I can only offer my respect from afar to this great figure. Is this for real? A newly awakened summoner from the depths of obscurity taking down dozens of Starlight Guild members single-handedly? Brothers, are you sure you're not misreading? It wasn't he the Starlight Guild chasing after that summoner? Whatever. I'll take a look at the trending topic myself. Indeed. The official announcement even includes surveillance footage from that time. Though a bit blurry, it's clear that a summoner was pursuing members of the Starlight Guild. Can a summoner be this powerful? Truly, there are no worthless classes, only worthless players. My goodness. As a summoner myself, I used to blame the class for my ineptitude. But if I continue to be inept, does that mean I am truly the worthless one? I watched the surveillance footage on my knees. When I saw Chen Ge standing at the city gate defending it alone, I was completely blown away. The footage had me fired up. I must apologize for my previous disparagement of Chen Ge. I was narrow-minded and ignorant. I am guilty. I repent. Brothers, let us protect our hero. Let us defend our Chen Ge. Let's flood every post and video that slanders him to clear his name. Those haters deserve to be condemned. Count me in. In just a few short minutes, countless disparaging posts targeting Chen Ge flooded the comments section beneath the short videos, all filled with vitriol aimed at the original poster and video creator. Concurrently, links to the official announcements from the Jiangnan provincial government were appended to these comments. In a matter of mere minutes, the name Chen Ge transformed from a figure of scorn to one deserving of public apology and vindication across the internet. Yet, this was not the end of the matter. The Jiangnan provincial government swiftly issued a second announcement regarding Chen Ge. Naturally, this announcement was promptly discovered by the viewers in Mona's livestream. Wow, brothers, the Jiangnan provincial government has released another announcement. Chen Ge had thwarted the Starlight Society's planned massacre of Tianhe City, resulting in no casualties, and was awarded the Guardian Medal of Jiangnan Province. What? He stopped a massacre by the Starlight Society? Is this for real? If I recall correctly, the Starlight Society's massacres have never failed. They always caused significant destruction. Even in their least damaging attempts, they still managed to kill numerous people. If Chen Ge truly did prevent an attack from the Starlight Society, not only should he receive the Guardian Medal of Jiangnan Province, but I believe he deserves the Empire's Hero Medal as well. Of course it's true. This is an official announcement from the Jiangnan provincial government, and there is surveillance footage to corroborate it. How could it be false? Haha. I also saw that the Jiangnan provincial government stated they would hold accountable all those who spread rumors and defamed the hero online. I noticed that the second announcement mentioned that the specifics of Chen Ge's commendation were still under discussion and that he would be recommended for the Junior Hero Medal of the Longxia Empire. I suspect that these two announcements from the Jiangnan provincial government were initially intended to be released later, but were hastened by the pressure from those maliciously slandering Chen Ge online. Those who deliberately spread falsehoods and tarnish Chen Ge's reputation are truly repugnant. Brothers, let us get this second announcement trending. On the trending topics, nearly half were dominated by Chen Ge's name. Chen Ge, recipient of the Guardian Medal. Not only the Guardian Medal, but Chen Ge deserves an Empire Hero Medal. Chen Ge, recipient of the Jiangnan provincial government's Guardian Medal, has been unjustly slandered online. Those who defamed Chen Ge, don't you have a conscience? Official endorsement. Chen Ge truly thwarted the Starlight Society's massacre. Breaking news. Those who slandered Chen Ge may have been instigated by the Starlight Society. The Jiangnan provincial government has stated they will indefinitely pursue accountability for those who defamed Chen Ge. Survivors of the Starlight Society's massacre weep, lamenting how many tragedies could have been averted if Chen Ge had been born 30 years earlier. Hero Chen Ge has a heart-wrenching backstory of life in the slums. Hero Chen Ge also possesses a remarkable academic prowess you may not be aware of. The emotional entanglements I have had with Chen Ge over the years. Chen Ge's girlfriend's identity has been revealed. Chen Ge teaches you how to become a powerful summoner. In an instant, the internet was awash with various information related to Chen Ge. Countless residents of Tianhe City came to know of Chen Ge and began fervently sharing anecdotes about him online, uncovering every aspect of his life over the years. Fortunately, Chen Ge's 18 years have been filled with diligent study or the pursuit thereof, a quintessential academic prodigy, devoid of any blemishes on his record. As the focus of the internet's fervor, Chen Ge was currently navigating the depths of a hellish spider cave, making his way towards the location of the dungeon boss. In the hellish spider cave, I recall reading that the boss might drop a special item. Chapter 77, Ghost-Faced Spider Boss Mona also clicked the links in the comments and was astonished to see the two official announcements from the Jiangnan provincial government. This Chen Ge, he is incredibly strong. Reflecting on what she had been doing before reaching level 10 made Mona feel a surge of emotions. She stared at the leaderboard for the hellish dungeon, where her record of 6 minutes still stood at the top, but she now felt a flush of embarrassment. Just moments ago, Chen Ge had entered the hellish difficulty spider cave. By the time he emerges, her record might very well be shattered. He can't possibly break the record in just 1 minute, can he? This is hellish difficulty, after all. The attributes of the monsters inside are nearly doubled compared to nightmare difficulty. Within the hellish spider cave, Chen Ge finally arrived at the boss's lair, a relatively spacious cavern. Before him loomed a gigantic spider, half the height of an adult, its bristles standing erect like steel needles. The patterns on its bristles formed a grotesque and terrifying visage. Chen Ge focused intently. Ghost-Faced Spider Boss, level 10, health 12,000, energy 8,300, attack 1,156, defense 492, skills, web and snare, venomous mire. Spider Queen. Seeing the attributes of this boss, Chen Ge felt no surprise. It was indeed a boss-level creature, with attributes significantly enhanced compared to the previous elite monsters. My slime has returned to an impenetrable state. A hint of resignation flickered across Chen Ge's lips. However, this time, I do not intend to obliterate you instantly. I recall reading that if the boss of the hellish spider cave goes into a berserk state before being defeated, there is a chance to obtain a rare herb known as the Zhu Yan Gua, which can significantly enhance a practitioner's physical attributes. Chen Ge gazed at the ghost-faced spider boss, his eyes glimmering with determination. He didn't personally require the Zhu Yan Gua, with enough sacrificial summons. The acquired attribute bonuses could be limitless. Instead, it was for his grandmother. His grandmother had aged and, as a life laborer, her body had suffered from years of overexertion. The Zhu Yan Gua could greatly improve her physical health. Acquiring the Zhu Yan Gua was one of Chen Ge's purposes for farming the spider cave dungeon. However, the records indicated that the Zhu Yan Gua would only drop once within a month. If someone else had already obtained it this month, he would have no chance of acquiring it. To obtain it, he would have to wait until next month. Chen Ge furrowed his brow, troubled. The Zhu Yan Gua, a herb that permanently enhances physical attributes, is exceedingly rare, being a product of a low-level dungeon. Its market price remains exorbitantly high, often existing without a buyer. Many aspiring fortune seekers attempt to farm the Zhu Yan Gua. I hope no one has found this month's Zhu Yan Gua yet. As he observed the approaching ghost-faced spider boss, which had already detected his presence and was scuttling towards him at an alarming speed. He knew he had to reduce its health to below 30 to trigger its berserk state. Chen Ge murmured to himself as he advanced towards the ghost-faced spider boss. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the human before it, the ghost-faced spider boss suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. Its speed of approach quickened, its rear elevated menacingly, and it expelled a mass of dark green spider silk. Web and snare? You wish to control me? Chen Ge was well acquainted with the ghost-faced spider boss's skills and had long been on guard against its control abilities. The moment he spotted the dark green silk, he sidestepped with precision, evading the web before it could spread, and seamlessly maneuvered to stand before the ghost-faced spider boss. The ghost-faced spider boss, astonished that this human had evaded its skill, immediately raised its upper body and, with sharp mandibles, lunged at Chen Ge's head. However, to Chen Ge, everything had already been anticipated. With another deft maneuver, he positioned himself to the left side of the ghost-faced spider boss. With a swift and resounding snap of his fingers, countless slimes materialized in every direction around the ghost-faced spider boss. Upon witnessing this, the creature let out a piercing shriek, its numerous bristles standing erect in alarm. In the next instant, it unleashed an indiscriminate barrage towards all quarters. However, Chen Ge had anticipated the ghost-faced spider boss's reaction. The newly summoned slimes did not launch an attack. They vanished in an instant, returned to the summoning space. The purpose of summoning the slimes was merely to deceive the boss into using its all-encompassing area attack skill. Facing the onslaught of bristles from the ghost-faced spider boss, Chen Ge did not attempt to evade. He braved the assault, sustaining a multitude of damage values that floated above his head. 1293, 1164, 1018, 1057, each figure alarmingly formidable. Yet, thanks to his soul link, damage transferability, and the substantial health provided by over 10,000 slimes in the summoning space, he emerged unscathed. Once the ghost-faced spider boss had expended its area damage skill, Chen Ge smiled, summoning the slime army once more. A veritable deluge of slimes leapt forth, raining down upon the ghost-faced spider boss from every angle. A staggering number of forced damage values, 111, 1111, erupted from the boss, causing its health bar to vanish before his eyes. Chen Ge had calculated the damage carefully, summoning only 11,000 slimes for a concentrated assault before swiftly retracting them back into the summoning space. Simultaneously, he retreated hastily into a side tunnel, granting the ghost-faced spider boss a moment to enter its berserk state. With merely 1,000 health points remaining, the ghost-faced spider boss paused, seemingly realizing that its health was nearly depleted. A flicker of human-like fear crossed its terrifying visage. It let out a thunderous roar, a surge of crimson energy emanating from its form. Its massive body began to contort and twist grotesquely. Countless razor-sharp barbs sprouted from its 8 slender legs, glistening ominously. The bristles that had been spent during the previous assault regrew instantaneously, now tipped with a sinister green glow, indicating a heightened poison attribute. Its tail erupted violently, spewing forth an endless torrent of webs, enveloping the entire cavern in a thick layer of dark green silk. Chapter 78, Skill Enhancement Scroll. The Ghost-Faced Spider Boss, now in a berserk state, experienced a comprehensive enhancement of all attributes, including its health, which surged back to 60 of its maximum, 7,200 points. The boss howled in rage, its multitude of eyes scanning for the human who had reduced it to such a pitiful state. However, Chen Ge had already maneuvered behind the creature during the brief moment of its berserk transformation. With nearly 40 resistance to slow effects and poison, along with poison damage reduction, he was immune to the sluggishness of the thick green webs. Although the poison effect from the ghost-faced spider boss still had a notable hit rate, the green damage values floating above Chen Ge's head, 245, 533, 2642, were predominantly in the single digits, rendering the poison virtually inconsequential to him. Seizing the opportunity while the ghost-faced spider boss was still searching for him in the direction from which he had retreated, Chen Ge snapped his fingers, instantly summoning all of the slimes. The boss had yet to register the shift when the slime army launched their assault. A torrent of forced damage values, 11,111, swiftly drained the ghost-faced spider boss's health, obliterating its 7,200 points. With a resounding crash, the colossal form of the boss collapsed to the ground. Slain in an instant. You have slain the ghost-faced spider boss, earning 720 experience points. Congratulations on completing the hellish level Spider Cave dungeon, the highest difficulty for this instance. The dungeon will close in 30 minutes. Please gather your loot swiftly. Dungeon concluded. Early closure. With a flourish, the ghost-faced spider boss yielded a bountiful array of treasures for Chen Ge, scattering glimmering coins, spider venom sacs, and strands of silk across the ground, alongside potions for toxin resistance and health restoration, all of which he promptly stowed away in his storage space. Among the spoils were several skill scrolls, Fireball, Greater Healing, and Summon Ghost-Faced Spider. Upon seeing the summoning scroll, Chen Ge raised an eyebrow. A summoning skill, indeed? While the webs of the ghost-faced spider possessed the ability to ensnare, he already had a taunt skill, rendering the ability to hold enemies in place somewhat redundant. He nonchalantly added the summoning scroll to his storage. For his next summoning skill, he preferred creatures with aerial combat capabilities or those adept in subterranean or aquatic battles. The ground combat role was sufficiently covered by the slimes for now. After consolidating all the scattered items into his storage, Chen Ge prepared to inspect the equipment dropped by the boss. Previously, Elite monsters at the nightmarish difficulty had yielded 2 rare items. Surely a boss-level creature would be no less generous. It was all a matter of wealth. Just as he was about to examine the equipment, Chen Ge suddenly paused. Among the remaining loot, he spotted an ancient scroll. Goodness, a skill enhancement scroll. The sight of the quaintly designed scroll made him exclaim in excitement, unable to contain his joy. He hurriedly picked it up, and the item description filled his vision. Skill enhancement scroll, legendary item. Upon use, enhances a specified skill of the practitioner, randomly increasing attributes, coefficients, skill effects, or additional features based on the original skill's effects. A simple line of description sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Chen Ge. It is well known that a practitioner's skill slots are limited, and once a skill is learned, it cannot be unlearned. Thus, if a practitioner acquires a subpar skill, it will forever occupy one of their precious skill slots. If that skill proves useless, it becomes a waste. However, the existence of the skill enhancement scroll allows practitioners to enhance their subpar skills, imbuing them with a random beneficial effect. It essentially merges the effects of 2 skills into one, occupying only a single skill slot. More importantly, skill enhancement scrolls are exceedingly rare. Even high-level dungeon bosses may take over a year to drop one. Yet Chen Ge had obtained one from a level 5 dungeon boss. If sold, it could serve as the centerpiece of an auction, potentially fetching an astronomical price of over 100 million. How could Chen Ge not be elated? For him, this discovery was even more rewarding than acquiring a legendary piece of equipment. Thus, selling it is undoubtedly out of the question. Of course, it is meant for personal use. The skill enhancement scroll is ineffective on talents, serving solely to augment the skills within the skill bar. I currently possess 3 skills. Which one should I enhance first? After a moment of excitement, Chen Ge found himself in a quandary. The soul link skill sufficiently ensures my survival, and there is no immediate necessity for its enhancement. Conversely, the taunt skill is the one I find least useful. This skill was learned out of sheer necessity, as I had numerous superior control skills available to choose from. While taunt does possess a control effect, it fails to restrict the enemy's ability to use skills. For foes who are already engaged in combat with me, its control effect is virtually inconsequential. If I were to apply the skill enhancement scroll to taunt, it could potentially introduce a new control effect, such as skill sealing, stunning, or immobilizing, any of which would be beneficial. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Ge considered the summon slime skill, which also holds significant potential for enhancement. The inherent limitations of summoning skills regarding inherited attributes result in the summoned creatures dealing minimal damage. Enhancing summon slime could yield an increase in the inheritance ratio or even the number of slimes summoned, both of which would be advantageous. There is even a possibility of endowing the slimes with control effects. Chen Ge's eyes brightened suddenly. Indeed, enhancing taunt is a gamble for a control effect. Similarly, enhancing the slimes could either improve their control capabilities or bolster their damage output, ensuring that I do not incur losses. Chen Ge made his decision. He promptly tore open the skill enhancement scroll and designated it for the enhancement of summon slime in the skill bar. Chapter 79, Soul's Self-Detonation. A flash of brilliance illuminated the air. Chen Ge felt a surge of tension within him. While the enhancement would undoubtedly yield an improvement, the specific nature of that enhancement was entirely random. It might even lead to a reduction in skill consumption or cooldown time, outcomes that would be undesirable. The enhancement was completed in an instant. Chen Ge quickly opened the description for the summon slime skill to review its enhanced details. Summon slime. Level 2, proficiency 87. Consumes 3 slime fragments, 30 energy points. Summons 3 slimes inheriting all attributes of 14 to assist in battle, with a maximum simultaneous presence of 18 slimes. The summoned slimes possess the additional skill Soul Self-Detonation. Skill cooldown time, 19 minutes. There were no changes to skill consumption, cooldown time, inherited attributes, or the number of summons. Instead, a new skill had been added. The summoned slimes now possessed an additional skill. Chen Ge's countenance brightened. With this enhancement result, regardless of the skill's effectiveness, I have undoubtedly profited immensely. He immediately proceeded to examine the effects of the Soul Self-Detonation skill. Soul Self-Detonation, Level 0, Proficiency 0. Consumes remaining health points, detonates one's own soul, dealing soul damage equivalent to 100 of the maximum health within a 1.5 meter radius to all targets. Soul damage ignores defenses. Skill cooldown time, none. Upon reading the detailed description of Soul Self-Detonation, Chen Ge could not help but be astonished. Holy moly, soul damage? Ignoring defenses? Wow. I was merely hoping for an enhancement to control or a slight increase in damage. Instead, I have been granted this. The slime's self-detonation inflicts 100 soul damage based on its maximum health. Haha, the slimes, which have always struggled to penetrate defenses, now have their output limitations perfectly countered. Given my slime's current health, this means they can inflict over 400 points of soul damage that bypasses defenses. Moreover, it is area damage. Although a 1.5 meter radius may seem small, it is still area damage. Take, for instance, the recent boss from the hellish level Spider Cave dungeon. which had 12,000 health. It would only take 30 slimes simultaneously detonating their souls to instantly eliminate it. And how long would it take to summon 30 slimes? With my current level 2, summon slime, skill, it takes approximately half a minute to summon 6 slimes. 2.5 minutes. As Chen Ge calculated. He was somewhat taken aback by his current output capabilities. He now possessed over 10,000 slimes. If they all detonated at once, they could deal an astonishing 5 million damage. Absolutely terrifying. Of course, if all the slimes detonated, Chen Ge's own combat power would plummet to 0. However, the slimes can be summoned again at any time. Wait, would soul self-detonation cause the slime's souls to perish, thereby nullifying the effects of soul return? This needed to be tested. Chen Ge commanded one slime to detonate its soul in an open area. Boom. With a resounding blast, the slime was obliterated to mere remnants. Chen Ge observed a stream of light emanating from the center of the explosion, returning to him. Slime's soul returns. Gain pink sack 1 haha. The effects of soul return are still in play. This means the slime's souls remain undying. With the confirmation that soul return continues to function, Chen Ge felt a wave of relief. Otherwise, if I lost 236, there would be no leader for my slime army in the future. Meanwhile, 236 and the other slimes observed one of their kin self-detonate. Instantly, all the slimes' eyes gleamed with excitement. Wow, they can self-detonate for their master? How enviable. They all began to stir with eagerness. Whoa, if you all self-detonated at once, I would be done for. All damage is indiscriminate, affecting both friend and foe. Chen Ge, alarmed, hurriedly recalled all the slimes to the summoning space. The ghost-faced spider boss had dropped a plethora of items, including a collection of equipment. Following the recent skill enhancement scroll, Chen Ge felt a sense of disinterest. He glanced over the items, noting a bundle of ordinary equipment along with 5 rare pieces. Too lazy to examine their specific attributes, he stowed them all in his storage space, planning to seek old Sue's assistance in selling them later. After a round in the hellish level spider cave, Chen Ge's experience points rose by 20. If he completes 3 more rounds, he would likely reach level 8. Finally, Chen Ge turned his attention to the corpse of the ghost-faced spider boss, particularly its abdomen. The coveted Zhuyan fruit was not a drop from the monster. Rather, it had a chance to sprout from the corpse of the ghost-faced spider boss after it was defeated in a berserk state. At that moment, a tender green sprout was breaking through the abdomen of the ghost-faced spider boss, flourishing into existence. Chen Ge's face lit up with joy. What luck! This month's Zhuyan fruit has yet to be harvested by anyone. First, I obtained the skill enhancement scroll, and now I have found the Zhuyan fruit. If I weren't certain that luck is not a trait in this realm, I might even suspect that soul return secretly bestowed me with a lucky attribute. After conquering the hellish level dungeon, there remained half an hour to gather the spoils. The Zhuyan fruit required approximately 5 minutes to mature. Chen Ge decided to wait patiently by its side. Simultaneously, he did not waste time and continued to summon slimes with both hands. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the spider cave dungeon, Mona was still live-streaming. She directed the camera towards the energy vortex at the dungeon's entrance, eagerly awaiting the return of that figure. Unconsciously, Mona tightened her fists, her gaze fixated on the leaderboard stone tablet beside the dungeon entrance. Completely absorbed and devoid of the inclination to interact with the chatroom. On the leaderboard of stone tablets, the top rank for the Inferno level difficulty remains a precise 6 minutes and 0 seconds, a record established by myself last year. At that time, I had assembled a 5-member team, tirelessly adjusting our strategies, altering our class compositions countless times, and repeatedly exiting the dungeon due to minor errors, all in pursuit of surpassing the second-place record of 6 minutes and 3 seconds. When our completion time was finally revealed, we had eclipsed the previous record by a full 3 seconds. I still vividly recall the moment. My teammates and I were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down our faces. As time ticked away, I found myself unable to resist glancing at the timer on my phone. It had now been 5 minutes and 17 seconds since that man entered the dungeon. 18 seconds. 19 seconds. I counted each second aloud. Around me, countless others waited, just as I was, for the silhouette of that figure to appear at the dungeon's entrance. As the clock approached the 6-minute mark, my anxiety intensified. My heart racing to my throat. My palms were drenched in sweat, and I could feel the coolness of moisture seeping through the fabric of my shirt on my back. Yet, all I could focus on was a single question. Would the Inferno level record be shattered? Chapter 80. Am I unable to wield my sword any longer? While I anxiously counted down the seconds, my live stream chat was flooded with comments. So tense. So tense. It's already 5 minutes and 26 seconds. And that summoner named Chen Ge still hasn't emerged. 5 minutes and 27 seconds. I have a feeling that Na Bao's Inferno level record will be broken. Surely it can't be surpassed, right? Na Bao set that record with an all-damage output team, and Chen Ge is merely a summoner. Can he really output enough damage? I also doubt it. Na Bao was a legendary assassin, and her teammates were all rare classes. To break her record, you'd need an entire team of legendary classes, all focused on damage output. It's 5 minutes and 43 seconds. Chen Ge still hasn't come out. Look at Na Bao. She's so nervous that she's sweating. Haha. After all, it's Na Bao's record from last year. I remember the uproar it caused online. Shoo. Everyone, stop spamming. Let's count down together. The moment of history is upon us. 50 seconds. 51 seconds. 58 seconds. 59 seconds. In the chat of my livestream, all viewers held their breath, instinctively beginning to count down. Just as everyone was intensely focused on the energy vortex at the dungeon's entrance, inside the dungeon, Chen Ge had finally waited for the Zhuyan fruit to ripen and carefully plucked it. Zhuyan fruit, legendary level herb. Consuming it for the first time permanently enhances 200 points of constitution. Subsequent consumptions will have diminishing effects. It is one of the essential materials for concocting legendary potions and elixirs. A smile spread across Chen Ge's face. Truly, it was a legendary item. If this Zhuyan fruit were given to my grandmother, it would likely resolve the various health issues she has endured over the years from taking care of us 3 children. Consuming the Zhuyan fruit would enhance my constitution by a full 200 points. It's worth noting that my own constitution is only a little over 240 points, which is already within the normal range for a level 20 to 30 professional. Chen Ge carefully stored the Zhuyan fruit in his inventory and then confidently clicked. In dungeon. Congratulations. You have completed the Infernal level Spider Cave dungeon. Total completion time, 5 minutes and 59 seconds. Your completion time ranks within the top 100. Please check the leaderboard for details. Wait, I waited 5 minutes for the Zhuyan fruit to ripen, and I still made it onto the leaderboard? Chen Ge was taken aback. He had little interest in such leaderboards, which offered no rewards. However, the previous Nightmare level dungeon had also notified him of his ranking. And now the Infernal level had done the same. Were past professionals truly that lacking in skill? It made sense. If there's no reward for this leaderboard, I wouldn't be interested. Surely, those powerful professionals would feel the same about a leaderboard with no rewards. As for his ranking based on completion time, Chen Ge was indifferent. The energy vortex flickered with brilliance, and Chen Ge's figure instantly materialized at the dungeon's entrance. The crowd erupted in excitement. PS out. PS out. Wow. The leaderboard has refreshed. A new record. 5 minutes and 59 seconds. He has surpassed the previous record by 1 second. Incredible. He has indeed broken the Infernal level record. Beside him, Emon Na turned pale, her expression blank as she murmured, "It's been broken. It's really been broken." He shattered the record all on his own. As a fellow legendary class professional, she pondered the vast disparity between her and him. How could it be so great? At the same time, the chat in Emon Na's livestream exploded. Wow. 5 minutes and 59 seconds. He really broke the record? That's unbelievable. He did it all by himself. I don't even know what to say. I can only bow to the Great One. Chen Ge, accept my admiration. That's a true master. It's amusing how many people were hating on him online before. Sisters, did you see that? Chen Ge, so handsome. I saw it. He is really handsome. Not only is he powerful, but he is also so good looking. I've decided. I'm going to be a devoted fan of Ge Ge. As a man, I must admit I feel a twinge of jealousy. Strong and handsome. Damn, this Chen Ge has all the good fortune. How are we other men supposed to compete? Brothers, look at this score, 5 minutes and 59 seconds. Not a second more, just enough to surpass Na Bao's time by 1 second, perfectly breaking the record. If I didn't know the difficulty of the Infernal level Spider Cave, I suspect that Chen Ge was deliberately controlling his time to just surpass Na Bao's completion time by 1 second. What a coincidence. This really feels like it's targeting her, doesn't it? Haha, this is hilarious. Everyone, look at Na Bao's expression. She is completely stunned. This is too entertaining. Honestly, even if Chen Ge had broken the record by 2 seconds, that would be fine. But to just surpass it by 1 second, where does that leave Na Bao's pride? Hang in there, Na Bao. Haha, it's rare to see her in a predicament. It's quite amusing. Wow. Everyone, check out this live stream link. That streamer is a newcomer and a freshly awakened professional this year, also attempting to challenge the Infernal level Spider Cave record. Please, what is so interesting about that? Is there anyone who could possibly break Chen Ge's record of 5 minutes and 59 seconds? Newcomers just want to make it onto the leaderboard. There are tons of teams like that every year. I remember I once formed a team to get onto the leaderboard too, and we ranked 97th. But now we've long been pushed out of the rankings. But wait, everyone, look at that live stream. They've learned from Na Bao's completion video and formed a 5-member team of all legendary classes. What? A 5-member team of all legendary classes? Are you kidding me? It's true. I just checked the adjacent live stream. Not only are they all legendary classes, but they are also all damage dealers. And the whole team is already level 9. They are boldly declaring their intent to break Na Bao's record and are even shouting to achieve a completion time of 3 minutes. Aiming for half of Na Bao's record time. Wow, they're calling her out by name? How shameless. They're clearly targeting Na Bao. Her record is 6 minutes. And they want to do it in 3 minutes? The team just completed the Nightmare level dungeon in 2 minutes and 17 seconds. They indeed broke last year's Nightmare level record set by Na Bao. Wow. The streamer even called out Chen Ge. Murmurs circulated that Chen Ge's previous battles with the Starlight Guild were mere fabrications. claiming he was unworthy of the Guardian Medal from the Jiangnan provincial government, let alone the Imperial Hero Medal. With a nightmarish 2+ minutes of gameplay, they had surpassed Chen Ge's time by double, yet they dared to challenge him? Was it the audacity of a rookie streamer attempting to ascend the ranks by stepping on our Na Bao and Chen Ge, who bestowed upon them such audacity? It is worth noting that in previous years, it was rare to gather even 5 legendary talent professions of the output type, yet this year, the awakening of legendary talent professionals has been remarkably abundant. Should they truly manage to assemble 5 full output legendary classes, they might genuinely have a chance. How utterly nauseating. Are they mocking our Na Bao, who has surpassed level 10 and cannot grind level 5 dungeons? Are they ridiculing our Ge, who can only solo? A troop of clowns seeking attention. If they possess the capability, let them attempt to break solo challenge records and compete against Chen Ge. Who knows? They might fail to even clear the dungeon. Na Bao, we cannot allow this affront. It is clear they are targeting us. Let us gather a 5-person output team for Chen Ge, so they can witness what true speedrunning entails. I recall that there is an elemental mage in Tiana City, who is a classmate of Chen Ge's. Na Bao, hurry and bring that girl to team up with him. Upon seeing the barrage of comments in the livestream, Na's expression darkened. How dare the rookie streamer call her out by name? Did she no longer wield the blade? She promptly resolved to inform Chen Ge about this matter, especially since he had also been mentioned. It was imperative to teach those clowns a small lesson. Chapter 81. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Yet, Chen Ge remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the livestream. Nevertheless, even if he were aware, he would likely dismiss it with indifference. The leaderboard devoid of rewards was of no concern to him. He was preoccupied with leveling up, lacking the time to fret over trivial matters. After all, his sole purpose was to level up, merely grinding through dungeons. Moreover, the practical effects of the slime's soul detonation skill had yet to be verified. Chen Ge was eager to experience the sensation of 30 slimes simultaneously self-destructing to annihilate the dungeon boss, the Phantom Spider. Thus, he ventured forth into a new round of the hell-level difficulty Spider Cave. Just as Na approached to discuss matters with Chen Ge, she noticed his figure vanish once again. A wave of frustration washed over her. Had he gone in again? Could he not spare a moment? She had yet to consult him. She surmised that Chen Ge was engrossed in grinding through the dungeon and likely unaware of the live stream where he had been called out. Wanting to step on him to rise in rank, it was imperative to inform Chen Ge. However, he had already entered the dungeon. Left with no choice, Na could only relent for the time being. Subsequently, she discreetly opened a secondary account and clicked on the livestream link that had been shared in the comments. Curious to observe the audacity of those ignorant clowns. Upon entering the opposing livestream, she encountered 5 cream-faced youths standing confidently before the camera, clearly at the entrance of another Spider Cave dungeon. They were responding to questions from the livestream audience, introducing themselves as the 5 brothers of the ranking challenge. Each one was a legendary talent class, all output roles, and had already reached level 9. The Spider Cave was merely their first dungeon in their ranking quest. They promised to refresh the leaderboard for every dungeon. To ensure you don't miss our streams, make sure to follow us, they urged. When asked why they weren't attempting to conquer the leaderboard for the nightmare level Spider Cave, they declared, "Our goal as the 5 brothers of the ranking challenge is singular, to clear the leaderboard for all hell level dungeons. The nightmare level is merely a stepping stone to qualify for hell level, just a casual grind. Of course, some less capable players might strive to break a 1-minute record for the nightmare level, but we, the 5 brothers, are not interested in a low-tier leaderboard where anyone can reach the top. It's as simple as that. What do you think of Chen Ge?" They chuckled. That fellow named Chen Ge? Not very familiar with him, but I've heard he is a summoner. We all know what that profession entails. Has Chen Ge battled with the Starlight Guild? The Jiangnan provincial government awarded him the Guardian Medal? Haha. Everyone should realize that some places delight in concocting extravagant tales to promote their leaders' achievements. As for Na, she is, after all, considered our senior. We intend to break her record from last year, merely sending her a greeting through this live stream. No disrespect intended. Alright, we're about to conquer the hell-level Spider Cave. There is no signal inside the dungeon, so our assistant will take over the live stream. Please await our clearing video. As the 5 of them ventured toward the energy whirlpool at the dungeon's entrance, Na felt her teeth clench in indignation. How shameless. They displayed such disdain for Chen Ge while claiming to overlook the nightmare level leaderboard. I'll bet they can't complete the nightmare level Spider Cave in under a minute. Humph. They dare to taunt me. No. Once Chen Ge emerges, I must pull him aside to discuss this matter. He must deliver a resounding slap to the faces of those 5 shameless scoundrels. Na clenched her fists, her mind racing with curses. While she needed to maintain her image before her livestream audience, she resolved to wait at the energy whirlpool at the dungeon's entrance for Chen Ge, determined to intercept him before he initiated the next dungeon. Inside the Spider Cave, as Chen Ge was only halfway through sketching the summoning array, he received a message from the Slime Legion. They had located the boss. Chen Ge promptly made his way toward the boss's position, continuing to refine the 2 summoning arrays with both hands. Upon arriving before the Phantom Spider, He recognized the familiar figure and felt a slight smile tug at his lips. With a thought, he recalled the slime legion to the summoning space, leaving only 30 slimes. In the next moment, the 30 slimes leaped high toward the phantom spider. The phantom spider, realizing the impending attack, raised its rear, ready to unleash a toxic web. Boom. A fierce explosion echoed. Above the phantom spider, 30 crimson damage numbers floated. 424, 424, 424. A total of 720 points of soul damage, bypassing all defenses. The boss's health bar was instantly depleted. A true instant kill. At that moment, the summoning array in Chen Ge's hands completed its final stroke. 6 slimes sprang forth from the array. With the casting time of a summoning skill, his level increased by approximately 20 points, and he was just 2 more away from reaching level 8. This leveling efficiency was quite satisfactory. Let us do this. Chen Ge nodded in approval, collecting all the items dropped by the phantom spider and selecting to end the dungeon. At the entrance of the dungeon, just as Mo Na anticipated waiting for over 5 minutes for Chen Ge to emerge, suddenly, the energy whirlpool at the dungeon's entrance flickered with brilliance. A figure appeared without warning. As soon as the crowd recognized that it was Chen Ge, he vanished once again into the energy whirlpool. In an instant, Mo Na was left dumbfounded. The crowd at the dungeon entrance stood in shock. Everyone in Mo Na's live stream was equally stunned. I believe I just witnessed Chen Ge emerging from the instance dungeon. Did I actually see that? What is going on? How did he exit so rapidly? If I calculate the time, he was in the dungeon for merely half a minute, wasn't he? Could it be that he failed a solo run? That's quite normal. After all, Chen Ge typically attempts solo runs. And it's not unusual to abandon a dungeon run due to an error. Wait, did I just see a record of 225 seconds? Goodness. Everyone, look at the leaderboard. The record for the Inferno difficulty has vanished. It has been replaced by a new record of 25 seconds. Goodness. How much is that? 25 seconds? Incredible. This is indeed Chen Ge's clearing record. The leaderboard only displays the shortest completion time for each player. I can hardly believe my own eyes. Goodness. The top of the leaderboard has changed to 25 seconds? Surely, I must be hallucinating. Goodness. 25 seconds? Is that a feasible speed for a human to achieve? Goodness. Speedrunning Inferno difficulty is not typically done at such a pace. How is this possible? Goodness. 25 seconds? That duration isn't even sufficient to locate the boss, is it? Goodness. Is this truly something a human could accomplish? Chapter 82. I'm in a hurry. In an instant, everyone was left in utter astonishment. A mere 25 seconds to complete the Inferno difficulty spider cave? At this rate, it almost seems plausible only if one were to find the dungeon boss and annihilate it instantaneously. Keep in mind, Chen Ge isn't even at level 10. Does slaying monsters not require time? Do the lurking, ambushing phantom spiders in the shadows not need to be dealt with? Is the boss simply to be annihilated in one blow? In Mona's livestream, countless fans suddenly realized what had transpired. They rushed to the previous livestream of the 5 brothers of the rankings. Chen Ge has set a new record. 25 seconds. 25 seconds to clear the Inferno difficulty spider cave. Those 5 shameless clowns. Are they going to keep making a fuss? Weren't some people quite arrogant just now? Looking down on our Ge, who, in the end, is truly insignificant. I hear you're still struggling to beat a 3-minute record while our Ge effortlessly breezed through in 25 seconds. How dare you even livestream your challenge under 3 minutes? What audacity. Next door, Chen Ge has cleared it in 25 seconds. No way. Surely. There aren't still individuals who can't manage to clear the Inferno level spider cave in under half a minute? Chen Ge just did it in 25 seconds. If you're lacking skill, practice more. How can you challenge the clearing records without the ability? In the spider cave dungeon, you will never reach the top of the leaderboard in your lifetime. I've said my piece. Who is in agreement and who is not? This is hilarious. Still trying to rise in the rankings, 5 brothers? Prepare to live in Chen Ge's shadow as eternal second-place contenders. You might as well rename yourselves the hand-cleaning 5 brothers. 5 brothers for second place. I find myself lost in contemplation. In an instant. Various mocking comments flooded the live stream of the 5 brothers. Previously, when these 5 brothers mocked Chen Ge and Mona, many who had transitioned from Mona's live stream were utterly disgusted by their pretentiousness. Now that Chen Ge had set an outrageous record, those who had felt sickened were finally relieved, experiencing a sense of liberation. Seizing the opportunity, they showed no mercy in mocking the 5 brothers. Unfortunately, the 5 brothers had already entered the spider cave dungeon and were oblivious to the barrage of comments in their own livestream. Meanwhile, the assistant in charge of the livestream had also seen the leaderboard, with the dazzling 25 seconds proudly displayed at the top. He felt a shiver run down his spine. Just moments ago, his boss had dismissed Chen Ge with scorn, and now he had been soundly slapped in the face. And this slap was particularly brutal. The Inferno difficulty record had been shattered at 25 seconds. This is no longer something a human professional can achieve, is it? Of course. High-level professionals might manage such a completion speed. However, the completion times of professionals at level 10 or above are not recorded on the Spider Cave leaderboard. This means that the 25-second record is likely to remain unbroken in the future. His boss is doomed. The assistant began to contemplate whether he should make an early exit. On the other side, Chen Ge cleared the Inferno difficulty spider cave once more. The completion time remained unchanged, still around half a minute. Chen Ge wasted not a second. Upon exiting the dungeon, he reached for the energy whirlpool, ready to re-enter the instance. One more run, and he could reach level 8. He was one step closer to level 9 and breaking through the dungeon. Chen Ge, wait, hold on, don't enter the dungeon just yet. This time, Mona was quick on her feet. After all, she was a legendary talent assassin, and her movements were extraordinarily swift. She managed to grab Chen Ge's arm just before he initiated the next dungeon run. Chen Ge turned around, looking at the girl with a peculiar expression. She recognized him and could call out his name, yet he did not know her. Observing her equipment, which ranged from levels 10 to 19, it was evident she was an assassin class. All her gear was of rare quality, with several pieces appearing to be legendary grade. Legendary equipment is exceedingly rare, and generally, very few are documented in the resource compendium. Chen Ge, too, was unfamiliar with these legendary items. For an ordinary person to acquire a single piece of legendary equipment is considered exceptionally fortunate. Yet, the girl before him, who had seized his arm, wore multiple pieces of legendary gear. Goodness, she must be quite affluent. Given her level, which surely wasn't above 20, she didn't seem like someone who would ambush him. Even if she tried, he was confident he could eliminate her in an instant. An assassin class, under level 20. With perhaps 2,500 health, it would be a trivial task to dispatch her, as if defeating 6 slimes in a soul detonation. Mona, however, was unaware that Chen Ge was already envisioning the moment he would annihilate her. Gripping Chen Ge's arm, she inquired about her burning question. How did your previous record of 5 minutes and 59 seconds suddenly elevate to 25 seconds? How is that possible? Before Chen Ge could respond, Mona's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, this doesn't add up. I recall there being some special item in the Inferno level spider cave, the Zhuyin fruit. You can't be telling me you were waiting for the Zhuyin fruit before, can you? That's right. The maturation time for the Zhuyin fruit is 5 minutes. Mona's composure shattered. It turns out her record from last year had been obliterated by Chen Ge. She had naively believed the gap between her and Chen Ge was not that vast. Yet now, it was painfully clear. Even if she were to attempt a solo clear of the Inferno level spider cave, she wouldn't be able to achieve a completion time of 25 seconds. As for her initial intention to discuss a strategy with Chen Ge to counter the 5 brothers of the rankings, was it even necessary? It was no longer required. Faced with Chen Ge's astounding record of 25 seconds, the 5 brothers had already been reduced to mere clowns. Mona suddenly realized that her record from last year had also become a laughingstock. At that moment, she wished to climb atop the leaderboard monument and erase her previous completion time. Chen Ge, somewhat bewildered, wondered if she had halted him from entering the dungeon merely to engage in a self-interrogation. Did she intend to find a hole to hide in due to her embarrassment? Observing Mona's demeanor, Chen Ge was eager to enter the dungeon to level up. He waved his hand in front of her. Do you need something? If not, I'm in a hurry. Mona's expression instantly stiffened. After all, she was considered one of the beauties of Hucking Academy. You're in a hurry to run a dungeon? Are you even unwilling to spare a few more words with me? You have a matter at hand. Team up with me to conquer the Inferno level dungeon just once. And I wish to record your gameplay. Mona was eager to witness how this individual, a mere summoner, could possess such extraordinary strength in swiftly clearing the Inferno level spider lair. Chapter 83. Summon the Three-Eyed Raven Skill Scroll. Upon hearing Mona's request, Chen Ge furrowed his brow slightly. Taking someone to run a dungeon? If it were Yang Jinwei, Wang Taizhu, or Zhu Ling, he wouldn't mind assisting them in leveling up. But this petite heiress before him was a stranger. Just as he was about to decline, Mona seemed to sense Chen Ge's hesitation and quickly added, You'll guide me through the Inferno level spider lair at the fastest pace possible so that I can record a video. I can compensate you. You can ask for crystals, items, equipment, or skill scrolls. Chen Ge's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Oh, this little heiress wishes to use her wealth to entice me? Am I the sort to turn down such an opportunity? It's a deal. But let me make it clear. I will only take you through the dungeon once. All drops within the dungeon will belong to me. As for the compensation, you may propose what you deem fit. Chen Ge figured that since she was indeed a wealthy heiress, allowing her to set the price would likely yield a satisfactory reward. Upon hearing Chen Ge's reluctant agreement, Mona finally revealed a joyful smile. All right, it's settled then. I possess a Summon the Three-Eyed Raven skill scroll that I can offer you. Seemingly anxious that Chen Ge might doubt her, Mona promptly produced a skill scroll and placed it into Chen Ge's hands. Here. You promised to take me into the dungeon for my video recording. You cannot go back on your word. As the skill scroll found its way into Chen Ge's grasp, he was utterly astounded. Summon the Three-Eyed Raven skill scroll? He had anticipated a high price from the heiress, but he hadn't expected it to be this exorbitant. The Three-Eyed Raven was a creature that appeared across various levels. Yet it was exceedingly rare and difficult to defeat, primarily due to its ability to instantly swap positions with any target. Moreover, the three-eyed raven was inherently skittish. Once it sensed danger, it would use its skill to flee. When summoned, its skill could likewise swap positions with the summoner. Thus, despite the three-eyed raven's lack of combat prowess, it was coveted by many classes, not just summoners. All combat and support classes regarded this summon the three-eyed raven skill as a valuable displacement ability. This scarcity caused the summoning scroll for the three-eyed raven to command prices comparable to teleportation skills, often fetching millions or even tens of millions, and was rarely available on the market. Typically, anyone fortunate enough to acquire summon the three-eyed raven skill scroll would either use it themselves or sell it at a high price. With no scrolls circulating in the marketplace, Chen Ge had never even dared to consider the possibility of acquiring such a summoning skill in his skill system plan. Not only was it challenging to encounter a three-eyed raven, but the odds of defeating one and obtaining a summoning scroll were exceedingly low. The feedback from Soul's Rest was entirely random, and obtaining this skill was akin to winning a lottery worth 2 billion. As for purchasing it outright, aside from the exorbitant cost, the scrolls simply were not available for trade. To his astonishment, by sheer chance, this little heiress happened to have one on her person and was willing to part with it. Truth be told, upon seeing the skill scroll, Chen Ge was undeniably tempted. However, he remained resolute and promptly returned the scroll, despite the heiress producing this scroll without batting an eye, as if it were merely a piece of tissue. Chen Ge adhered to his principles. He believed in earning his keep. Merely guiding her through a dungeon once did not merit accepting such a valuable scroll. This skill scroll was far too precious. Facilitating her passage through the dungeon was not worth such a price. Seeing Chen Ge returning the scroll, Mona narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of something inscrutable flashing within them. Yet, she did not reclaim the scroll. I am the one offering the compensation for you to assist me in the dungeon. Whether it is worth the price is for me to decide. If I deem it valuable, then it is valuable. I, Mona, have never taken back what I have given. You may ask my fans in my livestream. As she spoke, Mona swiftly directed the livestream towards Chen Ge. The chat erupted in excitement. Goodness, I can't believe it. A skill scroll to summon the three-eyed raven for just one run of a level 5 dungeon? At this rate, she could run it 10,000 times and still have half left. Wow, to offer such a precious reward for a single run of the dungeon? Oh dear, Mona, you're acting a bit strange. Hey, Mona, I remember you didn't say this last time. You said you were wealthy, but not foolish enough to be scammed at above market price. The chat continued to tease her, recalling her previous words when she had sought assistance for a level 15 dungeon. Haha, Mona even calls us babies. Is it really okay for us to expose her like this? Mona, the heiress, look at me. I can also take you through a level 5 dungeon. Can you clear the Inferno level spider lair in 25 seconds? Exactly. Mona's right. Chen Ge, just give in to her. Jealousy makes me look terrible. I also want to clear the Inferno level spider lair in 25 seconds. You thought you wanted to speedrun the dungeon? I won't even pretend to expose you. You just want to take Mona through the dungeon. Oh no. Oh no. Why do I feel like Mona's heart is fluttering? Is it even necessary to feel that way? Mona suddenly offering such a valuable gift for Chen Ge to take her through a dungeon is clearly a long-term strategy. Mona's plan is glaringly obvious. Chen Ge, run. Don't fall into Mona's trap. As Chen Ge observed the barrage of comments, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He silently pointed to the chat, gesturing to Mona. Mona paused, glanced at her livestream chat, and her face flushed crimson. She hastily moved her phone away. They're just talking nonsense. Oh dear, why are you a man so indecisive? If I say I'll give it to you, then I will. If you believe this skill scroll is too valuable, then how about this? Every time you need to record a dungeon run, just let me know, and I'll come livestream or assist you in leveling up. Your appearance fee will be counted as part of this skill scroll. Come on, let us go. Quickly invite me into your party and open the Inferno level dungeon. I still need to record. Mona's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, yet she feigned calmness as she urged Chen Ge to initiate the dungeon. Chen Ge, contemplating the summon the three-eyed raven skill scroll in his hands, pondered for a moment. Ultimately, he decided against returning it. After all, he truly needed this skill, and his level requirements weren't overly high. In the future, guiding Mona to level up in exchange for this skill scroll would certainly be worthwhile. Chen Ge promptly ceased his hesitance and placed this summon the three-eyed raven skill scroll into his storage space. With no available skill slots at the moment, he would have to wait until after clearing the dungeon to utilize the scroll. Chapter 84, not gossip, but a leak. After securing the skill scroll, Chen Ge and Mona exchanged contact information and swiftly added her to his party. Just as they were about to enter the dungeon, a sudden commotion erupted outside the dungeon entrance. A convoy of armored vehicles appeared in the distance, racing directly towards the entrance of the spider lair dungeon. Dozens of armored vehicles converged from all directions, encircling the entrance to the dungeon. From these vehicles, hundreds of professionals clad in the uniforms of the Guardian Army leapt forth. Shortly thereafter, the figure of Captain Qin Shan emerged. Upon seeing him, Chen Ge was momentarily taken aback. He recognized Qin Shan as the commanding officer who had led the Guardian Army from Jiangnan Province to rescue Tiana City. However, he had not anticipated that Qin Shan and his troops would still be in the vicinity of Tiana City, rather than having returned to the provincial capital. Qin Shan and the Guardian Army swiftly cordoned off the entrance to the Spider Cave dungeon. The Guardian Army is on a mission. Everyone remain in place and refrain from any unusual actions. Any interference with military operations will not be tolerated. A member of the Guardian Army bellowed. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of confusion. The Guardian Army? What is happening? Why have they suddenly arrived here? This is the Guardian Army from Jiangnan Province. I saw them when they were teleported to our Moonshadow City. Wait, weren't they supposed to be aiding Tiana City? Chen Ge resolved the crisis in Tiana City. Why are these soldiers still around here? Is this related to the rebel factions like the Starlight Society? Goodness. Chen Ge previously eliminated numerous members of the Starlight Society. Could it be that they are secretly lurking here to harm him? Is the Guardian Army here to apprehend members of the Starlight Society? Hey, brothers. Does anyone remember the Jiangnan provincial announcement stating they would hold accountable those who slandered and defamed Chen Ge? Could it be that they are here to arrest these individuals? I recall that the ones who initially posted defamatory content online are mostly among us. Chen Ge found himself unable to enter the dungeon. According to the rules of the Longxia Empire, attempting to enter a dungeon at this moment could be interpreted as evading justice, granting the military the authority to detain individuals for investigation. As Qin Shan approached the dungeon entrance, he spotted Chen Ge waiting to enter. He merely nodded in a friendly manner from a distance as a greeting, then issued orders to his subordinates. Guardian Army, heed my command. Apprehend those who slander our heroes and jeopardize the security of the Empire. Execute the arrest warrants without exception. True to the discussions among bystanders, the arrest warrants targeted those who had previously disseminated slanderous content about Chen Ge online. One man stood guard over a city, exacting a profound retribution on behalf of the entire Guardian Army. The recipient of the Guardian's Medal and a nominee for the Empire's Hero Medal. How could such a hero be so wantonly defamed by petty individuals? This could not be tolerated. Armed with the arrest warrants, the Guardian Army commenced their apprehensions. Those who had previously slandered Chen Ge, upon hearing the discussions around them suggesting the Guardian Army might be there for them, were already trembling in fear. Now, upon hearing Qin Shan's orders and witnessing the Guardian Army's true intent, they were paralyzed with terror. Many individuals even soiled themselves in fright. Wait, I've already deleted the video. Please don't arrest me. I was deceived. I didn't intend to defame Chen Ge. I apologize. I will make a public apology right away. Please don't arrest me. However, the Guardian Army paid no heed to their pleas, continuing to apprehend individuals one by one according to the arrest warrant list. Some, realizing that pleading with the Guardian Army was futile, turned to Chen Ge at the dungeon entrance, desperately begging for mercy. Chen Ge, I realize my mistakes. I truly understand now. Please spare me. Chen Ge, I beg you. Let me go. I apologize. Don't let them arrest me. Chen Ge, I didn't mean to defame you. Please, tell the Guardian Army to spare me. Chen Ge, just this once. I promise I won't do it again. Those who had previously mocked Chen Ge with the harshest words were now reduced to tears and sobs. Among the onlookers, cheers erupted from the crowd. Well done. A solitary guardian who thwarted the Starlight Society's plans to massacre the city. Now being defamed by these scoundrels, it's about time they were apprehended. Haha, now you regret it? Now you want to apologize? Why didn't you think of that earlier? Slandering Chen Ge? Guardian brothers, ensure they are thoroughly investigated. I suspect some of these people are minions of the Starlight Society. Heh, you thought you could escape consequences just because you deleted your posts? The internet is not a lawless realm. How laughable. Now you want to beg for mercy? If begging were effective, we wouldn't need the law. Yet Chen Ge found himself bewildered. The Guardian Army was apprehending them, not him. Why were they begging him for mercy? He was entirely unaware of their misdeeds, having been focused solely on clearing the Spider Cave dungeon. Mona, noticing Chen Ge's perplexed expression, could not resist asking, you don't know? They were spreading slander about you online. Defaming a hero is illegal. The Jiangnan provincial government has officially recognized your heroic status. Of course, the Guardian Army would come for them. Huh, I've become a hero? Chen Ge was still somewhat dazed. In the context of the monster invasion, those deemed heroes by the Longxia Empire held a transcendent status, and any form of defamation could not be tolerated. You say they slandered me? What did they say? Let me see. Chen Ge quickly took out his phone to check online information. However, most of the slanderous posts and videos had already been deleted, not by the authorities, but by the individuals themselves, fearful after Chen Ge achieved record-breaking dungeon completion times. Now, when Chen Ge went online, he could only find glimpses of his supporters' screenshots capturing the titles of the slanderers. With a cursory glance, he quickly grasped the situation. Those who had spread rumors portrayed him in absurd ways, claiming he had single-handedly killed tens of thousands of the Starlight Society, that he had eliminated a stronghold of theirs, or even that he had single-handedly obliterated the Starlight Society. Some outlandishly claimed he had taken control of the Starlight Society and was its new leader. All of it was mere defamation. Chen Ge stroked his chin thoughtfully and mused, oh, I do indeed have plans to eradicate the Starlight Society. Their claims aren't exactly slander. They're more like a breach of confidence. Mona interjected, huh? They leaked your plans to eliminate the Starlight Society? That's a serious breach of confidence. In that case, they deserve to be apprehended. Not unjust. Oh right. The one who claimed I took over the Starlight Society and became its leader. That is indeed slander. Chapter 85. I still prefer the rebellious version of you. Please revert to that. Meanwhile, in the Five Brothers livestream, the group had successfully completed the hell-level difficulty of the Spider Cave dungeon. As they emerged, their faces radiated unabashed pride and exuberance. Haha, who else? We finished in 2 minutes and 55 seconds. I ask again, who else can do this? Friends on site. Family in the livestream. You all witnessed history. 2 minutes and 55 seconds. We did it. The Five Brothers have achieved this, even beating our initial estimate of 3 minutes by 5 seconds. Haha. Upon exiting the dungeon, they received notifications of their completion time and ranking. But they were too elated to check the leaderboard. What about Mona? What about Chen Ge? A 6-minute record? A 5-minute and 59-second record? What rubbish. Our record is 2 minutes and 55 seconds. We've truly made history. However, the Five Brothers were puzzled. Despite their loud declaration of breaking the record, the surrounding crowd remained silent, devoid of cheers. In less than 3 minutes, we conquered the hellish-level Spider Cave dungeon. Are we not all exhilarated? Or perhaps, are the five of us so astounded that we have forgotten to express our excitement? The five quickly scanned for the presence of their assistant. There could be no lull in this moment. If the audience is caught off guard, it falls upon the assistant to stir the atmosphere. However, upon looking around, the five were left utterly dumbfounded. Where was the assistant I had arranged to be at the dungeon entrance, eagerly awaiting my glorious return? Such a prominent assistant has seemingly vanished. Their streaming equipment lay abandoned at the entrance of the dungeon, while the assistant who was meant to be broadcasting was nowhere to be found. Wait, why do the onlookers around us have such peculiar expressions? Why do they gaze at us with such strange looks? Suddenly, someone in the crowd burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. In the next instant, it was as if a switch had been flipped. Huh, you guys look utterly ridiculous. Your assistant has long since fled. I suggest you do the same. You are truly amusing. Who else could achieve such a feat other than the five legendary players? And you still dare to ask who else? Youth has its advantages. At least they are bursting with confidence. 2 minutes and 55 seconds? Quite impressive. That's enough time for Chen Ge to conquer the dungeon 7 times. Hearing the laughter around them, the five brothers finally remembered to check the leaderboard. Upon seeing the dazzling 25 seconds at the top of the rankings, they were struck as if by lightning. The smiles on their faces froze instantly, leaving them utterly dumbstruck. The barrage of comments in their streaming room erupted. Huh? Are you stunned? Did you think Guji's previous record of 5 minutes and 59 seconds was the limit? That was just a tease. I relish witnessing your bewildered expressions. As fellow legendary players, do you now perceive the gap? Will you dare to approach our Gugu again? Practice more if you're inexperienced. If you lack strength, refrain from bouncing around. Have you just been slapped in the face? Does it hurt? Mona, observing the comments in her streaming room, noted someone mentioning that the five brothers had emerged from the dungeon. This time, she did not switch to her alternate account, but instead used her main account to directly enter the five brothers streaming room. Leaving a comment, I still prefer your previously unrestrained demeanor. Please revert to that. After sending her message, she returned to her own streaming room. Instantly, the comments in the five brothers stream flooded. Whoa, the treasure has come personally. I love how she serves immediate justice. I still prefer your previously unrestrained demeanor. Please revert to that. This phrase was repeated ad infinitum, completely inundating the chat. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the dungeon where Chen Ge was located, the guards had already apprehended the individuals and departed. During this time, Yang Jinhua, Wang Taizhu, and Zhu Ling finally arrived at the entrance of the Spider Cave dungeon. They had also reached level 5, preparing to continue grinding in the Spider Cave dungeon for further experience. Due to the earlier incident with the Starlight Guild, their leveling speed had been significantly hampered. Now that they had finally reached level 5, they headed over to the Spider Cave dungeon to continue their progression. Spotting Chen Ge from a distance, Wang Taizhu excitedly shouted, Chen Ge! Chen Ge! We are here! Chen Ge immediately recognized Wang Taizhu's towering figure. Without hesitation, he invited the 3 of them into his party. Since he was already bringing along Mona, adding Yang Jinhua and the others was no issue. However, when Yang Jinhua and Mona locked eyes for the first time, Yang Jinhua felt a pang of anxiety. Who was that woman? When did she appear by Chen Ge's side? She was remarkably beautiful, and she was live streaming? Clearly, her gear was of level 15 quality. Why was a player above level 10 in a level 5 dungeon? It was inconceivable that she was there to assist Chen Ge in leveling up. With Chen Ge's prowess, he required no assistance in progressing through dungeons. This woman was suspicious. Perhaps she was a spy from the Starlight Guild, attempting to use her charm to get close to Chen Ge. I must keep an eye on her. There was no other reason, merely a precaution against this woman potentially posing a threat to Chen Ge. As Yang Jinhua scrutinized Mona, Mona subtly assessed Yang Jinhua in return, having come personally to investigate the various rumors about Chen Ge circulating online. She had naturally conducted her research on him beforehand, and was well aware of those associated with him. She instantly recognized Yang Jinhua. So this girl is Yang Jinhua? The one from Tianhe City who awakened the legendary elemental mage talent alongside Chen Ge? She is indeed quite lovely, just a tad less so than myself. But she seems rather naive. Arriving now to grind in the spider cave dungeon, it seems their leveling speed is not impressive. Chen Ge just pulled them into his party. They appear to have a close relationship, with the potential Chen Ge is currently exhibiting. He must prioritize enhancing his strength and not allow distractions like early romance to impede his professional development. I must monitor her. Again, no other reason. Merely to prevent Yang Jinhua from distracting Chen Ge. As Yang Jinhua and Mona exchanged glances, each bore a newfound wariness. Chen Ge, however, was oblivious to the tension. After forming the party, he proceeded directly into the dungeon. Due to the addition of Yang Jinhua, Zhu Ling, and Wang Taizhu, they did not qualify for the harder difficulties, Nightmare and Hell. Chen Ge dove straight into the normal difficulty for a swift run. In under 2 minutes, he had completed the normal, hard, and Nightmare difficulties, each in less than 30 seconds. To be precise, he finished each level in the time it took to cast his Summon Slime skill. Finally, it was time to enter the hellish level spider cave. Mona was already prepared, having activated her recording before entering the dungeon. Chapter 86. Who brushes dungeons like this? Upon entering the dungeon, Yang Jinhua, Wang Taizhu, and Zhu Ling immediately focused on enhancing their skill proficiency, having become accustomed to following Chen Ge through the previous normal, hard, and Nightmare dungeons. They seized every moment to elevate their skills. As for practical experience, they could train independently when Chen Ge was unavailable. They could not afford to squander the opportunity for rapid leveling that Chen Ge provided. Mona was the most excited, holding her phone to film Chen Ge. Hurry, hurry. Chen Ge, clear it as quickly as possible. The fastest speed? Chen Ge frowned slightly. If he cleared it at maximum speed, he would not have time to fully utilize his Summon Slime skill, nor would he be able to collect the boss drops. After all, it was hellish level, and the loot dropped by the boss could fetch a handsome sum of coins. However, since the wealthy patron had issued a directive, having already collected the Summon Three-Eyed Raven skill scroll, he had to meet her reasonable request. Alright, with a snap of his fingers, Chen Ge summoned the slime to begin the onslaught. Mona aimed her camera at Chen Ge. Although in the previous normal, hard, and Nightmare dungeons, Chen Ge merely stood still, casting Summon Slime, and relying entirely on the slimes to push through. Mona believed that for the hellish level difficulty, he could not possibly continue to let the slimes handle it alone. Could he? The minor monsters might fall to the slimes, but however, when facing the formidable boss, which is indeed a chief-level adversary, it remains a daunting task to vanquish it. Chen Ge, as the summoner, must personally engage in controlling the slime for battle, right? Yet, to Mona's astonishment, Chen Ge, gazing at the camera, exhibited no intention of venturing into the depths of the spider cave. Instead, he stood still, staring blankly at a 45-degree angle towards the sky. Chen Ge, hurry up and clear the dungeon. I want to record your swiftest completion. Chen Ge, looking perplexed, turned his head to glance back at Mona. I am clearing it. Did you not notice that I already cast the Summon Slime skill? Huh. Mona was momentarily stunned. Before she could comprehend the connection between not casting skills and clearing the dungeon swiftly, a thunderous explosion echoed from the depths of the spider cave. Suddenly, a notification appeared in her line of sight. Defeated the dungeon boss, the ghost-faced spider, and gained experience. Mona was left in a state of shock. Yang Jinhua, Wang Taizhu, and Zhu Ling were equally bewildered. What the heck? The boss is dead? Huh. It's over? That was only a few seconds. How could it be so fast? Chen Ge, how did you do it? Chen Ge's lips twitched slightly. Why does what you say feel a bit odd? Another notification materialized before everyone's eyes. Congratulations on clearing the hell-level spider cave dungeon. Total completion time, 13 seconds. Due to the presence of a player in your team whose level is not between 5 and 9. The completion time will not be recorded on the leaderboard. The leaderboard only records the completion times of players within the current dungeon level phase. Clearly, as the team leader, Chen Ge had opted to conclude the dungeon. After all, the affluent patron desired the swiftest results. Chen Ge had no choice but to forsake the loot from this boss. In the next moment, Mona found herself outside the dungeon, appearing at the energy vortex at the entrance. Is this really over? Mona was still in a daze. Outside the dungeon entrance, a gathering of onlookers, who had been anticipating the spectacle of Mona and Chen Ge's team entering the dungeon, were taken aback as they saw the five emerge so quickly. Huh, they're out already? What the hell? Did they fail? Haha, did Ge just flop? The leaderboard remained unchanged. It seemed Chen Ge had indeed faltered this time. The leaderboard not refreshing was due to the fact that the streamer named Mona was level 19. Her performance in the team did not count towards the leaderboard. Nonetheless, I too believe that Chen Ge had failed. Haha, just look at the expressions of Chen Ge's teammates. They are all bewildered, clearly not anticipating that he would stumble. Did no one realize that Chen Ge had actually cleared the dungeon? 25 seconds was already the utmost limit. Though I am an ardent fan of Chen Ge, I must concede that even he could not surpass that record. At the dungeon entrance, Chen Ge silently waved his hand in front of Mona's dazed eyes. Wake up. Did you see the speed? This is truly my fastest time. If you're not satisfied, then there's nothing more I can do. Mona suddenly snapped back to reality. Her face a mask of disbelief as she looked at Chen Ge. How could you be so fast? 13 seconds. You finished in just 13 seconds? How can you instantaneously annihilate a boss? You're a summoner. That's a slime. How did you achieve this? Is your profession truly a summoner? You haven't awakened some hidden class, have you? Mona bombarded him with a series of questions, only to then remember she was still recording. She promptly halted the recording and uploaded the video to her account. Then, she restarted her live stream. As soon as the stream began, countless viewers, who had been eagerly anticipating, flocked into the chat room. Everyone, Chen Ge's video of clearing the hell-level spider cave has been uploaded to my personal account. You must check it out. The video contains a great surprise. After addressing her audience, Mona turned back, still incredulous as she gazed at Chen Ge. A mere 10 seconds later, the viewers had finished watching Mona's uploaded video. The comments section erupted. What the heck? After watching the video, I'm on my knees. How is this even possible? Is there anyone who clears dungeons like this? It's absurd. The entire video shows Chen Ge standing there for several seconds, and then it's over? You're telling me the dungeon is cleared? The entire video lasts less than 20 seconds, and excluding the entrance and exit, the time spent in the dungeon was merely 13 seconds. 13 seconds to clear a hell-level dungeon? I can't accept this. Throughout the video, all I heard was their conversation. It was supposed to be a dungeon clearing video, yet I didn't even catch a glimpse of a monster. At that moment, my feelings could be summed up by a line from the video. Huh? Na bao. Chen Ge, have you started? Chen Ge, it's already over. Na bao. Chen Ge. Did you come in? Ge, I'm done. What the heck? I suspect you're saying something strange, but I have no evidence. Nonsense. We're talking about clearing the dungeon. Don't overthink it. Chapter 87, War Ignorance Bureau. After Mona's video was uploaded, it went viral across the internet within minutes. More people, some who had been following the matter, some fans of Mona, and others who were directed to the video, flooded into her live stream. The comments exploded with excitement. Wow, so this is how the dungeon is cleared. Na bao made a fantastic video. Don't bother filming again. The video has been saved for future generations to use as a teaching guide for the Spider Cave dungeon. I suggest promoting this video nationwide to high schools as an instructional video. If this video is used as a teaching tool, all the students in the Longxia Empire end up failing? To be honest, this video is just too outrageous. They didn't even see the boss before clearing it? Go. It was Mona who wanted me to clear it as quickly as possible. Don't blame me. I'm dying of laughter. Na bao didn't even realize they had exited the dungeon. Chen Ge was incredibly fast. Na bao too fast. I didn't even have time to process it. How did Chen Ge finish so quickly? After finishing, Chen Ge even kindly reminded Na bao to wake up. I'm crying from laughter. Haha. Na bao's relentless questioning also echoed my own curiosity. How could Chen Ge be so fast? How did he achieve this? When did the summoner class become so powerful? Like Na bao, I seriously doubt Chen Ge's profession. When I heard the first half of the video, I heard Chen Ge say he was clearing it, and I didn't grasp it until later. The previous record of 25 seconds was due to Chen Ge using the complete summon slime skill within the dungeon. 25 seconds was the time limit for casting a single skill, not the limit for clearing the hell-level spider cave dungeon. What the heck? So that's what Chen Ge meant by not casting the summon slime skill? I only just understood. What the heck? I didn't get it before. I only understood after seeing your explanations. Chen Ge, 25 seconds is the limit? Who do you think you're looking down on? 13 seconds is the real speed push. Take note. Amidst the barrage of comments, numerous skeptics emerged. These individuals had no understanding of Chen Ge or Mona. They were merely viewers who stumbled upon Mona's newly released video. After watching the video, I'm completely baffled. I'll ask in the live stream what this video is about. Isn't the title saying this is a speed run of the hell-level spider cave dungeon? Where's the spider cave dungeon? Huh, isn't this merely a video of casual chatting? Surely, no one genuinely believes this is a video of dungeon raiding, right? It's utterly implausible. The camera fixates solely on someone named Chen Ge, neglecting to capture any aspect of the actual dungeon experience. Is this a deliberate choice to avoid revealing the truth? Are they afraid of being exposed? Moreover, those so-called teammates appear extraordinarily contrived. Upon entering the dungeon, they seem to be casting skills into thin air, as if they possess prior knowledge that no combat would be required. Who among us hasn't traversed the spider cave in our youth? Is it truly that easy to conquer the inferno level difficulty? Do they think we're fools? The signs of stage performance are glaring, and they refuse to film even a hint of monster slaying, with a mere few disjointed dialogues. They claim to have cleared the inferno level spider cave, treating the viewers as simpletons. It astonishes me that so many are convinced this video is legitimate. I never anticipated such naivety. Numerous skeptical comments stand out in the livestream. Gradually, some responses began to emerge. There it is. The unmistakable signs of deception. Haha. Classic. If I can't accomplish it, neither can anyone else. I can't be bothered to explain to this ignorant bunch. It's laughable. For those harboring doubts, I suggest they first check the official announcements from the Jiangnan provincial government to learn who Chen Ge is, and then discover what kind of streamer our neighbor is. Fabrication? Is it really necessary? Chen Ge can hardly be bothered to glance in your direction. Previously, many have slandered and defamed our Ge. Now, they are all ensconced in the sewing machine, enjoying free food and lodging. The Ge Support Club reminds everyone that the video is false. You may disperse now. With current technology, achieving a 13-second clear of the Inferno level spider cave is simply impossible. If you doubt it, check the leaderboard. There is no record of a 13-second clear. As for the 25-second record, that's also a fabrication, an error in the ranking stone. Please refrain from spreading rumors. Our Ge's abilities are not that formidable. What the heck? Are those allies up there? The War Ignorance Bureau? Haha. The claim of Ge's 13-second clear of the Inferno level spider cave is a gross misrepresentation. Do not believe it. Yes, indeed. My Ge could never achieve such a swift 13 seconds. It's all just exaggeration from online users. Please stop spreading it around. Look at the 5 brothers of the ranking challenge next door. Their record is the real deal. 2 minutes and 55 seconds, smashing the previous top record in half. The ranking challenge 5 brothers. My little assistant has run away. Can we not bring this up? Hiss. Shrimp and pork heart. But no faults here. I urge those skeptical of the video to pay attention to the ranking challenge 5 brothers. At this moment, the ranking challenge 5 brothers, called out by various members of the War Ignorance Bureau in Mona's livestream, received a mysterious phone call during the broadcast. They have already learned about the Jiangnan provincial government's guards apprehending the individuals spreading rumors and smearing Chen Ge's name. They are now publicly apologizing on the livestream. We are sorry. We acknowledge our mistakes. We previously made some false statements regarding Mr. Chen Ge. Their demeanor is earnest and submissive, entirely devoid of their former arrogance. Unfortunately, the comments flooding their livestream are filled with sentiments like, I preferred your previous rebellious attitude. Please revert to that. After the 5 concluded their apologies, they hastily ended the stream and sheepishly departed from the entrance of the Spider Cave dungeon. The ranking challenge livestream had barely begun before it was prematurely declared over. The 5 are filled with indignation. What is so remarkable about Chen Ge? He is merely fortunate to have thwarted an attack from the Starlight Society on Tiana City. If we had been in Tiana City at that time, those glories would have been ours. Chen Ge is simply riding on good fortune. He gained official attention earlier than us, that's all. Are you willing to concede like this? I certainly refuse to accept it. I cannot swallow this humiliation. We still have a chance. The National Vocational Academy admission examination is just a few days away. As long as our scores can surpass Chen Ge's, then everyone will know. Chen Ge is nothing but a useless summoner. A useless summoner. He might not even manage to clear the level 10 breakthrough dungeon before the Vocational Academy admission exam begins. That could be quite likely. In the past, many summoners have been stuck at the level 10 breakthrough dungeon, forced to delay their participation in the admission exam by a year. If Chen Ge truly lacks the qualifications to sit for the exam, it would be hilarious. Let's go. We will first clear the breakthrough dungeon. Even if Chen Ge qualifies for the exam, we shall outshine him during it. Chapter 88, Level 9, Full Experience. Meanwhile, Chen Ge remains wholly unfazed by the plethora of online comments, continuing at his own pace as he leads Yang Jinhua and the others to level up. After Mona finished recording her video, she exited the party and resumed her livestream outside the dungeon entrance. She hopes Chen Ge can break the leaderboard's 25-second record and achieve a 13-second clear. However, Chen Ge declined her request, stating that wasting a boss drop for a wealthy patron is already pushing the limits. To forego a boss's loot for a leaderboard without rewards is foolishness. Nevertheless, Chen Ge promised Mona that he would grant her an opportunity to team up for video recording during his next runs of other dungeons. He continued his leveling, maintaining an average of half a minute per run of the Inferno level Spider Cave dungeon. Yang Jinhua, Wang Taizhu, and Zhu Ling's levels soared rapidly, with Chen Ge's assistance. Their leveling progress has surpassed that of typical players. By the end of the day, a golden light flickered around Chen Ge, signaling his experience points had reached their limit. Level 9, 100 experience points. To continue leveling up, he must first clear the breakthrough dungeon. Otherwise, he cannot gain any experience. Yang Jinhua, Wang Taizhu, and Zhu Ling are all above half experience in level 8. Upon seeing the golden light indicating Chen Ge's experience had maxed out, Wang Taizhu exclaimed with excitement, even more so than Chen Ge himself. Yang Jinhua and Zhu Ling also displayed joy on their faces. Chen Ge, you should go clear the breakthrough dungeon. We have been relying on you to run dungeons and lack real combat experience. This is the perfect opportunity for us to familiarize ourselves with each other's class synergy. Yang Jinhua declared with determination, her delicate fists clenched. Chen Ge understood their intentions primarily stemmed from not wanting to hinder his leveling progress. However, they spoke the truth, otherwise. With Yang Jinhua's status as the daughter of the city lord, her father, Yang Chonghu, could easily assign someone to help her level up. The reason Yang Chonghu neglects Yang Jinhua's leveling is to allow her to accumulate practical combat experience. Originally, Chen Ge planned to bring Yang Jinhua and the others to level 9 with full experience before tackling the breakthrough dungeon together. it wouldn't have been much trouble. However, he had overlooked the fact that they had yet to receive substantial real combat training. After all, the Vocational Academy admission exam will include practical assessments. Clearing the breakthrough dungeon first to allow them to gain some combat experience would be beneficial. Mona, who had been live streaming nearby, perked up upon hearing that Chen Ge had reached level 9 and was ready to tackle the breakthrough dungeon. Chen Ge, I want to accompany you into the breakthrough dungeon. I want to live stream your entry and exit times. You should be able to break the breakthrough dungeon record, right? Remember, there are no monster drops in the breakthrough dungeon. You must clear it as quickly as possible. Chen Ge did not refuse. The breakthrough dungeon is a solo instance, and Mona following him would merely mean live streaming from outside the dungeon, which would not affect him. He bid farewell to Yang Jinhua and the others, leaving them to continue their runs of the Spider Cave dungeon. As Yang Jinhua observed the figures of Chen Ge and Mona departing together, a pang of sadness surged within her heart. However, she swiftly cast aside such emotions, her gaze gradually solidifying with determination. Chen Ge was exceedingly formidable. Despite having awakened to the powerful profession of elemental mage, the chasm between them only seemed to widen. If this continued, I may never have the opportunity to walk alongside Chen Ge in the future. No, I must not allow this. Even if I am destined to never surpass Chen Ge, I must strive to keep pace with him. Even if it's merely to bridge the distance between us, I must become stronger. Turning around, Yang Jinyue's eyes were now brimming with resolve. Wang Taizhu, Zhu Ling, come. We three shall enter the dungeon. Chen Ge is too exceptional. We must redouble our efforts. Otherwise, we shall be unable to catch up to his shadow. Moreover, I cannot continue to be overshadowed by that guy Chen Ge. I must defeat him at least once. You two must assist me. Behind Yang Jinhua, Wang Taizhu and Zhu Ling exchanged silent glances, an inexplicable expression of amusement evident in their eyes. Is it merely a desire to defeat Chen Ge that drives you? They refrained from exposing her intentions. Don't worry, Yaya. I will surely stand by your side. Yang Jinhua, Chen Ge is my elder brother. I will also help you. The two promptly echoed her sentiments and hurried to follow Yang Jinhua, preparing to enter the dungeon to level up. Chen Ge returned to Tianhe City, breaking through the entrance of the dungeon. In the city, at the very center of every safe zone, there existed an entrance to a dungeon. The construction of human cities delineated safe areas, and the entrance to dungeons served as a primary criterion. Before proceeding to the dungeon, he decided to return home and check on his grandmother, ensuring she took the medicinal fruit. Then he would seek out old Su to assist with handling the spoils of battle, as well as procure any necessary items. Accompanied by Mona, Chen Ge made his way directly to their new villa in the central urban area. From a distance, he noticed a crowd gathered outside his villa. A jolt of concern shot through him. What is happening? Why are there so many people surrounding my home? This villa in the central urban area should be inaccessible to outsiders. Could something have happened to my grandmother and Tang Qianqian? Chen Ge hastened his pace. As he drew nearer to the villa, he finally caught sight of his grandmother and Tang Qianqian, encircled by the crowd. And there was a shiny bald head. Old Su was also present? Chen Ge felt a slight sense of relief. In the next moment, Chen Ge observed that at the heart of the throng, Old Su and his grandmother were engaging enthusiastically with the surrounding individuals, their faces lit up with joy. Tang Qianqian stood beside his grandmother, seemingly embroiled in a debate, pouting and wearing an expression of discontent. Seeing his grandmother's happiness, Chen Ge felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. His concern had been unwarranted. With his current status as the bearer of the Guardian Medal of Jiangnan Province, it was inconceivable that anyone in Tianhe City would dare to pose a threat to him or his family. As he approached, Chen Ge overheard their conversation, his expression becoming peculiar. Beside him, Mona could not help but laugh aloud. To his astonishment, Chen Ge realized that these individuals were all neighbors from the villa community. Prominent figures within Tianhe City, relatives of officials from the city lord's mansion, heads of influential families, and significant members of various clans. They had come to present gifts and to introduce themselves to his grandmother, the new neighbor. Many even brought their daughters, granddaughters, and nieces to make introductions. No wonder his grandmother and Old Su were grinning from ear to ear. Upon realizing the identities and intentions of these individuals, Chen Ge's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 89. Do you want a wife? The crowd gathered outside the villa immediately spotted Chen Ge's return. Oh, Chen Ge is back. Mr. Chen, I am the resident of Villa 23 next door, just a small gift to congratulate you on your new home. Mr. Chen, I'm Xiao Li. My father is the owner of Li's group, which specializes in potions. I brought my sister to congratulate you on your new residence. Mr. Chen, my daughter is your classmate. You young people should interact more. Mr. Chen, my granddaughter is 14 this year and wishes to learn from you. Mr. Chen, what about my niece? Do you want a wife? Before Chen Ge could utter a word, each person lowered their posture and began introducing themselves. Most importantly, they were fervently promoting their daughters, granddaughters, and nieces to him. In this world, most individuals married and had children at a young age due to the constant threat of monster invasions. Adventurers frequently battled monsters, uncertain of when their lives might be cut short. Thus, many opted to have children early. However, Chen Ge had never contemplated marrying and starting a family so soon. He had many aspirations yet to fulfill. Not to mention, the Starlight Society was still unresolved. He had yet to locate Lin Yuyu. There was no time to concern himself with such trivial matters of family and marriage. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. They had come to present gifts and potential wives. Chen Ge refrained from turning them away abruptly, offering a few casual responses. Only then did he manage to squeeze through the crowd to reach old Su, who had come to assist his grandmother in dealing with the visitors. Chen Ge, why are you back? Upon seeing him, old Su appeared somewhat surprised. By all accounts, Chen Ge should still have been in the Spider Cave dungeon in the northern wilds, battling monsters to level up. His grandmother, upon seeing Chen Ge, was equally delighted. Xiao Ge is back. Come, come. Grandmother will help arrange a good marriage for you. Tang Xianqian, however, was fuming, her face resembling an inflated balloon. Chen Ge, you cannot marry. You have awakened a legendary talent of the highest caliber. Your future is immeasurable. You must not waste time on trivial matters such as marriage. Before Tang Xianqian could finish her sentence, she was gently silenced by a light slap from her grandmother. You foolish girl. This is your brother's good fortune. Go away and stop causing trouble. Chen Ge felt an immense headache coming on. He chose to ignore his grandmother and directly addressed old Su. I have reached my experience cap. I returned to prepare for the dungeon breakthrough. Old Su was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in disbelief, experience cap? So soon? Around them, a collective gasp echoed. Hiss. Chen Ge has already reached level 9 with full experience? Has it only been a few days since the awakening ceremony? 5 days? 6 days? This leveling speed aligns with that of a legendary talent profession. Ordinary legendary talent adventurers level up at a relentless pace. Yet Chen Ge had previously been hindered by the Starlight Society, wasting much time. The fact that he could level up to level 9 so swiftly was nothing short of terrifying. I remember Chen Ge only started the dungeon today, right? It's only been about half a day. Considering his previous time spent in the southern wilds hunting monsters, it hasn't even been 2.5 days of monster slaying for level up. This speed is astonishingly rapid, far exceeding that of typical legendary adventurers. I know. I saw the trending topic online. Chen Ge completed the Hell Level Spider Dungeon in under half a minute. 25 seconds? Is that true? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, go check the leaderboard at the dungeon entrance. Given this speed in clearing dungeons, Chen Ge's leveling rate seemed reasonable. I suddenly feel that my daughter is unworthy of Chen Ge. Wait, 25 seconds is already outdated. I later saw a video posted by that streamer named Mona, claiming Chen Ge could clear the Hell Level Spider Dungeon in just 13 seconds. Hiss, 13 seconds? Is that even humanly possible? I also saw online that Chen Ge took 4 adventurers with him to level up. I saw that too. Among those 4 is the daughter of our city lord. So all 4 of them are leveling up alongside Chen Ge. It was all too much for them to comprehend. My granddaughter is certainly unworthy of Chen Ge. And as for my niece, well, she too falls short. Oh, look, a stunningly beautiful girl is following Chen Ge back. Finally, someone has noticed Mona, who trails behind Chen Ge. All those who had intended to introduce their daughters or granddaughters to Chen Ge now stare wide-eyed at Mona, a profound sense of crisis swelling within them. Who is this girl accompanying Chen Ge? Could she be his girlfriend, brought home to meet his mother-in-law? What will happen to my daughter or granddaughter? Are they to be relegated to the status of mere minor characters in Chen Ge's life? Well, given Chen Ge's potential, it seems that being a minor character might not be so unacceptable after all. Chen Ge, feeling exasperated, decided to simply ignore the surrounding chatter and seek out old Su. Old Su, I need a favor. Help me sell my loot from the dungeon. In calling upon old Su, Chen Ge felt entirely at ease, as their relationship could easily be described as that of brothers. Old Su, delighted to be asked for assistance by Chen Ge, eagerly accepted. Chen Ge handed over everything from his storage space for old Su to manage, an assortment of equipment, items, skill scrolls, potions, and a rather embarrassing item, a gold gun immortal pill, which Chen Ge hastily attempted to retract. However, old Su, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, snatched it away. Cough. Chen Ge, rest assured. As your principal and teacher, I will sell this for the highest price possible. In the future, whenever you have equipment to dispose of, do not hesitate to come to me. I relish helping others. Looking at old Su's earnest expression, Chen Ge couldn't help but twitch his lips. Oh, old Su. So it seems you two are willing to bend your principles for your students' belongings. Under Chen Ge's gaze, old Su's face flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. Had he been too eager in front of his student? However, after years of assisting students, he often returned home only to be pressured by his wife for household chores. His body could hardly withstand it any longer. He desperately needed such treasures to alleviate domestic troubles. Cough. Chen Ge, aren't you supposed to be breaking through the dungeon soon? Hurry up and go. To assuage his own awkwardness, old Su hastily urged Chen Ge to leave. Chen Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes but felt a flicker of joy in his heart. Old Su himself had no children and had helped numerous students over the years, always without seeking anything in return. Chen Ge himself had benefited greatly from old Su's guidance. Now, he finally had the chance to repay him, even if it was merely with a gold gun immortal pill. Chen Ge felt a significant alleviation of gratitude towards Old Su. After entrusting all the loot from the dungeon to Old Su, Chen Ge retrieved a Zhu Yin fruit, contemplating giving it to his mother-in-law. At long last, he made his way to the entrance of the dungeon in Chao Tian River City. Chapter 90, Level 10 Breakthrough Dungeon. Chao Tian River City, Dungeon Entrance. Upon Chen Ge and Mona's arrival, only a handful of individuals lingered at the dungeon entrance. However, Chen Ge's arrival was swiftly recognized. Chen Ge, it's Chen Ge. Is he here to challenge the breakthrough dungeon? Whispers circulated, revealing that he had been delayed by the attack from the Starlight Society and was thought to need more time to reach full experience at level 9. Yet here he was, surprisingly quick to arrive. Have you heard? The 5 brothers competing with Chen Ge for the Spider Cave dungeon record are also attempting the breakthrough dungeon. And they even have a live stream going, aiming to break the level 10 dungeon record. Really? This is going to be quite the spectacle. Chen Ge had previously visited the breakthrough dungeon, and look, he was accompanied by that streamer named Mona, who clearly intended to broadcast the dungeon experience as well. Chen Ge strode directly towards the energy vortex at the dungeon entrance. Just as he was about to enter, he was unexpectedly halted by Mona, who handed him a miniature camera to record the process. Can you record the breakthrough dungeon experience? Seeing the eager expression on Mona's face, Chen Ge did not refuse. After all, she was a wealthy patron who had already compensated him. It was a trivial request he could fulfill. All right, taking the camera and securing it at his chest, Chen Ge finally extended his hand towards the energy vortex at the dungeon entrance. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. The level 10 breakthrough dungeon is determined by the challenger's class, and as a summoner, Chen Ge was destined to face the challenges of the summoner's breakthrough dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, a prompt appeared in Chen Ge's view. Summoner class level 10 breakthrough challenge initiated. Challenge objective, protect the village. A monster riot is about to occur in the wilderness. During the impending monster riot, ensure that the village remains unscathed. There will be 3 waves of monsters, each consisting of 10 creatures. Note, the summoner must use summoned entities for combat. If the summoner's health falls below 100, the challenge will be deemed a failure. The description of the breakthrough task was remarkably straightforward. Protect the village from the monster onslaught. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the summoner's health must not drop below 100, meaning they could not sustain a single attack from the monsters. If that were the only stipulation, the difficulty of the breakthrough dungeon would still be manageable, and it would not be the case that most summoners were impeded from leveling up by this dungeon. The greater challenge of the breakthrough dungeon, however, was that upon entry, all external items of the challenger would be sealed. Storage spaces, equipped gear, items, potions, and any buffs that were active prior to entering the dungeon would all be rendered inaccessible during the challenge. The only available resources would be the challenger's own attributes and skills. This rule was uniformly applied across all classes. For summoners, while the summoning space could still be utilized, the summoned entities would need to be called forth anew. Additionally, the stipulation that only summoned entities could be used for combat and that the summoner must not take damage compounded the difficulty significantly. Typically, summoned entities are expected to inherit some attributes from the summoner, resulting in their combat abilities being relatively weak. Nevertheless, for Chen Ge, these restrictions posed no insurmountable challenge. As the breakthrough challenge commenced, Chen Ge found himself in a dilapidated village, a place so small that its edges were easily discernible. Outside the village lay an expansive wilderness, devoid of any inhabitants, though the buildings remained intact. Chen Ge, well versed in the nuances of the breakthrough dungeon, recognized that these structures presented opportunities for summoners. By maneuvering among these buildings, obscuring vision, and strategically deploying summoned entities, even an average summoner could successfully navigate the dungeon. However, achieving effective combat layouts utilizing the surrounding environment was a tall order for the vast majority of summoners. At that moment, a cacophony of monstrous howls erupted from the wilderness beyond the village, signaling the arrival of the first wave of monsters. With the summoning space sealed, Chen Ge could no longer summon the over 10,000 slimes he had stored. He would need to conjure new slimes for battle right on the spot. Furthermore, the slime's sole self-destruct ability was rendered unusable. The task was to protect the village, and if the slimes were to use their self-destruct ability, it would undoubtedly lead to the village's destruction, resulting in an inevitable failure of the mission. However, for Chen Ge, he still possesses the Soul Link, a skill that allows him to sustain his health. With the attributes of his slime, successfully completing this breakthrough challenge should pose no difficulty whatsoever. Chen Ge was about to commence casting the summoned slime skill with both hands when he suddenly hesitated. The attributes of his slime have already surpassed those of an average summoner, so navigating this breakthrough dungeon was inherently uncomplicated. Nevertheless, since he was equipped with a camera, perhaps it would be worthwhile to create a tutorial for other summoners attempting the breakthrough dungeon. Chen Ge's motivation was not born from sudden altruism. Rather, he himself had experienced fleeting despair when he first awakened as a summoner. Had it not been for his serendipitous awakening of the dual god-tier talents of Infinite Summon and Soul Abode, he too might have been among the many summoners struggling painfully in the breakthrough dungeon, provided it did not compromise his own interests. Paving a smoother path for the summoner profession was not out of the question. With this thought in mind, Chen Ge opted to cast Summon Slime with one hand and deliberately slowed his pace to align with that of an average summoner. He positioned the camera lens on his chest to focus on the area outside the village, where several monsters had begun to appear, charging towards the settlement. At that moment, Chen Ge began to explain in a calm voice. The crux of the summoner's level 10 breakthrough dungeon lies in our summoner's spatial abilities. Mastering the technique of casting while on the move is essential. Our summoning skills have a lengthy cooldown. By timing the retrieval of our summons just as they are attacked, we can effectively mitigate losses. The structures within the village allow us to strategically position ourselves and avoid being targeted by the monsters. For Chen Ge, this breakthrough dungeon presented no challenge whatsoever. After exiting the dungeon, he intended for Mona to upload this video online, offering a glimmer of hope to all future summoners. Thus, to ensure his commentary was sufficiently detailed, he even instructed the slime to reduce its attack power, keeping its damage below the threshold that would break the monster's defenses, meticulously explaining the key points throughout the process. Yet, unbeknownst to Chen Ge, this single video would ignite a tremendous uproar online. Chapter 91. The legendary five brothers Chen Ge's pace in clearing the breakthrough dungeon was surprisingly slow. The ranking monument at the entrance recorded the completion times of various professions and levels over the past century. On the level 10 summoner leaderboard, the top record stood at 13 minutes and 21 seconds, while the 100th place was marked at 19 minutes and 5 seconds. In contrast, the overall leaderboard featured times even shorter than that. The top rank was below 3 minutes. Even the 100th place was merely 3 minutes and 01 seconds. With multiple players sharing the score, not a single summoner had made the list. Yet here was Chen Ge, having been in the breakthrough dungeon for over half an hour and still not emerged. Mona, who was live streaming outside, found herself puzzled. Logically, given Chen Ge's demonstrated prowess in the Spider Cave dungeon, there was no doubt he was more powerful than any summoner in history. In fact, compared to all professions, Chen Ge's strength and potential were unparalleled. How could he possibly be stalled by a level 10 breakthrough dungeon? As the seconds ticked by, Chen Ge remained absent. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. What is going on? Why hasn't Chen Ge come out yet? Could it be that he failed and is restarting the breakthrough challenge? They speculated. Is he perhaps still ensnared in the misfortunes of the summoner profession? Caught up in this breakthrough dungeon? For Chen Ge, the breakthrough dungeon should have posed no difficulty. So why was he stuck? Simultaneously, a hint of concern crept onto Mona's face. She pondered further. Having recently researched the breakthrough dungeon for summoners, she knew that damage would surely not be an issue for Chen Ge. He could instantaneously defeat the infernal grade Spider Cave boss. Killing the monsters within the breakthrough dungeon should be a breeze. So where was he getting held up? Could it be the stipulation of maintaining 100 health points? Did his high damage require a trade-off in health? Otherwise, it simply did not make sense. Why was Chen Ge still not out? As Mona furrowed her brow in confusion, her live chat had already erupted into chaos. Previously, everyone had been speculating whether Chen Ge would make it onto the overall leaderboard. If he did, it would be a historical first for a summoner to appear on the total leaderboard. Many even predicted that Chen Ge might directly ascend to the top of all professions. However, the situation unfolded in a manner that surprised everyone. Not only did Chen Ge fail to break the record, but he also did not make it onto any leaderboard. He hadn't even appeared on the Summoner S board. Half an hour had already passed since he entered the breakthrough dungeon. What on earth was happening? Why was Chen Ge still inside the dungeon? It was merely a level 10 breakthrough dungeon. For Chen Ge's capabilities, it should have posed no issue at all. Meanwhile, the five brothers next door had already completed their breakthrough dungeons, each securing their respective top spots in their professions and entering the overall leaderboard. As word spread that Chen Ge had been inside for over half an hour, the five brothers began to mock him in their live stream. Ridiculously, many in their chat echoed sentiments that Chen Ge had been artificially elevated by the Jiangnan provincial government as a publicity stunt. The five brothers of legend had even changed their streaming name since Chen Ge had thwarted their aspirations. Now, they were broadcasting from a breakthrough dungeon entrance in a different city. Some players, lacking in strategy and merely relying on their damage output, were exposed when faced with dungeons requiring more tactical combat. You see, he has clearly revealed his flaws. Some professions were dubbed inferior for a reason. It wasn't a situation that one or two individuals could change. I remember seeing someone claim that they could change the status of professions. How naive. Do you truly believe it's that simple? While the five brothers refrained from directly naming Chen Ge, some among them bore significant identities, having previously received reprimands from their families. They had even publicly apologized to Chen Ge in their streams, so they were naturally cautious. Yet, their resentment towards him lingered. Seizing this golden opportunity of Chen Ge's apparent misstep in the breakthrough dungeon, they were eager to capitalize on it. However, they dared only to mock him subtly. Their live stream chat was predominantly filled with supportive comments for the five brothers. Support the brothers. They're so handsome. That Chen fellow just relies on his family's connections to suppress those who don't favor him. I even heard he's the illegitimate son of the Jiangnan provincial governor, which is why the government is promoting him as a hero. Laughter erupted in the chat. Some players can only breeze through low-level dungeons. Once they face a breakthrough dungeon that necessitates combat skills, they're utterly useless. Have you seen that so-called footage of him disrupting the Starlight Guild's city slaughter? Am I the only one who thinks it's staged? A summoner under level 10 taking down so many? Shoo, don't speak carelessly. Be cautious he doesn't send the guards to apprehend you across the city. Seeing their chat filled with supporters only fueled the pride of the legendary five brothers. It seemed as though Chen Ge was unable to surpass the 10th level breakthrough dungeon, remaining stuck at level 9, unable to progress further. Just then, after more than half an hour in the breakthrough dungeon, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Tianhe City breakthrough dungeon. Chen Ge finally emerged from the 10th level breakthrough dungeon. Upon seeing Chen Ge, Mona's heart leaped with joy, though she felt a twinge of concern, and hurriedly approached him, inquiring, Chen Ge, did you make it through? Have you cleared the breakthrough dungeon? Chen Ge nodded slightly. Mona instantly burst into excitement, yet her expression soon turned to one of mild frustration. The leaderboard. Why didn't you push for a spot on the leaderboard? I was hoping to live stream you breaking all the records. This breakthrough dungeon should have posed no challenge for you, right? Amused by Mona's anxiousness, which seemed to surpass even his own as the one who had genuinely faced the breakthrough dungeon, Chen Ge couldn't help but smile. He could discern that Mona was lamenting her missed opportunity to set a record, while simultaneously feeling relieved and elated from her earlier worries. Casually, Chen Ge removed the camera from his chest and returned it to Mona. Oh, I figured since I brought the camera with me, I might as well record a walkthrough tutorial. It could offer a glimmer of hope for future summoners, he explained. Considering that he could only attempt the 10th level breakthrough dungeon once, as re-entry was not permitted after completion. Thus, he had recorded it in slightly more detail, which had taken some extra time. Upon hearing Chen Ge's explanation, Mona could only sigh in resignation, her hand pressed against her forehead. After all, Chen Ge was someone who paid little heed to any superficial fame. As for the tutorial he mentioned, Mona did not place much importance on it. Chapter 92. A plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. There were countless walkthroughs for breakthrough dungeons available online for various professions and levels. Even for the summoner class, a simple search yielded hundreds, if not thousands, of tutorials. However, those guides were often of little practical use. For instance, in the 10th level breakthrough dungeon, practitioners possessed only 2 skills. Yet, some practitioners had obtained items that expanded their skill slots, granting them access to additional skills. Others might possess rare skill scrolls, allowing for powerful skill combinations. These so-called tutorials were largely unreplicable for average practitioners of the same class, especially for the summoner class. Those capable of clearing the 10th level breakthrough dungeon were significantly superior to regular practitioners. The combat prowess that Chen Ge exhibited was a level so high that it was nearly impossible for other summoners to emulate his talents or skills. Mona felt that Chen Ge's tutorial was merely a reflection of his own skill combinations during the dungeon completion process. The crux of the matter was that Chen Ge's skills were exceptionally powerful. Hence, they lacked broad applicability. Even if Chen Ge released a walkthrough tutorial, it would likely hold little educational value for other summoners. However, Mona did not have the heart to directly inform Chen Ge, fearing it might dampen his spirits. After taking a brief glance at the video on the camera, which lasted over 37 minutes, she found it too lengthy and decided not to watch it. Instead, she promptly uploaded it to her personal account. While Mona herself had little interest in the video, the viewers in her livestream were quite intrigued. Most of them were her regular fans, with a smaller portion having arrived after hearing about Chen Ge breaking the record for the Spider Cave dungeon. Among those drawn to Chen Ge's feat were many summoners, as the awakened professions numbered only a handful, and a considerable number of individuals had awakened as summoners. In previous years, many summoners had found themselves stuck at the 10th level breakthrough dungeon as well. As soon as Mona uploaded the video, numerous summoners eagerly clicked on the lengthy 37-minute and 52-second video. On Chen Ge's end, upon seeing that Mona had released his tutorial video, he chose to disengage, as he had recorded it purely for his own enjoyment. As for how many summoners it might assist, that depended on their own fortunes. With several days remaining until the National Vocational Academy entrance examinations, Chen Ge decided to return home. Having cleared the 10th level breakthrough dungeon, he had reached level 10, which also granted him an additional skill slot. He could now learn the skill, Summon Three-Eyed Raven. Over the next few days, he planned to increase the number of slimes and summon some three-eyed ravens. If time permitted, he might also address the issues concerning the Starry Light Society. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. The existence of the Starry Light Society had become a thorn in his side. Following the thwarting of their city massacre plan in Tianhe City, he was undoubtedly on their kill list. It was only a matter of time before they would come looking for trouble again. If the members of the Starry Light Society adhered to some semblance of martial ethics and only targeted him, Chen Ge would be indifferent. However, the members of the Starry Light Society were devoid of any moral boundaries. With both his grandmother and Tang Qianqian in his care, Chen Ge could not simply wait for them to come knocking. He could not remain by their sides indefinitely for protection. It was imperative to devise a strategy to resolve this matter. Rather than being preyed upon, it would be wiser to take the initiative, making the Starry Light Society busy with him instead. He aimed to draw all their attention towards himself, leaving them with no time to orchestrate underhanded schemes against his grandmother and Tang Qianqian. I wonder if Yang Chonghu, the city lord, has any intelligence regarding the locations of Starry Light Society's strongholds? Qingshan, the lieutenant of the garrison in Jiangnan province, even if he lacks relevant information, surely he has the authority to obtain it from elsewhere? I should ask old Yang to inquire on my behalf, Chen Ge murmured softly, quietly strategizing his next steps regarding the Starry Light Society. What did you say? Mona, who had been chatting with her livestream audience, suddenly felt as though she had heard Chen Ge utter something. She quickly turned to him, seeking clarification. Chen Ge cast a brief glance at Mona. Perhaps he could bring Mona along later? Let her livestream the entire process. This would create sufficient impact and draw the officials' attention to his value. His grandmother and Tang Qianqian would then receive the officials' protection. Consequently, any attempts the Starry Light Society made against him would have to first contend with the official S barrier. Once the Starry Light Society made any moves, it would be akin to walking into a trap. Chen Ge held no doubt about the power of the Longxia Empire's officials. After all, over a century of monster invasions had birthed countless formidable practitioners. Yet, the officials remained the officials, a testament to their standing as the mightiest force in this land. Using himself as bait, he could shift the Starry Light Society's threat from the shadows into the open, while simultaneously leveraging the official's strength to protect his grandmother and Tang Qianqian. Later, he could also use this situation to gain an advantage with Lin Yuyu. It could be considered a plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Chen Ge's gaze towards Mona softened. The crux of this plan was to have Mona accompany him to livestream, maximizing the event's impact. It was commonly referred to as making a big deal out of it. I mentioned that I have a plan in a few days. I'll tell you more then, and you can join the livestream. Really? What is the plan? Are you going to tackle another dungeon? Mona inquired, her curiosity piqued. As for the 10th level dungeon, there is an entrance to the Twisted Forest dungeon near Moonshadow City. In the distant northwest, near the city of Maple Leaf, there lies a shadowy valley that serves as an entrance to a dungeon. Do you intend to shatter the hellish records of these 2 dungeons? I can assist you with the costs of the teleportation array. When do you plan to embark on this journey? I shall livestream it. This time, you must not approach it as casually as your previous dungeon breakthrough. You must strive to break the record with utmost speed. Mona was instantly filled with excitement, her mind racing. It appeared that Chen Ge's failure to establish a record for the dungeon breakthrough had left her feeling quite aggrieved. She was still contemplating how to persuade Chen Ge to conquer various dungeon completion records. Observing Mona's eagerness to cover the travel expenses, Chen Ge felt assured that his plan was secure. The only risk was ensuring that Mona did not encounter any mishap, for it was evident to him that her background was anything but ordinary. After a brief attempt to placate Mona with a few words, Chen Ge returned home to prepare. Simultaneously, Mona's previously released video had finally been watched in its entirety. Chapter 93, The First Summoner. The first to finish watching Chen Ge's tutorial on completing the level 10 breakthrough dungeon were primarily summoners who had found themselves stuck at level 9, unable to progress. These summoners, some of whom had been trapped at their level for a year and others for over a decade, still harbored the desire to level up. They had long since exhausted the videos of other summoners completing the level 10 breakthrough dungeon, but none of the methods resonated with their own experiences. Whether it was due to possessing rare summoning skills that enhanced their summoned creatures' combat abilities or having unique innate talents, the absence of identical skill combinations or aptitudes rendered their approaches futile. Each time a new video on the level 10 breakthrough dungeon surfaced online, they would eagerly watch it, only to face the same disappointing outcome. However, Chen Ge's appearance reignited their hope once more. The moment Mona uploaded the video, those summoners who had not yet abandoned their ambitions flocked to it, just as they had done countless times before. Upon seeing the video's duration, their hearts jolted with anticipation. 37 minutes and 52 seconds. It was not the typical 20-minute videos masquerading as tutorials, but were, in fact, showcases of skill. Those videos often included teaching as an afterthought, primarily serving to flaunt the creator's ability to complete the dungeon, their mastery of skills, and their extraordinary talents. In that very moment, the hope within all the summoners watching the video surged. They were aware that this was a complete recording of Chen Ge's dungeon completion process, unedited and raw. As soon as they finished watching Chen Ge's tutorial video, they returned to Mona's livestream, flooding it with messages. I've finished the video. Thank you, Chen Ge. All the conditions in Chen Ge's tutorial are achievable for me. I've been stuck at the level 10 breakthrough dungeon for 3 years. Do you know how I've spent these 3 years? Thank you, Chen Ge. I bow to Chen Ge. I am going to challenge the breakthrough dungeon according to his tutorial. Wait for my good news. Wow. After watching Chen Ge's tutorial video, I feel like all the previous tutorials I've seen were worthless. Finally, I've encountered a genuine tutorial for the level 10 breakthrough dungeon for summoners. This is truly a blessing for all summoners. Are there any summoners stuck at level 9 who haven't seen Chen Ge's tutorial video? I urge everyone to watch it immediately, repeatedly. It's enlightening. Chen Ge's tutorial video is the only one I've seen suitable for any practitioner. Chen Ge is truly the savior of all summoners stuck at the level 10 breakthrough dungeon. Why didn't this video appear sooner? After watching the video, in my heart, Chen Ge is a deity. I shall refer to Chen Ge as the foremost summoner. And I shall not accept any dissent. Enough talk. I am going to challenge the breakthrough dungeon according to Chen Ge's tutorial. All summoners stuck at the breakthrough dungeon should revere Chen Ge. Observing the fervent barrage of comments, Mona could not suppress her curiosity. Was it really that exaggerated? What on earth had Chen Ge recorded in that tutorial video? The titles of the first summoner and savior seemed utterly absurd, yet so many people agreed. Was there a chance that someone was attempting to parody and malign Chen Ge? Mona's expression tightened. No, I must see the content of that video for myself. I should have checked it earlier to edit out any parts that could potentially tarnish Chen Ge's reputation. Mona quickly clicked on the video from her personal account. As the video played, the barrage of comments had already reached a dizzying density, forcing her to reduce the comment visibility to the minimum to focus on the content. The video began with her handing the camera to Chen Ge, which seemed entirely unremarkable. However, as Chen Ge entered the dungeon and began slowly sketching the summoning array for slimes while providing commentary, Mona's brow furrowed. What was happening? Why was Chen Ge's casting speed so sluggish? He wasn't even employing his two-handed casting technique? Mona felt perplexed. Chen Ge could indeed cast quickly, summoning more slimes to confront the monsters. Why was he intentionally increasing the dungeon's difficulty? Yet, in the comments, excitement erupted. It's starting. I'm first. I am the first. It turned out that Chen Ge's summoned creatures were also slimes, just like hers. Chen Ge's casting speed is a bit slow. I think I could be a tad faster. Look, the first wave of monsters is charging into the village. Why is Chen Ge's slime dealing so little damage? I can deal nearly double that to the monsters in the breakthrough dungeon. Whoa, so this house can block the monster's line of sight? Learn something new. Whoa, you can do that? Withdraw the slime the moment the monster attacks? Position the slime behind the monster while it's stunned? How is Chen Ge dodging the monster's line of sight despite moving so slowly? Whoa, I just discovered that this spot in the village can limit the number of monsters. You only have to face one at a time. Learn something new. Brothers, I realized that all the skills Chen Ge displayed, his speed, attacks, and positioning, are all within the reach of an ordinary person. Given that Chen Ge can clear the hellish level spider cave in 13 seconds, it seems he deliberately toned down his abilities in this tutorial video. Chen Ge could easily annihilate those monsters. Yet he maintains the slimes to lower the damage for our sake. He is genuinely completing the breakthrough dungeon with the prowess of an average summoner. I see that all of Chen Ge's maneuvers in the video are achievable with just a little practice. I believe I have a chance to clear the level 10 breakthrough dungeon. Chen Ge truly wants to teach us. As the video approached its conclusion, Chen Ge gradually wore down the third wave of monsters with his slimes, and the comments reached a fever pitch.